There were then a few more groups of contestants who managed to enter the punchline. But then no one ever came out. Mu Xiaoxiao would use her supernatural ability to check the situation over there from time to time, while Lin Xiaojin took out useful supplies from space. These are nutrient fluids. Each of you take a bottle to keep on hand, Lin Xiaojin said. These supplies were all rummaged out of their base. Most of the things in that base had been emptied by Lin Xiaojin. So much so that the people in the back found nothing. Not even a normal weapon. But that wasn't something Lin Xiaojin worried about. She went to the base to run for supplies as well. Everyone had just taken the nutrient liquid in their hands. A green vial of liquid that was said to have the effect of replenishing stamina. But none of them had ever used it either. So they didn't know how it tasted. Suddenly, the entire cave emitted a buzzing sensation. Not good. It's a swarm of black iron beasts, Zhang Wang said in a sharp voice. Zhang Wang and Lin Xiaoran had lived here for a long time, and they were very familiar with the black iron beast swarm. The black iron beast swarms here are not much different from other places. Most of the others are just a few dozen or at most hundreds. But the black iron beast swarms here are more than 100 every time they go out, Zhang Wang said in an urgent voice. What Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't know was that this time it wasn't 100, but tens of thousands. Even tens of thousands. Quickly get out. Otherwise this hole will be caved in by the beasts, Xianli said in a panic. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly picked up Lucky Star, and a few of them rushed out of the cave. If they were a little late, I'm afraid the whole cave would collapse. A huge puff of dust had already swung up outside, and the entire air was gray. Several of them were wearing gas masks, but they could still feel the dust floating in the space. These dust are metal ions. Absorbed by the human body are toxic. Will metallize the entire lungs of the human body, and finally suffocate and die. A bit like pneumoconiosis. But this is much more serious than pneumoconiosis. This kind just needs to be exposed under the breath for a few hours, and I'm afraid it will suffocate and die. Fortunately, they all had protective masks, and in such an environment, they didn't even dare to remove their masks. In that case, neither food nor water could be drunk. There are so many densely packed black iron beasts over there, Mu Xiaoxiao said, her perspective ability seeing far. These swirling up black dust and gray were these black iron beasts gathering over. The crowd frowned slightly when they heard it. And then, they saw a portion of the black iron beasts vibrating more and more with the land. This is too many of them. Zhou Yingying covered her mouth, her expression slightly alarmed. Too many black iron beasts. The impact of a large beast was huge, especially with this kind of beast. The impact was a powerful aura. Even standing around could be taken flying by the powerful aura. Never be in the center of the beasts. Xianli and Zhou Yingying, they mostly have seen such a scene. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua Wanghan were the first time to see. This was even more terrifying than the rhinoceros herd in the animal world. Mainly because there were too many of them. As the group of black iron beasts got closer and closer, the ground around them began to shake. Everyone get ready for defense. This black iron beast herd has a strong impact, Lin Xiaoran said seriously with a frown. 1 or 2 black iron beasts weren't scary. What was scary was a swarm. Even an ant could shake an elephant, let alone these black iron beast swarms. Everyone looked serious. They were about to face a vicious battle. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect to fight this swarm of black iron beasts. They were more about preserving their strength to enter the next level. Although the flying machine couldn't seat so many people, the airship could. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out the airship from space and said, "Come on in." "What is this? A flying machine?" Zhou Yingying said curiously. "Didn't they say that flying machines couldn't do so many people?" This looked a bit like a flying machine, but not quite. "This is an airship. Get on the airship first. Explain later," Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. The others didn't ask any questions and hurriedly entered the airship. The airship had plenty of energy, and it was still a search transport airship. It was enough to bring along so many people. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly summoned Green Star out of space to pilot the airship. The airship was still high-tech. They hadn't piloted it yet, let alone learn it, and didn't know how to use it yet. But Green Star was different. Although they didn't have an airship in the beginning, Green Star had got a lot of information from Cold Water City. Green Star is highly intelligent and doesn't need to sleep in space. The amount she learns in one day is equivalent to several years of others. This is the colorful intelligent crystal beads in her space evolution of high intelligence elves. Flying machines and land vehicles are both automatic, and even autopilot. But this airship actually needs to be manually piloted. If you want to do autopilot, you need cruise positioning to enter autopilot. The airship took off quickly, just in time to avoid the black iron beasts that were already speeding towards it. The interior of this airship is tall and spacious, Zhou Yingying said. This airship didn't look very big from the outside, but after entering, there was a lot of space inside, as well as a rest cabin. In the back was the airship's warehouse, weapon storage and such. They saw the hordes of black iron beasts below from amongst the airship's 360-degree holographic display. This isn't thousands at all. This is estimated to be tens of thousands, Zhang Wang said in surprise. Soon the airship performed a scan to tell them the answer. 45,206 black iron beasts. The crowd froze as they listened to the number displayed by the airship. Why would such a large group of black iron beasts pop up out of nowhere? Lin Xiaojin was puzzled. Look! These black iron beast swarms are all rushing towards the base, Zhang Wish said as he pointed at the black iron beast swarms. Which bases are attracting them? Xian Li guessed. What are they doing attracting such black iron beast swarms to the base? Zhou Yingying frowned. Lin Xiaojin watched as the black iron beast swarm quickly rushed to the base. And those ordinary slaves outside the base were desperately trying to block it. Help! Help! Hidden cries for help seemed to be heard. And soon those ordinary slaves were drowned out by the black iron beast swarm. There were too many of them. And besides, each black iron beast swarm was a little bit bigger than a rhinoceros. One rhinoceros impact was already big enough, let alone tens of thousands of them. Nicole also didn't expect the energy she radiated to actually attract tens of thousands of black iron beasts. She thought that attracting 10,000 heads at most would be about right. But now that she had attracted a whole 40,000 heads, it would be a lie if she wasn't mentally panicked. Soon those slaves on the periphery of the base were all buried under the black iron beasts. There were also some high-level slaves who had weapons in their hands and were able to fight against the black iron beasts. Lin Xiaojin also found flying craft that also flew up. It looked like it was the other participating groups. But none of the three parties had the intention to make a move. They all flew smoothly above, looking down like bystanders. The swarms of black iron beasts made a puff of dust roll up underneath, turning the entire air gray. I never thought that there would be so many black iron beasts on the black iron star, Zhou Yingying said with a sigh. Yeah. If we had encountered such a swarm of black iron beasts in the past, we would have surely died, Xian Li said with a frown. In the past, their strength was low, and they couldn't resist such a huge black iron beast swarm, not to mention them, but also those well-equipped slaves who had died amongst these black iron beast swarms. With a bang, the base made a huge sound, and the boundary outside was already shaking and ready to collapse at any time. Seeing that the boundary was on the verge of collapse, the black iron beasts could break through the boundary of the base at any time. They weren't sure what was going on in the base, and could only see a general picture through the display screen. There are still 4 days until we leave the black iron star, Xian Li said excitedly. 4 days, and they would be able to leave this place. They had a very bad impression of the black iron star, and it was good to be able to leave here and go there. Lin Xiaojin looked at the base. The boundary hadn't even lasted 5 minutes before it was besieged by a large swarm of black iron beasts. Lin Xiaojin also saw that there seemed to be people fighting inside. But they couldn't control these things. Let's just leave this place of wrongdoing, Lin Xiaojin said. The others nodded in agreement. Since they had obtained the supplies, they would be able to leave in one piece. As they piloted the spaceship and prepared to leave, they received a prompt from the competition group. If they piloted the spaceship to leave the planet, it was ruled that they had abandoned the competition and were automatically eliminated. They were about to enter the next level, and as long as they passed the ultimate level, their entire planet would be upgraded, and even their lifespan would increase. So they weren't going to give up at this time. Though there might not be many people left on their planet, or perhaps only them, they didn't choose to fly the airship out of the black iron star, merely leaving this place. The spaceship was large enough for them to survive until the end. The airship had an advanced filtration system, so the metallic air outside could not enter the airship. They had been traveling in the air for 5 whole days, and there were only a few minutes left before they entered the next level. They have not been out of the airship in the past few days. It is impossible to go out. The weather of the black iron planet for these 5 days is gray. Even the naked eye can see the dust particles in the air, so you know how horrible it is. Nicole, on the other hand, she had succeeded. succeeded in hunting enough metals to leave the planet. But the moment she got the metals, her eyes widened in horror, then roared with great unwillingness. It turned out that there was no such thing as a medallion to leave this open planet. They were just exiled to other planets again. Those who made mistakes in the galaxy and received punishment could never return to the galaxy in. They were just contact-locked and transported to other planets. These planets were all random. And she had fought so hard to get the medallion that she ended up not being able to return to the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin sat in the airship waiting to enter the ultimate level. They didn't choose to leave the airship because this level they gained the ability to bring weapons into the next level. The airship was also considered their weaponry. Congratulations to Chen Lanqing for obtaining the qualification to pass the level. Rewarding points of 1 million points. Detecting a pink alien around you. Aged 1 year old. And a Chen blue alien aged 8 years old. Do you carry? Carry. Lin Xiaojin said without the slightest hesitation. The points for carrying Lucky Star, and also Little Good's ultimate 1-level barrier actually went to 1 million. Luckily they had enough points. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to carry them at all. About to head to the ultimate level. Loading time is long. Please be patient. Teleportation point being established. This time, Lin Xiaojin clearly felt a strong spatial energy. And Lin Xiaojin subconsciously covered it with his own space. It even accidentally absorbed this spatial energy. Loading 90%. Loading 40%. The electronic voice sounded at the same time for everyone. How is this loading energy still getting smaller and smaller? John Wish asked in disbelief. Loading energy 60%. Loading energy 50%. The other participating groups had already finished loading long ago. But they were stuck in a bug here. The crowd didn't know what was going on. Lin Xiaojin's space had suddenly absorbed so much energy. She had wanted to try it the last time she teleported. So this time she didn't hold back and tried it. Lin Xiaojin felt that the space absorption reached saturation. And if she continued to absorb it, she might have to force an upgrade. Lin Xiaojin withdrew her spatial coverage. And it was only after she withdrew that the electronic tone rang out. Energy loading complete. About to teleport. The energy just now seemed to be related to her. But after absorbing so much energy, it was worth it for her. I haven't been teleported yet. A little nervous. Zhou Yingying said nervously. And on the side, Zhang Wanlu mastered Zhou Yingying's arm. Mu Xiaoxiao was also a little nervous. Pulling on Xian Li's arm with Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to speak to comfort them, when the entire light screen surrounded the airship and instantly teleported. While teleporting they saw colorful colors. That was probably a wormhole or something. Teleportation point arrived. The electronic voice sounded. They opened their eyes almost at the same time. It was pitch black all around them, with only the lights of their ship hanging in mid-air. Where is this place? Xian Li asked. But no one else knew either. I'm glad that the 1250841 entry group reached the final hurdle of the Starshine competition. Only the top 100 planets are able to enter the galaxy. Just as the crowd was guessing what the final level would be. As there had been so many Starshine competitions, the final level had never had any information about it. Welcome to the ultimate level. The final level is a point system. Killing one person from the other participating groups earns you 1 point. And the top 100 in the point rankings get the quota to enter the galaxy. What? Xian Li was surprised. The others also froze. No wonder the information on the final level hadn't been exploded. The final level was actually killing each other. Lock them all up here and kill each other. The last 100 that survived to enter the galaxy. Nowadays, there are hundreds of them. How many people need to die in the last level? It's horrible. It's horrible. They don't know that their lives are like ants in the vastness of the galaxy. Once you enter the final level, apart from death and elimination, you are victorious. There is no choice. There was no way to leave this place once you entered it. Lin Xiaojin had some regrets. She still had her 2 children with her. If they didn't choose to enter the ultimate 1 level, they could fly back to Chenlan Star by obtaining a spaceship in the Black Iron Star and continue to live an ordinary life. But that would mean that they could only live in Chenlan forever, unable to enter the galaxy. What if they Chenlan Star and in danger? On one side was an ordinary life, and on the other side was dangerous, but the strong were honored. All of them know clearly in their hearts that this world is too big and the universe is too big. Just when the crowd hadn't come out from the rules, the entry equipment actually burst out another rule. 30 points exchange time. Once the time is up, all the points are cleared, and the points are recalculated. The crowd saw this panic batch. After 30 minutes, the points mall was temporarily closed, and all the points were cleared to zero. Lin Xiaojin and their group still have a total of more than 3 million points left. Some of these points are the cold water bead exchange. Now look at the last rule of the competition. They now enhance the strength is the main thing. Supernormal ability want to briefly enhance that I'm afraid it is unlikely. So Lin Xiaojin, they directly choose to exchange weapons. Lin Xiaojin let everyone continue to choose a weapon. 300 points if not enough. She was using cold water beads to exchange. Lin Xiaojin opened the interface mall and found that all the firearms category of all the hot weapons were all closed and only cold weapons could be selected. This is deliberate. Zhang Wang frowned. Not only was there a time limit for redemption, the types of weapons redeemed were only these few. It's only these few types in total. There's a total of 7 of us and just 7 types of weapons. I don't know if it's deliberate or not, Xianli said, not counting Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoyu. They did have a total of 7 participants. It's definitely intentional, Zhou Yingying said with a deflated mouth. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Wouldn't it? There are a total of 7. Just in time to redeem all 300 points. Pick the same one for each person, Lin Xiaojin said. This definitely didn't need to be thought about. It was probably deliberately arranged by the competition. Lin Xiaojin's guess was indeed good. These were all arranged. If there were only 1 million points, then the weapons displayed wouldn't be these. The higher the points you had, the better the type of weapons displayed at the moment would naturally be. Like some low points. Only some ordinary cold weapons are also there. Of course, there are also some with high points. So the weapons that appear are naturally not bad. Lin Xiaojin's points were not bad. And of course their luck was also good. There are 7 in total. I'll choose this silver bow to go with my ice arrow. Xianli fancied that silver bow at a glance. So she boldly said, Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and decisively exchanged the silver bow. Then a light screen appeared and a silver bow came out of the teleportation point. This silver bow possessed a lock-on skill. For the rest, Xiao Nua Wang Han, as well as Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Wang, and Zhou Yingying all chose their weapons one after another. Xiao Nua chose a blue whip, which could be retracted, while Zhang Xuan chose a dagger. Wang Han was a military spike, and Lin Xiaoran was a long sword. Lin Xiaojin chose 2 short knives, which were laser short knives that could be used by pressing a button. Sister Xiaojin, the color of your laser short knives is cool, Mu Xiaozhuang said when she saw Lin Xiaojin's laser dual knives. The surface of the laser dual knives looked like 2 palm-sized short sticks. And when they were used, they would emit a dazzling colorful glow when the button was pressed. This light carried a scorching heat. Lin Xiaojin liked this weapon so much that he pinned it to his waist. The 30 minutes finished quickly, and their points redemption was complete. There was no time limit for the final level. As long as when there were 100 people left, that would be the end time. I have to say that this final level is really dangerous. Not only was it dangerous, the survival rate was low. Scared? Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's head, and didn't know if he was asking her or the others. In fact, Lin Xiaojin was still not afraid, because she had space. But other than Xiao Nua, other people could not enter her space. Lin Xiaojin had found her brother with great difficulty. If she encountered danger and really asked her to give up her brother and hide in the space by herself, that was something she would never be able to do. However, suddenly an idea entered Lin Xiaojin's head, and her heart thrilled. She knew that she could enter her space if she had a blood relationship. Which little Bun was. Then his brother Lin Xiaoran. They were related by blood. So was his brother also able to enter her space? This idea flashed through Lin Xiaojin's head. But she wasn't sure and couldn't immediately experiment. Lin Xiaojin mentally thought that she could try it next time she found an opportunity. How could she be so stupid? Why didn't she think of it before? Just as Lin Xiaojin was still thinking about this, the entry device emitted a voice. Welcome to Planet Camel. Below the device, there was also a guide to the planet of Camel, which was thousands of words long. This was a lot of information for nothing. But seeing the back of it, their faces were growing pale. Planet Camel. Daytime once every 100 days. Which meant that in Planet Camel Rui, 100 days were day. Then 100 days were night. Alternating in turn. Daytime is not considered dangerous in Planet Camille. But darkness in Planet Camille will appear a kind of monsters. They come out at night. Ferocious and flesh-eating. On Planet Camille there are houses and bases. and these need to be sought out and occupied in advance. Of course, there is a possibility that if you occupy them, others will take your bases. It's all up to you. Some bases are protected from those monsters at night, so finding them at night is a very important thing. The whole information is a lot. The reading time is only 5 minutes. After that, it will dissipate, and you won't be able to open it in. Lin Xiaojin quickly finished reading the information on Planet Camille. The others had already disappeared before they could read the whole information. This is too fast, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. She had only read a few lines of the entire Surprise Camille Planet's rules, and the entire profile was gone. Yeah, I didn't finish reading it either, Xian Li said with a frown. I read it from back to front, Zhang Wish said with a smile. It's fine. I finished reading it, Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Lin Xiaojin also had a better memory at a glance. This ultimate level is dangerous, Xian Li explained. Yes, Zhou Yingying nodded. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, looked at the ship's external simulation as she said, luckily, it's daytime now, and there are still 60 days until the next blackout. Bloodthirsty monsters would appear on Planet Camille, and such monsters were known as bloodthirsty monsters. The exact appearance in the information did not have a picture. It just said that bloodthirsty monsters usually came out in groups. It was now daytime, and bloodthirsty monsters wouldn't appear on Camille's planet during the day. But the supplies here all needed to be robbed. Camille's planet was very large, much larger than all 10 Chenlong planets. So the comparison would show how big Chenlong planet was. The airship scanning didn't meet any other teams for the time being either, which was a relief to them. If you're here, you're here, Lin Xiaojin said somberly. Lin Xiaojin had already memorized the information of Planet Camille, knowing the planet's vastness and richness of material. Let's grab a base house now. These base houses have random materials inside, Lin Xiaojin said. That's right. That base house has a certain amount of random materials in it. In Camille Planet, food materials are searched from these base houses. All of these bases needed to be found by random searching. There was no map to go and make you search. Most of this Planet Camille is mountains, Zhang Wish said. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, I read that the information said that Planet Camille not only has mountain ranges, but also deserts, rivers, and that almost all of the plants here are poisonous. So don't think about eating the plants of Planet Camille. Lin Xiaojin remembered the information mentioning that. So starving can only look for food in the base room? Xian Li said with a frown. That's what the information said, Lin Xiaojin said. It seemed like this Planet Camille was like one big Shura. Hey, do you guys ever feel like this is like a game we play on Shenlong Xing? Zhou Yingying said. If you really say it, I also feel a bit like it, Xian Li said in agreement. Xiao Nua Wang Han, Lin Xiaojin's two siblings. They didn't play many games, so they were a bit puzzled for a moment. Eat chicken all. It's also similar. We need to find supplies to survive in this world. Maybe there will be fixed supplies too? Zhou Yingying said with a blind guess. Then at that time, it will definitely lead to a mad scramble, Xian Li said. It would be another fight at that time. Anyway, let's be careful. The only people we'll meet here are enemies, Lin Xiaojin said solemnly. Everyone else nodded. Not only should we be careful but also always be on the lookout. What if someone sneaks up on us? In this world only one's group members were teammates. All others were enemies. However, there were also a few planets that had several groups. Unlike their Chen Blue Star which only had one group. A group's members were killed, there were other group members. Only one of them could win. So the chances were still high. And if the same group met, the number of people increased, which in turn increased the chances of success. Camille's planet has a heavy mass. So after entering Camille's planet, any vehicle, including spaceships, will be affected to a certain extent. Planet Camille's gravity was a bit greater than Shenlong's. Found a base room. Wang Han looked at a room below the ship's scanning place. From the airship, it was an ordinary brick house, probably as tall as a 2-story building. Finding a base, they naturally wanted to come down and take a look. So Xiao Nua slowly landed the airship. The gravity outside is high. Open the defense suit, Lin Xiaojin reminded. Good. Several people responded. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lucky Star's defensive suit, which was also in the open state. Then she was relieved. The hatch of the airship slowly opened. Lin Xiaojin and the others were all wearing defensive suits before they slowly came out. Camille's gravitational pull was greater than Shenlong Xing's. and they clearly felt a wave of resistance as they walked on the ground. The speed will be reduced a bit in this case. Lin Xiaoran frowned and said, "We have to speed up the adaptation to make it work." Lin Xiaoran added. This little bit of resistance was nothing to Lin Xiaojin. But to the others it was like having something tied to their legs. "We'll adapt after walking more," Zhou Yingying said. This was the second planet she had come to besides Black Iron Star, so she was more or less curious. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, put the airship into space. She didn't want to leave it alone outside. Surrounding them were lush mountain ranges, which looked a bit like the high lush slopes of Chenlan Star. Some of these mountain range earths have quicksand. "We'd better be careful," Lin Xiaojin reminded. "Xiaojin, so long information. You read it all?" Zhou Yingying said somewhat incredulously. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Zhou Yingying gave Lin Xiaojin a thumbs up. So long information. It was difficult for them to read it once, not to mention remembering it. They didn't expect Lin Xiaojin to read it once and remember it. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Xiaojin who remembered it. There was also Xiao Nuo who remembered it as well. But Xiao Nuo was generally not talkative. Lin Xiaojin looked at the surrounding lush mountains, and a small two-story building stood in front of her. Xiao Nuo, along with Wang Han, Zhang Wan, the three of them went up to check it out. The house was an ordinary earth square. Nothing special. The two people cautiously walked in to check it out. It was only after about 10 minutes that Xiao Nuo and Wang Han, Zhang Wan walked out. "Go in. No one inside has occupied us first," Zhang Wan said. Just as soon as they entered they would enter the equipment already showed that they had occupied the space. "Mum." Zhou Yingying nodded. In fact, they didn't need Zhang Wan to say it. "I didn't realize that the base could still be upgraded. Only that it needs to be redeemed with broken crystals," Xionli said. "What are broken crystals?" Zhou Yingying frowned. Xionli shook her head. She wasn't sure. So she looked at Lin Xiaojin. "Shattered crystals are the crystals of those bloodthirsty monsters from planet Camille. Equivalent to the crystal beads in the heads of our Chenlan Star zombies back then. Only yes, the shattered crystals are in the waste of the bloodthirsty monsters." Lin Xiaojin added another sentence and said, "This boundary upgrade is also too pitiful. The first level is 10, and the second level is 100. Zhou Yingying said as she looked at the boundary upgrade page and frowned. "But don't bloodthirsty monsters only come out in groups at night?" Xionli said. This information was right at the first entry of the entry's equipment, so she was well aware of it. There will be them during the day as well, and they tend to get tired during the day. Their strength should be lower than at night, Lin Xiaojin said. It was shown on the information, but it wasn't explicitly stated. Lin Xiaojin probably speculated. "Sleep during the day and go crazy at night?" Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. But this nighttime madness was 100 days. They had never experienced such long days and nights before. Nowadays, planet Camille's would reach darkness in 60 days. So if they could be able to obtain the shattered crystals to upgrade their boundaries during this time, it would also be an effective means. Because Camille's night was terrifying. If the base was able to upgrade the boundary, then the broken crystals must be useful. And so many people were on planet Camille. It's not like there's a time limit on this ultimate level. Only the last number of people left. So who knows how long to live here? 1 year? 2 years? It was all uncertain. All they could do nowadays was to be well prepared for the darkness that was about to arrive. None of the people were continuing to talk about anything. Instead they entered the base first. The house didn't look like much on the outside, but inside it wasn't bad. "There are nutrient fluids and supplies," John Wish said. "A bottle of nutrient liquid could maintain vital signs for 3 days. Not as much energy as food gave. But there was no food in this place. There was a storage room in the room. They got supplies as well as nutrient solution. Water. The room also had a bed. And the sofa was just like a normal home. But it was all uniformly simple gray and white furnishings. "We'll stay here for the next few days to get a feel for the place," Lin Xiaojin said. The others also nodded. Having just arrived at an unfamiliar planet, they wouldn't go out rashly. This was the base although it hadn't upgraded its security level. But it was relatively safe as well. The people chose a room and went in to rest. Xiao Xiao followed Xionli a room. Wang Han and Lin Xia ran 2 people a room. The two of them are considered singles. After all, Zhu Jingjing has not been found nowadays. In fact, they are not short of water resources. After all, Xi is the water system supernormal ability. Lin Xiaojin and space water. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua chose a room with a big bed. There is no cot next to it. So Lin Xiaojin took out one from space. Lin Xiaojin put Lucky Star down. The little guy also felt that the surrounding was new and strange. So he took a look east and west. The main Lucky Star followed them, and almost never had a normal life. It was all about running around in various planets. This base building is not that big. But for the time being, it is a shelter. They can't stay inside the spaceship all the time. Besides, it's not clear what environment is outside. Everyone stayed in the room and rested for a while. And after about 30 minutes, Lin Xiaojin gathered everyone into the living room. Lin Xiaojin took out from space the meal that Lan Zhan had made in space long ago. And also released all of the blasted little buns. Tuan Tuan had devoured a lot of black gold in the black iron star, and had now started to sleep. Sleeping is for iron-eating beasts to digest the metal and extract energy to strengthen themselves. Lan Zhan's craftsmanship was unrivaled. And the crowd had a full meal. Even though they had found nutrient liquid here, the nutrient solution could only provide the most basic nutrition. There was no meal to have a feeling of fullness. The nutrient solution could only provide nutrition. But one could still feel hunger. Even though we have temporarily found this base, we can't take it lightly, Lin Xiaojin said. This place could be discovered by the other participating groups at any time. Should we try to kill the bloodthirsty monsters to find the shattered crystals? Wang Han said. Actually, Lin Xiaojin also had this idea. Bloodthirsty monsters were weaker in the daytime. And they had the best chance of killing bloodthirsty monsters to obtain shattered crystals at this time. Every base needs shattered crystals to upgrade the defense boundary. I always feel that this defense boundary is useful, Xi said in agreement. I remember the information said that bloodthirsty monsters become brutal at night. The higher the defense upgrade in the base, the more it can block the bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said, I also read the base boundary description. The first level of boundary can block 100 bloodthirsty monsters. Wang Han said. 100 bloodthirsty monsters? That first level's defense is pretty high. Right? Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaojin shook his head. Bloodthirsty monsters all come out in groups. What's 100 bloodthirsty monsters? Let's just find a way to find the shattered crystals, Xi said. I remember that bloodthirsty monsters hide in caves during the day. Their strength will be weakened during the day. Lin Xiaojin remembered the information. Let's split up the work. Our linked entry devices can check each other's teammates' positions, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. How do we divide the labor? Zhou Yingying sniffed. Lin Xiaojin looked at the crowd, and saw that everyone else was also looking at her. She thought for a moment and said, I'll go with Xiao Nua to find the bloodthirsty monster. Zhang Wang. Zhou Yingying. Xi you three will be in a group. My brother. And Wang Han Xiao in one group. Let's just scout first. If we find the bloodthirsty monster leaving a location signal, we'll join together. Good. The crowd all nodded without any comments. You guys mustn't do it rashly. Although the bloodthirsty monsters are weaker in the daytime, we don't know their true strength. So let's be careful, Lin Xiaojin instructed. Got it. Lin Xiaojin then would bring Lucky Star along with Xiao Nua. If we don't find it, we are returning to this base, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, this base was quite safe, and they had a place to rest here at night. The base didn't have a boundary upgrade. But the most common reminders of the base were still there. Now that it was daytime, and there was no darkness. All rest could only depend on the time. We'll rest for 8 hours. And when we're 8 hours old we'll set off, Lin Xiaojin said. All the people united and matched the time. And now they could only rest by looking at the time. During the day, the line of sight was more adequate. They could only close the windows and curtains when they rested. And for safety reasons, blast wind was placed outside the space by Lin Xiaojin. After a tense day, everyone was tired and fell asleep in a short while lying on the bed. But Lucky Star and Little Bun's 2 children still special are excited. In fact, Lin Xiaojin does not sleep is also fine, but still want to replenish the physical strength and spiritual power. So Lin Xiaojin summoned a little cloud from the space, watching these 2 little kids. As long as they do not go out of the base on the line, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua took off their defensive clothing, which was safe, but less comfortable after all, changed into a comfortable clothes. The bed is still relatively soft. There is also a quilt. If it is not in the Camille planet, would not even think that this is a place of crisis. Little Bun and Lucky Star, 2 people in the base, back and forth to play. Either climb the sofa or play with tables and chairs. All the cabinets were also opened by the 2 little ones. Little Bun also saw a green glass bottle that he liked very much and wanted to try to replicate it himself. Little Bun wrinkled his eyebrows. The white light ball in his hand gradually lit up. The eyes of Lucky Star on the side glistened. However, Little Bosie's light ball didn't last much longer. The light ball went out in 2 seconds, and all that appeared in Little Bosie's hand was half a glass bottle. The Little Bun was a little frustrated. His light cluster energy was still too little. The 2 people little guy played in the base for half a day. Lin Xiaojin woke up after more than 2 hours of deep sleep. Lin Xiaojin went to the living room, and Little Cloud came over and said, they fell asleep from playing. The living room had all sorts of traces of them crawling around, and the 2 little ones were put on the sofa by Little Yundo, who also covered them with blankets each. Lin Xiaojin looked at Little Yundo, who was already a bit weak, and hurriedly put Little Yundo away into space. Little Buns and Lucky Star, 2 people cuddled together to sleep sweet. Lin Xiaojin see Little Bun's hand still clutching a thing. Into a look is actually half a bottle. Thinking of the Little Bun's supernatural ability. Should be to copy things. Probably see what fun things want to copy. Time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye 8 hours have arrived. The others are slowly coming out of the room. On the body are also wearing a good defense suit. Lin Xiaojin also put the Little Bun into the space, and put on Lucky Star's defensive suit. Everyone has weapons. Let's split up, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin had already marked the location of this base, so that they would be able to retrieve it as well. Lin Xiaojin also took some food and water for each of them, so that when she wasn't there, she could also eat when she was hungry to pad her stomach. Nutrient solution was also distributed to everyone. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star and went to the north with Xiao Nua, while everyone else split up into groups and set off together. I have to be your light bulb again. Xian Li looked at Zhang Wang and Zhou Yingying and said helplessly, no, no, no. Zhang Wen is the light bulb, Zhou Yingying said as she wrapped her arms around Xian Li. After such a long time of contact, they had already recognized each other from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua walked towards the north, surrounded by sandy soil. They could only rely on their legs to walk. Lin Xiaojin's space motorbike has been damaged. Only the electric car remains. Electric car walking in this kind of sandy land is difficult to drive. And this place will also have whirlpool. Walking is safer than riding an electric car or driving a land walker. The gravitational force of planet Camel was a bit larger than other planets, so walking would feel a bit of an effort. I also don't know if that bloodthirsty monster is good to deal with, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The information also only had descriptions and no pictures of the bloodthirsty monster, so none of them had seen it before. Try not to have a conflict first, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Encountering a bloodthirsty monster first to calm down. The main thing was to understand the other information about bloodthirsty monsters first. Lin Xiaojin walked with Xiao Nua for about nearly half an hour or so before they saw a large forest of mushrooms. The mushrooms were red and white, and each one of them was huge, with each one of them being at least 2 meters or more. Lucky Star saw this forest of mushrooms and stared at it with huge eyes. Very curious. Gale, on the other hand, followed behind them and curiously rushed to sniff at a huge mushroom. Lin Xiaojin only remembered that the information said that there were no edible plants on planet Camel. So this piece of growth in like a mushroom, they wouldn't be able to pick it for consumption. They slowly walked through the mushroom forest. The heads of the mushrooms were red and white, and the tails of the mushrooms were grayish-white tissue. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, on the other hand, walked carefully through the mushroom forest. In a strange planet, everything could be dangerous. After walking for nearly 20 minutes, they hadn't even crossed the mushroom forest. The mushroom forest in this area was too big. This mushroom forest is also too big. Lin Xiaojin wanted to fly up to see how far ahead. Lin Xiaojin holding Lucky Star slowly flew into mid-air. The front was still an endless mushroom forest. Lin Xiaojin's eyesight had always seen very far, but she couldn't even see the end of it from such a long distance. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and slowly flew down. Xiao Nua, let's return. The front is full of mushroom forests, Lin Xiaojin said. It was a waste of time for them to continue walking here. Good. Xiao Nua nodded and answered. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, with Gale, slowly turned back. They walked all the way over. There were still footprints. In addition to Gale's sensitive nose. All the way there was its smell. The scent left by the wind can be maintained for at least 24 hours. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua followed the original path and returned the same way. It seems that our direction is a large mushroom forest, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin didn't know how the others were doing. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. So she and Xiao Nua prepared to return to the base. Lin Xiaojin opened the entry device to see where the others were. And they were all in every other direction. There was also a dialogue box in which was their group dialogue. We found many rocks in this direction. Boulders of various colors. Zhou Yingying said. There was no way to post pictures in the dialogue box, only text descriptions. Lin Xiaojin also said on the dialogue box, they are all in patches of mushroom forests here. Planet Camel was a very peculiar planet. That is, their creatures or plants were very large. Lin Xiaojin was just thinking and wondering what the situation was like at her brother's place, when the next second a message from her brother appeared below. We're here at a row of caves. My little boy's penetrating eyes have found terrifying monsters inside. They should be bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaoran's message made Lin Xiaojin's heart tighten. Xiao Nua. Brother, they should have discovered the bloodthirsty monsters. Where do we go? Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Soon. Lin Xiaoran posted the location in the group. Lin Xiaojin and Zhang Zhuanyuan's group said that they would go there immediately, telling them not to move around freely where they were, and not to disturb the bloodthirsty monsters. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran and Wang Han looked at the rows and rows of caves. From the outside it looked more like huge beehives. If someone with an intense phobia saw it, I'm afraid they would be scared. Mu Xiaoxiao on the side was a bit nervous. A small face became pale. Brother Xiaoran, I'm a bit scared. Mu Xiaozhuang pulled Lin Xiaoran's arm and said, It's fine. We're all here. Lin Xiaoran touched Mu Xiaoxiao's head and softly comforted. Mu Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously. She just used her supernatural ability to look around. But the picture she saw was even more terrifying than her childhood shadow zombies. Those monsters were all hanging one by one. They had 3 pairs of long hand-like things and a huge head. There was only one blood-red eye on the head, and the rest was a big half-head-like mouth with 2 rows of black sharp dense teeth, and a stream of green sticky liquid lowered outwards. There was even a stream of sticky green liquid on their bodies, and Mu Xiaoyao only looked at it for a few moments. What was even more frightening was that there were too many to count, one right next to the other. Mu Shijia's thought of such a picture made her feel oozy. Lin Xiaoran, Wang Han and Xiao Shuju are hiding in the distance. They did not walk in. If it is not Mu Shijia's supernatural ability, they may really go in to check out, then disturb these bloodthirsty monsters. It is likely that they will be besieged. It seems that this group of bloodthirsty monsters is somewhat similar to bats, but more terrifying than bats, more massive, and more bloodthirsty. Only with bats like in the dark night. Lin Xiaojin was a little worried, but Lin Xiaojin everyone else was. It was relatively safe during the day, but at night, countless bloodthirsty monsters poured out. Would they be able to fight against it then? Nowadays, the best way is to seize the broken crystals to upgrade the base boundary while the bloodthirsty monsters are weak during the day. The higher they upgrade before the darkness comes, the higher their chances of survival. It was best to be able to resist the Black Night boundary for 100 days. About an hour later, Zhang Wang arrived with Xi Li, Zhou Yingying, and the 3 of them. They hadn't traveled too far at that time, so they quickly rushed over. Immediately after Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, the 2 of them also rushed to the location that Lin Xiaoran had marked. The crowd gathered together, and Mu Xiaoxiao gave everyone another rundown of what she had seen. The number in there is densely packed. So how many should there be? Zhou Yingying said with a frown. The thought of the 4 words densely packed is a little scary. I can't count it. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. What now? Xi Li asked. The bloodthirsty monster was found right here in this hive-like cave. But how to get the shattered crystal? To get the shattered crystals, one needed to kill the bloodthirsty monster in order to do so. The information says that the bloodthirsty monsters are weak during the day. Let's lure out some of them and try. Or kill the bloodthirsty monsters on the side of the cave, Zhang Wang said. The closer the bloodthirsty monsters were to the edge of the cave, the weaker they were. The deeper they were at the bottom of the cave instead, the stronger they were. I can lure this one. I have instantaneous movement even if I can't beat it. I can still escape, Lin Xiaojin said. Then I'll add a power assist for you, Zhou Yingying said. She was now at the 3rd level of alien ability. Adding a power could make Lin Xiaojin's power in double. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. For safety's sake, Lin Xiaojin gave Lucky Star to her brother, and everyone else hid under the distant mountains. Xiao Nuo did not hide behind like the others, but followed Lin Xiaojin. He naturally would not let Lin Xiaojin face it alone. Lin Xiaojin also did not say anything. Perhaps this is their tacit understanding. Besides, Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous transfer can also bring Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nuo a wink after seeing everyone else hiding. Xiao Zhao's psychic ability had seen that there were rows and rows of bloodthirsty monsters in this cave alone, slightly sparser compared to the other caves. Lin Xiaojin also only wanted to attract a few out of the cave, just to draw them out. The lightning system in Xiao Nuo's hand condensed into a lightning whip that instantly shot towards the dark cave. Zip zip zip. An ear-piercing sound of friction came out from inside the hole, making one's scalp numb to hear it. Lin Xiaojin was holding a laser blade in her hand, and Xinli, who was hiding at the back, was also holding a bow in her hand, condensing ice arrows to help Lin Xiaojin at any time. Zhou Yingying had already released an energy on Lin Xiaojin's body. This energy multiplied Lin Xiaojin's strength. Lin Xiaojin, who felt this energy, felt that Zhou Yingying's auxiliary supernatural ability was a little stronger. Then their strength could also increase in an instant. Xiao Nuo's thunder whip curled around a bloodthirsty monster. He exerted force. The bloodthirsty monster was brought out. The bloodthirsty monster was disturbed and opened its red and black eyelids. The entire body was black. The bloodthirsty monster was brought out by Xiao Nuo's thunder whip. The sunlight shone on its body, and it also allowed everyone to see its true appearance. It's even more terrifying than the heterosexuals in the M country's films. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Xiao Xiao was hiding behind Lin Xiaoran. After all, she was still just a little girl, and other people's scalps were numb when they looked at it. Not to mention a small child. Especially the dense teeth. Denser than shark teeth. The bloodthirsty monsters were disturbed and saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Instantly their rage went to their heads. But in the daytime, they were indeed much weaker than at night. Speed, strength seemed to be limited, as if they were sleepy at night and had to get up to fight. The bloodthirsty monsters had 3 pairs of arms that were as long as each other. They leapt up on the ground. Easily one was a few meters high. Xiao Nuo had long ago condensed a thunder net, while Lin Xiaojin took out his twin swords in his hands and instantly moved directly in front of the bloodthirsty monsters. Thunder and lightning power seemed to have a restraining effect on the bloodthirsty monster. Lin Xiaojin obviously felt the bloodthirsty monster's cries of some pain. However, Lin Xiaojin didn't care if it was in pain or not. He would kill it while it was sick. Lin Xiaojin's laser double blade. Directly open and laser double blade is high temperature. Lin Xiaojin directly cut through the bloodthirsty monster's head. The bloodthirsty monster instantly gushed out a green liquid, gushing out on the sandy ground and actually bubbling. These bloodthirsty monsters' blood is corrosive effect. This information cannot. It seems that the information also did not give them all the information. Looking at the green liquid that gushed out, this bloodthirsty monster was actually not dead. In the past, when she chopped off the head, like mutant beasts and zombies will die. But this bloodthirsty monster chopped off the head, and its tentacles can still wriggle. However, Xiao Nuo's lightning net tightly controlled it. So the bloodthirsty monster did not break free. Instead, the more it broke free, the more the lightning would burn it. Instantly, an indescribably fishy aura filled the air. Lin Xiaojin thought that the shattered crystal was at the waist of the bloodthirsty monster. So he intercepted it. Zip zip zip. The bloodthirsty monster was cut off at the waist by Lin Xiaojin. And the green known liquid that spewed out was still corrosive. Just as Lin Xiaojin was wondering what to do to find the broken crystals, the corpse of the bloodthirsty monster was actually corroded by the known liquid that spewed out from his waist. Lin Xiaojin was dumbfounded. What the bloodthirsty monster's head spewed out was a liquid like water that wasn't very corrosive. But the corrosive from his waist was so strong that he could corrode himself cleanly if he cut the right place. After a few seconds had passed, a diamond similar to the size of a quail egg appeared on the sandy soil. Diamond? Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but say. The appearance of this broken crystal was also too much like a diamond. Even though she saw the broken crystal, Lin Xiaojin didn't pick it up right away, because there was still a layer of corrosive liquid on the ground. But soon, these liquids were absorbed by the sandy soil on the ground and soon disappeared. But the broken crystals were left on the ground. Lin Xiaojin only dared to pick up the broken crystals at this time. The broken crystal was a little heavy in his hand. Much heavier than the crystal beads. But Lin Xiaojin could feel that the broken crystal contained a wave of energy. A pure energy without any attributes. And while Lin Xiaojin was feeling this energy, Lin Xiaojin heard a large amount of nuisance sounds. Not good. Lin Xiaojin's face was tense, and she hurriedly took Xiao Nua to instantly move away from this place. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said nervously. Those bloodthirsty monsters came out. Mu Xiaoxiao's small face was a little pale with fear and said, Go go go. Zhou Yingying said in a hurry. Zhou Yingying was now able to add speed-based energy to 3 people at the same time. She hurriedly added it to Zhang Wandan, herself, and Xianli. Wang Han's wind-based energy could condense wind clusters to help increase his speed. Lin Xiaojin's speed was already a bit faster. Not to mention that she had instant transmission. She quickly took the lucky star from Lin Xiaoran's hand. And everyone started running. They ran for a long time in one breath. And felt relieved that there were no bloodthirsty monsters behind them to chase them. The group of bloodthirsty monsters actually had a pair of fleshy wings behind them, buzzing like a large swarm of mosquitoes. They flew out. But they just circled around the cave entrance, as if they hated the light, and returned to the cave in a swarm. There were at least dozens of them in that wave that just came out. Lin Xiaojin said with a palpitating heart. Too many. It's really too many. If we face a bunch of these things in the dark, I don't know how long we'll be able to hold out. Zhang Wish couldn't help but spit out. During the daytime, when the bloodthirsty monsters were weak, startling a small wave would be dozens of them. And by the time it got dark, it would all be hundreds and thousands of bloodthirsty monsters. Even tens of thousands were possible. We can only take advantage of the remaining daylight hours to capture bloodthirsty monsters, Lin Xiaojin said. The bloodthirsty monsters during the day were of average strength. The main thing was that their blood was highly corrosive. This must be something to be aware of. Only broken crystals could upgrade the boundary. Go back and discuss it, Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and didn't say anything else. And all of them grabbed the road in the direction of the base. Fortunately, when they went back, the base was still not occupied by others. Unless the base was upgraded to level 1, they would have ownership of the base. They had gotten 1 shattered crystal today, and they still needed 9 more shattered crystals if they wanted to upgrade. Their next days slowly lead. Kill 1 and run. Although less efficient, but also able to get 10 broken crystals. The second level of 100 broken crystals is a little more difficult. Lin Xiaojin took out one of the shattered crystals he got today. This looks like a diamond, Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She felt the same. Although it looks like a diamond, it can be much heavier than a diamond. And it also contains a special energy inside, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The others heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and all of them somewhat couldn't help but be curious. Zhou Yingying was the first to take it in her hand. But it only felt that it was indeed quite heavy. But it didn't feel like it had any special energy. Everyone else also took it up in turn and looked at it, and didn't find anything special. As things stood now, they had to hurry up and hunt down the bloodthirsty monsters before they could do so. Nowadays, they didn't have the idea of looking for other bases. For one thing, in case they ran into other participating groups that would be unavoidable to fight. And the second was that darkness was coming, and it was still safe to have a base. Lin Xiaojin's guess was right. There were only so many bases on planet Camille, so it was unlikely that every group would be able to find a base. But if you want to escape the bloodthirsty monsters in the dark, then you need a base. Otherwise you will only encounter bloodthirsty monsters so often that you won't be able to rest at all. Lin Xiaojin and the others were still considered to be very lucky. Without encountering any other dangers or other members of the group, they successfully found a base. We're still missing 9 pieces of broken crystals before we can ascend to the first level. The second level requires 100 pieces of shattered crystals. The third level is 1,000, the fourth level 10,000 pieces, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. The difference in shattered crystals between level 1 and level 1 was also too much, because every time the bloodthirsty monsters passed through the darkness, their strength would increase by 1 point accordingly. The boundary would naturally have to be upgraded along with it. Let's try upgrading according to level 2 first, Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. However, the fact that they were able to get a shattered crystal on their first day of trying today also boosted their confidence. Lin Xiaojin glanced at the time. It was less than in the passing of 10 hours. They continued to attract the second wave. We can assist you from the side, Xianli said. Right. I see that bloodthirsty monster is weak during the day. I should be able to deal with it with my fire system level 4. Zhongwish followed suit. If they kept hiding at the back, they wouldn't get promoted. Besides, they were wearing defensive clothing and had weapons in their hands. Good. Let's take turns tomorrow, Lin Xiaojin said. Although it was a rotation, Xiao Xiao and Lucky Star were staying at the base. Except for Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Everyone else was staying behind in twos. And the rest of them were going to hunt bloodthirsty monsters together. It's really annoying that there's no night and day. Every day is just daytime. Zhou Yingying frowned. If you wanted to sleep, you had to close all the windows and draw the curtains. But that didn't stop some of the sunlight from being cast in. It had to be said that the sunlight on planet Camille was really too harsh. After a period of time where it's dark every day, that would be even more terrifying. Xian Li said worriedly. They were more nervous about the dark night than the daytime. Xian Li thought of that group of bloodthirsty monsters. And also felt that when darkness came, that was when danger came. And suddenly felt that daytime was not bad. At least the bloodthirsty monsters didn't come out. The next few days did not go as smoothly as Lin Xiaojin had imagined. The first time he was able to attract one was really luck. The next few times, as long as the attraction that is dozens about. The least time there are more than 10. When dozens of them came out, they didn't choose to confront them. But when 10 or so of them came out, they also killed a few in a row. But they only got 2 broken crystals. Because it was too late to get the shattered crystals in the back. The hordes of bloodthirsty monsters were alerted to come out. So they could only escape first. Unconsciously, more than 10 days had passed. And they had saved enough for 10 shattered crystals. But in there were 50 days. Nearly a month and a half before the darkness would come. Saving enough 10 broken crystals to upgrade the base boundary. It had now been upgraded to the first level, and a transparent boundary had appeared on the entire periphery of the house. The first level of the boundary was already marked. Binding the base boundary would allow one to enter and exit. Great. Finally a first level boundary, Zhou Yingying said. However, their efficiency was really slow. In 10 days, they had only managed to get 10 shattered crystals. If they wanted to upgrade the second level, then they would need not just 10, but 100 shattered crystals. Thinking about this, the crowd felt pressurized. Look guys, an exchange mall has appeared in the base defense interface, Xian Li said. When the base successfully upgraded the first level, a light screen the size of a 24-inch TV would appear on the hall, and a mall would show up on it. But there was only one thing in the mall, and that was the energy liquid. The crowd heard Xian Li's words, all walked away, and looked over curiously. Energy liquid? What is this? Zhang Wan said curiously. Lin Xiaojin saw that there was only this one item in the mall. A bottle of energy liquid was only 10 milliliters. But the price was 10 broken crystals. A bottle of energy liquid is going to cost 10 broken crystals, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. They only found 10 broken crystals. And the base mall actually a bottle of 10 broken crystals. Really is too expensive. Compared to Lin Xiaojin, who didn't even know about this thing. The other groups were excited to find this. Mall energy liquid has information display. Lin Xiaojin clicked on the information. The people see the description of the energy liquid. Only to know why this small bottle of energy liquid so expensive. Energy liquid is a liquid that enhances the energy of the alien. That is, it's quite a crystal. But this energy liquid is a universal energy that can be used by any alien ability. And this energy liquid is very pure. An overconsumption of alien energy can quickly recover alien energy by replenishing a bottle of energy liquid. No wonder this energy liquid is so expensive, Xian Li said. This is indeed a good thing. With this our alien ability level can be raised, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. Zhou Yingying's and their alien abilities, their levels were all relatively low. Twice the level difference with Lin Xiaojin's and theirs. Like Zhou Yingying was only at level 3. And her brother Lin Xiaoran was only at level 4. If they had the energy liquid, their ability levels could be raised in a short period of time. And their overall strength would all be increased in order to face the dangers in the future. But it requires broken crystals. Zhou Yingying frowned. It was a little hard to get. The shattered crystals were just too hard to come by. According to the fact that there were so many bloodthirsty monsters, the shattered crystals would definitely be rare. But it was a bit difficult to get them every time. To get the broken crystals, to kill the bloodthirsty monster, one needed to cut to his waist. And also wait until the bloodthirsty monster had finished corroding, then pick up the broken crystals that had fallen. But then the bloodthirsty monster quickly flew over. and the broken crystals will be swallowed by the sand on the ground if they don't pick them up at a certain time. And they went to look for them afterwards. But there was nothing under the sand. And this point made them feel very curious. Camille's planet land can not only absorb the corrosive liquid, but also swallow these broken crystals. So they need to kill the bloodthirsty monsters in a short period of time. But also someone to cooperate to pick up the fallen broken crystals immediately. Or else the back of the bloodthirsty monsters chasing them out, they can only withdraw. There are still 50 days to go before Black Night. This bloodthirsty monster is dangerous enough. But also to obtain points. To obtain points, they have to hunt the other group members. Not only do they have to face the bloodthirsty monsters, but they also have to face the danger of other group members attacking them. It had to be said that their sense of crisis was heavy. But they hadn't met any other group members yet. Perhaps the others were looking for a base. Or perhaps they had also seen the information and knew that darkness was coming. The entire Planet Camille entry group had not been ranked yet. Next we have to plan in even more detail to see how we can get rid of more shattered crystals, Lin Xiaojin said. Right. Xian Li also responded. It wasn't just for upgrading the base, but also for exchanging energy liquids. For the next 2 hours or so, they had been discussing. In the middle of the day, Lin Xiaojin also took some fruits from space, and everyone sat down to discuss and eat the fruits together. Lucky Star and Little Boy both ate and played. Already tired, the two lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin also covered the two with a small blanket. Xiaojin, it's most suitable for you to be in charge of collecting the broken crystals, Lin Xiaoran said considerately. With Lin Xiaojin's space plus instantaneous transfer, there was enough time to collect the shattered crystals. Only if Lin Xiaojin just collected the broken crystals, then the pressure to kill the bloodthirsty monsters and them would be a lot greater. A few of us still have weapons. Xian Li seemed to see Lin Xiaojin's concern and said in a hurry, these bloodthirsty monsters don't have a high strength during the day, so we can deal with them even if we combine our efforts. Lin Xiaojin continued. They had also killed bloodthirsty monsters before, although it wasn't as clean as Xiao Nua and also Lin Xiaojin. But it was also without danger. Moreover, now that they are already in this environment, they must also adapt as soon as possible. Otherwise they are only relying on Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and the three of them as the main force. They are doomed to drag their feet. So they also had to keep up with them as soon as possible, improve their combat experience, and enhance their strength. Good. Lin Xiaojin wasn't in a position to refuse this kind of arrangement, although it was a bit dangerous. After all, brother, and Zhou Yingying, Xian Li, their alien ability levels weren't very high. However, they also all had weapons. And nowadays, the ability of the bloodthirsty monsters was only around level 5. 6. Although brothers and their alien ability levels were low, but their hands were all good, and they had defensive clothing and laser guns. Weapons. They finished their discussion, and everyone was tired, because there was no day and night. They could only look at the time, so they decided to rest for 8 hours first, and then set off. This time they went out and didn't bring Lucky Star and Little Boy. The base boundary has been upgraded to the first level, has a certain defensibility. They brought the children more or less still have some concerns. But Lin Xiaojin for security reasons still left the blizzard here. But is the blizzard? The iron-eating beast Tuan Tuan was also placed in the room by Lin Xiaojin. For Tuan Tuan it is just a place to sleep. But if there is danger, Tuan Tuan will also wake up from its slumber. Although Tuan Tuan was only an iron eater, it had a strong fighting ability, and with a level 5 blast wind, it was enough to deal with it for a while. If they encountered danger, the base's boundary would send out a warning, and at that time, they would rush back in the airship. With the speed of the airship, it would only take a minute or two. After making all these preparations, Lin Xiaojin instructed Little Boy and Lucky Star to stay at the base and left them a lot of food, some fruits and snacks. And of course, toys are also indispensable, in order to prevent them from being bored. Lin Xiaojin also deliberately put a tablet, so that they can watch cartoons and so on. After instructing everything about the base, they were ready to head to that mountain cave again. It wasn't like they didn't have places they wanted to go over to. A few days ago, Lin Xiaojin had piloted his airship to check out the surrounding area and found that the large and small mountain caves around here were even more densely populated. And not only that, the surrounding environment was also harsh, apart from the area around their base, which was still a bit safer. This planet Camel was dangerous everywhere. They were fortunate to have airships. Those who didn't have airships wanted to walk on planet Carmel to find a safe base that was simply too difficult. It had to be said that Lin Xiaojin was really lucky that they were able to find a good base when they went straight to planet Carmel. I don't know how many people had died in the hidden dangers of planet Camo. This time, with the arrangement of the last plan, Lin Xiaojin did not participate in the killing, and was only responsible for picking up the broken crystals that fell down. However, although Lin Xiaojin did not participate in hunting bloodthirsty monsters, she would also assist from the side. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han were still in charge of attracting the bloodthirsty monsters at the mouth of the cave. Fortunately, these bloodthirsty monsters didn't have much intelligence, or else they wouldn't have succeeded every time they were attracted. Only the bloodthirsty monsters that were attracted at the very beginning were at a minimum. Only a few. Or at the most they would go more than 10. And then a wave of more than 20 would appear. The few of them would probably be able to deal with more than 10 at a time. And the ones with more than 20 would have to retreat for the time being. Otherwise, the constant stream of bloodthirsty monsters that followed would cause them to deal with them, consuming even more physical strength and alien energy. This time, Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and Zhang Wan worked together quite well. Zhang Wang's fire ability was also very good at restraining bloodthirsty monsters. This guy was afraid of bright and hot things. Zhang Wan's fire was also supported by Wang Han's wind system. And for a while, it blocked a lot of the later bloodthirsty monsters. Xi and Li's Bao condensed ice arrows, and Lin Xiaoran's figurations could figuratively control a bloodthirsty monster by creating a cage in an instant. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was at the back picking up the shattered crystals dropped by those hacked-to-death bloodthirsty monsters. It had to be said that this was a lot faster in terms of effectiveness. Before long, Lin Xiaojin had already picked up 10 broken crystals. Zhao's thunder system is so strong. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Xiao Nuo could use a wide range of lightning, like countless thunder whips, to control the bloodthirsty monsters that flew out. Zhang Wang looked at Xiao Nuo's thunder system. A level 6 ability. He was only level 4 now, but he would get stronger in the future. Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin, and Wang Han, with level 6 psychic abilities, were still more than enough to deal with these bloodthirsty monsters alone. But groups of bloodthirsty monsters are a bit of a problem. After all, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Lin Xiaojin saw that the time was almost up, and she saw that the bloodthirsty monsters were flying out of the cave not far away. This time, the number was doubled from before. "Let's retreat," Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. The others heard Lin Xiaojin's voice and retreated backwards. Xiao Nuo, along with Zhang Wang and Wang Han, the 3 of them released their supernatural abilities at the same time to block the bloodthirsty monsters that were trying to chase them out from behind. 1 hour later, they had returned to the base. This time, we got a whole 11 pieces of broken crystals, Lin Xiaojin said with some excitement. The shattered crystals they got today were several times what they got before. It was enough to make them happy. Looks like we were right to change our tactics after all, Xi said with a smile. Let's continue tomorrow. We'll try to upgrade the base boundary to level 2 in a few days. Then we'll exchange the energy liquid, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Hearing the talk of redeeming energy liquid, Zhou Yingying and also Xi and Li's 2 eyes lit up. The energy liquid would allow them to increase their ability level, which was enough to make their hearts flutter. Otherwise the difference in ability levels would be too large, and they were afraid of dragging their feet in this final ultimate stop. The second level of the base boundary required 100 of the shattered crystals, and the third level required 1,000 of them, at least until the darkness came to at least upgrade the base boundary to level 2. Although a level 3 base defense boundary possessed a certain amount of weapon attacks. For the next few days, they went very smoothly and didn't meet any other group members, attracting bloodthirsty monsters and attacking them every day to get broken crystals. In the whole 7 days, they had already obtained 100 shattered crystals. Great! The boundary will be upgraded to the second level today, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin was also a little excited. The second level defense boundary was even more secure, and Lin Xiaojin directly used the broken crystals to upgrade the base's second level boundary after she finished speaking. Look guys, the base boundary can be taken away if it's upgraded to level 2. Xi and Li saw the description of the second level's boundary upgrade. At this moment a bracelet also appeared on the lift platform. It was a boundary level 2 bracelet. This bracelet also meant that if one left this base and searched for the next base, One could similarly use this defense boundary. This defense bracelet is naturally given to Lin Xiaojin for safekeeping. After all, she has space. No one can grab Lin Xiaojin's things. At this moment, there were still 43 days left before the blackout. And there was still 1 month left. Tomorrow we'll try to exchange 2 bottles of energy liquid to try, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Energy liquid. Something that boosted alien abilities. Was something that everyone was still interested in. Just as everyone was preparing to rest. The base boundary suddenly issued an early warning. There are outsiders lingering nearby, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the warning message on the big screen. At the second level of the boundary, the surrounding 1,000 meters would be under the monitoring of the boundary. It's the other participating groups, Xiao Nuo said with a frown. Hearing that it was the other participating groups, the crowd tensed up. They hadn't encountered any other participating groups when they arrived at Planet Camo. Moreover, they could be in a hostile relationship with the other participating groups, killing each other in order to get points. Surviving on Planet Camo was then a matter of killing the other groups to gain points in order to win the final victory. But nowadays, none of them seemed to be killing each other right now. Instead, they were first trying to find out how they could survive on Planet Camo, which was perhaps a consensus among all the participants. After all, if they couldn't even survive, how could they still kill other participants to gain points? The outer perimeter of the base. This base has already been occupied by other contestant groups. And there seems to be defense boundaries, a man said with a frown. They had already searched for several places on Planet Camo. But basically all the good bases had been occupied. I told you that the last base was pretty good. It's just a bit shabby and small. It's good enough to be able to live in. And now finding a base is just being occupied. One of the women complained. Some bases were like big villas, like the one Lin Xiaojin was living in. And there were also bases that were just a small 100 square foot square. There were also bases that were even smaller, 20 square feet even. Captain, do we choose to capture it or continue looking for others? The man asked. The taller man, who had been silent, looked at the large villa in front of him. And likewise the people inside were all looking at him. If he wanted to capture it, Lin Xiaojin and the others naturally wouldn't sit around and wait. The battle between the two sides was imminent, and Lin Xiaojin and the others were all ready to respond. But unexpectedly the people outside did not choose to attack them, but silently left. Xianli looked at the screen and said incredulously, "They left. Surprisingly, they didn't fight us." Zhou Yingying said in wonder, "We shouldn't be fighting now. After all, everyone is still unfamiliar on Planet Camo. And there's the threat of the bloodthirsty monster." Lin Xiaojin analyzed. Now that the participating group has a large number of people, even if they get a few points, it's useless. Besides, this point says that it can be accumulated. It means that a participating group, if he gets 50 points, if he hunts their group, not only will he get the corresponding points, their group's points will also be obtained by them. That's why the later stage was the most crucial. There was no time limit for this competition, so people wouldn't do it easily if they couldn't figure it out again. Just as Lin Xiaojin said, this was also what they took into account. Although they left, Lin Xiaojin and the others wouldn't take it lightly. Someone had already discovered this place, and they didn't know if they would come back. We'll move separately for now. Someone has to stay at the base to watch over the house, Lin Xiaojin said. Right. What if they come back? Don't rob our base then, Zhou Yingying said. It seems that in the future, not only do we have to go slash bloodthirsty monsters, but we also have to look after the house, Zhang Wang said with a frown. I'll go with Xiao and Lin Xiaojin, Wang Han said from the side. The three of them were strong and went out to cut down the bloodthirsty monsters with some speed. Take me with you, Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and said, in this case, the rest of the brothers, as well as Zhang Wish and Xianli, you guys will take a turn every day. Good. Zhang Wang. Zhou Yingying nodded. Brother Lin Xiaoran didn't have any opinions either. Right now, he could only improve his strength. Almost every day, brother was improving his supernatural abilities. Not only his brother, even Zhou Yingying and Zhang Wang didn't immediately come back to rest. They would also take out time to cultivate. Right now, everyone had a tight thread over their heads, and every day was very tense. Including Lin Xiaojin would also give them space water to drink every day. The space water contained energy that could help enhance their psychic abilities. The next few days were like this again. taking turns to go outside to cut down the bloodthirsty monsters. Those who stayed at home were responsible for keeping an eye on Lucky Star and Little Boy. And they were all cultivating non-stop in the base. Even Zhou Yingying, who usually didn't practice much, was very hardworking nowadays. Lin Xiaojin, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo, plus Xian Li. The four of them walked towards those densely packed caves. They had walked this road countless times, so they were very familiar with it. There's some strange odor in the air here, like the smell of burning, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Burning odor? I don't smell it. Xian Li sniffed hard and didn't find the burning odor that Lin Xiaojin was talking about. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both didn't smell it either. But they knew that Lin Xiaojin's sense of smell was also very sensitive. So they still believed what Lin Xiaojin said. It's probably because someone came here. Just as Lin Xiaojin's words were finished, a sound of cannon blasts could be heard coming from the front. There really is someone. Xian Li was surprised. Hide first, Xiao Nuo said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li hurriedly hid at a mountain range to the side. Planet Camel was filled with these layered mountain ranges. It's those people. They really haven't left. Lin Xiaojin recognized them at once. Those people were the ones who had passed by their base yesterday. At first, Lin Xiaojin and the others thought that they had come to rob their base. But then they didn't choose to do it. However, they had actually discovered this place, and followed their example of hunting bloodthirsty monsters here. Lin Xiaojin roughly looked at them. They were a total of 6 people. 4 of them were all water-type exotics. And 2 of them were mist-type exotics. Those water-type adepts are all at least level 5 in rank. Xian Li said with some envy. You're almost level 5 too. Lin Xiaojin comforted Xian Li and said. Well? Xian Li nodded. These days she had not only drunk Lin Xiaojin's space water, but she was also slowly absorbing a cold water be given by Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li's water system nowadays was more on the cold side. Condensing ice arrows, or ice water droplets or something like that. The water that Xian Li condensed was also a bit colder than the water condensed by other people. Drinking Xian Li's condensed water in the summer felt like it had been left in the fridge overnight. They're hunting bloodthirsty monsters here. What do we do? Xian Li asked. It wasn't wise to start a conflict now. Although Lin Xiaojin felt that the strength of those ones was actually something they were fully capable of dealing with. Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, Lin Xiaojin, and the 3 of them were all level 6 Alterans. Although they only had 4 people. The other side had 6 people. But there was only one water-type alien on the other side, who was level 6. The rest were all level 5. We can wait until they get tired of hunting. We'll be on. Lin Xiaojin made a neck-wiping gesture towards the 3 of them. Xian Li was still a bit nervous after seeing this, wondering if such a decision would be a bit risky. But the time was right here. It was impossible to just miss it. The first day they entered this planet, they already knew the rules here. Other than their own team members, everyone else was an enemy. Xiao Nuo and Wang Han or Lin Xiaojin. The 3 of them silently glanced at each other and already thought of a method. Lin Xiaojin asked Xian Li to assist at the back, preferably releasing cold arrows to get them injured and to attract the opponent's attention. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, instantly moved in and first barreled the level 6 alien. After settling on a plan for the time being, they quietly waited for the right moment. The water and fog systems dealt low damage against the bloodthirsty monsters, unlike the thunder and fire systems that had a restraining effect on the bloodthirsty monsters. Those people released a thick fog. I can't see it anymore. Xian Li frowned and said. Those people are going to run. They can't fight so many bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin said sharply. It's now. After Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, his body disappeared out of thin air and had instantly moved into the thick fog. Xian Li was still about to say something when Xiao Nuo and Wang Han both disappeared almost simultaneously. So fast. Xian Li couldn't help but say. But she also reacted very quickly, taking out her bow and condensing 4 ice arrows, aiming them in the direction of the thick fog. If someone ran out, she would be the first to shoot them. The fog didn't affect Lin Xiaojin's vision, but these fogs had a certain amount of toxins. But this was nothing to Lin Xiaojin's super strong physique. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved behind a man, and the laser blade barrels directly into the man's body. However, with the defensive suit worn on his body, Lin Xiaojin's first slash didn't barrel him to death. Someone. The man realized the danger and hurriedly informed his other partners. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect that he didn't barrel to death with his first slash. It seems that the defensive suit needs to be calculated as well. On the other side, Xiao Nua and Wang Han both had quick hands. The water system encountered the thunder system itself would add the thunder system ability. Don't kill me. I'll give you broken crystals. One of the women cried out. However, Xiao Nua and Wang Han did not give them a chance and cleanly resolved their opponents. However, they still let one of them run away. And although they ran out, they received 3 ice arrows from Xian Li immediately after, 2 of which hit their bodies. Even if they ran away, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to survive for long. So Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't go after them, because there were still a few bloodthirsty monsters behind them that were heading towards their attack. Originally, these bloodthirsty monsters were attacking the group of people. Those people had already been taken care of by Lin Xiaojin and the others. So these bloodthirsty monsters switched to attacking them. In the eyes of their group of bloodthirsty monsters, there was no difference. Xiao Nua and Wang Han dragged the bloodthirsty monsters, while Lin Xiaojin quickly put the trophies into space and collected a few broken crystals in the meantime, and then brought Xiao Nua and Wang Han to directly instantly leave in situ. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua and Wang Han to directly teleport next to Xian Li. Go! Lin Xiaojin said in a sharp voice. The 4 of them hurriedly ran back, but the group of bloodthirsty monsters behind them didn't chase after them. Instead, they were munching on those corpses. Not long after, those individual corpses were devoured by the bloodthirsty monsters. The entry device showed that their Chen Blue Star team had gained 6 points. That person who was shot by Xian Li and fled didn't manage to survive either. This time is simply too exciting, Xian Li said as she held back her frantically beating heart. But for Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them, it seemed to be something they were used to. Because when they were in the Green Plant Planet, they had encountered a lot more chases than this. The harvest this time isn't small either, Lin Xiaojin said happily. That Water Mist Star Squad was of average strength. And on Planet Camo, there were strong participating groups. And of course, there would be weak ones as well. They encountered a relatively weak one this time. Lin Xiaojin dared to sneak attack. If they encountered a well-equipped one with strong supernormal abilities, she wouldn't bother sneaking attacking. She would just turn her head and run. This time they are also considered to solve a hidden danger. After all, someone found their base. Later on, even though this hidden danger was lifted, Lin Xiaojin and the others still took turns to hunt bloodthirsty monsters. Because if the first group discovered their base, there would be a second group. A third group. The defensive suits they're wearing are all low grade, with little protection, and their weapons are also very average, Lin Xiaojin said. Such a squad would have been swallowed up by the others even if they hadn't encountered them. There are only 7 pieces of broken crystals. Tomorrow, after getting 3 pieces, you can exchange 1 energy liquid to try, Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. The 7 points that she got today didn't make the list either. Right now, all the participating groups didn't have point rankings and didn't know what would happen. But this was not Lin Xiaojin's concern. The main thing now was the broken crystals. Get more broken crystals to upgrade the boundary and exchange for energy liquid. This was the main thing. The next few days, Lin Xiaojin, although they are all rotating, and not in the occurrence of other things, but with the grinding faster and faster, killing bloodthirsty monsters became a lot smoother. And when darkness came, they realized how weak the bloodthirsty monsters were during the day. However, none of them were aware of it yet, and continued to go hunting bloodthirsty monsters every day. Having saved enough 20 broken crystals, Lin Xiaojin planned to exchange a bottle today to try the effect first, hoping it wasn't an IQ tax. The broken crystals were placed on the screen, and then a similar space circle appeared. This kind of space circle, every time it opens, Lin Xiaojin has a sense of deja vu. Soon 10 broken crystals were exchanged for a bottle of energy liquid. Put in the hand, only a small bottle, like oral fluid, almost as small. Lin Xiaojin looked at others, some bright crystal eyes. She smiled. Fairness, let's draw lots to decide. After all, the broken crystals everyone has contributed. No problem. With luck, Zhou Yingying said. The first time they drew lots, Lin Xiaojin drew. Lin Xiaojin looked at the other people who were somewhat lost in their eyes, except for his own brother and Xiao Nuo, who both had excited expressions. For them, Lin Xiaojin getting it was just as happy as them getting it. Lin Xiaojin looked at the bottle of energy liquid. She turned her hand and gave it to her brother. His brother's alien ability was level 4. If he had this bottle of energy liquid, he might be able to raise it to level 5. For the level 6 body genes, Lin Xiaojin didn't have much use. In part, her space level was only level 4 today. Except that Lin Xiaojin had never dared to upgrade her space. Space upgrades required a lot of time. Who knew how long her space would be closed for this space upgrade? With the energy Lin Xiaojin had stored, her space was able to be upgraded 2 levels in a row. Even so, Lin Xiaojin hadn't let the space be upgraded. She would only consider upgrading her space when this ultimate level was over. And if their planet was able to enter the galaxy this time, they might be able to return to their planet. Although their home planet was in disrepair, it was their home after all. So perhaps they would be able to re-establish their planet. Give it to me? Lin Xiaoran said in surprise. But seeing his sister's eyes, he understood what Lin Xiaojin meant. Good. Lin Xiaoran didn't reject Lin Xiaojin's good intentions. He also knew that his own alien ability level wasn't very high nowadays. Everyone else didn't say anything either. Although Xian Li and Zhou Yinging also wanted to get the energy liquid just as much. Both of them watched curiously as Lin Xiaoran took the energy liquid, which had instructions on it to drink it directly. I'll try, Lin Xiaoran said calmly. In fact, the effect of the first bottle was still unknown to everyone. Of course, although the instructions showed that the energy liquid could boost energy, the first one to drink it was also considered a guinea pig. Brother, I'll try, Lin Xiaojin said, and took the energy liquid back again. Lin Xiaojin poured a drop out onto her hand just to be on the safe side. A drop of energy liquid instantly saturated Lin Xiaojin's skin. How is it? Zhou Yinging, who was on the side, couldn't help but say with curiosity. It's feeling a surge of energy, Lin Xiaojin said truthfully, then handed the rest of the energy liquid to Lin Xiaoran. Brother, try it, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran didn't hesitate and directly dried a bottle of energy liquid. Except that the taste of this energy liquid was really a bit hard to drink. Not only was the taste sticky, the flavor was also strangely bitter. But Lin Xiaoran still endured and drank it. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but frown. It was really hard to drink to the extreme. But just after Lin Xiaoran went down, Lin Xiaoran felt that his whole body surged up with a special energy. The crowd all watched from the sidelines and didn't go up to disturb. After about 10 minutes or so, Lin Xiaoran opened his eyes. This thing can indeed boost my psychic abilities, Lin Xiaoran said. Having just drank the bottle, it had been raised to level 5. But it had a recession period. However, this stuff has a time limit. 2 hours at most, Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. Ah! Zhou Yinging was surprised. This energy liquid isn't a long-lasting enhancement. That means it's an energy liquid that can temporarily enhance the supernatural ability, Xian Li said with a slight frown. Yes, but some of the energy will also remain in the body, Lin Xiaoran said. The description of the energy liquid doesn't have this point. What a pit, Xian Li said. This was considered a waste of 10 broken crystals for nothing. It's not useless. Let's strive to redeem a bottle per person. It's also useful to be able to temporarily improve our strength, Lin Xiaojin said. That's true. Zhang Wish nodded in agreement. Rest for a while, and we'll continue to cut down the bloodthirsty monsters. Strive to fetch more shattered crystals before darkness comes, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. It wasn't just about exchanging broken crystals for energy fluid. It was also about saving broken crystals to upgrade the base boundary. Lin Xiaojin intuited that the base's boundary must be very useful. I hope we can upgrade to at least the 3rd level of the base boundary when the darkness comes, Xian Li said hopefully. What was needed to upgrade to the 3rd level was a whole 1,000 broken crystals, meaning that a full 1,000 bloodthirsty monsters had to be killed. Let's hunt as many as we can. Into our greatest endeavor, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nu and Wang Han, who hadn't said much, frowned. Lin Xiaojin could see that Xiao Nu seemed to have something to say. Lin Xiaojin asked. Xiao Nu, what's wrong? I'm afraid things aren't that simple, Xiao Nu said heavily. If this is how the bloodthirsty monster strength is during its weak period during the day, then what will it be like during its active period at night? Xiao Nu said calmly. This idea. It was true that none of them had thought about it yet, including Lin Xiaojin, who only wanted to shatter the crystals, raise the boundary, and improve her strength. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiaojin had space. Even if she felt there was danger, Lin Xiaojin was someone who had a back way out, so she didn't think about it as much. And these bloodthirsty monsters can fly. Although they fly slowly during the day, will they still be so slow at night? Wang Han followed suit. Not only that, The caves here are so densely packed that there's no telling how many bloodthirsty monsters there are. The key is that our base isn't very far from the bloodthirsty monster's lair. Xiao Nua frowned and said, Buzz. These latter words seemed to have taught the crowd a lesson in their heads, ringing a huge alarm bell. Yeah. Their base wasn't very far from the bloodthirsty monster's den. If darkness came, their base might be surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters. After Xiao Nua's words, the atmosphere of the air became grave. Everyone frowned, thinking about Xiao Nua's words. They only felt like a blow to the head. After a long time, Lin Xiaoran frowned tightly and said, Now it seems that if we don't choose another base, then we have to upgrade the boundary. That cave was densely packed with bloodthirsty monsters. There was no telling how many there were. The second level of the junction could resist the attacks of white bloodthirsty monsters at the same time. But I'm afraid there were more than just 100 in that cave. Right? The boundary also needed shattered crystals to replenish its energy. Would it be too late for us to look for other bases at this time? Xian Li said with some uncertainty. There was no map showing the bases on planet Camel. And to go looking for other bases, it was entirely a matter of exploring by luck. Moreover, everyone had already stayed on planet Camel for so many days. And with darkness approaching, it was more or less impulsive to go looking for a base at this time. What if a suitable base wasn't found? Or if a suitable base was found, and there were bloodthirsty monsters around, then what? Still, Xiao Nua's words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. How about, I pilot the airship around tomorrow? Survey the surrounding terrain, Lin Xiaojin said. After they came here, they went out to hunt bloodthirsty monsters every day. And apart from the first day, when they surveyed the surrounding terrain, they hadn't gone out after that. In that case, Lin Xiaojin, you take one person to survey the terrain. And Xiao and I will stay behind to hunt bloodthirsty monsters, Wang Han said. The two of them, Xiao Nu and Wang Han, were still relatively strong. After all, the bloodthirsty monsters needed to be hunted. The three of us are going to hunt the bloodthirsty monsters, Zhang Wandan said on the side. Wang Han nodded, and Xiao Nua didn't refuse. Then I'll stay home, Zhou Yingying said with great self-awareness. Now that Xian Li and Lin Xiaoran were left, the two of them coincidentally looked at Lin Xiaojin. I'm just going to explore tomorrow. I can't use that many people, Lin Xiaojin said. Then I'll stay home with Yingying, Xian Li said. That's fine too, Lin Xiaojin nodded. In that case, Lin Xiaojin would have a chance to be alone with her brother. In fact, she had always wanted to try and see if her brother could enter the space or think of a way to do so. If the kind of tattoo that could connect with Xiao Nua, she and her brother also had, that would be good. Lin Xiaojin's head flashed with the Wood Elf's kiss. And that was what gave her a connection with the Wood Elves. Not only that, wood plants would also have a natural closeness to Lin Xiaojin. A closeness that if she encountered a mutated plant wouldn't actively attack Lin Xiaojin. After everyone rested for a few hours, they each set off. Lin Xiaojin took out the airship from space and brought Lin Xiaoran with her. And the two prepared to just take a turn around. Lin Xiaojin released Green Star to pilot the airship. Now Green Star had a very advanced knowledge reserve. All of this knowledge was learnt from Coldwater City at the time. After all, Coldwater Star was a planet within the galaxy at the time. The advanced knowledge possessed within it was all intergalactic. Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran both got on the airship. Lin Xiaojin asked Green Star to just check out the nearby 500 kilometers. Once the two of them got on the airship, Lin Xiaojin offered to see if he could let Lin Xiaoran enter into his own space, so that if he encountered danger, his brother would be protected. Can I? Lin Xiaoran was a little surprised to hear that, but knew that Lin Xiaojin's space seemed to be something that other people couldn't get into except Xiao Nua and Xiao Bazi. I'll try. Don't resist, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Good. Lin Xiaojin tried to take her brother into the space, but was met with a wave of obstruction. Lin Xiaoran didn't feel any fluctuation. Lin Xiaoran saw the loss on Lin Xiaojin's face. He comforted. It's okay. Lin Xiaojin shook her head, a little lost inside. But her guess was wrong? Xiao Bazi had a blood relationship with her in order to enter her space. It was said that her brother also had half-blood relationship with herself. Could there also be Xiao Nua's relationship? How could she get the others to enter her space as well? Did she have to make a whole thing like the Wood Elf's kiss as well? It would be great if they could make door cards to enter her space. Although Lin Xiaojin had ideas, there was nothing she could do now. Lin Xiaoran could see his sister's loss, and hurriedly consoled Lin Xiaojin. Not now. Maybe in the future. Xiaojin doesn't need to think too much. Let nature take its course. Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Although Lin Xiaojin had some comfort, she still had thoughts in this regard, thinking about how she would be able to create a door card to enter her space in the future. However, this kind of thing couldn't be thought of overnight. So Lin Xiaojin also put it on her mind for the time being. The key thing now was how to be able to survive on planet Camo. The speed of the airship was very fast. It was heaven and earth compared to the speed of the flying machine. Within 10 minutes the surrounding routes had been scanned. There are no other bases around. Only large forests of plants and mountains. There are no other lifeforms around. Green Star said. Should we check further away? With the speed of the ship it's fast. Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran nodded. Since he had come out, he would explore more. Soon, Green Star piloted the airship towards the west. Lifeforms detected below this mountain range. Green Star said, and dropped out the image scanned by the spaceship. The red dots in it were too dense to count. And these were feared to be bloodthirsty monsters. It seems that these bloodthirsty monsters are all over planet Camo. It's still that there's a chance to hunt other groups. Dealing with these bloodthirsty monsters is hard enough. Lin Xiaojin wrinkled his brows and said. It seemed like they were able to hunt other groups last time. And they had picked up a bargain for nothing. Unexpectedly, there were bloodthirsty monsters everywhere on this Camille planet. Lin Xiaojin and the others checked around some more, and found other participating groups as well. But they didn't disturb them. Among them, Lin Xiaojin also found other bases. But they were all occupied. Only occupied bases would light up. But most of the base boundaries were level 1. Lin Xiaojin saw that it was almost time. So he returned to the base with Lin Xiaoran. In the base, Xiao Nua and the others hadn't returned yet. How's it going? Seeing Lin Xiaojin's siblings return, Zhou Yingying couldn't wait to ask. Lin Xiaojin simply told Zhou Yingying and also Xian Li about the surroundings. Heavens! It's not just our place that's full of bloodthirsty monsters. It's everywhere else as well. Zhou Yingying frowned. This was too terrifying. Yes, there are bases in other places around us as well. But they've all been taken over. Lin Xiaojin continued. Lin Xiaojin found that all these participating groups seemed to have a tacit understanding that none of them made a move to hunt the other participating groups. But instead, they all chose to hunt the bloodthirsty monsters first to raise the base boundary. It seemed that everyone still had a very tacit understanding. But of course, they did not exclude the kind that bumped into each other. In about 2 hours or so, Xiao Nua and Wang Han also came back. Without Lin Xiaojin's help, their speed of picking up broken crystals was much slower. So today's harvest wasn't a lot. Only 7 broken crystals. They knew that the energy liquid was useful for temporarily boosting their strength. So they didn't plan on exchanging it here. See if they could strive to be able to save up to 1,000 shattered crystals at the end of the day. There was still a lot of pressure. There wasn't much to explore in the surroundings now. Not only were they full of bloodthirsty monsters here, but everywhere else as well. And most of the bases seemed to have been taken over. They could only stay here for the time being now, and try to get the 1,000 shattered crystals. Time still had 50 more days to go before they would enter the darkness. Feeling the time every day, they were still under considerable pressure. In the past, they would rest for 8 hours. Now they had all shrunk to 6 hours. Almost all of them were taking turns to go out and hunt bloodthirsty monsters. We've still gained quite a lot in these few days, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly. The increasingly skillful hunting techniques combined with their mutual cooperation now enabled them to quickly hunt down the bloodthirsty monsters. And Lin Xiaojin collected the broken crystals. They had taken a total of more than 30 broken crystals today. And today was the day they got the most broken crystals. For the next 10 days, there were still 40 days until the Black Night. They had barely heard of it. And probably the shorter the time until the Black Night got, the more nervous they became. We got 50 broken crystals today, Lin Xiaojin said happily. Another breakthrough. The number of shattered crystals they got in the last few days was increasing. In that case, in the next 40 days, they might actually be able to save up to 1,000 shattered crystals. In which case, they would be able to upgrade the base's boundary to the 3rd level. Great. Zhou Yingying also couldn't help but say happily. Although everyone was happy, there was still a distance to the shattered crystal upgrade. And no one dared to take it lightly. I don't know if it's because I've been under too much pressure in my heart lately. I've been cultivating every day. And I'm about to be promoted to the 4th level, Zhou Yingying said. when she used to be in the Black Iron Star. She was really living one day at a time. Although she also cultivated but not as diligently as Xianli cultivated. Recently when she arrived here, the atmosphere of everyone was either cultivating or upgrading their physical qualities. So she had been very hardworking lately as well. That's great. Let me know when you're upgrading. I can channel some of the Heart of Grass and Wood's energy to you. I guarantee you'll pass the 4th level. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Lin Xiaojin's Heart of Grass and Wood got quite a lot in the Green Value Star back then. So she still had a stock of it. And she also found out that she could transition to other people's Heart of Grass and Wood to enhance her energy when she upgraded. The rest of the Grasswood Heart, she actually did not want to give it to others. After all, her body's genes also needed to absorb the Grasswood Heart. Although the energy of the Grasswood Heart was now not very useful for Lin Xiaojin's qualities anymore. But Lin Xiaojin hadn't found any other way to enhance her body genes yet. Absorbing the Heart of Grass and Wood was still useful to her for the time being. Thank you, Xiaojin. Zhou Yingying thanked with a smile from her heart. It was also very difficult for all of them, who had traveled all the way from Qinlanxing to now. And now was even more of a time when they needed to support each other. Everyone was not polite. And after chatting for a few moments, Lin Xiaojin took out the meal that Lan Zhan had prepared in space long ago. Lan Zhan is studying new dishes again. The smell makes my mouth water. Zhou Yingying said excitedly, seeing the dishes on the dining table. These days, for 3 meals a day, Lan Zhan would prepare them in space, and then Lin Xiaojin would bring them out. After everyone had finished eating, the dishes would all be put away in space by Lin Xiaojin. It had to be said that the few little elves that coalesced out of Lin Xiaojin's space had really helped them a lot. There's no need to say anything about Lan Zhan's craftsmanship. That's so delicious. Xianli also praised. Lan Zhan was originally a genius with a high IQ, and had often read various recipes. Almost Qinlanxing's dishes he already knew. It was just a pity that there were no food practices in those materials in Cold Water City. However, Lan Zhan has recently been studying planting again. The space of vegetables and fruits are Lan Zhan in charge. Even in Lan Zhan also mixed varieties planted some high-quality peculiar fruits. Time flies. In the blink of an eye more than 20 days have passed. And there are 10 days left before the darkness comes. In the first 10 days, they killed the bloodthirsty monsters, and they seem to have become much weaker. So for those 10 days, Lin Xiaojin and the others were able to get almost 50 shattered crystals almost every day. And the most they ever got was over 100 shattered crystals. Now they had long since saved enough 1,000 broken crystals. And soon the base boundary would be upgraded to the 3rd level. Have you guys noticed that the bloodthirsty monster wants to get stronger so badly lately? Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, Yeah. Not only have they become stronger, but there are only a few dozen bloodthirsty monsters that go out each time. And those that follow behind have also become more numerous. Xianli said with a frown. The first 20 days went well for them. And there was even a period of time in the middle where they clearly felt that it was a weak period for the bloodthirsty monsters. And it was even obvious that they were still a bit weaker than usual. But in these last few days, they felt that the bloodthirsty monsters seemed to have recovered again. And they even became stronger. Does it have something to do with it being almost dark? Lin Xiaoran said. At the moment, the sky of planet Camel was about 5.6 o'clock on Qinlanxing. There were still 10 days until darkness. And Camille was turning into a mixed dark light. It's possible. Shono, who hadn't said much, said. It seems like there isn't much time left for us. Lin Xiaojin said heavily. Now that they had upgraded to a level 3 base boundary, they had at least stopped the panic. I'm afraid that we'll get fewer and fewer shattered crystals in the future this way, Xianli said with some concern. In fact, Xianli was completely wrong. The Black Knight bloodthirsty monsters swarmed crazily. And there were hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters casually out at that time. At that time, they had seen the horror of the Black Knight, and were glad that they had insisted on upgrading the boundary to the 3rd level. There were still 3 days left in the countdown to Black Knight, and they received a message from the Starshine competition at the same time, reminding them that there were still 3 more days until Black Knight, and that the bloodthirsty monsters were going to gradually awaken after 3 days. They hoped that they would be able to survive the first wave of bloodthirsty monster attacks. Only then did Lin Xiaojin realize that the ones they were hunting nowadays were all ordinary bloodthirsty monsters, which was the first wave of attacks. Fortunately, the second wave of bloodthirsty monsters were the ones that would come out on the second dark night. One wave was more powerful than the other wave of bloodthirsty monsters. These wouldn't end until the number of participating groups on the entire planet Camille dropped to only 100. Not only was the ability to survive tested, but what was also wanted was points. With each passing darkness, their position would shrink. This is similar to the chicken game we play, Xianli said breathlessly. It's more or less different. For example, this is a real-life version, and it's still deadly. Besides, it's not a poison ring out there. It's a bloodthirsty monster. Xianli sighed. But there didn't seem to be any difference between the bloodthirsty monsters and the poison circle. In any case, they just kept shrinking. In that case, we'll have to kill each other when the time comes, Lin Xiaojin said convincingly. If not for the fact that Planet Camille was so big and there were so many dangers, how could it still be possible to concentrate on hunting others? With all the bloodthirsty monsters in the periphery like this, they had to run to the same place. But luckily, it was only the first stage now as well. I knew this competition wasn't that simple, giving us this kind of restriction without a time limit. Xianli frowned indignantly. This dog-blooded match. Zhou Yingying also couldn't help but spit. However, everyone spat as much as they spat. But they also knew the seriousness of the matter nowadays. Luckily, their get boundary could be taken away once they had upgraded it to level 2. And now they had upgraded it to level 3. At this moment, there is just 1 day left from the darkness. The sky of the whole Campbell planet is like Shin launching 7 o'clock. The activity of the bloodthirsty monsters was clearly felt when they went out to hunt them 2 days ago. Tomorrow will be dark, Zhou Yingying said with some uneasiness. Darkness is like day to bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin thought of the information and said, moreover, bloodthirsty monsters were particularly sensitive to light sources. So when darkness came, they couldn't turn on the lights in the base. Otherwise they would attract bloodthirsty monsters to attack. 3 months of not seeing daylight all. This was even worse than a cellar. We can't switch on any lights at night. So after 3 months pass, will my eyes not be able to see anything? Zhou Yingying said with a crying face. We have night vision devices. Even though it's in the dark, but you can still see clearly, Lin Xiaojin said. Luckily, there was high technology that could assist them. Otherwise, it would be hard to imagine what it was like to not be able to see the sunlight for 100 days. In this way, they released back to the days in Shenlong planet. The days of Aurora Borealis. But nowadays, their strength and also their equipment were too much higher than before. Despite their equipment, everyone was still a bit nervous about facing such a long dark night. I don't know why. But during the day, they seemed to still feel somewhat secure. Even if they could sleep with the curtains drawn and the light blocking blindfolds on. But the dark night, pitch black, always made people lose their sense of security. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky outside. In a few hours darkness would come completely. All the participating groups on planet Camel seemed to be nervously watching this. Let's not worry about all that first. Let's eat and drink well now, Lin Xiaojin said. She took out quite a few snacks from her space. Little Good and Pink Star, Little Bun were all very happy to see the snacks. Although there were quite a few snacks in space, Lin Xiaojin rarely gave them all food. Is this the latest fruit cultivated by Lan Zhan? Xianli saw a fruit that resembled a 5-pointed star. Right. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Xianli picked it up and took a bite. Couldn't tell the flavor, but it was quite sweet, with a little bit of cucumber's crispness. It is estimated that Lan Zhan does not know what to take with the cucumber crossbreeding out of the new variety. This hybrid out of the new varieties, energy than other fruits and vegetables more or less double it. Maybe with the tree elves in her space-rooted relationship. Lin Xiaojin's space plants are extraordinarily energetic, and the speed of maturation was also very fast. Dozens of times faster than other plants. The few of them simply couldn't finish eating the fruits and vegetables in their space. Time passed by, and the entire planet Camel was plunged into darkness. Planet Camel doesn't even have a moon. Zhou Yingying spat. The pitch-black environment made one sense of hearing sharp. Everyone had also brought their night vision devices with them. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Xiao didn't bring them. The two equally possessed the skill of being able to see in the dark. Compared to Lin Xiaojin, Mu Xiuyu's sight was even further away. In the darkness of the night, Mu Xiubian's golden pupils became a little more obvious, as well as Blast Wind's red pupils. Mu Xiujiu, holding the snacks then looking towards the distance. Her golden pupils flickered. Then her body clutched onto Lin Xiaojin. Much all. Mu Xiuyu's nervous words were spoken with a bit of a stutter. Not far away, the bloodthirsty monsters in the mountain range that were originally huddled together, one by one, they swooped out of the mountain range, densely packed, like a swarm of mosquitoes coming out of their holes, buzzing and stirring up the entire sky. However, these bloodthirsty monsters didn't look like they did before. They now had twice the speed and strength of the daytime, and their blood was corrosive. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't dare to act rashly in the base. They just hoped that they would be able to get through the night safely. There was also a base not far from them, a base that Lin Xiaojin had explored before. Their base was a flat house. Unlike Lin Xiaojin's two-story villa, there were a total of 7 people crammed into this flat house. Our base boundary is only level 1. I don't know if we can resist these bloodthirsty monsters. A woman sighed. Their team members were united in their opinions. Some wanted to collect all the shattered crystals to upgrade to level 2 or level 3. But some wanted to exchange for energy fluid. So all things considered, they would just upgrade to level 1 and each redeem the rest for energy fluid. Their base was square, with only a bedroom, kitchen, living room and bathroom. Now the 7 of them would have to live here for 100 days. A level 1 boundary is enough to ward off some bloodthirsty monsters, as long as we don't go out and actively provoke them. Hiding here won't be dangerous, another man said. The food in this base is simply not enough for us to eat. Everyone must save the nutrient solution recently. Although the nutrient solution can replenish our body nutrients, it can't replenish hunger. Yes, although our bodies don't lack nutrition, we feel hungry every day. They had found quite a lot of food when they first arrived at the base, but they had all eaten up by the end of the last few days. And I don't know if the nutrient solution can last for 100 days. If there's not enough nutrition and not enough food, we can't starve to death here. We can only go to other bases and loot them. Wait, you guys. Look, the latest information. Planet Camel supply materials, which will be distributed in 10 days, are distributed as they come. And the locations where the supplies are distributed are labeled as they come. A total of 10 million will be distributed. Each type of supply is different. There were weapons and food. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and theirs looked at this message at the same time. Isn't this just opening a blind box? What you open counts, Zhou Yingying said. With so many supplies, it might be able to fall to us, Xian Li said with a smile. Hopefully what fell wasn't food. After all, they weren't lacking. If it was weapons, that would be even better. Supplies are not given out during the day, only at night for nothing. It's true that there's no such thing as a free lunch, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. During the daytime, but not a single supply had been given. While in the darkness of the night, supplies were given out every 10 days. A total of 100 days. A total of 10 resupplies. This planet competition wasn't so easy to enter the galaxy. But no one of them wanted to give up even after fighting until this moment. After all, as long as they entered the galaxy, their entire planet added 500 lifespans. The first supply will be issued in 10 days. In the darkness of the night, bloodthirsty monsters are swarming. If they find the base, everyone will think of hiding in the base first. No one will take the risk to come out. But at this moment, with such a great temptation of supplies, those who didn't have food, or didn't have enough food, would definitely risk coming out. But now that there were supplies, many people would not be able to stand the temptation to come out and risk their lives. You guys look at this. Broken crystals exchange supply lucky value. The higher the lucky value, the better the supplies you get. Xian Li discovered the hidden function on the panel. There's actually this kind. Zhang Wish couldn't help but spit it out as well. Lin Xiaojin silently glanced at Lucky Star as she said, "We don't need to redeem this one." Everyone else didn't know that Lucky Star was a pink star person yet, so they didn't quite understand. But they would be able to understand in the near future. Pink star people came with a 50% lucky aura. And it was also possible that this was the pink star people's supernatural ability. As it improved, the aura would also increase. It was a pity that this kind of supernatural ability was not an attacking type of substantial supernatural ability, which was why they were unable to save their planet. In this vast universe, only a strong strength could protect oneself. I didn't realize that this supply opening still required a lucky value, Xian Li exclaimed. Anyway, let's be careful next. Unless the supply falls on our heads, Lin Xiaojin said unintentionally. Otherwise, they wouldn't risk going out of the boundary to look for supplies outside. Even if they were to survive, they would still have to survive until the end. Besides, they also had capital. They didn't lack supplies at all, which was enough to surpass quite a few people. Compared to the daytime. At night, they had plenty of time. They didn't have to go out every day to hunt bloodthirsty monsters. They could only stay in the base. Compared to other bases, this base of theirs was at least well equipped. They couldn't watch TV either, so they just played games together, slept when they were sleepy, and ate when they were hungry. Everyone tried not to make any noise, but the sound of nuisance outside was there all the time. Their base boundary was upgraded to level 3, which could defend against the attacks of thousands of bloodthirsty monsters. But the base boundary also needed to replenish its energy. If they were attacked by bloodthirsty monsters in turn, they would also need broken crystals to replenish the boundary energy. Sure enough, they still needed to follow up on the broken crystals, and they had made an effort to save up some broken crystals before. However, one piece of broken crystal could only replenish 10% of the boundary energy. Now they were left with 8 pieces of broken crystals that could still replenish 80% of the energy. On the first day of darkness, the bloodthirsty monsters buzzed out, and it was unknown what they were doing outside, seemingly searching for something. Their base boundary had a detection system around them, so they were able to see the situation around them on the display screen. The image of these bloodthirsty monsters at night is even more terrifying, Zhou Yingying said. The bloodthirsty monsters at night could be said to be awake, and at night their flying speed became fast. Right now there were about 7-8 dozen bloodthirsty monsters around their base alone. However, these bloodthirsty monsters didn't choose to attack their base. They just hovered around. There doesn't seem to be any other creatures on this planet Camel. Just the bloodthirsty monsters? Xian Li asked curiously. Well, I remember the information that says that planet Camel only has this kind of creature. The bloodthirsty monster. Lin Xiaojin replied in a deep voice. When Lin Xiaojin heard Xian Li ask this, an idea suddenly popped into her head. You guys, do you think that this bloodthirsty monster was specifically put on this planet by those galaxies? Lin Xiaojin asked. When the crowd heard Lin Xiaojin's words, they seemed to have somewhat opened the door to a new world. It's very likely. How else would there only be this kind of creature? Zhou Yingying said. It's probably specifically here to deal with us. Xian Li followed suit. Anyway, as long as we don't go out we should be fine, Zhou Yingying said comfortingly. Hopefully. Lin Xiaojin felt vaguely uneasy. Would these bloodthirsty monsters really stay out honestly? It wouldn't be so simple for the Starshine competition's ultimate level to place them on planet Camel. Lin Xiaojin's guess was correct. On the first day of Black Night, these bloodthirsty monsters didn't make any movements. But as the second day began, the hearing of the bloodthirsty monsters seemed to sharpen a bit. At this time their entry equipment suddenly dazed out a jump in news. The hearing of these bloodthirsty monsters will become more and more sensitive with the time of darkness. And wait until 90 days is the peak of bloodthirsty monsters' hearing. In the last 10 days of darkness, the hearing of these bloodthirsty monsters would rapidly decline. Sensitive hearing? What does that mean? It means that if we make even the slightest sound, it will be heard by the bloodthirsty monsters? Xian Li frowned and said. I suddenly thought of a film. Zhou Yingying said. Silent Land? Zhang Wang said with a frown. He had seen this film before. In it, it was also the end of the world and a monster with a keen sense of hearing appeared. He had to say that this monster seemed to be somewhat similar. Don't you guys think it's quite similar? Zhou Yingying said. If the sense of hearing is sharp, then it would be too much for us. No one can guarantee that we won't make a single sound every day. Zhang Wang frowned. If only we could just sleep for 100 days. Zhou Yingying said. It's a good idea. Lin Xiaojin laughed. If there were hibernation pods, they would directly enter the hibernation pods and sleep for 100 days. Wouldn't the darkness pass easily? It was a pity that they didn't have such a thing as a hibernation pod. Right now we can only try to be as careful as possible. Even though there is a level 3 boundary, we can't take it lightly, Lin Xiaoran said worriedly. Everyone nodded. Mainly because there would be more and more bloodthirsty monsters outside. There are too many. So many more bloodthirsty monsters have popped up outside. Mu Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin looked at the display screen. The number of bloodthirsty monsters around had increased again. It had only been 3 days, and the bloodthirsty monsters outside had gone from dozens to hundreds. No. We have to go out and clean up a wave of them regularly. Otherwise, if so many bloodthirsty monsters gather at our place, if they attack our boundary at the same time, even a level 3 boundary won't be able to carry it. Right? Lin Xiaojin said worriedly. A grade 3 boundary could resist the attacks of thousands of bloodthirsty monsters at the same time. But Lin Xiaojin felt that there would be more and more bloodthirsty monsters out here. And I'm afraid that there would be tens of thousands of them by then. But now that there are so many bloodthirsty monsters outside, how are we going to clear them? Xian Li was a little worried. I can instantly take 2 people with me and go out and kill as many as I can. Will that attract other bloodthirsty monsters over? Wang Han said with some concern. But we can't do nothing like this. Watching the bloodthirsty monsters will only increase. Let's go out and clean up a wave, and we can still get some broken crystals, Zhou Yingying said. Although it's dangerous, it's not a solution for us to sit in the boundary like this. Zhang Wang followed suit. These bloodthirsty monsters didn't attack them now. But it didn't mean they wouldn't follow up. In fact, Lin Xiaojin guessed correctly that these bloodthirsty monsters hadn't reached the time to attack yet. While they were discussing, the entry device sent out a message. The bloodthirsty monsters will launch their first wave of attacks in 24 hours. The first wave of attacks lasts for 12 hours. The crowd was flabbergasted when they saw this message. I knew things weren't that simple. Lin Xiaojin frowned. If we don't take the initiative to attack, these bloodthirsty monsters will also take the initiative to attack us, Xian Li said. These bloodthirsty monsters are artificially controlled. Lin Xiaojin came to one conclusion. Everyone seemed to understand something when they saw this message. Lin Xiaojin's guess was correct. The bloodthirsty monsters on this planet Camille were placed on this planet by people from the galaxy. Sure enough, this ultimate level wouldn't be so simple. First wave of attack in 24 hours. Lasts for 12 hours. Xian Li said with a deep frown. Attacks of bloodthirsty monsters that last 12 hours. The crowd was a little deeply worried. But this was the first wave of attacks, naturally wouldn't be too difficult. The entire dark night would last for a total of 7 waves of attacks. One more than the other. This was only the first time, so the number wasn't too much. Besides, they still had a level 3 boundary that could resist for a while as well. The first wave of attacks. There will be a second wave and a third wave. Is this zombies? One wave after another? Zhou Yingying couldn't help but spit out. Not only do we have to survive the bloodthirsty monsters' attacks, we also have to get points. This is too difficult. Zhang Wang frowned and said. Perhaps this bloodthirsty monster is just a screening. Xiao Nu said heavily. Elimination? Eliminate a group of weak people. And the rest of the people are concentrating in one place and killing to get points. Lin Xiaojin said, as she thought of something when she heard Xiao Nu's words. Lin Xiaoran also nodded along. First eliminating a group of teams that couldn't carry the bloodthirsty monsters. The rest would inevitably be the elite teams. And then after gathering them together, it would be the time to kill each other for points. On the surface, there was no time limit for the ultimate level. But the time was completely controlled by them. Lin Xiaojin was really curious as to who the organizers of the Starshine competition would be that could possess such an ability. The strength had reached a certain level, comparable to a god. Right? But all of this, they couldn't even touch right now. What they were facing now was how to fight the first wave of attacks that would come 24 hours later. A third level base boundary is completely capable of resisting thousands of bloodthirsty monsters attacking. And we still have shattered crystals to replenish our energy. So we should be able to resist for a few hours. Right? Xian Li said conjecturally. We don't know what the number of the first wave of attacks will be. Anyway, let's all cheer up, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. 24 hours passed quickly. And as if the bloodthirsty monsters outside that weren't even attacking had received some kind of command, they suddenly all attacked towards their base. Buzzing. The base boundary alarm drip 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 drip. Alarm. 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 The crowd was dressed in defensive suits. Little Bazi was also put away in Lin Xiaojin's space. And Little Good and Lucky Star were both protected by the crowd. Lin Xiaoran, on the other hand, was watching on the screen as he said, the number outside is 500 bloodthirsty monsters. Hearing this number, Lin Xiaojin and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Even though there were 500 of them, their boundary was at the third level, and they were completely able to resist it. However, the boundaries also needed to be replenished with energy. Lin Xiaojin's third level of their base boundary was still good luck. The base boundary not far away from them was only a first level. A level 1 boundary faced the siege of hundreds of bloodthirsty monsters and shattered in an instant. I told you guys, we should have upgraded the boundary. You all had to take it and exchange it for energy liquid. Now it's fine. The bloodthirsty monsters have breached the boundary. In an instant 500 bloodthirsty monsters attacked towards them, fighting with all sorts of alien energy. It was a pity that this attack would last for 12 hours. I can't hold on, a woman said tiredly. Her alien energy almost depleted. Drink energy liquid, another teammate hurriedly reminded her. Even with the replenishment of energy liquid, they still had people injured in the face of so many bloodthirsty monsters attacking them. Run! Everyone run in all directions. As long as there's one person alive, our squad isn't considered a loser. Where to run? There are bloodthirsty monsters everywhere. Then we'll have to fight. Amy! A man shouted. The woman named Amy had the weakest ability of them all, as it was an auxiliary ability. At this moment, Amy was poked in the shoulder by a bloodthirsty monster. A huge bloody hole. Captain! Quickly get Amy the healing fluid, the man said in a hurry. He had always had a good relationship with Amy. Seeing Amy injured, he said nervously. Amy's strength was too serious. The energy of the defense suit directly dropped to 0. The healing liquid was very expensive, and their team only had 3 bottles. They had already used 1 bottle last time, and now there were only 2 bottles left. As they were talking, another woman was also injured. Captain, save me! The woman screamed in pain. Their bungalow base had long been destroyed by the bloodthirsty monsters. The surrounding area was a mess. The blood of the bloodthirsty monsters contained high-strength concentrated acid. Although they had defensive suits, the defensive suits would be damaged even if they were drenched for a long time. Right now there were only 2 bottles of healing fluid left. Giving it all out would then mean that they would have none left. The healing fluid could be enough to cover a life in a critical time. The captain hesitated for 2 seconds, but still took out the 2 bottles of healing fluid. Compared to the miserable situation on this side, Lin Xiaojin's side was significantly safer. After all, it was a level 3 boundary, and it was still more than enough to resist 500 bloodthirsty monsters at the same time. The light screen outside the boundary was constantly flickering, blocking the attacks of the bloodthirsty monsters. The boundary energy has dropped by 20%. 2 hours have passed now, Lin Xiaoran said. If you did the math like this, an hour averaged the energy of 1 shattered crystal. If the first wave of attacks is just 500 of them, then it's fine for us to stay completely inside the base boundary, Zhou Yingying said. The first wave of attacks would only last for 12 hours. Their boundary would be able to support them for 10 hours. And with the shattered crystals they still had left, there would be no problem supporting them for 12 hours. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the thought. Our decision to upgrade the boundary at the beginning was correct. Otherwise we would be facing so many bloodthirsty monsters at the same time right now. It would definitely be a bloody battle, Xian Li said thankfully. But upgrading a level 4 boundary would require 10,000 shattered crystals. That's a bit too much of a difference, Zhou Yingying said in a lost voice. 10,000 broken crystals, that's 10,000 bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin looked at the bloodthirsty monsters outside and saw that there were more than 500 of them. Not to mention 10,000. Who knew how many there would be in the second and third waves? Lin Xiaojin looked at the bloodthirsty monsters outside that kept attacking their boundary. You still want to go out? Xiao Nuo seemed to have seen Lin Xiaojin's thoughts. It's better to always stay in the base and let them consume us than to take the initiative, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. She had an instantaneous transfer, so even if she encountered danger, she could instantly enter the middle of the boundary. I'll go out with you, Xiao Nuo said. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. You two are going out? Lin Xiaoran frowned, obviously a little worried. Don't worry. We can come straight back when we encounter danger. With so many bloodthirsty monsters outside, we can still get some broken crystals while we're at it, Lin Xiaojin said. Although Lin Xiaoran was worried, she did not stop Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo's strength in combination with Lin Xiaojin's maneuverability. It was true that the two of them were still relatively safe to go out. They still needed to open the boundary if they wanted to go out, which invariably increased the danger. You two be careful, Xian Li said. Don't worry. We'll come back if there's danger, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo's time control coupled with Lin Xiaojin's spatial instantaneous transfer was enough to be safe with each other. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo still wore defensive clothing. After all, the blood of these bloodthirsty monsters outside was corrosive, and the defensive clothing could to a certain extent isolate these corrosive liquids. After the two people are ready, Through the boundary, Lin Xiaojin chose a bloodthirsty monster-less direction, ready to bring Xiaonua instantaneous transfer out. Lin Xiaojin also took out a laser knife in one hand, while in the other hand, she grabbed Xiaonua's arm. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin disappeared directly into place with Xiaonua, and everyone else nervously looked at the base's screen. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiaonua and instantly shifted out some distance. And just as they came out, these bloodthirsty monsters seemed to sense them. A wave of bloodthirsty monsters attacked towards Lin Xiaojin and the others. And Xiaonua had already condensed his lightning. Zzz. A powerful current clicked on the bloodthirsty monsters. These bloodthirsty monsters were no longer in their weak period during the day. The bloodthirsty monsters during the day were just the equivalent of a level 5 alien ability. The current bloodthirsty monsters were comparable to a level 6. Moreover, this was not a level 6 bloodthirsty monster, but a group of bloodthirsty monsters. To say that it wasn't dangerous was a lie. But Lin Xiaojin was also willing to come out and take a risk. Not just for the shattered crystals, but also for the strength. Although it was safer to hide in the boundary. But after all, it was not a long-term solution. Besides, if there was a first wave, there would be a second wave, or even a third wave. Their boundary could resist the first wave. The second wave might not be able to resist it. That's why she wanted to come out to hunt the bloodthirsty monsters and pick up the shattered crystals. Lin Xiaojin knew that the shattered crystals would be crucial in the next. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiaonua, worked well together. Zhao's lightning system is so strong. It seems to be stronger than even before, Zhang Wish said with glowing eyes as he watched. Brother Xiao might break through level 6 soon. Wang Han followed suit. They had been cultivating non-stop for so many days against the bloodthirsty monsters, and their strength was growing during the battles. We can't lag behind too much either. I want to go out too, Zhang Wish said. The only way to quickly increase strength was to kill. But of course, this path was also a dangerous one. The only way to advance is to use the supernatural ability repeatedly. And although weekday cultivation can also improve strength, it's relatively slow. Killing not only improves the alien energy, but also improves the quality of all aspects. Although some people are level 6 alien energy, but her physical strength, as well as general hands. If the level 5 alien energy can also kill the level 6 alien energy, Lin Xiaojin's stance is amazing, Xian Li exclaimed. Although they had been hunting bloodthirsty monsters together before, but at that time, their attention was on themselves. Now that they directly observed Lin Xiaojin and Xiaonua's stances, they realized that they were really powerful. Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous shift was unexpected and killed in a single blow. Xiaonua's lightning group attack paralyzed the surrounding bloodthirsty monsters, not allowing the bloodthirsty monsters to all surge up and surround them. After about 20 minutes, Xiaonua's thunder system had also consumed most of its energy. I don't have much energy left, Xiaonua reminded. Lin Xiaojin immediately understood. And after picking up the last broken crystal, Lin Xiaojin led Xiaonua to directly instantly move back to the boundary. Lin Xiaojin looked at the display screen. There were originally 500 bloodthirsty monsters. Now there were 470 left. This meant that they had just solved 30 bloodthirsty monsters in 20 minutes between the two of them. The decrease in bloodthirsty monsters also slowed down the base boundary's energy drop rate a bit. Although the two people had killed 30 bloodthirsty monsters, they had only obtained 15 shattered crystals. It was mainly too late to pick them up. 15 pieces. Enough to replenish the energy, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. I also want to go out and try. Xian Li couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin thought about it. It wasn't impossible. When the bloodthirsty monsters became fewer, they could also go out and rotate to hunt bloodthirsty monsters. Nowadays, Lin Xiaojin could instantly take up to 2 people at a time. It's only been 2 hours now, and there's still a whole 10 hours to go. Lin Xiaojin and Xiaonua rested for 2 hours. There were still 8 hours to go before the end. And Xiaonua's energy had recovered almost as much as he had replenished Lin Xiaojin's space water. In 2 hours, Xiaonua's energy was almost recovered. This time Lin Xiaojin took 2 people out. One was Xiaonua, and the other was Zhang Wish. You must be careful, Zhou Yingying said nervously. Don't worry, Zhang said. Although Zhang also had some nervousness in his psyche. After all, he was facing hordes of bloodthirsty monsters. In the past, the most they had faced was 100 of them. But now it was several hundred. so it would be a lie to say that they were not psychologically panicked. He believed Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Zhou Yingying looked outside nervously, fearing that Zhang Wang would be devoured by the bloodthirsty monsters. Soon, Lin Xiaojin led the two of them to instantly move outside the boundary. Xiao Nuo, who had already prepared for this, attacked with his lightning system, followed closely by Zhang Wang. Thunder and fire complemented each other, and the two were stronger when they matched the two people's unleashed psychic abilities. Both people are group attack supernatural ability quickly control a large number of bloodthirsty monsters. The other side of Lin Xiaojin, both hands holding a knife, quickly cut down bloodthirsty monsters. Bloodthirsty monsters chopping their heads was useless. Their death point was their waist. The bloodthirsty monsters were huge and could fly. But Lin Xiaojin could also fly. This time, they would only stay for 30 minutes. But there was plenty of time for her to pick up the fallen broken crystals, with Zhang Wang and Xiao Nuo dragging the two of them around. By the time the three of them entered the boundary, Zhang Wang was already paralyzed with exhaustion, and the energy in her body was even more depleted. This kind of high-intensity consumption could not be withstood by ordinary people. You guys are also too powerful, killing over 50 bloodthirsty monsters. And now there are 420 bloodthirsty monsters left outside. Xianli said. How many bloodthirsty monsters were left outside the base boundary screen had a display. It seems that the number of the first wave is fixed. There are only 500 of them, Lin Xiaoran guessed and said. The others also saw that there were only so many surrounding them, and didn't notice any increase in bloodthirsty monsters. This time Lin Xiaojin got 40 age crystals, and immediately exchanged 2 bottles of energy liquid. Lin Xiaojin was mainly physically exhausted. She only needed to eat to replenish her strength. But Xiao Nuo and Zhang Wish needed energy liquid. Xiao Nuo drank the energy liquid this time, and instantly recovered his energy. There were still 6 hours until the end. And the next thing was Wang Han, Lin Xiaoran, and Xianli took turns. Zhou Yingying didn't participate, and Xiao Nuo had been drinking energy liquid to replenish his energy during this time. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, had eaten quite a lot of food, and the amount of meals in this one day was the others for 10 days. This bloodthirsty monster's first wave of attacks didn't expect to let instead turn them into an experience. Zhang Wish and Wang Han's attacks were very effective. Lin Xiaoran's strength was also very good, but his brother's powers were more diversified, and his attacks were a bit weaker. Xianli was a bit more strenuous. After all, Lin Xiaoran still had a body. Xianli's body was already good, but it was still quite a bit worse compared to the others, who had a foundation. There was still an hour left until the end of the first wave of attacks. There were still 200 bloodthirsty monsters left outside, and they had eliminated 300 bloodthirsty monsters. The number of shattered crystals they had obtained was even more than 200, which was something that they wouldn't have dared to think about before. I didn't expect that the number of shattered crystals we got in a few hours was more than a few times the number we got before, Xianli said. Several people were exhausted and limp on the sofa. The 2 children, Little Good and Lucky Star, had already fallen asleep. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was nibbling on this big apple in her hand. Her fighting was too much of a drain on her body's energy. Zhou Yingying watched as everyone went out to fight in a circle, while she herself did not go out. Her psyche was more or less uncomfortable. My strength is still too weak, Zhou Yingying suddenly said with some inferiority complex. Yingying, you're not weak, Xianli said. Zhou Yingying smiled. Her hands were good, but her supernatural ability was still a little worse, and she didn't know if it was related to the fact that she had stimulated her supernatural ability, because her supernatural ability was of the auxiliary system. She subconsciously stood behind her every time to release her supernatural ability for everyone else. Actually, you can try adding the supernormal ability to your own body, Lin Xiaojin said after thinking about it. Add it to your own body? I've tried. Zhou Yingying frowned. This she had also tried, but it wasn't ideal. You are now at level 3. You can increase speed strength all 3 times. The time limit is also 3 minutes. You can try to iteratively add it to your own body, Lin Xiaojin said. Adding both speed and strength to me at the same time? Zhou Yingying was a little hesitant, as she was unable to iterate it. Yeah. Although you can't right now, it doesn't mean you can't in the future, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin's words seemed to have opened up Zhou Yingying's mind. Zhou Yingying nodded heavily, although she could only add it to 2 people at the same time now. But with her leveling up, If she gave a few of them a speed power boost at the same time, then their strength would increase a lot in a short period of time. This would catch the enemy off guard. An hour quickly passed. The first wave of attacks ended. But these bloodthirsty monsters didn't retreat. They were still surrounding the base boundary. Only they weren't attacking. These bloodthirsty monsters' attacks have stopped. Xianli looked at the screen and said, "They stopped when the first wave of attacks ended. But if we go out, they will attack us as well," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown on her face. "The second wave of attack is 36 hours. Targeting 1,000. Wang Han said with some heaviness as he saw the second wave of attacks. 1,000 was the limit of their base boundary. There are still 36 hours left before the second wave of attack. We might as well get rid of these 200 bloodthirsty monsters in front of us," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice as she looked at the remaining bloodthirsty monsters outside. "That's 200 shattered crystals," Xianli said. "Let's continue. Let's get rid of these 200 before the second wave of attacks comes," Lin Xiaojin said. "Good." Xiao Nuo drank another bottle of energy liquid to restore his energy. Wang Han looked at each other with Zhang Wan and Lin Xiaoran, Xianli, and a few others. "My turn." Zhang Wan's energy had already been restored to the 7th degree. "Let's rest for 10 minutes. Let me nibble on a few chocolates," Lin Xiaojin said awkwardly. Lin Xiaojin could only replenish food in large quantities if her stamina was depleted quickly. Although the first wave of attacks ended, and they rushed out to solve some of the bloodthirsty monsters. Now the bloodthirsty monsters were only left with more than 100 of them. And they eliminated so many bloodthirsty monsters in such a short period of time, which was more than during the day. It was something that was simply unimaginable. But they all did it. "My defense suit only has 40% left," Xianli sighed. Or her strength was too weak. If she didn't have a defense suit, she would have been seriously injured long ago. Not only Xianli, Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Wan, and Wang Han all had varying degrees of damage to their defensive suits, including Lin Xiaojin, who was also unavoidable. However, Lin Xiaojin was only damaged by 10%. This would make them realize that the defensive suit was really effective and avoided a lot of damage. But unfortunately, there were higher-level defensive suits at that time. But they couldn't afford to redeem them. After 6 days, won't there be supplies? Where there are weapons, there will definitely be defensive clothing as well. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said, "Right. Since it's a supply, there must be everything," Lin Xiaojin said happily. Lin Xiaojin remembered that the supply pack said food, equipment, and all sorts of supplies. "Our base boundary is movable, so we are able to change places at any time," Lin Xiaojin continued. This way they were more mobile and could switch places at any time. And although it was really nice to live in a large 2-story villa, they weren't here to enjoy themselves. This was a life and death match. Thinking of a large wave of supplies in 6 days, the crowd was a little heartbroken. Thinking about the second wave of bloodthirsty monsters in 36 hours, they now felt that supplies were quite important. The crowd didn't know how long the second wave of attacks in 36 hours would last. But the number of 1,000 bloodthirsty monsters pressed on the crowd's minds. There were still some bloodthirsty monsters left outside today, and they rested for another 2 hours, which eliminated all the bloodthirsty monsters outside. The bloodthirsty monsters outside were now eliminated, but their defensive suits had dropped a lot more. In that case, their defensive suits would definitely not be able to withstand the second wave of attacks. There were still 30 hours left before the second wave of attacks. Less than 2 days, and the crowd could only seize the time to recover their physical strength and replenish their body's supernormal abilities. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, had eaten a lot of high-calorie food and stored it in her body. There were still 5 hours before the second wave of attacks, and the participating equipment sent out a message that although there were only 1,000 of them in the second wave, the good news was that it would only last for 8 hours. The more the number lasted, the less time it would last. But the attack would also be quite fierce. 1,000 bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin hesitated. A few hundred could still be rotated out to eliminate them. But now it was 1,000 bloodthirsty monsters, facing thousands of bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin also hesitated. When the bloodthirsty monsters attacked, the base boundary would double the amount of energy it lost. But the broken crystals in their hands should be enough to support it. At this time, Lin Xiaojin thought of his airship. If not, they could still take the airship to escape. The speed of the airship is extremely fast. Although these bloodthirsty monsters can also fly, But the speed is not as fast as the airship. Lin Xiaojin didn't want to take the airship out of here until it was absolutely necessary. Now that it was dark, there was no telling if they would encounter any other dangers. The second wave of attack soon came. This time thousands of bloodthirsty monsters obviously attacked even more fiercely. Even if it was the third level of the defensive boundary, the energy was also rapidly depleting. Xianli looked at the rapid decline of the defensive boundary's energy and said worriedly, "The boundary's energy is dropping so fast. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. We have enough shattered crystals, but we will be able to withstand this wave of bloodthirsty monsters. It's the shattered crystals we got that I'm afraid we'll have to use," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The bloodthirsty monsters outside hit the boundary, sending out a burst of light curtains. The nuisance sound reached everyone's ears. Everyone was a bit silent. The first wave of 500 bloodthirsty monsters. They also took turns to consume more than 10 hours before resolving them. And some of them already had varying degrees of damage to their defensive suits. For the second wave of attack, they did not choose to strike, but continued to stay at the base boundary and replenish the energy of the base at all times. In this way a full 8 hours passed before the bloodthirsty monsters outside stopped attacking. Although they stopped attacking, they did not leave, still guarding around the base. Lin Xiaojin looked at these bloodthirsty monsters surrounding them outside and frowned as she said, "If we go out now, we will also be attacked by these bloodthirsty monsters." Lin Xiaojin's words had just finished when the entry device sent out 2 more messages. The first message was that the third wave of attacks would be in 72 hours and would number 2,000. Seeing this message, Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but curse. It wasn't just Lin Xiaojin's group. The other groups couldn't help but curse when they saw this message as well. There was simply no way to live. The first wave of attacks had already lost quite a few people, and most of the second wave of attacks could barely resist. But now, it was the third wave of attacks that was actually 2,000 of them. There was no other way but to flee. But it seemed that wherever you fled to, these bloodthirsty monsters could find you all. At this moment, the participating equipment sent out a map. So as long as you entered the map range, you would be able to escape the third wave of bloodthirsty monsters. Sure enough, it's similar to escaping the poison circle, Zhou Yingying said contemptuously. You guys look at the sentence at the back. A warm reminder that Kami and Planet are forbidden to fly or suffer the consequences. What does this mean? Xianli looked at the message and frowned. No flying? Lin Xiaojin wrinkled her brows. She had wanted to have a spaceship to take to the map area. But now the tip. Planet Camel is no fly. This planet Camel was too mysterious. The entire planet was like it was being manipulated. What happens if we fly? John Wish said with bold curiosity, as if someone was verifying this statement of theirs. A violent explosion suddenly occurred above them, and no one else knew what was happening. It will explode? Xianli frowned. Planet Camille now had this hint. So naturally Lin Xiaojin and the others wouldn't be trying to test the rules. Looks like we won't be able to take the spaceship. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Xiao Nua checked the map. They were about 200 kilometers away from the geographic location of the safety circle. They had to enter within 48 hours. Or 2 days. Otherwise they would be attacked by the bloodthirsty monsters. We need to set off now if we are to arrive within 48 hours. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. If they set off now, there were still thousands of bloodthirsty monsters gawking outside. And now that they couldn't be in a flying machine, they could only tough it out. As expected, there was no way left for them to live. But they at least had the hope of making it. There were also some locations thousands of kilometers away from the safety circle. Of course, there are also some extremely lucky. Just around the safety circle. Like Lin Xiaojin, they speed up within a day can also arrive. Lin Xiaojin distributed the exchanged energy liquid to all the people. After some repair, Lin Xiaojin tied the lucky star to his chest. The little one was still sleeping, completely unaware of the crisis he was facing next. Xianli also woke up Mu Xiaoxiao. Also gave Mu Xiaoxiao a laser gun. Dangerous times can also protect themselves. 1,000 admonitions. Xiaoxiao must follow everyone closely. I hope these bloodthirsty monsters outside don't run after us, Zhou Yingying said prayerfully. Facing thousands of bloodthirsty monsters, there was no one who wasn't nervous. This was more powerful than all the dangers they had encountered before. However, they had faced thousands, tens of thousands of zombies besieging them together before. Although they were nervous, none of them would back down. I'm going to close the base boundary, Lin Xiaojin told the crowd that once she put away the base boundary, The bloodthirsty monsters outside would soon be able to spot them. Proceed as planned, Xiao Nua said. Good. At the same time Lin Xiaojin put away the base boundary. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and Zhang Wish had already condensed their powers. The huge three tornadoes rolled with Zhang Wan coalescing a huge fireball, including Xiao Nua releasing an oversized thunder net, hardening a path for them. Go! The three of them opened the way in front. Xian Li walked in the middle with Zhou Yingying and Xiao Xiao Xiao. Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran, the two siblings, broke off the tail at the back. Although Lin Xiaoran's supernatural ability was not strong in attack, his ability to maneuver and change was very strong. Only to see Lin Xiaoran coalesce into an oversized car. Go! Get in the car! Lin Xiaoran said hurriedly. The crowd got into the car one after another. Lin Xiaoran catalyzed his supernatural ability and drove the car. But there were still quite a few bloodthirsty monsters following behind him. Zhou Yingying was suddenly whimsical and actually added a speed energy to Lin Xiaoran's figurative car. The car's speed surged up faster. And Zhou Yingying didn't realize that her psychic energy could not only be given to people, but also to machines. It really can, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. Yingying, your psychic ability can also add machines. Xian Li also said in surprise. I just suddenly wanted to try it out too. I didn't think it would really work. Zhou Yingying was also in a state of surprise. Lin Xiaoran's figurative car couldn't last too long. The car was too big and driving it was draining Lin Xiaoran's energy. Soon Lin Xiaoran's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat. It's going to disappear. Be careful, Lin Xiaoran hastily reminded. At this moment, the car that Lin Xiaoran had conjured up also disappeared in place. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out the energy liquid and let his brother replenish a bottle first. After Lin Xiaoran drank the energy liquid, he felt better. And there were just a few bloodthirsty monsters left behind him that were catching up. The 10 or so bloodthirsty monsters were quickly killed by the combined efforts of the crowd. And the 10 broken crystals were also temporarily collected by Lin Xiaojin. Sweetie, see if there are any more bloodthirsty monsters catching up behind us, Xian Li said. Little Good nodded, used his supernatural ability to look behind him, shook his head, and said, No. The crowd was relieved when they heard Little Good's words. However, they had run into the middle of this large mushroom forest, and in order to get to the safe circle of the map, they would need to go through this huge mushroom forest. Fortunately, everyone had night vision devices with them, but now they could only walk on foot through this huge mushroom forest. Even though there were no more bloodthirsty monsters around, they could still faintly hear the nuisance sounds of the bloodthirsty monsters. This huge mushroom forest, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people have explored before. Fortunately, they have a safe circle of the map is not lost. Such a big mushroom. Taller than me. It's at least 2 meters long. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Such a big mushroom grew much like a giant tree now. And it was true that they hadn't found any giant trees on this planet Camille during the time they had stayed here. They also didn't know what kind of species it was. And even Lin Xiaojin, who had spent a few months on the green plant planet, was seeing this for the first time. They traveled through the giant mushroom forest for almost 3 hours before coming out of the mushroom forest. Out of the mushroom forest it was pitch black again. Xian Li had tried taking off her night vision device. Without it she couldn't see anything. There were no stars in the sky at all. So it could be said that she couldn't reach out and see anything. It seems that only Mu Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaojin are unaffected. Both of them don't have night vision either. Except that in the darkness, Shishi's eyes carry a sparkling gold color, and Lin Xiaojin's lavender pupils are a bit bright. Finally through the mushroom forest, Xian Li said, not knowing if it was her mental effect. These mushroom forests emitted a strange odor. They had just walked out of the mushroom forest when the three of them, Xian Li, Zhou Yingying, and Little Good suddenly fainted. Lin Xiaoran also some limbs are soft. Zhang Wish and Wang Han only feel that what they see in front of their eyes are distorted. Xiao Nua has some headaches. Only Lin Xiaojin with no abnormality. Lucky Star is also fainted. Lin Xiaojin thought it was the little one fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin looked at fainted. Also some abnormal several people, which immediately realized that the huge mushroom forest is poisonous. Last time, they were not poisoned because they stayed for a short period of time. They immediately returned. This time, they were passing through the entire mushroom forest. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out space water from her space. Her space water had a certain antidote to poison. The few people who fainted could only be fed by Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo's body genes were second grade, so his resistance was still stronger. He just felt dizzy. Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaoran drank Lin Xiaojin's space water and got a lot of relief. But Xiao Xiao and the others were a bit slower. Now that time was running out. They still needed to hurry up as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be dangerous if they couldn't enter the safety circle before the third wave of bloodthirsty monsters attacked. In order to hurry as quickly as possible, Zhang Wan carried Zhou Yingying. Lin Xiaoran carried Xianli. Xiao Nuo carried Little Boy. And Lin Xiaojin also had to carry Lucky Star. That huge mushroom forest is just like eating flower poisonous mushrooms. The whole head is dizzy. Zhang Wish couldn't help but say that although drinking Lin Xiaojin's space water had relieved a lot of it, he was still a bit dizzy. A few people continued to rush. In order to rush to a safe area before the third wave of attacks came. Lin Xiaojin did have a land traveler. But it was very small, and could only take up to 3 people. So many of them couldn't fit in it at all. Camille is mostly dirt roads. Like walking in the countryside muddy road. After all, this is a primitive planet. Unlike other planets to build roads, these are muddy dirt roads. Moreover, this planet's gravity was strong. The crowd walked on the road as if they had sandbags tied to their bodies. We won't be able to get to a safe range at all if we keep walking like this. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "Brother, how long can your figurative car last?" Lin Xiaojin asked as she thought of the car that her brother had figuratively created today. 15 minutes. Lin Xiaoran said. If he just merely figurated the car, it could stay for a few hours with no problem. But he still needed to catalyze it. The energy needed to catalyze the car was his alien energy. He only had level 4 alien energy today. He was able to catalyze the car at high speed for 15 minutes. I still have 7 bottles of energy liquid in my hand. Brother, you take these energy liquids, Lin Xiaojin said. She hadn't used any of the energy fluid she had redeemed. Nowadays, if they wanted transport, there was only the sports car that Lin Xiaoran had materialized. Although it lasted for a short period of time, it was still faster than them walking. Now there is only one way. Xiao Nuo and Zhang Zhu and Wang Han also handed Lin Xiaoran his energy liquid. They could only quickly replenish their energy to maintain the car. Lin Xiaoran manifested the car. Lin Xiaojin and the others sat on the car, while Lin Xiaoran used his supernatural energy to push the car, which consumed a huge amount of energy. He drank the energy liquid to replenish the energy when it was almost consumed. In this way Lin Xiaoran in the rapid consumption and replenished a full 7 bottles of energy liquid. Suddenly Lin Xiaoran's car stopped. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin frowned. I'm going to break through, Lin Xiaoran said gruffly. It hadn't been long since he had broken through level 4. And he was actually going to break through level 5 again in such a short period of time. Perhaps with the recent cultivation. In addition to the repeated consumption, Lin Xiaoran had broken through in front of the immense pressure. Lin Xiaoran was about to break through. And Lin Xiaojin and the others could only stop and rush. In order to make Lin Xiaoran's breakthrough smoother and faster. Brother, don't resist. I'll use the energy of the heart of grass and wood to help you upgrade, Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. Good. Lin Xiaoran nodded, not rejecting his sister's good intentions. With Lin Xiaojin's heart of grass and wood's energy, the upgrade would be much smoother. And then in such an environment, the increase in everyone's strength would be said to be beneficial to everyone. This was a team battle. Only when the strength of the crowd increased did they have a better chance of winning. If Lin Xiaoran upgraded alone, I'm afraid it would take a few hours. But now with Lin Xiaojin's help, under the infusion of the heart of grass and wood's energy, Lin Xiaoran completed his upgrade in just half an hour. Level 4 to level 5 was a huge span, and Lin Xiaoran clearly felt his energy filling up. Upgrading to level 5. Lin Xiaoran realized how terrifying Wang Han's level 6 alien energy was. Not to mention Xiao Nuo, who was already level 7. Xiao Nuo was able to hold out with Lin Xiaojin in the group of bloodthirsty monsters for so long. So he knew Xiao Nuo's strength. Xiao Nuo's upgrade to level 7 was also helped by Lin Xiaojin's heart of grass and wood. And Lin Xiaojin had used an entire heart of grass and wood. But Lin Xiaoran had only upgraded to level 5 using only 2/5 of the energy of the heart of grass and wood. Lin Xiaoran successfully promoted. At this moment Zhou Yingying and Xianli, 2 people, slowly wake up. Lin Xiaojin hastily gave the 2 of them some space water to drink. Although the 2 of them woke up, but their brains were still a little dizzy. I didn't think that the mushroom forest was still poisonous, Xian Li said with a frown. They hadn't found anything unusual when they entered the mushroom forest, and there seemed to be only a little if any odor. I didn't expect it to actually be a patch of poisonous mushrooms. All the good-looking mushrooms are poisonous, Zhou Yingying said. That piece of mushroom forest didn't do anything if one was inside for a short period of time. But if one stayed in the mushroom forest for a longer period of time, then the poisonous gas would enter the skin of the human body. Luckily, their poisoning wasn't very serious, and with the addition of Lin Xiaojin's space water, it was believed that they would soon recover. Lucky Star and Little Good are both children. Their resistance isn't as strong as adults, so their recovery is slightly slower, only that they will be more drowsy. After Lin Xiaoran upgraded to level 5, his figurative car appeared for a longer period of time and could be activated for half an hour. This was good news. Lin Xiaoran continued to visualize the car, and Zhou Yingying would also unleash her speed ability to strengthen the car from time to time. They had to rush into a safe range before the third wave of bloodthirsty monsters attacked. An hour later, Lin Xiaoyan had replenished a bottle of energy liquid. But ahead were huge mountains and rocks that the figurative car could not pass through. Lin Xiaojin looked at such a high mountain rock and looked at the entry map. He could only pass through here as well, or else he would need to make a detour and be delayed for a while again. And even if they made a detour, they didn't know what else they would encounter. Nowadays, the quickest way was to climb over this section of rocks. Lin Xiaojin protected Lucky Star in front of him, while Lin Xiaoran had Little Boy on his back. And Xian Li and Zhou Yingying had both recovered almost as much. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin could fly, although it was still quite easy to climb up. It was just that the gravitational pull of this Camille planet was rather large, and she flew only to feel uncomfortable with something pressing down on her body. The surroundings were quiet and dark. Only the few of them kept climbing. Climbing a mountain on planet Camille is like carrying dozens of pounds of weight, Zhou Yingying said with a sweaty head. Xian Li wasn't any better. At this moment, she was already panting, and it felt like an effort to speak. Even Jiang Wish, Wang Han and the few other men were feeling tired from their labors. And Lin Xiaoran was still carrying Little Good. "Brother, let me carry Little Good," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran shook his head and said, "You're still protecting Lucky Star. I can do it." Lin Xiaojin looked at his brother's appearance and didn't say anything. In fact, Lin Xiaojin didn't feel anything while carrying a person. Xiao Nua was the one with the best physical strength besides Lin Xiaojin. After all, Xiao Nua's body genes were also at the second level. "I'll do it," Xiao Nua said, and picked up Mu Xiaoxiao from Lin Xiaoran's body. Lin Xiaoran instantly felt a bit more relaxed. Although Xiao Xiaozhuang didn't actually weigh much. But in this planet everyone carries their own weight on them. How much longer do we have to climb? Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Zhou Yingying gave herself and Xian Li both added speed powers. Otherwise the two of them would have already fallen to the end. Lin Xiaojin's entire body floated. She was able to float even though her flight was hindered. It just felt like her entire body was strongly oppressed. Almost there. After going over a hill, "We'll be past the shattered stone mountain," Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the top of the mountain not far away. "Great," Zhou Yingying said. The crowd climbed as they climbed, mentally praying that they would finish climbing soon. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying's hands were red from climbing. Wang Han was already missing an arm, but luckily Wang Han was a wind ability, so a small wind mass coalesced under his feet to help him. "Almost there. Cheer up." Lin Xiaojin gave everyone encouragement from time to time. After climbing for 3 whole hours, they finally reached the top of the mountain. And several people were tired and their legs were weak. They weren't even this tired when they killed the bloodthirsty monsters. But climbing the shattered stone mountain, their entire body was exerting itself. After everyone climbed up, they all rested in place for a while. Lin Xiaojin took out food from space and directly put a table in place. After climbing the mountain for so long, they had also long been hungry. And all of them began to eat the food. Not long after the food was all eaten up, the crowd then regained some strength. The time for the third wave of attacks hadn't arrived yet, so it was still safe from the bloodthirsty monsters. They ate quickly as they still had to hurry to enter the safety circle. "We have less than 100 plus kilometers to enter the safety circle," Lin Xiaojin said. More than 100 kilometers was actually very close. After eating and drinking, they weren't resting but continued to rush. Although there was enough time to enter the safety circle, they didn't dare to take it lightly. Climbing over the rubble mountain was a sandy soil. This sandy soil also had no way to pass a car. Lin Xiaoran's figurative car would sink into the mud. Senior brother, it would be good if you could figuratively make an aeroplane, Zhou Yingying said. An aeroplane? Lin Xiaoran shook his head. The things he could visualize were things whose structure he had to understand in order to visualize them. Aeroplanes were too complicated, and he hadn't learned them. He couldn't visualize them. But Zhou Yingying's words were a wake-up call for him. In the future, when he had time, he must learn more about the structure of this area. He wanted to visualize something. He needed to be like a designer. The entire structure needs to appear clearly in his brain, which can be visualized. He cannot visualize things out of thin air. He couldn't conjure up things like aeroplanes, and they could only walk obediently in the grains of sand. A footstep down. Sand directly into the ankle. These sand particles are very large. Walking in the sand between the grains, there is a sense of friction. Fortunately, they are wearing defensive clothing. Shoes are also defensive leather boots. Walking in such grains of sand. Walking a step is equivalent to walking 5 steps on an ordinary flat bottom. Blocking friction is somewhat large. This Camille planet were all original planets. Everything was undeveloped. But the roads of Camille planet were really too difficult to walk. Either gravel mountains or various dirt and stone roads. Even with the car that Lin Xiaoran had materialized, them sitting on it was like sitting in a rocking car. Wait. Lin Xiaojin vaguely saw a string of silhouettes in front of him and hurriedly called the others to stop. What's going on? Zhou Yingying asked curiously. There are people in front, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Everyone tensed up when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words. They all knew that everyone they met on Planet Camille, that was the enemy. There were no friends here except for teammates. The crowd hurriedly all slowly ambled to the ground, hiding as much as they could. Lin Xiaojin vaguely saw about 3 silhouettes in front of them. They didn't know whether to hide or continue on. And they didn't know how strong the people in front of them were. Lin Xiaojin, they didn't make any rash moves. I'll go ahead and take a look, Lin Xiaojin said in a voice heard by only a few people. Xiao Nu nodded. Lin Xiaojin had an instantaneous transfer. It was most convenient to go to the front to check. Only Lin Xiaojin looked down at the sleeping Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin still put Lucky Star down first, and gave it to his brother Lin Xiaoran. After doing this, Lin Xiaojin told the others to hide first, while she herself instantly moved over to check. Lin Xiaojin directly went over with an instantaneous transfer and hid behind a few people at a distance of roughly 300 meters. The surroundings were all sand, and her stepping on it didn't cause any movement. Lin Xiaojin hid behind her, and the few people in front of her didn't notice them, because they were all stuck in the sand at the moment. Lin Xiaojin stood in a position just at the edge of the mud and sand. Lin Xiaojin hastily took a few steps back. She didn't want to get stuck in the mud and sand. South close, Lin Xiaojin saw a total of 4 people in front of her all sunk into the mud and sand. And there was one person who had half of his body already sunk into it. Don't move. The more you move, the faster you'll fall in, one of the man's voice said. Why isn't Remy back yet? At this rate a few of us will die. And wait. Lin Xiaojin heard them speak. It seemed that these few had fallen into the mud, and there should be someone else outside. Lin Xiaojin roughly understood the situation and instantly moved back to tell Xiao Nua and the others. Should we take the opportunity to kill them to capture the points? Zhang Wan said as he thought of something. Although those 4 people were left inside the mud and sand, they have others, Lin Xiaojin reminded. Let's hurry up and catch up, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. It was getting closer to the time of the 3rd wave of attacks, and the longer they delayed here, the longer they would not be able to enter the safety circle. There is mud and sand ahead. We still need to be careful. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. It will be dangerous if we get stuck in the mud. Lin Xiaojin added another sentence. The crowd walked more carefully. The mud and sand were not easy to spot, and Lin Xiaoran figuratively walked in front of the small car. If the mud was found, the small car would plunge into it first. And they took precautions. They directly bypassed the group that had just been plunged into the mud, and continued to rush towards the safe zone. Walking through the mud and sand area was very time-consuming. It consumed them for more than 5 small hours. Their spirits were highly stressed, and their bodies were exhausted. Even so, they didn't stop their steps. Only just after leaving the mud and sand zone, their mood instantly relaxed. There are still 2 hours to go, Xianli reminded. There were still 2 hours until the 3rd wave of attacks. but they were still some distance away from the safety circle. It was unimaginable that they were not far from the safety circle. But the road was filled with poisonous mushrooms and gravel, plus the mud and sand area. So they couldn't even make it into the safety circle in time. Those who are further away, I'm afraid it's even more difficult. And this is about elimination. Mass elimination. I'm afraid it won't take long. And soon we'll be able to filter out the places to enter the galaxy. Lin Xiaoran hastily materialized a car. They should be able to enter the safe range within 2 hours by car. Fortunately, the road behind them was just a normal dirt road. It was shaky but still safe. Lin Xiaoran also needed to replenish his energy. But this smoothness lasted for just over an hour. The mountain road became difficult to walk on again. There were broken rocks everywhere. Even the off-road vehicle had no way to go over them. Lin Xiaojin looked at the road. They could only choose to walk again. Lin Xiaojin looked at the distance of the safety circle. There were still 20 kilometers left. There were still 20 minutes left before the third wave of attacks. A 20-kilometer journey would take 15 minutes to get there by car. But it would take about 2 hours if they ran. They were all physically capable of being psychics. They also had to be faster than normal people. It would also take more than an hour. Hurry up, Lin Xiaojin urged. All of them also stopped talking nonsense and hurriedly continued to rush. Xianli looked around at the empty cave and said, "There's nothing around here. Maybe the bloodthirsty monsters won't be infested." Lin Xiaojin shook her head and didn't say anything. Since this bloodthirsty monster was artificially manipulated, they couldn't hide from the bloodthirsty monster there. This road is really choking. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but curse. Although they all had night vision devices with them. But after all, they were equipment. There was still some lack of resolution. And it was impossible to see clearly as if it was daytime. This road was full of large and small stones. They were all running in pursuit of speed. And from time to time, they stepped on the stones. Or else they would touch their calves. Even so, they didn't dare to stop because time was running out. How much longer is this gravel road? There's still 10 minutes to go before the third wave of bloodthirsty monsters are coming. Xianli couldn't help but frown. As soon as Xianli finished speaking, vaguely Lin Xiaojin heard a nuisance sound. Crap! I hear the sound of bloodthirsty monsters. Lin Xiaojin instantly changed her face drastically and said, "No way." Zhou Yingying also looked around nervously. But there was nothing around in silence. Lin Xiaojin's hearing was exceptionally good. They all knew that. Lin Xiaojin looked at the map. There were still 16 kilometers to go. They were already running fast. But the distance was still a bit short. There are still 5 minutes left, Zhang Wish said nervously. At this moment, the third wave of bloodthirsty monster attacks was approaching. And all of them could hear the bloodthirsty monsters' nuisance sounds. The bloodthirsty monsters are right behind us, Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. But fortunately, they finally ran out of the range of the gravel road. And Lin Xiaoran hastily materialized a car. The crowd panicked and sat in the car. And the sound of the bloodthirsty monster nuisance behind them was getting closer and closer. There are still 3 minutes. Zhou Yingying swallowed nervously. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua, and the others had already prepared for battle. Lin Xiaoran desperately catalyzed his energy. And Lin Xiaojin also gave all the energy liquid to her brother to use to replenish her powers. Zhou Yingying even used her acceleration alien energy to accelerate the car. The car raced down the road. Their entire bodies were shaking as they sat on it. But no one said anything about the bumps. They all looked behind them nervously. However, the strong bumps made Mu Xiaozhuang, who had been sleeping, awake. And just as she came to her senses, she saw the densely packed bloodthirsty monsters not far away. Ah! So many bloodthirsty monsters! Xiao Xiaozi cried out nervously. Xianli hurriedly wrapped her arms around Mu Xiaozi. The rest of the road was just dirt. And without the obstruction of debris. They were still very hopeful of making it to the safety circle. There's still a minute left. Xianli frowned. There was still 6 kilometers to go. With a minute difference in time. Lin Xiaojin had already seen the bloodthirsty monsters that had pressed up not far away. These bloodthirsty monsters didn't know where they had emerged from. Crowding towards them. 1,000 of them. Lin Xiaojin said silently. Xiao Nua, along with Zhang Wan, Wang Han, and Xianli had already condensed their supernatural abilities. And although the time was counting down, they were ready to release their supernatural abilities. A minute passed by so long. And their cars couldn't enter the safety circle within a minute. Brother, let's stall the bloodthirsty monster. You and Zhou Yingying accelerate the car with all your might, Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. Good. As the countdown of the participating equipment ended, the third wave of bloodthirsty monster attacks began. Zip zip zip. The speed of those bloodthirsty monsters suddenly increased as they moved forward. Xiao Nuo condensed a huge thunder net, which could not kill them all at once, but it could block them. Zhang Wish and Wang Han's fireballs plus storms. The wind system fueled by Wang Han's fireballs. Lin Xiaojin's took out her laser gun to shoot remotely, and Xi and Li's condensed ice arrows were also shooting non-stop. However, their attacks to a certain extent blocked these bloodthirsty monsters. Xiao Nuo and their supernatural abilities, like no money to release out. Lin Xiaojin didn't have the means to attack remotely, and could only use her laser gun to assist. Almost there. We're about to enter the range of the safety circle, Zhou Yingying said as she looked not far ahead. It was still a kilometer away. They never felt that a distance of a kilometer would be so far away. A few bloodthirsty monsters still broke through the siege and flew up. Lin Xiaoran could only maneuver the car to dodge. In order to save energy, Lin Xiaoran's manifested car didn't have a roof. So Lin Xiaojin drew out her own laser blade and directly floated up, slashing the bloodthirsty monsters to death, only for the liquid that spewed out to splash her all over. She heard that the defense suit had a tendency to drop, but at the moment she couldn't care less. Xiao Nuo and a few of them released their supernatural abilities to block most of the bloodthirsty monsters, and Lin Xiaojin encountered those few bloodthirsty monsters that broke out. Zhou Yingying also gave Lin Xiaojin a strength-based supernatural ability. Xi and Li hurriedly told Xiao Xiao to hide behind Zhou Yingying, while she condensed ice arrows with a brand new infusion. Everyone was unleashing their psychic abilities without reservation. If they were once stalled, they were afraid they would have to stay here forever. With such a close-range attack, Lin Xiaojin was unable to dodge, and most of the sprayed slime hit Lin Xiaojin's defensive suit. Energy dropped by 30%. Lin Xiaojin looked at the red alarm on the defensive suit and didn't care. There's still 3,000 meters to go, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. There were still 3,000 meters to go before they entered the safety period. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. 500 meters. It's here. It's here. Zhou Yingying shouted excitedly. Dab. They entered the safety circle at the same time the figurative car disappeared. The crowd was caught off guard and all fell. Xiao Nuo reacted quickly and hurriedly protected Lucky Star, which prevented her from falling. Lin Xiaojin's defense suit also dropped to 5%. Almost no defense anymore. Lin Xiaojin's forehead was covered in sweat, and her face was even paler. Brother! Lin Xiaojin's heart ached when he saw his brother in this state. However, their energy liquid had already been consumed. So Lin Xiaojin could only take out the spatial water from space and hurriedly give it to his brother to drink. The spatial water's alien energy wasn't as effective as the energy liquid, but it was still good. Lin Xiaoran catalyzed his alien energy to strengthen the speed of the embodied car. The faster the speed, the faster the energy consumed, causing him to overuse his energy. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaoran's upgraded alien energy, they wouldn't have been able to hold out here at all. Look! Those bloodthirsty monsters have stopped. Zhang Wang panted and pointed at the group of bloodthirsty monsters outside. These bloodthirsty monsters were all on the periphery, not dispersing. But they weren't moving forward to attack either. Sure enough, they were all being manipulated. Zhang Zhu, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were not much better. In order to block the bloodthirsty monsters, they were also consuming a lot of alien energy just now. In order to block the bloodthirsty monsters, they were also consuming a lot of energy. The wider the range of the attack, the more energy was consumed. Lin Xiaojin also took out the space water. Everyone drank some. Without the energy liquid, they could only drink space water to recover some energy. Lin Xiaojin saw that Zhou Yingying wanted to speak. She quickly instantly moved over and covered her mouth, and made a shushing gesture to the crowd. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the hillside next to him. Xiao Nuo seemed to realize what was going on and saw the side, frowning slightly. It was only at this time that the others realized that not far from them, there was also a wave of people. Not knowing whether they had been discovered or not, they hurriedly hid in the nearby mountain rocks. Just 500 meters away from them, there was also a group of people who had just run into the safety circle. Lin Xiaojin discovered them at the first time, and I'm afraid that they also discovered Lin Xiaojin. Only now that both sides had just run into the safety circle. Each was in a very sorry state, and neither of them had the intention of making a move. Lin Xiaojin saw them hiding at the same time. That team was also running away in a hurry. Both sides consumed a lot of energy. And those who could survive the ultimate level were very careful and cautious. They're gone, Mu Xiaoyao said. Mu Xiaozhuang used her supernatural ability to look towards those people's team to give Lin Xiaojin and the others a look and said, "How many of them are there?" Lin Xiaojin asked towards Little Good. Mu Xiuji's eyes flashed with a golden light as she said, "There are 7 people. But it seems like there are 2 people who are injured being carried on their backs. And I also saw 2 things that look like big crabs holding them up." "Big crabs?" Xian Li Dao. "There are animals in this place? Probably pet beasts," Lin Xiaojin said. She had seen on the green planet that some planets raise pet beasts to fight. It seemed like that giant crab planet was the one that raised pets for combat. They went far in that direction, Mu Xiaoyao said as she pointed in the northwestern direction. "It seems like they don't want to start a conflict for us either," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Everyone had just gotten rid of the bloodthirsty monsters, and they wouldn't be stupid enough to start a conflict at this time. Although the final ranking of the ultimate level required points, it was also important to be able to survive to 100th place. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't rush off, but instead rested in place. Lin Xiaojin took out a big plate of meat buns and vegetarian buns that Lan Zhan had made from space. "Eat these first to replenish your strength," Lin Xiaojin said. She was really hungry. Not only was she hungry, the others had also been hungry for a long time. Although the last meal had just been eaten not long ago. Running for so long was really very physically draining. Especially Lucky Star and Mu Xiao. The 2 kids had been dizzy for a long time without eating much. Lucky Star ate a whole big bun at once. And Mu Xiaoyao also nibbled on 2 buns. "Yummy. So yummy," Zhang Wish couldn't help but say as she ate the buns. After being exhausted for so long, being able to eat a hot meal at any time was something that no one would believe if they told it to others. However, outside the safe zone were a circle of bloodthirsty monsters gawking at them, which meant that they dared to eat here without any fear. They were just nibbling on their buns when the entry device sent out a message that the 4th wave of bloodthirsty monster attacks would attack in 72 hours. There were 2,000 bloodthirsty monsters in the 4th wave. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but curse again. It had doubled again. Not only that, the range of the 48-hour safety circle would shrink again. But this time they were lucky. They were within the range of the 3rd wave of the safety circle this time. Great. Now we don't have to rush. The chosen safety circle. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say excitedly. Rushing was really too tough. Especially since the roads of Planet Camel were not only difficult but also dangerous. If only we could stay in the safety circle all the time, Xian Li expected. Although there was this hope. It was obviously unlikely because who knew how far the circle of safety would shrink. They didn't have to be in a rush. So these 72 hours would be relatively safe. However, Lin Xiaojin saw that the supplies would also be distributed within 72 hours. At the same time as the 4th wave of bloodthirsty monsters. What if the supply packs were dropped outside the safe zone? There were bloodthirsty monsters and supply packs. So I guess no one dared to pick up the supply packs. It's going to be lively after 3 days, Wang Han said in a deep voice. That's true. Grab the packs. Grab the supplies, Zhang Wan said. It's not only that. We can guard the edge of the security circle and crouch for a wave, Lin Xiaojin said with a raised eyebrow. I'm afraid that they weren't the only ones who thought this way. Most of the people who were in the safety circle nowadays would have this intention as well. Those people running into the security circle were exactly when they were exhausted. Wasn't it normal for them to take advantage of the opportunity to intercept points at this time? We need to rest for these next 3 days. And step on the points by the way, Lin Xiaojin said. They definitely needed a safe location if they wanted to do this. The crowd nodded. This feeling was a bit exciting. But at the same time, it was also very dangerous. In the next few days, the crowd needed to be careful. They could hunt others, and others could similarly hunt them. They all needed to be on their toes for the next few days. The 4th wave circle of safety was so extensive that it was hard for them to find places to hunt others. And they could only stand guard now. They found a base around the area. But it was just a 1-story bungalow. Probably just over 80 square feet. Lin Xiaojin placed the boundary in the middle of this base. A level 3 boundary was still very secure. A certain distance around the 3rd level boundary would be monitored by them. And Lin Xiaojin didn't have many broken crystals left for them nowadays. Although this small bungalow was only a few dozen square meters. There were supplies inside, and some canned food. Some energy liquid to restore strength. And 2 bottles of energy liquid, which was also considered an unexpected harvest. This small bungalow and their 2-story villa base has no place to compare. There is only one room here. There was only one big bed. And that big bed was left for the 2 children, Lucky Star and Little Boy, to sleep on, while the few of them took turns guarding the living room. They didn't even turn on the lights at the base in order to avoid being discovered. Xia Jin, you go rest, and take a break too, Lin Xiaoran said with concern. Lin Xia Jin shook her head. It didn't matter if she didn't sleep for even a few days and nights. She looked at Lin Xiaoran's tired face. She said, you go rest quickly. I'll be on guard first. I'm not sleepy. I'm just hungry. Eat to replenish my energy, Lin Xiaojin continued, and took fruits from space. Lin Xiaoran saw that his sister was probably really hungry. So he didn't say anything else and went to rest first. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua, who also came over. She said, you also go rest and take a break. Good. Xiao Nua didn't refuse. The crowd was too tired during the rush. Especially Xiao Nua, Zhang Quan, Wang Han, and the few of them, who consumed a lot of alien energy. Everyone could only sleep in the living room. Zhou Yingying and Xian Li went to squeeze into a bed with Xiao Xiao and Lucky Star. Zhang Wang and the others were all crammed together on the sofa in the living room, while Xiao Nua was lying on the balcony. Lin Xiaojin was looking for a stool. And before long the entire space was quiet, and only the well-proportioned breathing of the crowd could be heard. Lin Xiaojin then nibbled on 2 apples, while the spirit entered the space. This period of time is really too busy, coupled with the fact that the outside is all dangerous. Lin Xiaojin did not dare to put the little bun out. The little bun saw Lin Xiaojin enter the happy. Only Lin Xiaojin is a spirit body, cannot hold the little bun. Luckily, there are still little cloud elves, wind, wood elves in the space, so that the little buns will not be alone. The little cloud is still teaching the little buns to learn every day. Tuan Tuan has not yet awakened. Maybe in the black iron star ate too much black iron. There are more advanced black gold. Digestion needs a certain amount of time. I'm afraid that Tuan Tuan will rise 2 levels in a row when he awakens this time. Lin Xiaojin was playing with little Bowsy in space, and she was surprised to find that little Bowsy's copying ability had actually become stronger. It's because the wood elves took root in space, so the energy in space is much denser than the outside world, Little Cloud said with a smile. The wood elf's entire root system was rooted into the space, making the energy of the space thicker. And they, the elves, also benefited a lot. Not to mention the little buns. The age was originally small. The energy absorbed is even more pure. And eat space energy food. Drink space energy water. And be nourished. The little bun's supernormal ability are already level 2 without having to cultivate themselves. The little bun is small for his age. If you let him cultivate, he won't be able to do so. The little bun will copy some gadgets every day. Have piled up 2 baskets. He is all fun. Copy every day. Is also a disguised contact with the supernormal ability. Lin Xiaojin and the little buns will play and went to see the wood spirit. It saw Lin Xiaojin's arrival is very happy, but also urged to let Lin Xiaojin's space in the bigger. It is also good to grow. In fact, Lin Xiaojin's space is already enough to upgrade, but she does not dare to upgrade now. Green Star and Red Dazzle don't know what they are researching. They are very interested in the technology of Cold Water City, except that the technology of Cold Water City can be intergalactic, more profound. They are also all kinds of research, coupled with some information broken. They can only put together. Lin Xiaojin accompanied the little bun to play for a while before he went out of the space. Without realizing it, he actually stayed in the space for more than 4 hours. So the boundary screen did not issue a danger warning. Lin Xiaojin looked at the boundary screen and didn't find anything unusual around him. Why are you awake? It's only been 4 hours of sleep. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but ask when she saw that Xiao Nua had already walked in front of her. It's already enough, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin thought about the fact that Xiao Nua's body genes were also level 2. So it was normal for his spirit to recover to faster. Can we break into the top 100? Lin Xiaojin's confidence was actually a bit low. But her teammates were there, so she couldn't be nervous, let alone timid. Can, Xiao Nua said heavily. Xiao Nua's words gave Lin Xiaojin the confidence to hope that they would break into 100th place, so that they would be able to return to their planet. Really looking forward to that day. A golden nest was better than one's own doghouse. Although it was possible that on that day, there might be only a few of them left on their planet. Xiao Nuo gently wrapped Lin Xiaojin in his arms. The two of them hadn't been this intimate for a long time. Every day here was tense and exciting, facing all kinds of dangers every day. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo enjoyed a moment of tranquility. Lin Xiaojin has always been slow to warm up. The two of them, although there is no oath of friendship on their lips, but they are indispensable to each other. Lin Xiaojin was fine with Xiao Nuo, but Xiao Nuo never was. He was in love at first sight with Lin Xiaojin, deep into his bones. Time passed for another 3 hours before the crowd gradually woke up. The two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, had been at the edge of the boundary and hadn't found any danger yet. There were still 40 hours left before the fourth wave of attack, including the airdrop supplies as well. They had rested in this base for almost as long as they could, so they immediately left this place. And of course, they had scavenged everything in this base. Although they were now in the security circle, they were only in the outermost perimeter. They walked around the perimeter for a few hours and didn't find any locations that could be hunted. The most critical security circle was too large in scope. The possibility of checking on the ground to keep watch was too small. So they decided to continue walking inside. After all, they were only at the periphery of the security circle now. Who knew where the fifth wave of attacks would shrink the security circle? They could only continue to go inside as well. However, continuing to go inside would also encounter danger. And the others weren't stupid. So naturally they would all go inside as well. The further they went inside, the greater the possibility of encountering other team members. They then encountered a group, and the two sides fought. But both sides were testing the waters, and didn't really put down any killers. And both immediately retreated. That person's supernatural ability just now can transform. It's too strong. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. That person's body instantly turned into 3 meters. And his entire body was so hard that the ice arrows that Xian Li had condensed shattered when they hit his body. Very strong, Xian Li said. Those who were able to enter here were not very different in strength. So everyone was a little more cautious. After all, there was only one life and one chance. I don't know if that's that planet's team. Long and big, Zhang Wish said. This world has a lot of different people, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both had seen more, including Wang Han as well. And there were also quite a few planetary humans in Green Plant Star. So they were all used to it. But Xian Li, Zhou Yingying, and the rest of them had seen not as much as them from Chenlan Star as to Black Iron Star. In the future, we'll meet all sorts of alien powers. So we all need to be more cautious and careful, Lin Xiaojin reminded. Got it. Good. This time, they didn't have the good luck they had encountered the first time. And these people were clearly quite a bit stronger than the team they had encountered the first time. The points from their first hunt were pure luck. Not far away, those people left. Those guys were strong too. Especially the lightning system. That ability level is estimated to be almost level 7. The man frowned and said, There's also that woman, who suddenly came right in front of me. Luckily I was wearing a defensive suit and my physique was still tough enough. Otherwise, I would have been seconded by her, the woman said with a palpitating heart. Anyway, let's be careful. Even if we don't hunt for points, as long as we can survive to the top 100 we'll be victorious, the man said in a deep voice. The ultimate level. Being able to survive to 100 was victory. Ranking high they didn't need. Although the top 3 in points would also add 500 more lifespans. But they were self-aware. There are more planets that are tougher than them, such as the super tough Blue Mill planet. The equipment is as powerful as the special abilities. Although the Blue Mill planet was outside the galaxy, they were in close contact with the galaxy. And they, Blue Mill, also had money and resources to buy advanced weapons within the galaxy. Well, no, the woman answered. Lin Xiaojin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Xiaoshu said they had gone far away and there was no one else around. Mu Shibia's perspective ability was still fully useful here. Sister Xiaojin, I saw a thatched hut behind that mountain. It should be a base as well. Right? Little Goody said as she flashed her gold-colored psychic ability. Thatched hut? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Most of the bases they had found here had earth walls. They hadn't found any thatched huts yet. So they headed in the direction Mu Xiaoxiao pointed out. Mu Xiaoxiao had the perspective ability, and could see through the mountains to the back. But they would just have to take a detour to get there. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xiaojin saw the thatched cottage Mu Xiaoxiao said. It's really a thatched hut. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but spit out. This thatched hut was really shabby. A glance from the outside could reach the head, and the thatched roof on top was tattered and torn. It looked like it was leaking on all sides. But this was the base they had found around here, and it was estimated that no one had ever come in this kind of shabby base. But it met their team, and their team was all rather curious. Thatched roof. This is very much like our Chenlan star, Zhang Wan said. They had lived in caves in the Black Iron Star, and were on the verge of becoming cavemen. Such a shabby thatched hut probably won't have anything inside, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. Wouldn't we know if we go in and take a look? Zhang Wan said with a smile. Zhang Wish was the first to go in, then didn't come out for half a day. This thatched hut was at most a few square meters. How could it be so half a day? I'll go shout for Zhang Wang. Zhou Yingying also followed and went in. They thought that such a small thatched hut, that so many of them were afraid that they wouldn't be able to squeeze in. At most it would be able to accommodate a few people. Unexpectedly, half a day later, neither Zhang Wang nor Zhou Yingying came out. Strange. I can't see anything inside this thatched hut. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted and said with a frown. This was really the first time she hadn't had perspective into a place she had been. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo heard Mu Shuyo's words, and immediately felt that this thatched hut might not be as simple as a shabby surface. Several people looked at each other, and decided to go in together to check the situation. Xianli grabbed Mu Xiaoxiao's hand. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo took the lead. But unfortunately, the door of the thatched cottage was too small, and could only be passed through alone. So Xiao Nuo was the first, followed by Lin Xiaojin Wang Han, Lin Xiaoran, and Xianli and Shibu. After entering the thatched cottage, everyone froze. Which is thatched cottage? This is clearly a castle. Inside the huge place with the outside thatched cottage does not match at all. Simply cannot imagine that the space inside is so huge. It was estimated that there were more than 1,000 square meters. And the reason why Zhang Wang and Zhou Yingying both didn't come out was because Zhang Wang had discovered a weapons storehouse, and was excitedly picking out weapons inside. Why are you guys just coming in? I just called you guys for half a day, Zhang Wan said, as he held back his excited voice. Full body weapons. We're having a blast. Zhang Wan pointed at the weapons on the wall and said, This is more powerful than any supply airdrop. It's like picking up a great bargain. We didn't hear it, Xianli said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin also shook her head. Her hearing was so good that she didn't hear any sound. Lin Xiaojin thought that Mu Shubian couldn't see what was going on in the thatched hut. So it was assumed that this place was able to isolate the sound and the perspective? Lin Xiaojin did not hurry to pick a weapon, but found the base boundary screen. This place must have been found before, only to look at the appearance of just a broken thatched hut estimates that no one came in. After all, the exterior was really shabby. It looked permeable on all sides, and it looked like there was very little space inside. Don't have a cave. This time, little boy can take great credit, Xianli also said excitedly, because not only are there weapons here, there are also energy fluids and even broken crystals. There are 5,000 broken crystals. Xianli's face reddened with excitement at the sight of the broken crystals. They knew that shattered crystals were too hard to get their hands on. They had only gotten at most a few dozen shattered crystals from killing bloodthirsty monsters every day before. But now they were getting thousands of shattered crystals so easily. This luck was as if they had won 10 million lottery tickets from scratching. Although the thousands of broken crystals were still 5,000 broken crystals away from upgrading their 4th level boundary. It seems that the other bases might have broken crystals as well. If we can get broken crystals in each of them, we won't have to cut down the bloodthirsty monsters, Xianli said. Looks like we can't let go of any broken small bases in the future, Lin Xiaojin also said with great excitement. This broken small base was very rich in supplies. Look, there are still defense suits. A total of 10 sets is enough for one of us to change into one, Zhang Wish said excitedly, as he took out the defensive suits from the shelf. Their defensive suits had long since had 10% left. And even something like Xianli's defensive suit had 5% left. And almost all of its functions were already missing. Lin Xiaojin took the defensive suit and said, These defensive suits are a level higher than ours. This time, they had really made a lot of money, because the defensive suits were going to be more advanced than their previous ones. Lin Xiaojin replaced both Lucky Star and Mu Xiao with new defensive suits. The new defensive clothing was a yellowish earth color. Most of this Camille planet was gravel and sand. This color was just not too eye-catching. Everyone changed into the new defensive clothing. The girls also changed into the new underwear given by Lin Xiaojin. Although the defensive clothing is good, but there is no underwear. The other people's clothes were changed, only Zhou Yingying grinded. Then whispered and ran to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin knew that Zhou Yingying turned out to be her period. So she took out a large packet of liquid sanitary napkins from the space. Women can't help but have little days come. Lin Xiaojin saw Zhou Yingying want sanitary napkins, and only seemed to think that she had been sitting on the moon since she gave birth to her little buns and came a month later. She hadn't had a period since where? But it certainly wasn't pregnancy. This was something Lin Xiaojin still felt. She could control every cell of her body nowadays. Lin Xiaojin thought about it and reckoned that it was because her body's genes were so strong that every drop of her own blood was a very strong energy, and it was hard for her to replenish it. It was even more unlikely to leave so much blood for her period. And the higher her body genes were, the lower her chances of conceiving a child in the future. And now that she had already advanced to level 6, it was much harder for her to have a child with the quality of her body genes. It was difficult to raise her body genes by one level. And now Lin Xiaojin was supplementing the energy of the heart of grass and would every day, which didn't even allow her body genes to be raised by one level. Although there was no promotion, there was also a promotion. Only the speed of the promotion was slow. Lin Xiaojin had installed the base boundary here, and this thatched hut was equal to their occupation. The weapons are all laser guns. This is a long-range positioning sniper rifle. It feels really light in my hand. I just don't know how to use it, Zhang Wan said excitedly. Xiao Nua, Zhang Wan and Wang Han, they were all more interested as far as guns were concerned. These guns are completely beyond my knowledge. Zhang Wan frowned. Wang Han had also learnt about high-tech weapons, as he had also wandered around the stars for a while back then. All of them are laser attributes. Looking at the grade that the markings should be divided into, Xiao Nua saw that the guns all had markings on them. This is a B-grade sniper rifle. This B-grade gun was the highest grade gun they had seen so far. Not only were there weapon energy fluids here, there was also water. And there were actually quite a few essential supplies. The various toiletries in the washroom were also something they hadn't seen before. There are a total of 6 rooms here. This place is also too big, Zhou Yingying said. The few of them had wandered around the place almost once. This base wasn't quite the same as the others. This base was underground. Above there was only one exit from the thatched roof. Should I go and make the thatched hut up there a bit more ragged? Zhang Wan said. This way, other people wouldn't find this place. After Zhang Wan said, he pulled Zhou Yingying and went to the cave entrance to make the thatched hut a little bit tattered. In fact, Lin Xiaojin had already installed a boundary here, and any person who enters the range of the thatched hut will have the corresponding prompts. Although they had found a relatively good base now, it didn't mean that they had to stay here all the time, because the range of the circle of safety was also changing all the time. But they were going to stay here until the 4th wave of attacks came. With 30 hours left until the 4th wave of attacks now, they would be resting here. At least here, they wouldn't have to be on edge all the time outside. Occasionally they heard alarms from the base boundary. People were passing by their base around them, but no one was breaking in. First of all, the thatched huts outside could be seen at a glance. Plus the two of them, Zhang Wang and Zhou Yingying, had torn down quite a few more of them, making them look even more leaky. With no security at all, it was estimated that no one would take a glance at this place. They stayed here for 10 hours. Several people took turns resting and recovering their supernatural abilities, and everyone was stocked up with energy fluids to replenish at any time. 3 waves of teams had already passed by in these 10 hours. Anyone who passed by their base would be recorded. The equipment of these 3 teams is not good. One of them doesn't even have a defensive suit on them, Zhang Wish said. With so many participating teams, some were strong and some were weak, and there were not a few with poor equipment. Even if the equipment is poor, it's not as good as us. We can't take it lightly. Lin Xiaojin thought of something and said, yes. Wang Han nodded approvingly. The 3 of them had once encountered teams in Green Plant Star where the equipment didn't look good, but the strength was strong. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Not to mention this entire universe. There are so many planets in the whole world. All kinds of novelties they have never seen before. Not knowing the strength of the others, The possibility of a frontal attack will be very small, Xiao Dua calmly said. At this time, everyone was an enemy, and no one would choose to attack people head-on. No one knew if there would be someone from the shadows who would come with a wave of mantis and yellow bird theater. This is also why this tournament keeps shortening the safety circle. The purpose is to make all the straight-faced response. The firefight that has to be. At the end of the day, it was up to the crowd. But in the early stages, no one would take the initiative to attack. But that didn't mean they wouldn't let off cold shots. So they were going to have to be more careful. Recently, more and more people have entered the circle. And as the safety circle range weakens, I'm afraid we'll encounter them more frequently. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, it would be great if the safety circle stayed at this range. We wouldn't have to move places. Xian, Li said hopefully. It was naturally good if we didn't have to move places. After all, standing a base, they still had the boundary. If the security circle was elsewhere, and if they were unlucky which place had been occupied long ago, then I'm afraid that they would become the target of attack if they broke in. The fourth wave of attack along with the airdrop supply. Airhead supply, do we want it? Xian Li asked. In fact, everyone was a bit hesitant and torn. The airdrop supply might have good things, but it was equally dangerous. We have enough supplies now. Airdrop supplies are not a necessity for us. Lin Xiaoran said indifferently. That's true. Zhang Wang laughed. The supplies they got in this thatched hut weren't bad. It wasn't necessarily that they could get so many things in the airdrop. Of course, the more supplies the better. But let's just look at the situation. See where the airdrop landing site is, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, Lin Xiaojin had instantaneous movement plus space. If the distance was close, she instantly moved to directly put the airdrop into the space. And I'm afraid the whole process wouldn't take more than a minute. If the supply airdrop really landed outside the safety circle, facing the bloodthirsty monsters, no one would dare to take it. Of course, it is not 100% sure. There will be some extremely special supernormal abilities, such as Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous transfer. There are also some special supernormal abilities, such as Earth Escape. The people in the thatched hut comfortably took a bath. Lucky Star and Little Boy also room play tired fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin also slept for a few hours to replenish the spirit. The base boundary was safe for these few hours. There were still 10 hours left before the fourth wave of attacks. And everything was still quite stable, with 3 hours left until the fourth wave of attacks. The few of them had eaten and drank enough. Lin Xiaojin looked at the entry screen. The location for dropping off supplies would release the location an hour in advance. Releasing the location an hour in advance? This is for the crowd to grab it. Zhou Yingying frowned. Although the crowd would more or less expect this kind of setup. After all, it was able to cause a conflict to eliminate more people. But in that case, they would also need to think about it if they wanted to take the supplies. And in such a situation, it was always right to be cautious. I also wonder what will be in the supplies, Xian Li said with some curiosity. It's written on the entry equipment that it depends on luck, Zhou Yingying said. Although it depends on luck. Seeing the size of the parcel, we can probably guess it. Right? Like some energy liquids are presumably small parcels. Zhang Wan guessed. I see that there are land buggies up there, suitable for driving on this planet, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. With this vehicle, they would be able to run the safety circle faster. Right? This is a good thing. Lin Xiaojin nodded in agreement. This kind of car was definitely not an ordinary car. And since it could appear in the supply information, it must be suitable for driving on Planet Camille. They couldn't be clearer about how difficult the roads of Planet Camille had to be. So this car was still very appealing to everyone. After all, they couldn't use flying machines in Planet Camille. There's also the A-class weapon laser gun. This should be the highest level weapon inside the supply, Zhang Wan said. Lin Xiaojin also didn't think that there would actually be a level A weapon in the supply. This last level wasn't just about strong psychic abilities. The equipment had to keep up as well. If the other party is a level 5 alien ability, you level 6 or even level 7. But the opposite level 5 alien ability is equipped with a high-level defense suit, in addition to the A-level laser gun. Even a level 6 alien ability is only the part of death. Unless your alien ability is very special. Strength is equal to alien ability plus equipment. Zhang Wang couldn't help but conclude. That's why equipment is also important to us. It's worth risking a little, Lin Xiaojin said gruffly. The others didn't say anything. Just look at this supply equipment. If others have it and you don't, which is dangerous. But their ability is limited. Like Xi and Li, Zhou Ying to grab the supply, which is simply sending death. But they are a team. In the team, everyone's role is different. As long as the perfect play, their team will become powerful. Lin Xiaojin thought of Zhu Jingjing at this time. If she was there then, their follow-up treatment would be more assured. In their team, Xiao Nua, Wang Han, Zhang Zhuzhu's long-range attack, Lin Xiaojin's melee sneak attack, Zhou Ying's assistance, Xi and Li's long-range interference, and his brother Lin Xiaoran's assistance plus maneuver. Xiao Nua's second skill was also considered to be their trump card skill. After all, no one could escape the control of his second skill. Soon the fourth wave of the bloodthirsty monster attack had an hour left. While the supply point map was also sent out. There were a total of 100 supply parcels, and 2 of them were right near them. The closest was even just 7 or 8 kilometers away. It's very close to us, Lin Xiaojin said with 2 glowing eyes. It is very close. Lin Xiaoran nodded. There was another parcel probably more than 20 kilometers away from them. There must be quite a few people going to squat at the supply point release. I can try this supply. Lin Xiaojin had the feeling of jumping into action. I'll join you, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. He was also uneasy about Lin Xiaojin going by herself. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She wouldn't go by herself. With Xiao Nuo, the 2 of them worked well together. Not only that, the 2 of them had skills that were common to each other. Just for example, Xiao Nua's time control, apart from Lin Xiaojin, everyone else would be controlled, which gave them a lot of opportunities. We'll be nearby for support, Xi and Li said. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, Xi and Li, you stay at the base with Ying. Lucky Star and Xiao Xiao need someone to protect them still. Xi and Li thought about it, and that was why she nodded. But she was still a bit uneasy and said, you guys must pay attention to safety. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This feeling of robbing something is very exciting. Zhang Wan couldn't help but say, grab it and run. Don't stay even for a second longer, Lin Xiaojin said solemnly. Their goal was the parcel, and they would leave immediately after getting it. The distance to the fourth wave of attacks was about to start, meaning that the parcel was about to arrive at the designated location as well. They packed up and left the base, with Xi and Li and Zhou Ying taking care of the 2 children at the base. In total, it's just 8 kilometers away from us. It'll take us less than an hour to run there at our speed, Lin Xiaojin roughly calculated. Go and return quickly, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. It would have been possible for Lin Xiaojin to materialize a car so that they would greatly save time. But it was possible in the past. But not this time. Try to avoid seeing other people this time. My maximum instantaneous distance today is 1,000 meters. You guys wait for us 1,000 meters away, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaoran nodded silently. There are people up there. Let's go around from that rock over there. Lin Xiaojin pointed upwards and said. Although Xiao Nua and the others had brought night vision devices, this kind of instrument had distance limitations. Lin Xiaojin didn't need a night vision device. Her eyes could see clearly and farther in the dark. The others didn't say anything and circled around towards the boulder. They had already encountered 2 waves of teams in this rush. It seems that even though it's dangerous, there are still quite a few people coming to grab supplies. There was also a more important reason that this supply was falling within a safe area, which was why it attracted quite a few people to come. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Her psyche couldn't help but feel a little worried. This safety circle hadn't shrunk too small, and she had already encountered quite a lot of people. When the safety circle was shrinking, I'm afraid that she would encounter even more people. At that time, the crowd was chaotic, even more dangerous. Want to survive in that kind of scene? Not only the strength, equipment must also be strong. Especially they also bring 2 children. Alien strength is also uneven. This situation is even more need to equip the time to make up the strength. Thinking of here Lin Xiaojin. That supply parcel she is imperative. There are still 15 minutes. The supplies will be issued. Zhang Wang looked at the time and said, I'm afraid that there are a lot of people hidden around this supply location. But I can't hear a single movement around it. Lin Xiaojin had spotted 2 groups of team members hiding around them by now. Lin Xiaojin didn't know if their location had been discovered. Lin Xiaojin told Zhang Quan and the others to stay where they were. And in a moment when the supply appeared, she would instantly move and bring Xiao Nuo directly over to collect the parcel. There was only one chance like this, because Lin Xiaojin didn't know what tactics the others would have. The time was getting closer and closer. The crowd was getting more and more tense. Every minute and second was under high tension. As time passed, there was still 1 minute left before the transmission of the parcel was transmitted. The crowd's participating equipment all turned on the countdown. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, grabbed Xiao Nua with one hand. And when she saw the parcel teleporting over, she was the first to bring Xiao Nua to instantly move over to collect the parcel. There were still 20 seconds to go, and the teleportation point was already emitting a white light. There were already people rushing around the teleportation point in advance, fully equipped, weapons in hand. As long as someone went up to grab it with them, they would be attacked. The light curtain had 5 seconds left. There was another wave of people who seemed to be unable to hold back. Both sides began to fight. At the very beginning they fought with firepower, and didn't use their supernatural abilities. Seeing this as an opportunity, Lin Xiaojin exchanged a glance with Xiao Nua, and prepared to start instantly moving. 3, 2, 1, anytime the time counted down. Lin Xiaojin took Xiao Nua, and disappeared in the same place. The two people directly appeared at the teleportation point. Huge green parcels appeared. Lin Xiaojin directly collected into the space. One of them reacted and directly shot a laser gun towards Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. At the same time Xiao Nua used his second skill. Time pause. The laser bullet stopped in midair. Lin Xiaojin did not hesitate for a second, and directly brought Xiao Nua back again. Retreat, Lin Xiaojin said to the others. Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Wan, Wang Han. They hurriedly followed behind Lin Xiaojin, and the few people quickly retreated. The people in front were already in a mess. The two squads fighting each other. The parcel was snatched. That person has an instantaneous movement skill. It should be nearby. They can't run far. Lin Xiaojin suddenly appeared and took the parcel away, instantly catching the crowd off guard. Originally each squad was an enemy, and Lin Xiaojin made such a mess. Instantly started to mess up. Behind him all kinds of lasers grabbing, and all kinds of supernatural fighting sounds. One of the first squads to rush up had almost been completely wiped out. But Lin Xiaojin didn't care so much and hurriedly retreated. Too exciting, Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. Just now there were an estimated 7.8 squads fighting behind them. Lin Xiaoran narrowed his eyes and lowered his eyebrows, locking his deep brows. Besides those fighting, there are quite a few hidden around, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Some of them also didn't even make a rash move. They were all observing. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin felt a wave of danger. This was her intuition. Lin Xiaojin grabbed Xiao Nua and instantly moved beside a distance of 1 meter. And a big burning hole appeared where Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua had just stood. Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Zhuan and Wang Han also reacted. And Lin Xiaoran materialized several obstacles in an instant. They, on the other hand, ducked into the underground of the huge rubble. There's no one in sight. Zhang Wish frowned. Their night vision device level was relatively low, and they couldn't see from too far away. At our 9 o'clock direction, Lin Xiaojin whispered. This squad was probably squatting in front of them. But they were also at a relatively long distance, so they were using long-range fire. On a hillside at 9 o'clock, there were 3 people ambushed here. Their planet squad was originally 7 in total, and now there were only 3 of them left. Damn! That person reacted really fast. My sniper cannon actually missed. The man looked up with an eyebrow and said. Clearly the sniper cannon had already locked on. The sniper cannon only has 3 shots left. You should be careful with the other 2. The other man instructed. The man's sniper missed, and his psyche was a bit reluctant, so he could only nod his head. That man can sense the danger of sniping. It's likely that the alien ability is perception type. A girl frowned and thought. Perception class alien ability. The 6th sense is different from normal people. There is even a super strong 7th sense. They are in danger. There are also some sensory aspects will be 1 step ahead of the sense to know. Perception class alien energy. Although not attack alien energy strong, but also is a kind of difficult alien energy. Even is able to avoid sniper type gun, because the general alien is unable to avoid the sniper gunfire. Most of them are hard to resist. It would be troublesome if it was a perception type ability. The man said with a frown. Retreat. If you can't get a hit, it's dangerous to fight. The woman said. Good. The 3 people also did not love the battle. Found out that they did not sneak attack Lin Xiaojin them. Immediately chose to retreat. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua they hid behind a rock. Lin Xiaojin, she was able to clearly perceive because her body genes reached level 6. Hearing, eyesight, and surroundings could all be clearly perceived. They left. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw those few people on the hillside leave. A few people looked at the big hole in front of them, all couldn't help but have palpitations. This time that sniper had chosen Lin Xiaojin to shoot. If he had chosen Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Zhu, and Wang Han, the three of them would have either been injured or died. Too scary. Zhang Wan couldn't help but say. Not only would there be a frontal fight, there would also be underhanded shots from behind. Let's all be careful in the future. With such a powerful force, even though we're wearing defense suits, I'm afraid we'll be seriously injured, Lin Xiaojin said with a deep frown. Let's be careful, Xiao Nuo said calmly. The few people were not in a hurry to rush as they walked, while Lin Xiaojin was cautiously observing the surroundings. Soon they returned to the thatched cottage base. Luckily, there was nothing going on at the thatched cottage base. Now all the attention was on the supplies ahead. Now that was a mess. But the supplies had already reached them. Got the supplies? Zhou Yingying inquired as she watched them return. Got it. Zhang Wang nodded. Xi and Li saw that Lin Xiaojin and the others weren't even this happy when they got the supplies back. So she asked, Did you guys encounter something? Lin Xiaojin told Xi and Li and Zhou Yingying what they had just encountered. The two of them also had palpitations when they heard it. Such a sneak attack might be something they would encounter often in the future. Lin Xiaojin thought of the big hole in the ground that was shot through surrounded by burning embers. This sniper rifle should be very powerful equipment. We also have a sniper laser rifle class B equipment, Wang Han said as he thought of something. Wang Han had broken one of his arms and couldn't use the sniper rifle. And Zhang Wan and Wang Han were long-range attackers. Today, they had seen the power of a sniper rifle. And this sniper rifle they were going to make use of as well. The laser sniper rifle is not very heavy. And girls can also use it. Xi and Li, Zhou Yingying, and Lin Xiaoran could all use the laser sniper rifle. This laser sniper rifle was still relatively important. So Lin Xiaoran tried it out with Xi and Li and Zhou Yingying. I can condense ice arrows would have been a long-range attack. This sniper rifle doesn't do much for me, Xi and Li said after trying it. And she also had a laser pistol. Lin Xiaoran and Zhou Yingying's hands were both good. Zhou Yingying's special ability was biased towards assisting. Lin Xiaoran's special ability was more diversified. Both of them were more suitable to use this sniper rifle. It's more appropriate for Yingying to use, Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Zhou Yingying's psychic abilities were all auxiliary, although she also had a laser gun. And it was also good to cultivate one more great killing aura. In the end it was decided that this gun was given to Zhou Yingying to use, because a battle could happen at any time. The weapon class was kept by themselves. Unless it was a redundant weapon, then it would be put into Lin Xiaojin's space. So this laser sniper rifle would normally need to be carried by Zhou Yingying herself. But the gun was very light in weight. Zhou Yingying still liked it. Only at this time did she remember the parcel that Lin Xiaojin had collected. Lin Xiaojin took the huge parcel out of space. The parcel was wrapped in a huge iron box. Lin Xiaojin looked at this iron quality is also good. Cannot be wasted. Things out of this iron box should also be left to Tuan Tuan as rations. Zhang Wish and Wang Han were ready to open the parcel when they were stopped by Xiao Nuo. Be careful. Xiao Nuo looked at the parcel and said cautiously. The two thought of something and didn't immediately go to open the parcel. Although it was said to be a supply parcel, there was no telling if there would be any danger inside. Being a little more cautious in this place was responsible for life. I'll go call little boy to take a look, Xi and Li said. Good, Lin Xiaojin responded. After all, Mu Xiaoyu was a body scanner. Not long after Little Good walked out in a daze. And I don't know if it's dark every day now. Little Good and Lucky Star 2 kids are especially sleepy every day. Little boy, use your psychic ability to see what's in this box. Lin Xiaojin stroked Little Boy's head and said, Okay. Little Good nodded. And instantly Little Good's eyes flashed a golden light. Inside are all small boxes with rows of needles on them. Mu Xiaoyao hadn't seen this kind of thing before and wasn't too sure. Saying, Needles? The crowd were all a little puzzled when they heard Mu Xiaoyao's description. But it didn't sound like something good. So Lin Xiaojin told the crowd to clear out. Lin Xiaojin took out her laser gun and shot it at the iron box. Bang a few times. The iron box was actually unharmed. It looks like it can only be opened manually, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Opening it manually would definitely be dangerous. So everyone was silent for a few seconds. "Let me try," Zhang Wang said, and was about to go forward. "Wait. It's still me." Wang Han pulled Zhang Wang back, and wanted to go open the box as well. Just as the two of them were scrambling, Lin Xiaoran directly manifested a human robot, and went to open the iron box manually. The iron box just opened. Poof poof poof. A centimeter of silver needle shot out densely. And immediately Lin Xiaoran's manifested robot was directly shot out. The sofa in front of them, and the TV. The stone wall were all shot through. Sure enough. How insidious. Picking up a parcel is still dangerous. Xian Li couldn't help but spit. The crowd was also grimacing. In fact, what they didn't know was that not every supply parcel had a mechanism. Most of them didn't. Only a few of them did. And even had poisonous gas. Of course, the more dangerous the supply parcel, the more precious the things inside them. The crowd looked at the steel needles on the wall. Each one was 10 centimeters long. It seems that Mu Shibian was talking about this. Luckily just now Wang Han and Zhang Zhuan, the two of them, didn't go to open the supply box rashly. There shouldn't be any. Right? Zhang Wan said tentatively. He seemed to have forgotten that he had just almost turned into a sieve with Wang Han and the two of them. Lin Xiaojin thought of the robot that her brother had just visualized and said, "Brother, your robot can also visualize?" She had only seen her brother visualize wooden people. "It's just the shell." Lin Xiaoran shook his head and said, he couldn't visualize something as complicated as a robot nowadays. The things he visualized not only required energy, but also required him to understand enough. The more complex something was, the more complex the molecular structure was. Seeing the steel needles that had just densely shot out, there were at least thousands of them. And for a while, they didn't go forward. Lin Xiaoran figuratively came out another robot. Although there was no actual function. But Lin Xiaoran was able to control it to do some simple actions. The robot took out all the contents of the iron box. And without triggering any organs. The crowd was relieved. Such a large supply parcel only had 5 small boxes inside. This is definitely not a weapon, Zhang Wish said with some disappointment when he saw such small boxes. Just take a look and you'll know. Lin Xiaojin too is interested. Although it is not a weapon. But this kind of supply box also have to shed organs. This 5 brother looking for the things contained in the box is certainly not simple. Lin Xiaojin went forward just ready to open was Lin Xiaoran stopped. He was afraid of the small box will come out again, what dangerous things. So stop Lin Xiaojin. He continued to manipulate the manifestation of the robot to open the small box. Not long after 5 brothers' small box were opened. Inside put a few transparent vials. The first box is a greenish-blue liquid. The second is green. The third is white glass bottle. The fourth box contained something like a spreadsheet. But there were just 4 pieces in it. The fifth box held the same thing, as the fourth, also the same as always, was 4 pieces. This liquid? What kind of energy liquid is it? Xian Li frowned. Looking at the glass bottle, kinda looks like a bottle for exchanging energy liquid. I'll check. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, and checked the information of the items in the supply from the entry equipment. But it was Lin Xiaojin, Zhou Yingying, and a few of them also followed and checked. The green one is a repair liquid. To repair wounds? Zhou Yingying said in surprise. This repair liquid could save lives from serious injuries. And wounds could be restored to their original state in 7 days. And it was coalesced by the recovery alien ability using energy liquefaction. Although there are only 4 bottles. That's precious enough. Zhou Yingying continued. At this time Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but think of Zhu Jingjing. She was a recovery lineage. If she was there, then they at least didn't have to worry about getting hurt. Maybe even Wang Han's arm could be healed. Nowadays, Zhu Jingjing should be in the galaxy. Wait until their ultimate level breaks into the galaxy. Maybe they'll be able to meet soon. In the planet of Camel, there are many dangers. For example, they encountered that sniper gunfire today. If they did not avoid it, then I'm afraid that they will be seriously injured. They don't have Zhu Jingjing. Although there is Lin Xiaojin's space water. But although it has a certain therapeutic effect, it is still a slow healing effect. This kind of recovery liquid. Serious injuries can be completely recovered in 7 days. I found this white bottle in. Is blocking liquid. A bottle is only 10 drops. A drop of statute of limitations. 1 hour bloodthirsty monster will not attack. Xian Li said in surprise. This was a good thing. The biggest threat on planet Camel is the bloodthirsty monsters. This white liquid is called the isolation liquid. although there are only 10 drops in a bottle. That is, a bottle can block the bloodthirsty monsters for 10 hours. Although there are only 4 bottles. That's 40 drops. This thing was too precious. This blue color is for restoring stamina. 1 bottle can refresh one for 10 days. Wang Han found the blue color description introduction. Green recovery liquid. Blue spiritual liquid. White blocking liquid. And the rest had 8 electronic watches. I found it. It's an exploration instrument. It's Class B. It can explore a distance of 1,000 meters around. Xianli said excitedly when she saw the brief description. This is going to be able to explore the surrounding bloodthirsty monsters, as well as other people within a range of 1,000 meters. This is too powerful. This supply makes us spin big. Zhang Wish couldn't help but say. No wonder there were still hidden weapons in this supply parcel. It was because the things here were really useful. If the ones in the supply parcel were estimated to have 4 stars. Full 5 stars. Just know how good they grabbed this parcel. A few of them each went with an electronic watch. Directly tied to the hand. Drip drip drip. The competition equipment is upgrading. At the same time, their entry equipment made a sound like this. Soon, their entry equipment was successfully upgraded to a level 2 entry equipment due to the addition of the electronic watch. And their glasses entry equipment was scrapped at the same time, emitting a puff of white smoke. Level 2 entry equipment? Lin Xiaojin said, somewhat confused. They just realized that the entry equipment could actually be upgraded. And this was considered hidden. Nowadays, their entry equipment has changed from glasses to a watch. And the entry equipment also increases the function to monitor the safety range of 1,000 around them. Of course, this can only monitor the ones with a lower level than their own. If the other party's entry equipment has a higher level than theirs, they won't be able to monitor it. This is much more convenient to carry on your hand than on your eyes. Xianli said. Competition eyes with eyes. Although it can be hidden. But only the surface cannot be seen. If you want to wash your face to touch or be able to feel it. Not to mention that now is the dark night. They bring the night vision device, but also iterative competition equipment. More or less some impact. But now their participation equipment upgraded. Now can be brought in the hand. Also do not know whether there are other functions. But with just this one more feature, they would be able to beat the other participating teams. Everyone was immersed in joy. Only Lin Xiaojin looked at the supply parcel on the ground, and saw the isolation liquid again. Lin Xiaojin clicked on the competition equipment. The red dots of the supplies that had already been taken disappeared and turned gray. That is, they had already been collected. And those that had not changed were those that had not yet been collected. Lin Xiaojin saw that most of them had already been collected. Only the parcels left outside the safety circle were temporarily many without anyone collecting them. After all, it was the 4th wave of bloodthirsty monsters attacking outside. No one was going to collect the parcels at this time. I suddenly have an idea, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the crowd with the isolation fluid. You want to go out of the safety circle? Lin Xiaoran was no less than Lin Xiaojin's brother, and guessed Lin Xiaojin's idea at the first moment. Right. I have space and an instantaneous transfer. And with the addition of the isolation fluid, there are 3 safety circle parcels that are close to us today, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. 3 supply parcels, They could totally get them. Once again before she would have hesitated some. But now there was the isolation fluid. Foolproof, The crowd looked at Lin Xiaojin and didn't say anything. Not long after Xianli said with some hesitation. Will this be dangerous? Riches and dangers. There's no problem. So many squads today. And I didn't get my supplies back? I think we can try, Wang Han said in a deep voice. The main thing was that Lin Xiaojin had instantaneous transmission plus space. So it was completely possible to get it. I'm in favor, Xiao Nua said as he looked at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin heatedly smiled, knowing that Xiao Nua would be in favor of her idea. Not only would he be in favor, but he would also follow her. It was just Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. The 2 skills matched each other. There were fewer people with smaller targets. They only collected supplies. The crowd saw that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua said yes. They naturally will not continue to block Lin Xia ran although psychological worry. But Liquid did not continue to block Lin Xiaojin. He thought of his sister having space. And being able to go in when it was really dangerous to hide. And that put his mind at ease. You guys just stay at the base and wait for us, Lin Xiaojin said. The 4th wave of the attack was only a few hours away. So Lin Xiaojin and the others had to hurry and go out to collect supplies. Everyone nodded. And Lin Xiaojin left behind quite a bit more food. Lin Xiaojin stroked Lucky Star's head and instructed, "Be good here and wait for Mummy to come back. Mummy, I miss you." The pink Lucky Star's long, round face was very cute. And even his voice was soft. Lucky Star also said towards Lin Xiaojin's forehead gently kissed. Xi saw Lin Xiaojin's forehead flashed a trace of pink light. She thought it was her eyes blurred it. Lucky Star was originally a pink star. And she was also a pink star aristocrat. In the pink star only the aristocrats will awaken the supernatural ability. Half of the other pink star people also came with a lucky system. Lucky Star had unknowingly awakened the initial skill Lucky Kiss. An initial skill that every noble would awaken. A few would also awaken the blessing skill. The skill she possessed was Lucky Kiss. As long as one was kissed by her, would it possess a certain lucky ratio. However, Lucky Star's age was too young. And nowadays she could only leave one lucky kiss a month. And there was also a time limit. But Lin Xiaojin didn't know any of this. Neither did the clueless Lucky Star. She only wanted to kiss her mum. Mummy will be back soon. Lin Xiaojin gently touched Lucky Star's pink little face. With limited time, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both rushed out. Now that only the two of them were left. The two of them were able to ride the land vehicle in Lin Xiaojin's space. Driving the land vehicle would be much faster. The two of them sat in the land traveler. "Only 5 minutes before we can get out of the safety circle," Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the screen. It was still faster to have a walker. Otherwise they would still have to run for a while. And all that time would be wasted on the road. Only when they were out of the safety circle, they needed to stop the land vehicle. Outside the safety circle were gathered bloodthirsty monsters. The land vehicle must not be attacked by bloodthirsty monsters and scrapped. 5 minutes later they arrived outside the safety circle. Although there is no indication line, there is also no boundary-like things. But the group of bloodthirsty monsters, as if there is something to stop them. Not a step into the safety circle. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin both walked out from the safety circle. And Lin Xiaojin put the land walker back into space. Lin Xiaojin took out the bottle of isolation liquid from space. One bottle had 10 drops. They had a total of 40 drops. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time. There were still 3 hours left until the end of the 4th wave of attacks. So the two of them, her and Xiao Nuo, would be fine with 3 drops each. A bottle of 10 drops. The two of them used 6 drops. And the rest was put away in space. Lin Xiaojin looked at the supply location on the map, and the two of them set off towards the map location. The bloodthirsty monsters outside the safety circle of the quarantine liquid they had dropped on really weren't attacking them. As if they didn't exist. Lin Xiaojin also did not want to kill them to collect broken crystals. Now collect supply parcels is exactly. Although they drop the isolation liquid, these bloodthirsty monsters do not attack them. But if they take out the land traveler, I'm afraid these bloodthirsty monsters will attack the land traveler. So they can only walk on foot. So the first supply parcel is not far. The two of them walked for more than 10 minutes. They reached the first supply parcel location. There was a group of bloodthirsty monsters around that parcel. If they wanted to collect the parcel, they had to break through these bloodthirsty monsters. If it was any other group that encountered it, I'm afraid they would need to destroy these bloodthirsty monsters. But Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo don't need to. Lin Xiaojin and instantaneous transfer easily take Xiao Nuo into the bloodthirsty monsters encirclement. Both of them have a blocking liquid on their body. These bloodthirsty monsters don't attack them. Lin Xiaojin collected the supply box for a minute without arriving. And the two of them had already left this place. Lin Xiaojin didn't open the supply box either. Time was running out. The blocking liquid on them had a time limit. Lin Xiaojin and the others collected the 3 supply crates closest to them within 4 hours. Look guys. There are several supply crates in the security circle that have been taken. Yeah. That squad is so powerful. As long as we go out of the security circle, it's a dense mass of bloodthirsty monsters. Who goes out at this time? Isn't that looking for death? They must have got something. Isn't there a quarantine fluid on the supply materials? Maybe it's because they got this thing that they are emboldened to go out of the security circle. The red dot of the supply in the security circle was very obvious. And after they collected it, the red dot would turn gray. So it was very conspicuous. There were already quite a few people who noticed this. But they didn't have the isolation fluid and naturally didn't dare to risk their lives to go out of the circle of security. There are still 72 hours left for the safety circle to narrow down, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. The fourth wave of attacks ended, and the scope of the safety circle narrowed. Only this time, the attacks of the bloodthirsty monsters would not stop. This meant that they had to enter the safety circle within 7 days. This time, Goddess of Fortune did not favor them with this again. The first 2 times they narrowed down the circle of safety was not very large. And this time, it directly narrowed down by almost half. The entire circle of safety narrowed down to the center of planet Kakimir. It seems like this ultimate level will end soon. Right? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Originally, he thought that the crowd thought that there was no time limit for the ultimate level and would ink for a few years. But I'm afraid that the organizers wouldn't give them this chance. At this distance, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it for months if they just walked there. Now they were just given 7 days. Wish we had a car inside this supply. Lin Xiaojin said expectantly. Go back. Xiao Nuo said gently, as he pulled Lin Xiaojin's hand. Good. The rest of the supply locations were all a bit far away. Besides, the range of the safety circle had already been announced. Now they needed to hurry back to the base and set off to the safety circle. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo rushed back towards the base. And just after entering the security circle, Lin Xiaojin wanted to take out the landwalker from space. Suddenly a cold light shot out towards them. But the next second Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo disappeared in place. Someone is sneaking up on us again. Lin Xiaojin cursed in a low voice. However, this time, Lin Xiaojin didn't realize that the person whose sneak attacked them was an ice pick that had just shot towards them. It should be an ice-type psychic. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were hiding behind a rock. Their eyes couldn't see the person who was hiding. Lin Xiaojin thought of the new equipment they had obtained, one of which was the ability to detect 1,000 meters around them. Lin Xiaojin silently turned on the competition equipment and turned on the scanning. It's 500 meters ahead of us, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the competition equipment. There was a total of 4 people. It was a pity that the entry device only had a probing function, and there was no way to probe their alien ability level. But even this skill was already impressive. They didn't withdraw. It looks like they are searching us. Lin Xiaojin looked at the entry equipment as the 4 people moved in 2 by 2. Lin Xiaojin thought contemplatively for a moment. These few looked like they were specifically squatting them? It wasn't like they hadn't met sneak attacks before. They would immediately retreat if they didn't succeed in a sneak attack. These few people didn't succeed in sneak attacking them. They didn't retreat. Instead, they came over to search for them. It seems that we have attracted attention by gathering supplies outside. Xiao Nuo's eyes dimmed as he said. As expected, no one was stupid to be able to enter the ultimate level. They only picked the nearest of these supplies to collect. The red dots of these supplies had all dimmed. So these people probably analyzed it. Let's just hurry up and catch up. Lin Xiaojin pounded his eyelids and said. Nowadays, if you cannot do a fight or do not do a fight, hurry up and rush. The safety circle is so far away. They still think of intercepting them here? Lin Xiaojin directly led Xiao Nuo to leave in one instantaneous movement after another. Can't find it. Disappeared. A woman wrinkled her eyebrows and said. Ran away. That person was able to dodge Sister Ice's ice cone and directly disappeared in place. So it's really an instantaneous transformation type skill. The man frowned and guessed. Instantaneous movement was not good to catch, unless there was a spatial lock on one of the spatial powers to stop her from instantly moving. It was a pity that there were too few spatial psychic abilities. Let's just run away. Let's just figure out how to run into the security circle, the other man said crossly. They had planned to intercept them and take the supplies from them. Although that man has the instantaneous transmission skill. The supplies they grabbed were put there? A woman said curiously. Could it be that she still has a storage function? Another man said suspiciously. Impossible. How could it be a dual ability? Especially space. One of them immediately vetoed it. There were many different kinds of spatial psychic abilities, and awakening them was already not easy. So it was not easy to only awaken one of them. It was said that it was much harder to enhance spatial psychic abilities than other psychic abilities. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both left a long time ago. The 2 people quickly returned to the base, and the 2 people found that the thatched hut was broken, and the entire roof was gone. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo hurriedly entered the base. Luckily, nothing dangerous happened in the base. Someone just fought above us and lost us outside. Luckily, they didn't find us in this place, Xi said when she saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both came back. You all saw it, right? The circle of safety has shrunk again, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. It's far away from us this time. Only 7 days. Wang Han wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "It was too far away. You guys got 3 supply crates? Quickly look inside to see if there's a vehicle like a car or something," Zhou Yingying said impatiently. With such a long distance, it was simply too impractical for them to walk there and run there to get there within 7 days. Even if Lin Xiaoran manifested a car, it would be impossible to make it there. After all, Lin Xiaoran was able to continuously consume energy for 7 days straight. Even an ordinary car needs refueling. Let alone Lin Xiaoran. Even if there is energy liquid, there needs to be replenishment plus recovery time. Besides, they don't have a few bottles of energy liquid anymore. Nowadays, the only thing they have is isolation fluid, recovery fluid, and stamina fluid. For the next 7 days, they will be on the road all the time. And I'm afraid that they won't have much time to sleep in the next few days. Luckily, they got 4 bottles of stamina liquid. Each of them drank half of it to replenish their spirit. Lin Xiaojin took out the 3 supply chests he got. Hopefully, these 3 supply chests possessed transport that could be taken inside. Lin Xiaojin had even prepared for the worst. Lin Xiaojin didn't rashly go to open the crates. It was still the robot that Lin Xiaoran imaged that opened the crates. The first box was actually a box of grenades? Small grenades, Wang Han said. Wang Han had seen this information. This grenade was only the size of a glass bead, but it was very powerful. There were 100 pieces in total. This entire box contained this many grenades, and each person shared more than 10. The remaining 2 boxes were opened separately. What's this pile? Zhou Yingying looked at the pile of parts in the box. It should need to be assembled, Wang Han said as he looked at the pile of parts. There are assembly instructions here. Zhang Wish saw a thick booklet. Position cannon. A class weapon equipment. Oh my god! Zhang Wan couldn't help but marvel. This was an A-class weapon. It was too awesome. Only, Zhang Wish's entire face twisted as he looked at this thick installation pamphlet. I can't read it. Zhang Wan spat out a breath and said. Then he gave the installation pamphlet to Xiao Nuo very Wang Han. Wang Han still knew a little bit about some mechanic assembly. He was the one who repaired all the cars when he was in Chilan Star. And Xiao Nuo could also repair some aircraft and so on. But when the two saw the booklet, both of them fell into contemplation. Position cannon. Group attack. One cannon is able to blast dozens of bloodthirsty monsters. Xi and Li were both flabbergasted for a few seconds when they saw the introduction of the position cannon. The full name of the position cannon was Position Laser Cannon. It took her a lot of effort to kill a single bloodthirsty monster. But this position laser cannon could kill dozens of bloodthirsty monsters with a single shot. It's too powerful. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but exclaim as well. But I'm afraid the installation will take a long time. Lin Xiaoran also looked at the installation pamphlet. There were dozens of pages. And there was no assembly video yet. I'll put this in space for Green Star to study, Lin Xiaojin said, thinking of Green Star. Right. Right. Zhou Yingying nodded frantically. Lin Xiaojin put this set of equipment into space and gave it to Green Star, whose eyes were glowing after seeing it. Green Star couldn't manage it alone and called Red Dazzle to help. This complex assembly. There are various parts that need to be installed. Green Star needs to study it. Lin Xiaojin also did not rush Green Star. She also saw the thick installation instructions. And there is no video. It will take a while. The last crate Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't expect to open something like a car anymore. Because the crate needed for a car would definitely be bigger. Right? This last supply crate was smaller than these 2 in front of it. Even though it wouldn't be a car, Lin Xiaojin still controlled the robot to open the crate. Inside was another small crate. Opened it, and placed another 5 bottles of clear liquid inside. This thing they had seen before. It was blocking liquid. It's blocking liquid, Xi said. It's good to have this. At least they can still use this to buy time when they can't make it. Several people were car. Now they could only hurry up. Not just them, others were also hurrying up to the safety circle. 5 bottles is also 50 drops. A drop of blocking 1 hour. In addition to their remaining 32 drops. A total of 82 drops of blocking liquid. But there were so many of them. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to share it for long. The supply crates were all opened. And all of them didn't stay. They drank the stamina liquid. And all of them started to set off. Lin Xiaojin from the space turned out half a day. There is no with the mobility tools. Motorbike. Electric car has long been scrapped. The airship cannot be used. Land traveler can only take up to 3 people. So they decided that Lin Xiaoran would manifest a car and ride a bike for a while. And that's all they could do. Otherwise, if they kept letting Lin Xiaoran manifest, continuously consuming energy, brother couldn't afford it either. Look guys, are these red marks on the ground? Lin Xiaojin said in astonishment. Yeah. Looks like someone got a supply car too. Zhou Yingying said enviously. I want to grab it so badly. Exionly said. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up as she looked at Exionly. She mentally thought the same thing. Seeing that this mark is new, it should have been gone not long ago. Xiao Nua checked the red marks on the ground. The soil covering it wasn't deep. Lin Xiaoran continued to figurative car to catch the road. Except that the one who worked the hardest in this way was Lin Xiaoran. Besides, the energy liquid was no longer available. Lin Xiaoran could only drink Lin Xiaojin's space water to replenish energy. So in the middle of the day Lin Xiaoran maintains the car for a maximum of 2 hours. And for the rest, they can only rely on themselves to catch up. Zhou Yingying looked at the competition equipment. They were so far away from the safety circle. The 2-day journey was actually not shortened much at all. This really tested one's mental qualities. And they noticed that the safety circle behind them seemed to be slowly shortening. When will we be able to enter the safety circle like this? Zhou Yingying frowned, sighing somewhat. Let's just listen to God's fate. AI? Exionly said with a deep sigh. They still drank the stamina liquid. Or else they must be tired and hungry after such a long rush without sleep. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Regardless of whether they could make it or not. They couldn't just sit here and wait for death. Right. We can't die here. I still want to return to our Chenlan star. Zhou Yingying said. Returning to the Chenlan star. They seemed to be motivated again. It was their hometown. And now it seemed like they were only getting better at what it meant to be homesick. And even though Chenlan star was littered with zombies, it was still the land where they had once lived. They continued to rush. And the sound of thumping and fighting in front of them made Lin Xiaojin and the others stop in their tracks. Lin Xiaojin looked at his entry watch and scoped out 5 people ahead. It's 2 teams in a firefight, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. They could still hear the sweeping sound of laser guns ahead. The front was fighting fiercely. And Lin Xiaojin's team was hiding in the back. They all have people injured. Bleeding a lot. Mu Xiuya's perspective ability saw all the situations present. How many were injured? Lin Xiaojin asked in a hurry. There are 2, Mu Xiuju said. Lin Xiaojin let Mu Xiuju point out the approximate location. While both of them were fighting and someone else was injured. She went up at this time to make up for it. This point was like picking up for nothing. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved over to destroy the injured person first. And the rest of Xiao Nua and the others cooperated to solve it. Zhou Yingying had already set up her sniper rifle. To be honest, she was a little nervous. Although she had practiced a few times. It was the first time she had fired a gun. The crowd's entry equipment could clearly see the positioning. And by the time Lin Xiaojin instantly disappeared in place. The others were also ready. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved over and suddenly appeared in front of the injured man. You? The man's pupils widened in surprise. And before he could even speak, he was shot through the chest by Lin Xiaojin's laser sword. Being able to choose to participate in the competition would lead to encountering this day. Either being killed or killing. Whoever is soft-hearted is dead. There is no such words as pity, soft-heartedness, or human life here. There is only the winner is the king. The loser is the enemy. Lin Xiaojin just stabbed the injured person to death. They Chenlan's points +1. At the same time, the dead person teammates also found Lin Xiaojin. Only Lin Xiaojin didn't even make much of a stop. Killed the person and immediately instantly moved away to stay. On the other side, Xiao Nu and Wang Han, as well as Zhang Wang's attacks directly towards them. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, solved another injured person. Zhou Yingying turned on her sniper rifle. And although she didn't kill the person in the first shot, she also shot the person, causing him to be seriously injured. There were 5 people on the opposite side. 2 were injured and 2 were killed by a few of them. The remaining person had strong psychic abilities and actually escaped. However, that person was also injured. Xiao Nui and the others didn't go after him. That person thought he could run away and was being complacent when a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. This woman was none other than Lin Xiaojin. Instantaneous transmission. The man was killed by Lin Xiaojin in surprise. Both squads were killed by them. And at the same time, they received another 5 points. Now their Chen Blue Stars team had 11 points. which each point represented a human life. This also showed how cruel this ultimate level was. One also wondered how many points one would have to get in order to win. After resolving a few people, Zhang Zhuang and Wang Han were on guard, while Xian Li brought Mu Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Yingying and Lin Xiaoran followed. Lin Xiaojin took the lucky star from Lin Xiaoran's hand. When she instantly killed someone, she would give the lucky star to her brother or Xiao Nuo. The contestant watches showed that there was no one around, but they didn't dare to be careless. There were sniper rifles with shooting ranges above 5,000 meters, like Zhou Yingying, who got this sniper laser rifle with a shooting range of 2,000 meters. Their entry probing equipment would only have a range of 1,000 meters around them. They were able to sneak attack others, and of course others were also able to sneak attack them. In short, caution is the key to success. Lin Xiaojin stripped off all the equipment from a few people. Basically, the defense suits were useless after the people died. These few people were really poor. There wasn't much equipment that could be used. The crowd didn't ink. There wasn't anything that could be used. So they grabbed the time to catch up. We are rushing like this side by side. Meat will still encounter trouble. After 5 days cannot enter the safety circle at all. Xian Li sighed. Now they can only hope that the road can meet a reliable car. Or else in the end we'll certainly have to kill bloodthirsty monsters on the side. But also in the wolf will climb into the circle. Now the crowd can only hope that the road will not encounter other things. It is best to find a car to be able to enter the safety circle smoothly. Unfortunately, things always go against their wishes. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't find any cars. They could only rely on their legs to walk. They adults were fine, while Lucky Star was always being held. Mu Xiaozhuang was still young. After walking for so long, her legs were sore from the walk. Occasionally Lin Xiaoran and also Zhang Wang, they would take turns carrying Mu Xiaozhuang. This stamina potion was like a stimulant. It could make them spirited, but their bodies were still tired, especially their feet. Walking feet hurt. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but spit out. Not only her, even Zhang Wang and their men had a bit of foot pain. Lin Xiaojin took out apples from space, and each person had an apple to eat. The apples crisp and sweet, and also had a warm current. This made them feel a little more comfortable. I'm almost done recovering my energy, Lin Xiaoran said. The crowd coincidentally showed joy when they heard Lin Xiaoran's words. They could only rest for a while when Lin Xiaoran manifested a car. Lin Xiaoran materialized the car, and the crowd sat on the car, which made them comfortable. The crowd leaned against the car. Transport was really very important. Luckily, his brother was figurative, so that they could have a car to sit in. Only it was like sitting in a rocking car with a time limit. The rocking car needed to be recharged with coins, and the car they sat in needed to wait for Lin Xiaoran to finish replenishing his energy. When they sat in the car, Zhou Yingying would accelerate the car so that it would be a bit faster. Only when they sat in the car would the crowd be in a better mood. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin frowned and Lucky Star suddenly cried. The little guy was usually very well behaved. This time he suddenly cried. What's wrong? Lin Xiaojin hurriedly carried Lucky Star over. Sister Xiaojin, there seems to be someone over there. Suddenly Mu Xixia's words made the crowd tense up. Not good. Quickly turn around. Lin Xiaojin turned her head and saw the red dot on Zhou Yingying's body, which was the aiming point of the laser gun. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly turned, but a laser shot over, directly piercing through Zhou Yingying's shoulder. Fortunately, Zhou Yingying had a defensive suit, but she couldn't avoid being injured. The wound from the laser gun was not like other muzzles. It came with a burning heat, and a burning pain struck Zhou Yingying's body. It hurts. It had only been a while, and Zhou Yingying's brow was already covered in fine sweat. Yingying! Seeing that Zhou Yingying had been hit, Zhang Wang immediately shielded Zhou Yingying in front of him. Lin Xiaoran's reaction was quick, and several stone walls immediately materialized around him, blocking the other party's view. Last time, they were the ones who sneak attacked others. This time it was their turn to be sneak attacked. The crowd did not dare to be careless. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out the recovery liquid from space and said, Zhou Yingying, quickly drink it. Zhang wished to take over the recovery liquid from Lin Xiaojin's hand, and hurriedly gave Zhou Yingying a drink. The recovery liquid really has a good healing effect, which just drank on. Zhou Yingying already feel no pain. The crowd ducked to the side under the cover of the stone wall that Lin Xiaoran had conjured up. Xiao Nu opened his entry watch and checked the surrounding instruments. Nothing. Xiao Nu frowned. It could be that the distance is too far, or the level equipment is higher than ours, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin could still see the laser red dot on Shirchong. Zhou Yingying drank the recovery liquid and had recovered most of it. 50% damage to the defensive suit, Zhou Yingying said heartily. It was also because she was wearing a defensive suit. Otherwise this shot might have directly killed her. There's still space. Wait until it's safe to change into a new set, Lin Xiaojin said. The distance was relatively far. Their sniper rifles were able to reach them, but the detection instruments couldn't detect them. I'll use sniping to know where they place. Zhou Yingying took down the sniper rifle she was carrying behind her back. Although her wounds had recovered quite a bit from drinking the recovery liquid, the wounds from being shot by the sniper rifle had not fully recovered. I'll do it. Zhang Wang took the sniper rifle over. Zhou Yingying was injured. He was full of heartache. How could he let Zhou Yingying take the risk? Zhang Wish had accompanied Zhou Yingying for quite some time to train in the beginning, so the sniper rifle was something he could use as well. Zhang Wish quickly assembled the sniper rifle. This kind of sniper rifle is not the same than Xinlanqing's. This kind of laser sniper rifle is very high-tech. How could he let Zhou Yingying risk? This laser sniper rifle was very high-tech and had a watch-sized screen with various parameters. All of these Zhang Wish had already learnt in the manual. And this one of theirs was also a Class B laser sniper rifle that could see a distance of 3,000 meters around them. Soon Zhang Wish found a person hidden on the opposite hillside in the sniper screen. I can only see one person. 2,000 meters away from us. Zhang Wan frowned and said. So far away. The opponent's laser sniper rifle is estimated to be Class B as well, Lin Xiaojin guessed. It turned out that Lin Xiaojin's guess was indeed good. Suddenly Zhang Wang's entire body ducked down with a crunch, and the rocks above them scattered and splattered in all directions. Lin Xiaoran reacted quickly to materialize a block. The broken rocks splashed on the block and did not harm them. Not good. Found us, Zhang Wan said in alarm. On the opposite side was an expert with a gun. They couldn't stay here anymore. They had to move. Otherwise, if the laser gun fired a few times, they were afraid that they would be injured. The distance was too far. Zhang Wan had to find a safe position even if he wanted to counterattack. Otherwise the opposite side would have discovered him as soon as he showed his head. The distance was 2,000 meters, and the maximum distance of Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous movement was only 1,000 meters. Give me the sniper rifle, Xiao Nuo said to Zhang Wan. Without hesitation, Zhang Wang handed Xiao Nuo the sniper rifle. Xiaoran, make a few robots to interfere with the line of sight, Xiao Nuo calmly said. Good. Lin Xiaoran nodded and began to figuratively create robots. Xia Jin, you take me, and instantly moved to the opposite side of the rock, Xiao Nuo said, as he pointed to a distance of roughly 500 meters ahead. That rock was on a hillside, high enough to want to snipe with only one strike. Understood. Lin Xiaojin nodded. There was only one chance. Lin Xiaojin was also a little nervous. If they didn't succeed in the kill, their position would be exposed, and they would probably be counter-killed. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to bring Xiao Nuo into the hillside. Xiao Nuo's reaction speed was fast. The robot that Lin Xiaoran materialized over there attracted the enemy's attention. Xiao Nuo directly shot the enemy in the chest. Hit! Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Touch! A pale yellow light directly grazed Lin Xiaojin's arm. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nuo and instantly moved down in a hurry. The function of the defensive suit dropped by 30%. Fortunately, she just had the reaction to dodge fast, or else it would have shot her in the head. How is it? Xiao Nuo saw that Lin Xiaojin was injured and hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaojin over and asked nervously. It's fine. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. Only the defense suit rubbed a mark. She was only lightly injured. Just a burning sensation. Lin Xiaojin hastily took out from the space to the foreign energy sleep poured on the wound. Ice cold. Space healing water effect. Coupled with her own physique, the wound quickly recovered. Xiao Nuo although saw Lin Xiaojin injury has recovered almost. But the face condensation. Hiding two people, Xiao Nuo said in a cold voice. There were two people hiding on the opposite side of the mountain, both holding sniper rifles. Just now Xiao Nuo used a sniper rifle to kill the enemy they had seen before, and he did not expect that there was still a sniper hiding in the shadows. Crouching tiger. Hidden dragon. Let's be careful, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Everywhere here was a crisis. Even being cautious and prudent in being cautious could be dangerous. Sometimes even if you were being cautious, the enemy was more cunning than you. Cautiousness was part of it. Luck was also part of it. That person didn't know where he was, and they didn't dare to venture out in. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nuo to instantly move to where Zhang Wan and the others were. Don't go out. There's another person hiding in the shadows. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly stopped Zhang Wan and Wang Han and the others. They were also more cautious. Even though Xiao Nuo had just hit that sniper, they didn't run out immediately. They still have teammates. Xian Li frowned. They have more than one sniper. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Xian Li asked Mu Xiaoxiao to take a look at it. But Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head and said that she wouldn't be able to see it from a distance. After all, Mu Xishi's psychic ability wasn't level 4 yet. Looks like that person is still hiding behind. Zhang Wang wrinkled his brows and said, none of the people were going out. That person is using a sniper rifle, has a wider line of sight than us, and is hiding in the shadows. Wang Han said with a frown. Right now, Lin Xiaojin and Mu Xiaoyu couldn't see that person, so they must be hiding around as well. They could only view them with a sniper rifle if they wanted to find them as well. Or if Lin Xiaojin instantly sniped closer, he could use the probing instrument to probe. Only in that case Lin Xiaojin would be in danger. If the other party found out, it was likely to shoot the first time. Then Lin Xiaojin would probably be injured. The enemy was hiding in the shadows, which was the most dangerous. Now that they couldn't go out, Lin Xiaojin coalesced another robot. The robot just went out and was shot in the head with a sniper shot. The robot was figuratively made by Lin Xiaoran with energy, so it just disappeared after being shot in the head. He's still watching us, Xian Li said with a frown. A hidden enemy. As soon as they came out of this rock, they would be locked. Now it's just a delay. Isn't he going to leave? Won't he grab into the safety circle? Zhou Yingying said breathlessly. What was the point of assassinating someone at this time? If they didn't grab the time to enter the safety circle, they would all have to die by then. A thought flashed through Lin Xiaojin's mind, but did not say it. The man hidden in the shadows not far away. If Lin Xiaojin and the others must have been very surprised, because the man's calf was very seriously injured. Their team had also been attacked, but he was injured and chose to stay behind, letting the rest of his teammates go first. He had been injured not to leave, but to hide and hunt the other team members to add points to his team. This would also increase their group's chances of winning. A few of them had teamed up just so they could get their planet into the galaxy. The man thought of the families of his parents' planet, whose lifespans would all increase as soon as their planet entered the galaxy. The men had already hunted no less than 10 people here. They also had more than 20 points in their planet points. Like Lin Xiaojin and his team had only gotten 11 points in such a long time. Like the man had gotten 10 points in this 1 or 2 days. The man's psychic ability with the sniper rifle was just perfect. Ordinary people couldn't even spot him. He hadn't missed a shot in the past few days, but he had just actually missed twice in a row. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and the others were all having some headaches. It looks like that person isn't going to leave, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Their position was only blocked by such a large rock, and as soon as they showed their heads, they would be locked and discovered. Right now, the only person who could leave unnoticed was Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo looked at their surroundings. Only the breakthrough just now could still hide 2 people. But they had just been discovered as well. There was no place elsewhere that was big enough to hold people. Otherwise Lin Xiaojin could have taken them one by one and instantly left. We can only get rid of the hidden one enemy now, Xiao Nuo said with cold solemnity. I looked at the terrain. I can still hide myself with a solo teleportation. He shouldn't be able to discover it. By the time I get close to his place, the probing instrument will be able to detect it, Lin Xiaojin whispered. There was no other good way right now. As soon as the others appeared, they would be used as targets. If Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to bring Xiao Nuo with her, and there was no hiding place in front of her, it was better for one person to hide than 2. Hearing this, Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin both frowned slightly. But both of them knew that there was no better way nowadays. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Even if I'm injured, my physique in addition to having a recovery liquid will be fine, Lin Xiaojin said in a harmonious voice. Her strength was easy for everyone. The first few times the sniper was able to dodge through were all due to Lin Xiaojin's amazing intuition. I will cover you, Lin Xiaoran said in a solemn voice. Lin Xiaoran would continue to figurative robots to interfere, but odds were that the other party wouldn't be fooled anymore. Be careful, Xiao Nu admonished. Lin Xiaojin nodded heavily. As soon as Lin Xiaojin spotted the enemy, Xiao Nuo would use his sniper rifle to directly shoot the other party. I'm leaving. Lin Xiaojin disappeared from the spot just as she finished speaking. The others couldn't see what was going on, and could only check Lin Xiaojin's situation through the entry equipment. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to the hillside above, and the entry equipment didn't find the enemy shadow. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, and continued to teleport forwards again, and there was still no sign of the enemy on the entry equipment. Suddenly, Lin Xiaojin sensed a hint of unseconds, and hurriedly instantly left the place. In less than a second, the place Lin Xiaojin had just transiently hidden was shot, leaving a pool of scorching marks on the ground. South close. Lin Xiaojin tensed in her heart. It looked like that person was able to see where she had just teleported. Lin Xiaojin realized that when she instantaneously moved above, that person was able to notice. Lin Xiaojin roughly calculated the distance in her head. When she instantaneously moved to the upper right, she would be quickly discovered. But when she moved to the lower left, she wouldn't be discovered. Lin Xiaojin roughly guessed the man's location. There would be no sparks when the laser sniper rifle fired, so it wouldn't be possible to tell that it was there at all. Lin Xiaojin took out a laser pistol from space. As long as she found the man at the first opportunity, she would just shoot him. A pistol was better than a knife at this time. Lin Xiaojin continued to instantly move 3 times, about 500 meters each time, and finally saw the person's location information on the competition watch. The team members shared the information, and everyone else saw the person's location, but they were too far away and only had approximate directions. Unlike Lin Xiaojin, who was able to lock on directly, Lin Xiaojin looked at the entry device and instantly moved directly towards the enemy's bearing. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved to the location marked by the enemy of the entry device. Lin Xiaojin's sudden appearance caught the enemy off guard, and his mobile phone sniper rifle wanted to attack towards Lin Xiaojin. At this time, whoever is fast will survive. Lin Xiaojin instantly disappeared, and then disappeared at the back of the man. Directly towards the back of the man's head shot a few shots. Directly the laser pistol's energy tip was already less than 5%. Lin Xiaojin then put down the laser pistol. The man lying on the ground had already been beaten into a sieve by him. Only then did Lin Xiaojin take a closer look at the man's position. And sure enough, the position was excellent. No wonder it hadn't been discovered for so long. Lin Xiaojin issued a crisis release in the device. Lin Xiaojin snatched the sniper rifle from the man's hand, and the man's leg was broken at first glance. I didn't expect that it was actually an injured person who had actually dragged them for such a long time, and they had almost planted themselves in his hands. Lin Xiaojin looked at the blood flowing on the ground. She had just been hit by him herself. Lin Xiaojin didn't look on. The man didn't have anything in his hand. There was just a bottle of nutrient solution left. Nowadays, time is money. Lin Xiaojin rushed back, grasping the time to enter the safety circle before doing so. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved back. No one else was found around, which temporarily put her mind at ease. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin looked at the time that was getting closer and closer. There was still a large distance to travel. Everyone's mental pressure was still relatively heavy. Go! Lin Xiaoyan's energy hadn't recovered yet, and they couldn't take a car. Now they could only walk. Fortunately, the next was quite stable, and they didn't encounter others. A few of them were also more vigilant. The crowd was not gathering to walk together, but walking separately. Lin Xiaojin walked at the front. Xiao Nua Wang Han and the others walked at the end. This way the distance was a bit longer, and the distance detected by their entry equipment would be farther away, which was equivalent to several of them being stuck in a bug. Lin Xiaojin held Lucky Star and walked at the front. She found a broken tire. There's actually a broken tire here? Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Everyone else quickly followed, and all saw the tire under Lin Xiaojin's feet. I remember seeing that there were cars in the supply equipment, Xianli said. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin thought of something and she said, I actually forgot. When I first entered Planet Camel for the first time, there was a huge long article of rules. There was a rule in there that Planet Carmel had a local avalanche. But it takes luck to find this thing. Lin Xiaojin had long ago ignored this rule, as it didn't seem to have any substantial meaning. But Lin Xiaojin saw this tire, and she suddenly thought, avalanche? What is that thing? Zhou Yingying frowned and asked without understanding. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and didn't say she wasn't sure, but it was definitely there. They had also found other red marks along the way, and those people had most likely found this kind of avalanche cart. But this kind of avalanche is just completely by luck. Zhang Wish scratched his head a little. It seems like our luck is pretty good. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile, as she saw a black carport not far away. If one were to just bring a night vision device, they wouldn't be able to see this carport at all. That is, night vision devices would ignore this kind of carport. What? The others had question marks on their faces. I saw it too. There seems to be a good-sized carport there, Mu Xiaoyu said, as she pointed in the direction Lin Xiaojin was looking. Everyone looked in the direction Mu Xiaoyu was pointing. But they didn't see anything. Don't see it. Xian Li frowned. Yeah. What? Zhou Yingying skimmed her eyebrows, and also said with a confused look on her face. However, Mu Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaojin both could see it. Both of them had better eyesight. It was normal for Lin Xiaojin and Mu Xiaoxiao both to see it. It's very close right there, Mu Xiaoju said, as she pointed in the direction of 3 o'clock. Unfortunately, the others looked over, and there was nothing but a piece of rock. A rock? That piece of rock? Zhang Wish said. There are no rocks. It's that nice big black shed, Mu Xiaoyao said seriously. None of you can see it? Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at the others. Everyone shook their heads. Xiao Nuo seemed to suddenly understand something. Then he took off his eye night vision device. Yes, there is. Xiao Nuo gathered a thunderbolt and lit up a glow in the dark night. This light allowed Xiao Nuo to see the black shed that was not far away. There really is, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. The crowd all followed Xiao Nuo and took off their night vision devices. And Xiao Nuo's condensed thunder light was still there. So big, Zhang Wan couldn't help but be surprised. However, the night vision devices they had brought with them couldn't even see such a large carport. Instead, they looked at the stone, and had long since made a detour from the side to get past it. It really is. What's going on here? Zhou Yingying said dumbfounded. Xian Li brought her night vision device to see the big rocks in front of her. But she took it off to see through Xiao Nuo's cohesive thunder light was a carport. Everyone else followed suit and tried, and found that it was really like that. Lin Xiaojin and a few of them walked towards the carport, which had a small bouncy car placed inside. Lin Xiaojin swept over about 10 of them with a glance. The little bungee cars were similar to the kind of desert four-wheelers from Chenlanqing. And each car could only seat one person. There's definitely something wrong with the exterior of this carport, Zhang Wang said, as he looked at the carport outside. It was probably some kind of blindfold. So as long as one brought a night vision device, they would not be able to see it. This kind of bouncy car is fast. Like a mini buggy, Lin Xiaojin said. The four wheels of the bungee car were large. Zhang Wish hurriedly went up and drove one. And the car opened, saying, "It can be driven. There is still 100% of energy left. If they needed to replenish the energy, they would need crushed crystals." Lin Xiaojin put all the remaining avalanche cars into space. Only the one who was more worried today was Mu Xiaozhuang. The avalanche only had 1 month's worth of seats. And Lucky Star was still small. So Lin Xiaojin didn't have any problems holding her and driving. But Mu Xiaoyu was a bit big. Mu Xiaozhuang's height can also drive a bungee car by herself. But it's not too safe. I can figuratively make a seat, Lin Xiaoran said. He couldn't use much energy if he only manifested a seat alone. It could last for half a day. Lin Xiaoran manifested the seat at the back. And there was no delay in driving. Good. Mu Xiaozhuang sat at the back of the avalanche. And Lin Xiaoran also manifested a seatbelt to open to protect Mu Xiaozhuang. This avalanche car is the most primitive car. Can only be driven manually. It feels so good to walk without, Zhou Yingying said with a smile. But this little car is so small. It shouldn't be very fast. Right? Xian Li said hesitantly. However, Xian Li soon realized that her guess was wrong. Don't look at this avalanche. It can only be driven by one. But it is very fast. This speed is also too fast. Everyone is still getting used to it first. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. This kind of avalanche car was completely driven manually. And it also needed to step on the accelerator by itself. I thought it was all high-tech here. Zhou Yingying sighed. Zhang Wang and Xiao Nuo were so good at driving. This kind of crash car was similar to the mini off-road in Chenlanqing. Wang Han. Are you okay? Zhang Wan looked at Wang Han with some concern. Wang Han gave a cold look at Zhang Wang. And Zhang Wang seemed to think of something. A man couldn't say no. I can drive faster than you even with one arm. Believe it or not. Wang Han said in a voice that was on the cold side. Seeing the good in the world. Zhang Wan hurriedly smiled and nodded his head, saying, Believe. Believe. Wang Han liked motorbikes and chinlangsing, so his driving skills were always better. When it came to racing, he was at the bottom of the list among the three. However, now that Wang Han had lost an arm, driving was definitely a bit inconvenient. The crowd drove the avalanche, and at the beginning, everyone was a bit uncomfortable, so the speed control was very slow. However, Xiao Nua, Zhang Wang Han, and the three of them adapted very quickly, especially Xiao Nua, Xian Li and Zhou Yingying driving on some difficulty. After all, when driving also learned half a day. Don't look at this trampoline car small, but the driving difficulty is not low. Lin Xiaojin is okay. When in launching, has also been to the desert tourism to drive the kind of mini cross-country vehicle. Although the trampoline is not very good to drive, the crowd has no complaints. Now can have a car without walking. That is the great luck. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo drove in the forefront, followed by Wang Han and Zhang Wang. The rest of the people are in the middle. Lin Xiaojin afraid of Lucky Star uncomfortable, but also from the space to take a soft cushion. Before and after wrapped Lucky Star, they drove for a full 5 hours, and everyone's became more familiar with bouncy car driving. There's a carport over there. Lin Xiaojin spotted another carport. The crowd followed Lin Xiaojin to reach the carport. Xiao Nua and Wang Han condensed lightning and fire at the same time, and everyone took off their night vision. In front of them was a bigger carport. Several people got off the car and walked into the carport. Unsurprisingly, there were still bouncy cars inside, but there were only half of the cars inside. The rest of the cars were all broken. All of them are damaged. None of them are good, Zhang Wang said with a frown. Some of the trampoline wheels were removed, and the energy crystals on the rest of the trampolines were all removed. Too much of a dog thief. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but curse. Normal. Lin Xiaojin appeared to be very calm. If they had found these cars first, she wouldn't have chosen to leave them behind for the people behind her. And hadn't all the cars they had found before been put away in her space? No one would be stupid enough to leave a back way for the other teams. Leaving a back way for others would be making enemies for themselves. Lin Xiaojin put the rest of the bouncing cars into the space, so that Zhou Yingying somewhat do not understand. This is all destroyed. Lin Xiaojin collected what else is the use? Although Zhou Yingying was curious, she didn't open her mouth to ask. The parts on these things can still be assembled, like the tires, and the rest of the tires can still be replaced if their trampoline tires are broken. The rest of those trampolines were also made of metal, and were left behind for Tuan Tuan to eat as snacks. After all, Tuan Tuan had a large appetite, and a mosquito was meat even if it was small. The crowd continued to set off. There were still 3 days left in the distance to the safety circle, but they still had a large portion of distance to go. Next we're going to rush with all our might, Lin Xiaojin said solemnly. Although the crowd was more or less tired from driving the trampoline all the time, and also observing the surroundings, and being in a state of prolonged mental tautness. Even if they all drank the spirit potion, that was more or less a bit tiring. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin will also take out the space water from time to time to slow down some speed. Eat a fruit to replenish energy. The other groups were not so lucky. If there was no spiritual potion, not only did they have to drive, but they also had to rest. Resting for an hour a day was a luxury. Without spiritual potion, then the spirit was in fatigue for a long time. Even if they entered the safety circle, a long period of mental fatigue would put them at a disadvantage against the other team members. There are still 3 days left. We still have such a big distance. I don't know if we can enter, Xian Li said with some concern. Even if we are the fastest we can be, we probably won't be able to make it, Zhang Wan said. Zhang Wan spoke the truth. We still have the isolation liquid. It can still help us delay some time, Lin Xiaojin said, as she thought of the isolation liquid. The crowd was vaguely worried, but the crowd would not give up. As they quickly rushed on, there were a few waves of attacks in the middle of his gate, but fortunately, they were all safe and sound. Time is only 8 hours left. As time became more and more pressing, the mood of the crowd became heavy. It must be said that Mu Xiaohu and Lucky Star 2 are still considered to be relatively obedient children. Otherwise a long time sitting in the car, more or less, will also make a fuss. However, Lucky Star wasn't an ordinary child either. Mu Xiaozhuang had once been hidden in a cupboard by her father when she was a child, and she hid for several months. We're still 1,500 kilometers short, Zhang Wish said with a frown. It would take 15 hours if we were to drive a trampoline to the fastest speed. Can't make it. Xian said with a sinking heart. Hang on. We still have the isolation fluid, Lin Xiaojin said with a glare in her eyes. Now they had to hold on. There was no way back. No retreat. One step back was death. Lin Xiaojin could enter space. She could take Xiao Nua with her. But on planet Camille, she could never leave space. At that time, although she wouldn't die, she would be trapped here forever, which was even more terrifying than death. It was like a prison that trapped her and Xiao Nua forever. What was the point of a life like that? So it couldn't be retreated. They had never retreated along the way. Nor would they retreat. The time was getting closer and closer. They even saw other members of the team. But at this moment everyone tacitly did not choose to make a move. Just a few hours left. They were all in a mad rush. But even so, both sides didn't drop their guard. Both were on constant alert for each other. With just over 2 hours left, they hadn't even arrived at the safety circle yet. And they had already sensed a buzzing aura. Is this them coming out? Zhou Yingying said with some trepidation. Well, we're only 800 kilometers away, Zhang Wish said. They were all hurrying. Even so, there was still 800 kilometers to go. And this Camille the planet was too big. 800 kilometers would still take 5 hours. We still have some of our isolation liquid left. We can still reduce it by an hour, Lin Xiaojin said. The few of them were able to share 1 drop of isolation liquid each. The rest would not be enough to share. But the excess and extended directly to the 2 children. Then they would need to get to the safety circle in an hour. Which meant that this hour was a matter of life and death. They needed to solve the bloodthirsty monsters while entering the safety circle. As the time got closer and closer, the mood of the crowd became heavier and heavier. Everyone knew that this was a hurdle. A blood-soaked hurdle. Time was money. And the crowd was not talking. Each one deep in concentration. With the rapid passage of time, they had felt the pervasive black aura around them. The aura of the blackened bloodthirsty monsters in the back. The air carried a smell of blood. The strong sense of oppression caused the crowd to feel a heavy urgency. They haven't caught up yet, Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin had already distributed the isolation liquid to the crowd. Wait until they get close enough to attack us before using it, Lin Xiaojin said. Got it. Save a little time if you can. They're coming. Mu Xiaoxiao sat at the back and saw them clearly, nervously clenching her hands into fists. Although she had seen bloodthirsty monsters many times, but every time she was faced with such swarms of black pressurized monsters, it always made people feel oppressed and gasp for breath. Buzzing. The sounds were getting closer and closer. They're almost upon us, Mu Xiaoyao said nervously. Xiao Nua and Zhang Zhuang, Wang Han were able to feel a fishy aura behind them. Xiao Nua rode with one hand and instantly condensed a huge lighting net in his hand, instantly blocking a large portion of the bloodthirsty monsters that followed behind. Wang Han also wanted to coalesce, but he only had one arm. So if he wanted the storm, he would need to loosen his ride. I'll do it. Zhang Wish seemed to see Wang Han's embarrassment. He also immediately coalesced out 3 large fireballs, and followed the Xiao Nua's thunder net closely. Buzzing. The bloodthirsty monsters that covered the sky behind them followed again. There are too many. Xianli frowned. Drink the isolation liquid, Lin Xiaojin said. The sky above them was covered in bloodthirsty monsters. And if they didn't drink the isolation liquid, they would immediately drown them. The crowd hurriedly drank the isolation liquid. And Lin Xiaojin also hurriedly fed it to Lucky Star. The isolation liquid had an effect when they drank it. And soon the bloodthirsty monsters that were surrounding them and preparing to attack them stopped attacking them. They flapped their wings and crossed over to Lin Xiaojin and the others. There's only 1 hour. Seize the time, Lin Xiaojin said sharply. The crowd all drove the avalanche as fast as they could. And a dirt road was filled with raised dust. The crowd drove the avalanche with a brand new infusion, weaving through a sea of bloodthirsty monsters. There were still 300 kilometers to go. Lin Xiaojin's brows were knitted, sweat pouring down from nervousness. Everyone else wasn't much better. Xianli and Zhou Yingying only felt their hands hurting and their feet aching. The palms of their hands were sweaty. They didn't dare to waste any time. They didn't even dare to say a word. In the past, time was money. But now time is life. There were so many bloodthirsty monsters floating around your head. And as soon as the effect of the isolation liquid on your body disappeared, these bloodthirsty monsters would frantically attack them. Will they still be able to make it to the safety circle by then? Although they knew that they wouldn't be able to make it with their current speed, they didn't dare to give up. Do you guys have a feeling that it seems like the sky is getting brighter? Lin Xiaojin said. All of them were in a hurry to catch up. How could they have time to recover Lin Xiaojin's words? However, Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky, but it was somewhat brighter. In this way Lin Xiaojin's heart was happy, without realizing it had already been so long. As long as the sky had a tendency to become brighter, that meant that the power of these bloodthirsty monsters would weaken with it. Lin Xiaojin instantly felt that the sky had no end in sight. They still had a ray of hope. The sky of Planet Camel faintly emitted a bright light, which was not obvious to the crowd with their night vision devices. The utility of our isolation liquid will arrive soon, Zhang Wish explained. Buzz. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly told Mu Xiaoxiao and Lucky Star to drink the second bottle of isolation liquid. Prepare for battle, Xiao Nu reminded. Buzzing. The bloodthirsty monster flew down violently and started attacking towards them. Bang bang. The few of them who crashed the car were knocked over, and Lin Xiaojin instantly shielded Lucky Star in her arms as the car was knocked over. Lin Xiaoran, on the other hand, instantly coalesced soft cushions for Mu Xiaoxuan before she was injured. The crowd fell down, but they were wearing defensive clothing and didn't suffer any injuries. Xiao Nu's powerful group attack with Wang Han and Zhang Wen tore a hole in the crowd. The crowd ran and dealt with the bloodthirsty monsters that came up behind them to attack. They seemed to be weaker. Wang Han noticed the difference in these bloodthirsty monsters. That's right. Because it's almost dawn, Lin Xiaojin said. The bloodthirsty monsters would become progressively weaker a few days before dawn until it was completely bright, and they would become incredibly weak. The bloodthirsty monsters in the daytime. They were still able to cope with them, but with such a large amount of them, they would also be in danger. The crowd could only deal with the bloodthirsty monsters while running. So the bloodthirsty monsters were getting weaker and weaker. So they weren't in too much of a mess. There are too many. Zhou Yingying looked at the densely packed bloodthirsty monsters behind them. Her scalp numbing. More than enough to fight at all, Xian Li said. The laser gun in his hand was firing wildly, as if it didn't need energy. Even little boy had a laser gun in his hand. Lightning, fire, and storms were intertwined. But there were still large swathes of bloodthirsty monsters surrounding them. Ordinary people were simply desperate when faced with such a situation. Zhang Wish's brows were vaguely covered in a trace of sweat. With such a large skill, the energy consumption was also very fast. They were all holding weapons in their hands, and they could only fight hard when their energy was depleted. There are too many numbers. How many of these disgusting things are there on this Camille planet? Zhou Yingying cursed as she fired away. If only there were atomic cannons to blast these bloodthirsty monsters, like zombies. Xian Li couldn't help but whine as well. A laser gun was firing non-stop, and the crowd was running while dealing with these bloodthirsty monsters, which was very physically testing. Lin Xiaojin heard Xian Li's words. Guns? She immediately thought that a few days ago, didn't they get an A-grade laser cannon that could fire thousands of zombies in one shot? Lin Xiaojin separated a trace of her spirit into space and asked Green Star how the laser cannon was assembled. The answer was that it had already been assembled, and Lin Xiaojin immediately released Green Star and Red Dazzle into space together. Red Dazzle was holding a laser pistol in his hand and also added this in. With two more people, their pressure was relatively reduced. Green Star quickly released the laser cannon. Lin Xiaojin commanded sharply. Yes. Green Star hurriedly replied. The laser cannon was complex to assemble and simple to operate, but it wasn't very big. But its power was very strong. A huge white light bullet was like a strong flashbulb, and for a moment, the crowd was blinded by the flash. But this kind was only for a moment. The laser cannon instantly hit the group of bloodthirsty monsters in front of them, surrounded by white air waves that blew directly into their faces. The people who blew couldn't open their eyes, and their faces were deformed. The power of this laser cannon was really too strong. In an instant, the one in front of them instantly cleared a place, leaving only a piece of shattered crystals behind. The crowd couldn't care less about picking up the shattered crystals. Taking advantage of this gap, the crowd rushed to run. Mu Xiaoxiao running slow. Lin Xiaoran can only hold her. But so Lin Xiaoran's speed will also be weakened. But fortunately, there is Zhou Yingying's speed bonus, and did not let Lin Xiaoran fall behind. Unfortunately, if Zhou Yingying's special ability could slow down those bloodthirsty monsters that were catching up, it would be good. The laser cannon needed a buffer of time. A buffer of 5 minutes at a time. 5 minutes could have happened a lot of time ago. But they had no choice nowadays. Luckily, as the sky slowly brightened, the attacks of the bloodthirsty monsters weakened a bit. But it didn't continue to weaken any further. Lin Xiaojin guessed that I'm afraid that even during the day these bloodthirsty monsters wouldn't go in the cave. Lin Xiaojin guessed well. Even during the day, these bloodthirsty monsters will not be like the former daytime, like sleeping. They continue to be on the periphery of the safety circle, equivalent to a layer of poison. Although the strength of the bloodthirsty monsters had weakened a bit, their numbers hadn't changed, killing one batch after another. It was as if there was no end to the fight. An hour later, the defensive suits on the crowd had long since ruptured, and all of them had suffered a lot of injuries. Luckily, all of them were only minor injuries. Like minor injuries, Lin Xiaojin's wounds immediately recovered. Lin Xiaojin's strength was still very strong. But with Lucky Star in her arms, she was more or less unable to hold up her body. Almost there. Everyone must hold on. Lin Xiaojin glanced at the entry equipment. Theirs was already only a few kilometers away from safety. Xiao Nua, Wang Han and Zhang Wan. The three of them are the main force. The energy has been almost consumed. Now everyone is fighting with weapons. Zhang and Wang Han too seriously injured. Even the strength of the strong Xiao Nua body also hung colored. Recovery liquid not a moment has been consumed. Mu Xiaoxiao has been following them. Even though the protection is not bad, and although there is isolation liquid, those bloodthirsty monsters will not attack her, but cannot avoid bloodthirsty monster blood splash. Bloodthirsty monster's blood is acidic, with corrosive. Mu Shijiao's defense suit also dropped more than 50% already. Lucky Star has been protected by Lin Xiaojin in front of her body. Most of the corrosive liquid has been blocked by Lin Xiaojin, but there is still a small part of the corrosive liquid drops on the body of Lucky Star. Lucky Star's defense suit still had 10%, but Lin Xiaojin couldn't hide behind it. The crowd was all lifting their hearts. No one dared to relax. Once they did, the bloodthirsty monster would make a breakthrough. And then, they would be in danger. One breakthrough, and they could all be wiped out. Master, the laser cannon is ready, Green Star said. It's great. When the crowd heard that the laser cannon's energy had been replenished, their psyche was more or less consoled. Only when the laser cannon attacked, they could still catch their breath. I'll take advantage of the laser cannon attack to gather the cars. Let's grab and escape, Lin Xiaoran said sharply. Good. A huge white curtain of light lit up, and the bloodthirsty monsters around them instantly dissipated. But the crowd wasn't overly surprised anymore. This kind of scene had already come and gone several times. It almost averaged out to be staged once every 10 minutes or so. The crowd had gotten into the car that Lin Xiaoran had coalesced in. At this moment Lin Xiaoran's face was pale. He was almost already overdrawing his energy. Zhou Yingying hurriedly accelerated. Her face was similarly no better. Even her lips were bloodless. The speed of the car was very fast, even very bumpy. Lin Xiaojin's hand around Lucky Star tightened. Luckily, this little guy didn't cry. Lucky Star has never been a crying child. Otherwise, it would not have been able to survive in the city where mutant beasts were rampant. The speed of the car was very fast. With the double boost of Lin Xiaoran and Zhou Yingying, the two people's faces were pale and represented the energy they were consuming at the moment. Lin Xiaojin looked behind him at the bloodthirsty monsters that had slowed down, and then poured towards them, filling his ears with buzzing sounds getting closer and closer. Xian Li nervously looked at the competition watch, and the safety circle is getting closer and closer to the distance. Mental fervent prayers. They must enter the safety circle. The overwhelming bloodthirsty monsters in front of them were about to rush in again. A powerful thunderbolt coalesced from Xiao Nua's hands. Brother Xiao, Zhang Wan couldn't help but say in alarm. Xiao Nua's face was incredibly pale at the moment, but the thunderbolt condensed in his hand was incredibly powerful. This thunderbolt was different from the previous one, which was blue. This time, it was interspersed with purple inside. The blue-purple lightning was reflected in everyone's pupils. The crowd all felt the difference of this thunderbolt. Before everyone could slow down, the thunderbolt in Xiao Nua's hand had already been released. The bloodthirsty monsters that were spread out in front of them. Instantly this lightning struck them. It was like a contagion, conducting electricity to each other. Instantly a large swathe of bloodthirsty monsters all fell to the ground. So strong, Zhang Wish couldn't help but say. Wang Han also looked at Xiao Nua with a look of reverence. No less than their boss. It was also because of the delay of Xiao Nua's strike that theirs just happened to arrive at the periphery of the safety circle. Just after entering the safety circle, Lin Xiaoran fainted directly on the ground, unable to support himself due to excessive energy consumption. Brother! Lin Xiaoran was startled to see his brother suddenly faint. Brother Xiaoran. Mu Xiaoxiao also said nervously. Lin Xiaoran. Senior brother? Several people shouted nervously. Leave this first and find a safe place. Xiao Nuo's voice was very hoarse. Lin Xiaoran looked back at the pale Xiao Nuo, who still had a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin was worried, but she knew that this was not the time to be concerned. They had just arrived at the safety circle. In case there were hidden enemies around them, they were now drained of energy, exhausted, and their physical fluids had been depleted. This would be dangerous if they encountered enemies. Go! Lin Xiaojin held back the worry in her heart. First carried up her fainted brother. Only she was not affected by her physical strength. She had always been 10 times more energetic than the others. Zhang Wish and Wang Han, 2 people, are not good there. Not to mention Xianli and Zhou Yinging, 2 women. Although Xianli has been working out for a long time, but compared to others is still a little weak. After all, in the Chang'an Star, when she more than 10 years have not been to the gym. Even half a card also go a few times a year at most. Lin Xiaojin observed the surroundings. Zhang wished to check the entry watch to make sure there were no other people around. This is surrounded by piles of stones, large and small slopes, hidden, very well hidden, for fear that there are also enemies among them. Lin Xiaojin from the space to put the donut out. Usually this guy digging holes digging quite good. Metal holes can be very fast. Digging a hole in the stone is more than enough. Tuan Tuan's figure immediately became larger, and then quickly got up and hit a stone hole. From now on, Tuan Tuan seems to have another nickname. Digger? Soon a cave appeared in front of the crowd. Lin Xiaojin saw that Tuan Tuan completed the task, then immediately put Tuan Tuan into the space. So the situation is urgent, and there is no time to play with Tuan Tuan. Even if it is a small package, recently Lin Xiaojin accompanied very little. Only the spiritual power into the space to accompany the small package. Lin Xiaojin's heart is more or less some debt. She hopes to live a smooth life in the future, so that her son can be outside to see the vastness of the world, rather than always living in her space. The people entered the cave. Lin Xiaojin took out a light from the space. Instantly the dark cave became bright. Zhang Wish and Wang Han, Xianli, they rushed to block the cave. The hole was blocked. They were also tired. All one by one, they were paralyzed on the ground. Senior brother? Zhou Yinging looked at Lin Xiaoran's pale face, a little worried. It's fine. My brother, he was over-consuming energy and fainted. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran, did not suffer any other external injuries. His heart was already mostly at ease at that moment. He hurriedly fetched space water from space and slowly fed it to Lin Xiaoran to drink, and then called on the energy of the heart of grasses and trees to slowly transport it into Lin Xiaoran's body. Soon, Lin Xiaoran's face had recovered most of the way. Lin Xiaojin looked at his brother, who was already fine, and hurriedly walked toward Xiao Nua's side. Xiao Nua was sitting diagonally on the cave. His eyes were tightly closed at the moment. Xiao Nua's eyes slightly moved when he heard the movement. Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything. First she took out the heart of grass and wood from the space. She just absorbed a lot of heart of grass and wood for her brother. There was not much energy left in the heart of grass and wood in her body. Lin Xiaojin reabsorbed another heart of grass and wood. Then she held Xiao Nua's hand. Then a warm energy was transmitted into Xiao Nua's body. Xiao Nua had just suffered heavy internal injuries from forcibly using the energy, but it had given him a chance to cross the threshold for a slight advancement. Xiao Nua had just entered level 7 alien energy not long ago, and he had made another somewhat breakthrough. Of course, if it wasn't for Lin Xiaojin's heart of grass and wood salvation, then he wouldn't have called it a breakthrough. It would have been a permanent injury. I'm fine. Xiao Nua pressed Lin Xiaojin's hand to stop letting her channel energy to himself. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua to get better. Then he stopped. Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nua almost used most of the heart of grass and wood. But Lin Xiaojin is not heartbroken, because she still has stock. The most critical thing in her space fruit tree actually also began to breed the heart of grass and wood. Although the time is slow, completely breeding success is still do not know to what time. Lin Xiaojin guessed that it might be because the grass and wood elves had taken root in her space. So all the trees in her space had slowly begun to breed the heart of grass and wood. but it would take a few years to successfully breed it. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua's face better, and the temperature of his hand was not as cold as just now. Lin Xiaojin had just held Xiao Nua's hand, and it felt icy cold, like it had been soaked in an ice cellar. Brother Xiao, the one you just had was too powerful. Zhang Wang, who had slowed down a bit, couldn't help but praise. Yes. Wang Han also couldn't help but say. Xiao Nua didn't say anything, although Lin Xiaojin had already used the energy from the heart of grass, and would to help him recover quite a bit. He still needed a certain amount of time to fully recover. Lin Xiaoran's face had already recovered almost as much, probably because the potency of the stamina liquid had disappeared. Lin Xiaoran had already fallen asleep. Lin Xiaojin listened to his brother's well-proportioned breathing. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Xiaoran. Everyone else was also very sleepy. Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoxiao had already fallen asleep, looking at the cave wall. Lin Xiaojin's stamina was still fine. She looked at her entry watch again, and didn't find anyone else around. Lin Xiaojin released blast wind to guard the cave entrance, and said to the crowd, "Everyone get some sleep. Nourish your spirits." This, Xian Li was a little hesitant. Although they had just entered the safety circle, the dangers outside were temporarily in contact. "Don't worry. You guys sleep first. I can still top it," Lin Xiaojin said without waiting for Xian Li's worries to finish. "Sleep quickly. You can only sleep for 4 hours at most," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. "I'll sleep and get up to cover you," Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin nodded without saying anything and watched as Xian Li finished her sentence, and with a tilt of her head, she had already fallen asleep with a whimper. Even the boys also fell into a deep sleep. They didn't stop for a moment in these 7 days, mentally strained at all times. They were in a hurry. Either they attacked others, or others attacked them. In the end, they almost didn't make it in time to die at the hands of the bloodthirsty monsters. But fortunately they had the ultimate weapon, the laser cannon, in their hands. Otherwise, they didn't know if they could make it into the safety circle. Of course, Xiao Nua's last blow was also really beautiful. Otherwise they will be entangled again. By then, they can also hurry to the safety circle. But I'm afraid they will be seriously injured. The dark cave was all filled with faint breathing sounds that rose and fell. Lin Xiaojin gently leaned on Xiao Nua's shoulder and said, "You also sleep a little." Xiao Nua answered in a low voice, his hand placed on Lin Xiaojin's waist, while his head leaned against the cave wall and gently closed his eyes. Blizzard, on the other hand, was lying on his back at the entrance of the cave, always keeping an eye on the movements outside. Lin Xiaojin looked at the entry watch. No other people were found around, and mentally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding. At this moment, the competition equipment sent out a notification that a large number of supply packs would be sent to the only Central Sand City on this Camel planet a day later. This Center Sand City was where their final showdown would take place. Lin Xiaojin looked at the introduction of the Center Sand City. This was huge. It was equivalent to the size of 10 first-tier cities. Lin Xiaojin looked at the number of participating planets again. And in comparison, this city wasn't that big. This was to gather all the remaining people here. For the rest of the time, the higher the points would win. Lin Xiaojin cursed in her heart, because she found a problem. The criteria of this competition actually changed at her whim. It was possible that the last rule would be changed the next second. She remembered that there was clearly no time limit. But now, it was hard to place everyone in one place. Make everyone kill each other, until the first 100 planet points were killed. It seemed a bit cruel. After all, with so many people. But then again, it didn't seem like much. Billions of people on a planet. Even tens of billions on big planets. What was a few 100,000 dead people? As long as the billions of people behind them were able to boost their lifespans in order to win. The desperate, the dying, the terminally ill. That one is looking forward to their planet winning. As long as they could win, their lives could be extended. Lin Xiaojin looked at the crowd sleeping soundly. Also did not disturb the others for the time being. Lin Xiaojin checked the distance of this Central Sand City. After looking at it, she was relieved. They are now at the edge of the Central Sand City. Only by entering the Central Sand City can they enter the final tier. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time limit that hadn't appeared yet, which surprised her. Frowning slightly, she felt that this matter wasn't simple. Letting everyone enter the Center Sand City yet, there was no time limit. This wasn't like the previous setup. Lin Xiaojin always felt that it wasn't that simple. But luckily now they were right at the edge of Center Sand City. only a few kilometers away. Lin Xiaojin decided to wait for them to wake up from their sleep, and hurriedly enter the Center Sand City first before talking. Lin Xiaojin took out space water from space to replenish some stamina, then spiritually entered space to play with the little bun for an hour. Tuan Tuan was nibbling on the fine iron. And now Tuan Tuan's fur was getting brighter and brighter. Lin Xiaojin felt that when Tuan Tuan finished absorbing this wave of fine iron, it would most likely upgrade. Silver-eating beast. Lin Xiaojin hadn't seen what it was like yet. Green Star was studying the weapons Lin Xiaojin had brought with her again, and Lin Xiaojin asked Green Star to look into researching landwalkers, preferably building a larger one. There were so many avalanche vehicles in space. Green Star could disassemble them at will for modification. Lin Xiaojin's spiritual power went out of space. Xiao Nua hadn't woken up yet, and everyone else was sleeping sweetly. Lucky Star wrapped his arms around Mu Xiaoxiao. The two of them didn't know when they were already lying on the ground sleeping soundly. Lin Xiaojin slightly got up. Xiao Nua's eyelashes moved, opened some sleepy eyes. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. So she told Xiao Nua about the entry equipment. We have to hurry up and enter Center Sand City. Xiao Nua frowned slightly after reading it and detected a hint of something wrong in his eyes. Lin Xiaojin responded. The two quickly got up and woke everyone else up, except for Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoxiao. The crowd was sleepy, but they all woke up, although it was just safe for everyone to relax a bit. But after all, they were in a dangerous environment. Everyone's spirit was still tense. The crowd all one by one searched their eyes and woke up. It feels much better after a nap, Xi couldn't help but say, feeling her brain relax. Zhou Yingying yawned. Still haven't slept enough. Lin Xiaoran was feeling pretty good, mainly because Lin Xiaojin had fed him the energy of the heart of grass and wood, which allowed her body to recover somewhat. Even this time the energy was depleted. It would have been damaged. But the energy contained in the heart of grass, and with that he absorbed restored vitality. And even the energy was a little more refined. Let's hurry and go to Center Sand City, Lin Xiaojin said. Center Sand City. It's not very far from us. Great, Zhou Yingying said. This was really good news for them. The days of rushing around never wanted to be experienced again. Solving their physical problems was counting down with their lives. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't washed their faces, brushed their teeth, and changed their clothes for days. Special treatment for special times. Everyone is like this. No one needs to dislike anyone. Everyone heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and also saw the notification sent out by the competition equipment. They all packed up and got ready to go. Lin Xiaojin continued to hold Lucky Star and bundled it in front of his body. Mu Xiao was still asleep and not awake, so Lin Xiaoran could only carry Mu Xiao on his back. Wang Han looked at his entry watch and found no one else around. No one. The crowd then went out of the cave. At this moment the sky outside was no longer dark. It was misty. About 5 o'clock in the summer sky. Dawn is finally here. Xi couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sky. All of them also took off their night vision devices. The dawn also meant that the battle had begun. We will definitely go back alive, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Definitely will. Xi followed suit. Actually, I've been thinking about a problem. There are only zombies left on our planet right now. If we enter the top 100, the planet's lifespan increases. So won't it be an increase in zombies? Zhou Yingying asked, covering her head. For a while the crowd didn't say anything, as if this was a problem. Lin Xiaojin thought of the so many zombies on their planet. That is, the energy crystal beads of the zombies were also disguised as their wealth. Right? It was also unknown if the energy of the zombies' crystal beads would be raised after they went back. The crowd seemed to have thought of this possibility. And I don't know if there are any other survivors in Qinlangsing nowadays. I thought that quite a few of them were taken away by the people from the Atlan group. And I don't know if they have survived today, or if they are working as slaves on that planet. Also did not continue to consider this issue. The crowd rushed towards the center of the Sand City, because it was just a few kilometers away. They also did not drive a bungee jumping car. The few of them who didn't drive a bungee car had a smaller target. Everyone be careful, Lin Xiaojin said in a low voice. There would definitely be quite a few people entering Center Sand City this time, and there was a high chance that they would encounter others. However, Lin Xiaojin and the others were quite good, and they didn't continue to encounter other people for the few kilometers they walked. The traces they had walked through had also been cleaned up. In front of us is the Center Sand City, My goodness. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but marvel. The entire city looked like the style of Qianlongqing's Egyptian pyramids, with large and small floors. There were no roads built, they were all dirt roads. And the entire city was permeated with this yellow pale veil. All the people have put on the defense mask. Also do not know whether this kind of sand and soil will be toxic. Looking like a dust storm after the diffuse yellow sand weather. Almost every building was next to each other. A particularly dense urban area. As soon as they entered the boundaries of the central sand city, their participating devices received a message congratulating them for entering the central sand city and entering the final round. With so many houses, there must be quite a few supplies inside as well. Right? Whoever gets there first will get more supplies. Xianli couldn't help but say with some excitement. They had encountered bases before, but they had never built a city this densely. Our defense base is still 3-star, Lin Xiaojin said. The defense boundaries could be taken away, but they didn't have many broken crystals left. Lin Xiaojin was now very unfortunate that the fragmented crystals left behind by the bloodthirsty monsters, that the laser cannons had shot a piece of them to death. But they didn't have the time to pick them up. However, it is also understandable. At the beginning of the escape is too late, who still have time to pick up broken crystals. Life and broken crystals, of course, is the life is important. The people are careful towards the center of the Sand City touch. This inside too many buildings. In case the enemy is hidden, it's really hard to find out. In order to be safe, the crowd did not choose to separate, but directly into a 2-story earthen building. Inside was like an ordinary house, with all kinds of furniture, but none of it was too advanced. Just some ordinary furniture. The crowd all went in and searched first. The cabinet that Zhou Yingying went through first found a few bottles of stamina liquid inside, but they were all the most ordinary ones. The others also found various items, as well as canned food. Zhang Wish opened a box that contained what looked like a can of paste. He took it to his nose and smelled it. It carried a sweet scent, and the can on top came with a small spoon. Zhang Wish took a bite with the spoon and said, "Ask is not bad. Kind of like the texture of ice cream." Zhou Yingying listened and also couldn't help but come up to the mountain and eat a can. The taste was okay, and the crowd would all be a little hungry by now. So they all opened a can and ate while looking for something. "I think there must be something in the other houses as well. Let's go look for it," Zhang Wan said. They had rummaged through quite a few things in this house alone, and there must be supplies in the other houses as well. Everyone else had this idea as well. So the people separated into 2 groups. But both sides couldn't be far away from each other. At most, they were controlled at a distance of 500 meters around them. This way, if there was any danger, everyone could still react immediately to take care of each other. So, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo with Xianli. Small good. Lucky Star Group. Brother Lin Xiaoran. Zhou Yingying. Zhang Zhuanghan, and the 4 of them were in a group. Be sure to be careful, Lin Xiaojin once again urged. There were definitely quite a lot of people entering the Center Sand City at the last level, and they were relatively close. So this was why they entered in a short period of time. Although Center Sand City was very large, there was no guarantee that they would encounter other enemies. Right now, apart from them, as long as they encountered someone that was an enemy. After separating the 2 groups, they didn't dare to split the distance too far. There are 2 sets of defense suits or high-level ones in this cabinet. Xianli couldn't help but be happy when she saw that there were actually 2 sets of high-level defensive clothing inside the inconspicuous and tattered cabinet. These 2 sets are just right for Lucky Star and Mu Xiao. Xianli continued. There was no point for everyone. After all, Mu Xiaozhuang and Lucky Star were both still children and encountered more dangerous situations. The 2 immediately changed into high-level defensive clothing. The crowd searched 7.8 houses one after another, and then found a small building with a hidden location. But the line of sight was still quite good and stayed there. The houses here were even more broken, and every place had defense boundary card slots. So as long as they were fitted, they would be able to use them. In a short while, Lin Xiaojin loaded the defensive boundary. Although it was only a 3-layer defense boundary, it gave them more or less peace of mind here. Having the first layer of protection was better than nothing. Although there were defensive boundaries, the people still took turns resting when they rested. The vigilance and caution was essential. Lin Xiaojin, Zhou Yingying and a few other girls took turns to take a shower in the bathroom. They hadn't washed their hair for who knows how long. Like little Good's hair had long been knotted. A bath is so comfortable. Exionly said with a comfortable wink. Yes. Zhou Yingying responded with great approval. Mu Xiaoyu and Lucky Star were both in the bathtub, playing with the water. They weren't short of water even with Exionly. They took a bath. That is, several of their men took turns to wash down. Not only that, their men's hair and beards had grown quite a bit. Especially their beards, which would grow a lot if they didn't clean them for a few days. Several men looked like a bad old man before entering the washroom. And they all changed their appearance when they came out. Awful old men changing on refreshing. Handsome teenagers. A few of the men shaved off their mustaches to look a few years younger. Hair also all dry, all shaved an inch. All cleaned up. All the people are sitting on the sofa. The coffee table has Lin Xiaojin from the space to take out a variety of food. The men all coincidentally took a few bottles of cola. This Citrusand City's temperature was still relatively hot, all around 35 degrees. Citrusand City is so big and there's no map. Exionly frowned and said. The entry equipment right now just shows the points from high to bottom. Zhang Wish said. Although it didn't show the top 100. It was pretty much the same. The points for the last 100 are 536 points. Wang Han said with a bitter look on his face. They only had 12 points nowadays. And the bottom 100 had more than 500 points. The gap between them was just too great. The crowd was frowning. It seemed like entering the top 100 was very difficult. This entry device sent out another message that the time was 6 months. And that all the players who had not entered the Citrusand City by now were eliminated. Sure enough. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She knew that this always revealed this hint of something unusual. The crowd saw that the entry screen was again less clattering with fewer people. Why do I get the feeling that the rules behind this are completely manipulated by someone? Exionly inexplicably said. In fact, it wasn't just Exionly. Lin Xiaojin and the others had felt it long ago. But their planet was too backward. If Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo hadn't accidentally obtained this entry device, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been able to solve anything. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin might still be struggling in Saturn. Wang Han was surviving alone in Green Plant Planet. Lin Xiaoran. Zhang Wang. I'm afraid they don't know how long they can live in Black Iron Planet. They had all been kidnapped out as slaves in the first place. And had no idea about things in the galaxy. We're still too small. Exionly said silently. That's right. They were too small. How small in this vast universe. Since we're here, now we have to do to enter the top 100. Get our planet into the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin said with firm eyes. That's right. Xia Jin is right. Only by entering the galaxy will we be able to learn more. Exionly followed. Yes. Wang Han actually answered. He knew that Zhu Jingjing was within the galaxy. And this was their only hope to enter the galaxy. Without this match, they wouldn't be able to enter the galaxy at all. However, we have a huge gap today. Lin Xiaojin said with a slight darkness in his eyes. They only had 12 points today. We have laser cannons. So we can charge the pile and collect a lot of points in one wave. Right? Zhang Wan said. There will be quite a lot of people in the later stages when the enemies gather. We can definitely catch up in points. Lin Xiaoran followed suit. The atmosphere was more or less depressing. Mainly nowadays they were too far behind. We all need to be careful at all times for the next 6 months. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The countdown had already begun on the entry device. They were about to start fighting in the Citrusand City. Not only did they need to look for supplies, they also needed to look for other people. 6 months, which was half a year, seemed plenty of time when looking at it. But Citrusand City was so big, with so many houses. It was highly hidden. The others were not fools. Wanting to hunt the others, strength, luck, and equipment were missing. 6 months. They had to punch up their points to do so. One person. 1 point. More than 500 points. That was equivalent to more than 500 people. Moreover, the top 100 people were afraid that they would also be hunting and boosting their points to avoid being brushed down by the points. It's too hard. Zhang Wish couldn't help but spit out. The thought of points was a bit difficult. Cheer up. Secure yourself first. Exionly exclaimed. The crowd took turns resting for almost 5 hours. Staying in this house for almost 12 hours in total. The crowd then prepared to leave. And at this moment, the sky in the Citrusand City was basically all lit up. When the sky was bright, the line of sight became better, although there were various houses blocking the way. But it was much clearer than at night. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. A loud bang caught their attention. There was an explosion in a house a few thousand meters away from them. Lin Xiaojin could vaguely see black smoke rising from above. Presumably from a fight. I saw it. There are 2 people over at the house. Mu Xiaoxiao's golden eyes directly penetrated the house, and saw 2 people hidden in a house not far away. Lin Xiaojin also didn't expect that they had just come out and encountered other people. Thinking about the fact that their points were just too padded now, Lin Xiaojin said, "I'll instantly move over to take a look." Lin Xiaojin made a sneak attack gesture. "Which building are we going to?" Lin Xiaoran pointed to the building in front of him on the right. They had sniper rifles. They were inside and outside. Lin Xiaojin nodded before handing Lucky Star over to Xiao Nuo, and took out lollipops from space to use to pacify Lucky Star. They had a total of 5 sniper rifles. And in a place like this, the sniper laser rifles work better than even the supernatural powers. Zhou Yingying and Xian Li collected the supplies. Wang Han could not use his sniper rifle with one arm, and was in charge of guarding the area. Xiao Nuo and Zhang Wang and Lin Xiaoran chose 3 rooms. Xiao Nuo put Lucky Star by his feet. This little guy wrapped his arms around Xiao Nuo's calf, and went to sleep. Over there. Mu Xiaozhuang showed Lin Xiaoran the direction. Mu Shijia's golden penetrating supernatural ability seemed like it was just turned on here. Mu Xiaoyao was better than even the targeting system of a sniper rifle. After all, Mu Xiaoyao was able to perform penetration. If Mu Xiaoyao grows up a bit, it's not bad to train him to be a sniper. 100 shots in the match Mu Shijia's supernatural ability to complement each other. Lin Xiaojin sneaked transit, hiding to the corner of a house. Using the competition watch to check the number of people around. There were 3 people. Lin Xiaojin took out the laser sword from space, and prepared for a sneak attack assassination. It had to be said that it was really very useful for them to get this entry watch. Lin Xiaojin directly instantaneous transfer. Sneak attack 2 people. The process is very smooth. Suddenly appeared in front of the enemy a knife kill. Laser sword bucket hurt people, blood won't even splash. Because the laser sword takes away a certain burning function. Poof poof poof. Lin Xiaojin quickly solved the enemy. See, the man's hand has injuries directly into the space. Lin Xiaojin killed 2 people in a row in seconds. But the last person, Lin Xiaojin's laser sword actually just hurt him. It didn't kill him in seconds. Advanced defense suit. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she saw the defensive suit on the man in front of her. The advanced defensive suit directly resisted the damage caused by her laser sword. The 2 fought. The man's psychic ability was to manipulate metal. So the weapon in Lin Xiaojin's hand was quickly controlled by the man. However, Lin Xiaojin was not a vegetarian. Even without a weapon, the power of one of her fists was still very huge. Touch. Before Lin Xiaojin's next punch could hit the man, his head had already been penetrated with a hole by 2 laser sniper rifles at the same time. It was Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaoran who discovered the situation here at the same time, so they opened fire without hesitation. Lin Xiaojin looked at the dead man. It was a pity that this high-level defense suit had been scrapped. Lin Xiaojin put all the man's remaining supplies into space before leaving. Soon the 3 men were killed by them, and their points managed to increase by 3 points. This point was nothing compared to the points of the top 100. If they wanted to enter the rankings, they had to kill a large number of enemies in a short period of time in order to do so. Killing them one by one like this, they didn't know how many they would be able to gather. They had laser cannons, which was a good thing. After resolving these few people, Lin Xiaojin then instantly moved back. The next few days they were in this range. Because the Central Sand City was too big, they were only searching for some supplies in the Central Sand City nowadays. Lin Xiaojin mysteriously called the crowd over. While she was searching with Lucky Star suddenly burrowed towards the gap in the bed. Lin Xiaojin found this thing when she looked down to hug Lucky Star. "I found this thing," Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. "What?" Zhou Yingying came over curious. "Is this a bomb? A grenade?" Zhang Wang looked at the shape somewhat like a grenade. "That's right. Grenades are very powerful. Level B." Lin Xiaojin had looked it up from the information. "I didn't think there would be this thing under the bed. But unfortunately not much more than these 5. Lin Xiaojin said. "There will be supplies under the bed too? It feels like we missed a lot before." Zhou Yingying thought that she hadn't even searched underneath the bed before, and immediately said with some loss, "It was time to check out all the other places to search in the future as well. Not only under the bed. The nooks and crannies we have to look at as well." Xianli said with a smile. This power should be very strong. Each of you share one, Lin Xiaojin said. Everyone else shared a backpack. After all, Lin Xiaojin couldn't be around all the time. Some essential items were still more convenient to carry on their own. After another 3 days is quite safe. Encounter frequency is also getting more and more up. It seems that many have entered the Central Sand City. And every day the scope of the Central Sand City will be narrowed. In this case, the number of people will be more and more gathered. These days they encountered other people's frequency has become more and more up. Even suffered from other people's assassination. Fortunately their entry watch equipment advanced also able to find other people. But it doesn't mean that other people don't have this kind of equipment. So they are still very careful and cautious. Their defense boundary had even suffered serious damage. And now there was only 30% of their energy left. Lin Xiaojin had recently released Blizzard. And now Blizzard's level had increased to level 6. Blast Wind had the natural sensitivity of an animal. So it was also able to prevent some dangers in advance. And its perception ability was stronger than the crowd. Although Lin Xiaojin's perception ability was strong. But if she was allowed to perceive all the time, then the mental exertion would be too tiring. And no one could guarantee that they would have to keep their mental energy focused every moment. Can't relax for a moment. Recently we've been encountering enemies more and more frequently. Zhou Yingying said tiredly. Yes. Sometimes it's not even a wave. Xianli said with a frown. Anyway, anyone other than their own teammates was an enemy. Possibly someone from another planetary team. The whole 3 parties were killing each other. All in all the scene was chaotic, and it was normal to have deaths and injuries. Even if they were all injured to varying degrees. I'm afraid that there are also people who always have advanced entry equipment instruments. We have them. Other people might also have them. And perhaps more advanced than us. We can't rely too much on the detection instruments of this entry equipment. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly and said, That's right. Lin Xiaojin nodded his head, very much agreeing with his sister's statement. They had encountered a wave of people today. And the level of the entry equipment was the same as theirs. This has only just begun, and it's already so chaotic. It feels like I can't even sleep. There's going to be a battle at any moment. Zhou Yingying said helplessly. This isn't the beginning. This is already the end. Xianli reminded. Zhou Yingying sighed deeply. Perhaps it's more difficult at the beginning. After all, the number of people is in the multitude. When the number of people becomes less in the later stages, then it's a duel of experts. Lin Xiaojin's eyes were deep. The strength of those who could survive at the end must be very strong. The crowd didn't dare to think about what would happen in the future. As the distance between the Center Sand City was shrinking every day, they were migrating inwards every day. Why don't we rush inside Center Sand City in one breath? It's also very dangerous to migrate around the edges just like this. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but spit out. This is going to be really like the chicken game I play. Right? But this is deadly. I suspect that the organizers of this tournament are not going to copy our Qinlanqing's game. Xianli complained. We are now. So maybe we're really treating those people like a real-life version of the game. Only one game is real people's names. Xianli said with a somewhat cold face. But the temptation of being able to enter the galaxy and increase their average lifespan by 500 was too great. Although they didn't know why the galaxy was so powerful yet. They couldn't reach that height yet, so they weren't sure. Too far into the future they couldn't decide. As the saying goes, stand tall and see far. Now they hadn't reached that point yet, and could only take the road in front of them. This is much more brutal than the game world. At least hanging will be reported. Not here, Zhou Yingying said. That's right. The people here were all equipped with psychic abilities. All sorts of psychic abilities that they didn't understand. Not to mention all sorts of equipment. Lin Xiaojin always felt that although strength was important in this kind of competition, it felt like luck also played a large part. There's still half a year left. We can't give ourselves a mental breakdown. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Xiao Nua, what do you think? Lin Xiaoran looked toward Xiao Nua, who hadn't said anything all this time, and said. The crowd heard Lin Xiaoran ask Xiao Nua. So they all looked at Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua's eyes sprinkled with a gray. Only after a long time did Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Gather supplies. Especially laser cannons or large weapons. Large weapons? Our points are so low. If we want to be promoted in a short time, the only way is to collect large weapons. We've got laser cannons before. You've all seen that power. Thinking of the laser cannon, that patch of bloodthirsty monsters instantly turned into flying dust. They also got grenades before which were still effective. Although individual strength is important. But nowadays it's a group battle. Equipment is more important than individual strength. Xiao Nua, who hadn't said anything, said a lot? That's right. Nowadays, our supernormal abilities are basically auxiliary roles. Basic hunting or laser sniper rifles are safer to attack from a distance, Wang Han said. Because in the center of Sand City houses are almost all one next to another. The middle of the street road is also relatively narrow. Most face-to-face attacks are rare. Like Lin Xiaojin also rely on supernatural powers to engage in surprise attacks. It is not to say that the ability to have no effect. If the aspect of the duel that is more than the strength of the ability. But now most of them will not show their heads. The vast majority of them are cold shots. Can sneak attack dead a person to earn a point. Grab the time to collect supplies. Then we slowly move towards the center of the Sand City, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. In the next few days, they continued to not spare every house. Every house nook and cranny they searched. Although most of them didn't yield much. It was impossible for so many houses to be hiding good things. There were even some houses that already showed signs of having been searched. Almost every day the range circle of Center Sand City would shrink a little bit. As long as it wasn't within the safety circle, then it would be eliminated. Holy shit. We were almost eliminated. Zhang Wang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lin Xiaojin looked at the range circle, and his entire back went cold. It wasn't just the rest of them who went cold as well. And it immediately felt like the air around them had dropped a few degrees. This range circle is usually very regular, shrinking by 50-100 meters a day. This time it actually expanded by 30-100 meters. Xianli wrinkled his brows and said. They had figured out this pattern. So they basically went with a range of 6,000 meters. Yesterday's harvest wasn't much. So they searched a little further. This circle is shrinking irregularly, Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. This was troublesome. Very troublesome. This kind of elimination was simply luck-wit. In case the one that narrows down is your position, then there is no way but to be eliminated. If it doesn't narrow down to your position, then it's possible to dodge a bullet. Lin Xiaojin and the others are now on the edge of this elimination just a room away. As long as they go out from this side, then waiting for them is the fate of elimination. If it's just elimination, then it's elimination. Right? The big deal was that they didn't want their 500 years of life. But here elimination means death. Lin Xiaojin saw that outside the circle were hidden gray mist. Other people couldn't see it. But Lin Xiaojin could see gray particles in the air. I'm afraid that as long as they are contaminated, that's a certain death. Not to mention the large number of endless bloodthirsty monsters still waiting outside. Let's hurry up and go. Who knows, it will shrink down to there tomorrow, right? Zhang Wang said with a palpitating heart. This and a little bit more, and they would have just hung up. There were quite a few more people eliminated on the scoreboard. I noticed that a team with over 600 points was actually eliminated as well. There's no one else with this luck, Xianli said as she looked at the scoreboard. Bad luck. People with high points can get hit too, Zhou Yingying said. Do we have a lucky star to be so lucky? Zhou Yingying looked at the lucky star and couldn't help but say. He now wanted the lucky star to give her a lucky kiss as well. Ah. Lin Xiaojin stroked Lucky Star's head. Maybe. But it must be more or less related to Lucky Star. She now felt that saving Lucky Star in the first place was the right choice. Life in the world, more or less, will encounter some accidents. Some accidents strength can hide over. But some accidents luck to hide over the component is also very big. And the Lucky Star is to help them add the luck plus. Let's just hurry up and go. It's a bit panicky to stand here. Zhou Yingying looked at the poison circle that was close at hand and mentally panicked. The key was that their door was still right in front of the poison circle. So they would have to jump down from the window of the other test. Let's go! Let's walk more this time. Lin Xiaojin also couldn't help but say. This time was quite lucky. I don't know if there will be this kind of luck next time. But Lin Xiaojin touched Lucky Star's head and estimated that their luck wouldn't be too bad. The crowd all window flipped to the other side, and the speed of the search accelerated. After all, no one knew where the narrowed circle would go again tomorrow. They could only speed up the search. In order to save time, the crowd were all drinking stamina liquid to ensure their stamina. Of course, they would also drink Lin Xiaojin's space water. And every now and then, they would take the time to eat a fruit to ensure the comfort of their stomachs. Their rest time went from 5 hours to 3 hours. And they still took turns resting. Mu Xiaoyao and Lucky Star didn't have this trouble. sleeping when they were sleepy and eating when they were hungry. Someone searched this house. Lin Xiaojin saw that the house was rather messy, and it looked like traces of someone searching. We need to change our orientation, Xiao Nuo said with a slight frown. The fact that someone had searched on this side meant that someone had gone ahead of them, and it was likely that the houses ahead of them had all been searched. They wouldn't be in a position to gain anything even if they were following this road. Lin Xiaojin looked around and said towards the right. Let's go this way. Good. The crowd also had no meaning, and all followed Lin Xiaojin towards the right front. Sure enough, none of these houses in front of the right had been searched. The crowd separated and quickly searched the houses, and any needed supplies were directly collected. There are corpses. Lin Xiaojin frowned. The crowd followed Lin Xiaojin's gaze, and indeed found 2 corpses lying on the ground. The corpses were both shot in the head, and the defensive suits on their bodies had long been destroyed. It was estimated that they were hiding here and were shot in the head after being discovered. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. There was probably nothing left in this house. However, this someone had already had their head blown off, so they were still cautious that they might run into someone else. They all tried not to stick to the windows and only walked against the walls. The group continued walking, searching several houses without finding any important supplies. Most of them were some stamina liquids, or energy recovery liquids, and many canned goods. It was not bad to have stamina liquid, but none of them chose to drink it. Instead, they all saved it. They had not reached the central area yet. If they reached the central area, by then it would be densely populated, and they might fight at any time. And there would be no time to rest then. Rest will encounter danger at any time, so they get the stamina liquid will be saved temporarily. And now every day also take turns to still be able to sleep for a few hours. Unless it is the stamina is really not enough to drink a bottle. Here, there are laser bullets, Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. It had been a long time since they had searched for this thing. The laser bullets were so powerful that almost one could blow up a building. These laser bullets were really easy to confuse with a bunch of glass bottles. Lin Xiaojin rummaged through them, and even though there were only 4 of them, they were still very excited. So they continued to walk. The next few days were relatively smooth. Did not run into other teams. The circle of safety narrowed down within a manageable range. Are relatively far away from them. The last time a wall of security circles left them all with palpitations. We already have 50 points, Xianli said with a straight face. Accumulating points like this was still a bit slow, but being able to secure their lives was already pretty good. The points accumulated in the later stages will be faster, Lin Xiaojin said. The scope narrowed down in the later stages. Hundreds of thousands of people came together. Could they not run into each other? You guys, look at the top 100 points, and someone has been eliminated down again. Luck can be really bad, Zhou Yingying said with some gloating. To be eliminated even after accumulating so many points. The psyche is probably very stifled, Xianli said with some empathy. So we can't take it lightly even if we do have the top 100 points, Lin Xiaojin said very seriously. Not only can we not take it lightly, but we also have to be more cautious. Got it. At this time it was already getting tense, especially when it came to resting. Lin Xiaojin's stamina was better than everyone else's, so Lin Xiaojin let the others replenish their sleep first as much as possible. She basically slept for an hour, which was equivalent to the spirit of the others, who slept for a day. This is the reason why the body genes strengthen others too much. Compared to Xiao Nuo, body genes level 2 is also too much better than others. Sizzling Wind was also released from space by Lin Xiaojin. Sizzling Wind has the innate sense of sensitivity of beasts. Although Lin Xiaojin's hearing is also good, but Sizzling Wind's hearing against the ground is better than hers. Not only that, but Sizzling Wind's sense of smell is also much further away. Suddenly, Blast Wind suddenly raised both ears, and his entire eyes revealed a defensive look. Lin Xiaojin sensed Blizzard's gesture at the first time, and first gently touched Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo received Lin Xiaojin's gaze. The two at the same time looked down at the competition communication watch and did not find anything unusual. Although the entry watches did not view the targets around them, both of them were not careless. They knew that some of the contesting watches were also unable to see. Perhaps someone's level was more advanced than theirs. In the blink of an eye, a grenade was suddenly thrown in, and Lin Xiaojin's entire body flinched when he saw it. Blast reacted and his entire body lunged towards the grenade. Lin Xiaojin saw that it was a silver laser cannon. As soon as it fell to the ground it would explode. They were afraid that even if they were wearing a defense sub, they would be seriously injured. The time around them paused between flying clouds and lightning. Blast's body stopped in midair. Everyone else also looked surprised. Especially Zhou Yingying, whose mouth was open in surprise. Her teeth could be clearly seen. Lin Xiaoran subconsciously turned his body towards Lin Xiaojin's direction, supposedly wanting to protect Lin Xiaojin. Lucky Star was sleeping soundly and didn't react. Xi, on the other hand, covered her mouth under, and Zhang Wish's body tilted towards Zhou Yingying. Xiao Nua's time suspension had a limited time limit. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly held a laser bullet in his hand and directly instantaneously moved out of the room door and threw it towards the distance. Then with a loud bang, the house next to them instantly collapsed. And when Lin Xiaojin instantly came back here again, her entire body was covered in gray, and her hair also had some burn marks. "Quickly get out of here," Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. The crowd reacted in a hurry and quickly walked towards the outside. "Over there," Mu Xiaoxiao said as she pointed towards the left front about 3 houses away. "Go this way," Xiao Nuo said in a cold voice. They had just left this house when another laser cannon was thrown in. And with another bang, the house behind them collapsed. Luckily, the crowd ran fast and didn't get hurt, but they were still splattered with dust. "Find cover," Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. The enemy was in front of them on the left, and they hurriedly ran across the street to the small 3-story building. Xiao Nu and Zhang Wang. The two of them quickly went up to the 3rd floor and had their laser sniper rifles ready in their hands as well. Zhou Yingying hurriedly protected Mu Xiaozhuang and hid on the ground floor, while Lin Xiaoran held Lucky Star and directly materialized a stone wall to block the enemy's line of sight. Xi and Lin Xiaojin went up to the 1st floor, and Blast Wind also ran up after Lin Xiaojin. Little Goody said that their location is in that building. Xi pointed to the also small 3-story building in front of him on the left and said, Lin Xiaojin couldn't see anyone. Except for the explosion, just now the surroundings were silent. Now both sides weren't moving. "They're coming over," Lin Xiaojin said in a low voice. They came over towards where Lin Xiaojin and the others were. But only one person came over. "What's that?" Xi frowned. It wasn't just Xi, everyone else was seeing this thing for the first time. A humanoid-like thing wore silver armor all over its body, and was actually non-reflective in the light. "Is it a human? Or a robot?" Lin Xiaojin frowned, and didn't know what this thing was. The entire body is huge, also more than 2 meters tall. "A mecha man?" Xi frowned and said, "This thing is a bit like the mecha man image described by the aliens inside the Qinlanqing film Awe." The mecha man circled around the ruins seemingly looking for something. Zhang Quan wanted to shoot, but was immediately stopped by Xiao Nuo. "Observe first. Don't expose your position," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Zhang Quan nodded, and loosened his thoughts of trying to shoot a shot. Sure enough, the mecha man earned a round that didn't seem to find anything. Then the front of his body suddenly opened up, and a bunch of fly-sized robots flew out from it. "What's that?" Zhang Wish said in shock. A dozen or so fly-sized robots scattered towards the surroundings. "Could it be drones?" Zhang Wish said speculatively. "Oops." Wang Han cried out darkly. Xiao Nuo hurriedly reminded the crowd to be careful at the competition watch. The small fly-like robots instantly scattered in all directions. "Not good," Lin Xiaojin said darkly, just as the crowd was preparing to flee the place. If they were discovered by the robots, they would quickly be made aware of their location. "Quickly go," Lin Xiaojin said in a hurry. Xiao Nuo and Zhang Zhuanyuan didn't see the exact location of the enemy through their sniper rifles either. Mu Xiaoyu had been using her power, she said. "Where is someone?" Lin Xiaojin looked at Mu Xiaojiu pointing at the silver-armored man, outside wearing a layer of mecha. Inside was someone manipulating it. They could only see a huge iron-armored man from the outside. But Mu Xiaojiu was different. Mu Xiaojiu has the ability to see through, so she could directly see through the mecha, which was being controlled by someone inside. Although Mu Xiaojiu saw that there was someone inside that mecha, and they didn't act immediately. But it was obvious that those little robots were the ones controlled by that mecha. "You guys go first. I'll go finish off that mecha man," Lin Xiaojin hurriedly spoke out. Xi just wanted to stop Lin Xiaojin. But the next second Lin Xiaojin's figure had already disappeared in place. Seeing that the small robots had already rushed over, and they still had the 2 children with them, so they hurriedly dodged forward. Zhang Wish and Xiao Nuo too in the back to break the back. Not long after, one of the robots found them. "ZZZ. The finger-sized robot emitted a burst of dense green lasers. By Yubu. Small craters of tens of centimeters were left on the walls by the laser shots. And even some of the walls were pierced. Watch out. Xiao Nua used his second ability again, which saved Zhang Wan, who was almost hit. And then Xiao Nua used his lightning system ability to directly interfere and hit the mini robot. Although this robot had a defense system, its restraint was the lightning system. ZZZ. The miniature little robot was instantly paralyzed. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin had already instantly moved to the front of the Mecha Man. Lin Xiaojin's hands holding a weapon directly barreled like the Mecha Man, but did not expect that its reaction speed is actually very fast. ZZZ. The Mecha Man's hand released a laser weapon that instantly melted Lin Xiaojin's laser sword. Immediately after that, the Mecha Man attacked towards Lin Xiaojin. But Lin Xiaojin had an instantaneous shift and appeared behind the Mecha Man almost instantly. And its several attacks didn't even hit Lin Xiaojin. However, Lin Xiaojin still underestimated the Mecha Man. After several successive Lin Xiaojin attacks on the Mecha Man, its head had already been dented by Lin Xiaojin's fist. But it was still able to use it. This mecha was just too hard. Lin Xiaojin's strength she knew. She had used almost 70% of her strength. But she hadn't been able to disable the mecha in front of her. So Lin Xiaojin actually didn't give up. She wanted the mech in front of her. If they also had such a weapon, it would be much safer. So Lin Xiaojin did not give up on attacking the mech anymore. She just wanted to kill the controller inside. Lin Xiaojin's brain was spinning rapidly. She was thinking what exactly was the way to be able to open up the mech. It seems that the exterior of this mech can't be opened. While Lin Xiaojin was tangled in her thoughts, she didn't expect that the location of her next instantaneous movement would actually be measured by the mecha, directly giving Lin Xiaojin a blitzkrieg. Although Lin Xiaojin reacted in time and dodged quite quickly, she was still injured on her left shoulder. Although she was wearing a defensive suit, she was still injured. But the wound healed without any blood flowing out. Only the defensive suit was torn with a large hole. Although Lin Xiaojin's wound had healed, the pain was a real pain. Lin Xiaojin's eyes became sharp. He didn't expect this mech to be so powerful. But instead, it stirred up the mood of wanting to get the mech in front of him even more. Lin Xiaojin continued to transit, wanting to find the mech's cracks. She transited 5 times. The mech was able to gauge her position 3 times. It was getting more and more accurate. This was a battle mech. Super advanced stuff. It seemed like only in the middle of the galaxy could this thing exist. Lin Xiaojin was injured twice in a row, and she still hadn't found a way to break the mech. Pity! Lin Xiaojin said silently in her mind. She wanted the mech in front of her very much. But she couldn't get it. And if she continued to procrastinate, she was afraid that she would be injured by the mech. Not playing with you. Lin Xiaojin's eyes became sharp, and a heavy punch directly hammered the mech to the ground. Lin Xiaojin rubbed her wrist. This was the first time she felt that hammering something actually caused some slight pain. Saying that, Lin Xiaojin escaped from space with a laser bullet. And just as she wanted to throw it over to this big guy, a lavender lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot over towards the fallen mech. ZZZ. The whole body of the mech emitted a bubbling sound. And then the whole body lay on the ground and didn't move. The human man in the mech suddenly panicked. Activate the backup power. No matter how much the man inside pressed, the mech still couldn't start. Lin Xiaojin turned around and saw that Xiao Nua had already walked over. Lin Xiaojin gave him a thumbs up. How did you do it? Lin Xiaojin asked curiously. I absorbed its power source, Xiao Nua said, as he looked towards Lin Xiaojin's slightly pursed lips. Lin Xiaojin raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Nua with a smile in her eyes. Both of them were staring intently at the mecha, when suddenly something like a flashbang was thrown towards them not far away. This thing didn't have any substantial damage, but it would make one's eyes look white for a short period of time. And if it happened to be thrown right next to your eyes, I'm afraid it would also hurt your eyes and turn you blind. However, they were all wearing defensive clothing, so at most they would only be invisible for a few seconds. But Lin Xiaojin wasn't afraid. She hurriedly pulled Xiao Nua and instantly moved to the side. The place where they had just stood instantly appeared to be shot with a crater. By the time the curtain of light around them dispersed, those people had already run away, and the mechs on the ground were no longer there. Lin Xiaojin wrinkled his brows, somewhat regretfully plus lost. That thing is not bad. We'll grab it later when we have the chance, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin responded. and the two of them didn't say anything more as they rushed back to find Xian Li and the others. The little robots over there have all been taken care of, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin heard Xiao Nuo's words, then she was relieved. These mechs. The robots were actually most afraid of the lightning system psychics, because the vast majority of lightning system adepts had magnetic fields that could interfere with electronic products. The most terrifying was Xiao Nuo's lightning system, which could not only generate lightning, but could also absorb it. When Lin Xiaojin and the others went back, Xian Li and the others had already found a safe place. Go. The few people continued to set off after their rounds. That was just a small hiccup just now. However, in the next few days, this kind of hiccups became more and more frequent. Almost once a day, as many as 2 or 3 times. They arrived at a small building that was still hidden. Mu Xiaoyao was considered a key player in the team nowadays. At least checking out the surroundings was all about Mu Xiaoyao. There's no one around here. Mu Xiaoyao flickered his golden pupils and looked around and said, Good. Lin Xiaojin responded. Now the function of the entry watch was only auxiliary. The most trusted was still Mu Shiju's skills. Their boundary defense had been destroyed long ago, so they had to be more careful now than before. They chose a small building that possessed multiple rooms inside. Xian Li, Zhang Wan. A few of them were injured to varying degrees. Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaoran. 2 people, one at the door and one at the window opening to keep watch. Lin Xiaojin fetched space moisture from space to give to the crowd. Sister Xiaojin. It seems like my supernatural ability is about to advance again soon, Mu Xiaoxiao said with some excitement. Probably because of the high concentration of spirit in the past 2 days, coupled with the increased frequency of use. Mu Xiuya's supernormal ability has reached another breakthrough. Good. I'll help you advance. Lin Xiaojin was also happy in her heart. Mu Xiaoyao was now equivalent to their game hang. Advancing now would be even more beneficial to them. The 3 of them, Xian Li, Zhou Yingying and Mu Xiaoxiu, were all at level 4. But the 2 of them hadn't advanced yet. And Mu Xiaoxiu's talent had always been very good. Xian Li was actually about to break through. But Zhou Yingying was still quite a bit behind. And Mu Xiaoxiu's promotion had given the 2 a sense of urgency in their hearts. However, they also knew that they couldn't be in a hurry with the matter of advancement. Mu Xiaoxiao had successfully advanced with the help of Lin Xiaojin's heart of grass and wood. Perhaps because Mu Xiaoxia's special ability was only her eyes. So that was one of the reasons why she advanced so quickly. It wasn't like Zhou Yingying and Xian Li, who needed to consume a lot of energy to advance. But Mu Xiuju didn't need to. Her energy only needed to be given to her eyes. Mu Xiuju, who had successfully advanced to level 5, had a qualitative leap. Not only was she able to see further, but the golden pupils of her eyes had become even lighter. This time Mu Xiuyu's perspective ability became clearer. Even Mu Xiaoyao was able to add one more skill. That is, perspective can see the approximate energy in a person's body. Although it's very blurry, I can see that Sister Xian Li's body has blue energy, Mu Xiaoyao said in surprise. But the farther away you look, the more blurry it becomes. Blue color? Is that my water system? Xian Li also said in surprise. Where's mine? What about mine? Zhou Yingying also asked Mu Xiaoxiao curiously. What? Mu Xiuju said. However, this skill is rather vague, and also more energy consuming, so Mu Xiaoyu just looked at a few and wasn't using it. But this ability needs to be slowly perfected and upgraded again later on. It's a long process. Everyone simply ate something, took turns to rest for a while. Lucky Star also followed them through a lot in the past 2 days. Lin Xiaojin stroked Lucky Star's head. Lucky Star, on the other hand, was lying on Gale's plush back, seemingly counting the number of hairs on Gale's back. Lin Xiaojin looked at the sky outside the window that had already lit up. The real battle was coming. She wanted to win and also protect Lucky Star. She had raised Lucky Star for so long. She had long since treated her as her own child. The next days, I'm afraid, would be even more dangerous. But Lin Xiaojin had never thought of abandoning Lucky Star either. Nor would she ever abandon anyone. The next days would be even more tense. Almost everyone was on tenterhooks, except for Lucky Star, who didn't seem to understand it all. But Lucky Star was very well behaved, and usually Lin Xiaojin took lollipops or small toys to her. Days like this will soon pass, Lin Xiaojin said comfortingly as she stroked Lucky Star's head. These were words for Lucky Star, but also for herself. Such days would soon pass. And as long as they were successful in the end, they would return to their own planet, where Lin Xiaojin would definitely give Lucky Star a better life. The number of dangerous encounters that followed also grew, and accordingly Lin Xiaojin's points for them skyrocketed to 99. 1 point short of 100. But this is far from enough to rank. Here everyone has almost been injured. From the beginning of the pain. Nervous. Like Xianli and Zhou Yingying. From the beginning of the nervousness into today's numbness. Even Mu Xiaoyu seems to have become accustomed to such things. Not to mention Zhang Wishwang Han and the others. The person from that planet that I saw yesterday actually had her entire body in an earthy color. If Mu Xiaoyu hadn't reminded me, I would have really let her sneak up on me and succeeded. Xianli said nervously, as she thought of yesterday's events. Yesterday they encountered a wave of teams. Their powers weren't as strong as theirs. But their powers were just very special. They could change their body color so that they could blend in with their surroundings. And they really couldn't tell unless they looked closely. The buildings in Center Sand City were all a clear shade of earthy yellow. And it really wasn't easy to identify them in such an environment. Also, the sand people we saw last time. Their bodies can turn into quicksand. Zhou Yingying followed suit. Recently they had encountered all sorts of supernormal abilities, as well as people from other planets. Not only that, they had also encountered quite a lot of high technology. And their daily lives were colorful. Zhou Yingying only felt that the first 18 years of her life was not as exciting as these 2 years. Several people walked very carefully, weaving between the buildings. There's a house that looks like a pyramid up ahead. Ah! Zhou Yingying couldn't help but be curious when she saw that 500 meters away from them, there was actually such a building. A pyramid? There isn't one. Is there? Xianli felt that her eyes were blurred. There was nothing in front of her. Just where it is. Zhou Yingying said directly 1 o'clock direction. You're looking at a pyramid? Why am I looking at a modern villa? Xianli said with a frown. Everyone else also looked over. Lin Xiaojin looked like an apartment building. Everyone else looked differently. Wang Han looked at a wooden house. In short, several people looked differently. So Lin Xiaojin looked at Mu Xiaozhuang and said, Xiaozhuang, what are you looking at? Mu Xiaozhuang then used her supernatural ability. Then shook her head and said, There's nothing anywhere. Nothing? Zhou Yingying said in surprise. Lin Xiaojin guessed that that was probably set up as a trap that could interfere with people's eyes. And the crowd rushed around that place as well. Lin Xiaojin also didn't expect that there were still illusions here. So it seemed that he would have to be more careful in the future. Someone is coming. Mu Xiaoxiao said, as she pointed in a direction not far away. Lin Xiaojin looked at the small building next to him, and hurriedly signaled for everyone to hide inside. Lin Xiaojin saw through the small hole in the window that it was a person. It looked like he was injured, and there was blood on his shoulder. Zhang Wish took out his sniper rifle and wanted to snipe. This was points for nothing. After solving him, they would just break through 100 points off. Zhang Wan had just set up his rifle when Xiao Nua stopped him, signaling Zhang Wan to wait and see, because the direction that person went was exactly the direction Mu Xiaoxiao had just pointed at. There was something evil about that place just now. Actually, everyone saw it differently. So Xiao Nua wanted to see what would happen if that person went to that place. Xiao Nua organized Zhang Wish to shoot. But suddenly that injured one was suddenly shot in the head, and then the whole body exploded. A burst of sparks rolled up. Dummy! Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this scene. That's right. The injured one they had just seen was actually a dummy. And there was a random burst of sudden gunfire. It seemed that the injured person just now was specifically out to attract people. Someone had exposed their position. And in a few minutes, the bursts outside were gone. Where is the person that killed all those people? Mu Xiaoxiao said. She had already advanced, and could see farther and more penetrating than between. In the third house. That man's gun looks so advanced. Mu Xiaozhuang continued again. The crowd probably knew the situation when they heard what Mu Xiaoyu said. And they all realized that that was a trap just now. Zhang Wish had a fine cold sweat hanging on his forehead. Just now, he almost fired his gun for the sake of a point impulse. Otherwise, they would have exposed their position by now. That dummy is also too realistically made. How was it done? Lin Xiaojin lowered his eyes, thoughtfully looking towards the dummy that had just exploded not far away. His eyes filled with doubt. Could it be the same skill as Brother Lin Xiaoran? Brother could figuratively come out as a robot. Lin Xiaoran seemed to sense Lin Xiaojin's doubts as he said, I can't visualize it. Robots could still be visualized. But a dummy that was just like a real person was just too difficult. That team hiding in the shadows. They had to solve it. Otherwise it was a time bomb. And they couldn't stay in place for too long. There were still 7 hours until the next narrowing of the safety circle. So Lin Xiaojin asked about the hidden person that Mu Shibian had, the exact location and the number of people, and even took out paper and pen from space for Mu Shibian to roughly draw. Is there only one person? Lin Xiaojin asked, not too sure. Most of them are teammates here. As few as 2 or 3. As many as 4 or 5. Such a lone wolf, or almost none of them have come across. Unless his teammates have all died out. Sister Xiaojin, I saw just one. Mu Xiaoxiao said seriously. I'll go and sort it out. Lin Xiaojin raised her eyebrows. A layer of coldness hanging over her lavender eyes. Together. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin did not refuse. Then said to Lin Xiaoran and the others. The 2 of us will take care of that person. You guys be safe. Good. Lin Xiaoran nodded. The others didn't say anything either. After such a long time of tacit understanding. They even already knew how to work together. Usually sneak attacks are Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo 2 people. Zhang Wish. Zhou Yinging sniper. Wang Han and Lin Xiaoran 2 guard. Xianli specialized in protecting the 2 children. Lin Xiaojin led Xiao Nuo to take instantaneous transfer one after another. Slowly approaching that man. The information of that enemy could not be displayed on the participant's watch. So it seemed that his communication watch was also advanced. At least it was on par with them. Lin Xiaojin directly brought Xiao Nuo to instantly move beside the building. But they had just instantly moved in. Without even taking a step. When the old man in front of them noticed them. A flashbang thrown towards them. Lin Xiaojin directly transit in. A knife cut on the man's neck. Did not care the slightest about the man through the flash bomb. Touch. The man's reaction speed was also very fast, actually resisted Lin Xiaojin's knife. The 2 people fought in the house. The man's hands were very strong. If not for Lin Xiaojin's strong strength, I'm afraid that 3 or 2 times will be knocked to the ground by the man. A huge long thunderbolt disguised as a python swept towards the man. The man's face changed slightly. But did not panic. I do not know what to take out from the back, and threw it out directly. Touch. Xiao Nuo's lightning was blocked. The man saw that it was not the opponent of the 2 people. The reaction was also very rapid, immediately jumped out of the window to escape. Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned. Want to run? Can you outrun her and Xiao Nuo? The next second Lin Xiaojin with Xiao Nuo has instantly moved out. The 3 people immediately after the fight. The men's attack speed was fast. I saw the 3 of them. But they were fighting too chaotically. There was no way to lock on. Zhang Wish said with a frown. He saw the 3 men who were attacking each other not far away from the sniper screen. The red frame of the screen switching back and forth among the 3 men. Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly. He was in the same situation. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were both attacking him at the same time. And the other person wasn't even losing. This person's stance was so strong. It was unknown which planet he was from. The man wrinkled his brows. Not expecting that the 2 people in front of him were not easy to deal with, and kept pestering him. Xiao Nuo directly condensed out a thunder net, and instantly surrounded the man. The man was also not willing to show weakness, and his entire body deflated. What kind of supernormal ability is this? Lin Xiaojin said in shock. It was the first time she had seen such an alien ability. The man, after being weakened, actually ignored Lin Xiaojin's and Xiao Nuo's attacks. However, Xiao Nuo's release grid was able to trap him. Go to hell. The man cursed under his breath. He had actually been trapped here for so long. In an instant, a powerful heat erupted from the man's body, and a powerful shockwave rushed Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo away. However, the 2 people didn't suffer any serious injuries. It was just that the powerful hot wind that had just caused them to back up a large distance. When the 2 people came back to their senses, whichever person who was trapped in the power grid had already run away, though blood was still dripping on the ground. Just a moment ago, Zhang Wish found a break and fired a shot directly. Only there was some confusion in the middle. And instead of hitting the man's head, he hit the man's shoulder. Ran away. Lin Xiaojin looked around at the empty space. The man just now was very strong and actually escaped from the 2 of them. The man who had already run away drank a bottle of recovery liquid. Damn it! The man couldn't help but curse. This bottle of recovery liquid was all that was left in his backpack. There were a total of 7 people in their team. All of them were loners, and wouldn't put their chances into one basket. Each person was carefully trained by the planet from a young age, especially in fighting techniques, in pairing with their own psychic abilities. Their team had 7 people though, each acting separately so that they had a small target. And although dangerous, they gained more points. But even then, the danger was great. With 7 people on their team, plus him there were still 4 people left. I didn't expect that he would almost be loaded here today as well. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin had some regrets. He actually didn't kill that person just now. The sniper rifle in that person's hand looked good. Rather, the fighting skills were also strong. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. Luckily, neither he nor Xiao Nua had suffered any injuries. The safety circle was about to shrink, so they'd better hurry as soon as possible. Lin Xiaojin returned with Xiao Nua, and when Dong Wish saw the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, "Return," he said. "That person was very strong just now. This is the first time you two have missed." "That's right. The fighting was strong, and he was able to deflate his body. Only it's unclear what that was released at the end." Lin Xiaojin thought back. "I hit him in the shoulder, and I don't know who it will be cheaper if I'm seriously injured." Dong Wish sighed. "It almost shot him in the head. We'll meet many more strong people like this in the future," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Actually, the two of them, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, could have killed that person with their combined hands. But they just didn't expect that person to suddenly run away. Thinking that the circle of safety was about to shrink, they had to go back to catch up. Compared to the points and the circle of safety, the latter was still more important. The people packed up, some continued to rush around from time to time, can see the destroyed houses. Some are bombed by the cannon. Several people travel through the alleys, walking very softly, trying not to attract attention from the surroundings. "Wait!" Mu Xiaoxiao suddenly pulled on Xian Li's hand. "What's wrong?" Xian Li frowned. Everyone was loaded with nerves rushing along. But Mu Xiaoyao suddenly stopped instead. "There seems to be a tunnel here." Mu Xiaoyu pointed at her feet. Every now and then, Mu Xiaoyao would switch on her supernatural ability to observe the surroundings in case she was squatted by others. "A tunnel?" Lin Xiaojin sniffed and walked over. It didn't look any different from the others down here. "You guys get out of the way." Lin Xiaojin told everyone else to get out of the way. Leaving the place Mu Xiaozhuan was pointing at empty, Lin Xiaojin took out a sledgehammer from space and intuitively draped it towards the ground. Boom! With a tremor, the entire ground collapsed. "There really is a tunnel," Zhou Yingying said in surprise. "Can you see inside?" Lin Xiaojin asked Mu Xiaovu. "It's too far away." Mu Xiaoyu shook his head. "I'll enter and take a look," Lin Xiaojin said. This place actually had tunnels. They had never realized that this place had tunnels. The tunnel entrance could only go down one person at a time. It was rather dark inside the tunnel, so Lin Xiaojin was the first to go down. Her eyes were not affected in the darkness, although the tunnel entrance is relatively small. But once they go down, it is actually quite spacious inside. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua walked for about 10 minutes or so and found that there are many forks in the tunnel. "I'm afraid we'll get lost if we walk on. Let's go up first," Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded as she looked at the 4-way forks. So she returned with Xiao Nua. The crowd discussed for a while. It was also more dangerous to walk up there. There was a possibility of encountering other people at any time. It might be safer underground. So they all chose to put on their night vision devices and walk through the underground passage. And for safety, they even covered the soil on top after they went down. Mu Xiaoyao looked up. She said, "There are all houses up there. We are under the streets. It seems that they are under the city." I didn't expect to actually unintentionally discover that this huge city has so many underground tunnels. They had marked the tunnels, and with Mu Shijiao's perspective guide, they weren't so lost in the tunnels. When the time came, they were still within the safety circle to range, and the distance was still quite far. After walking for so long, all of them were more or less a little tired. But in the tunnels, the spirit was still a little lax. On top of a wide field of vision, always have to concentrate. In the tunnels there are only a few paths, so there is something can be quickly found. So in the tunnels, the crowd was still relatively relaxed. And all along the way they ate while hurrying. In the past, if only we could have discovered the tunnels earlier, Zhou Yingying said. Tunnel entrances were not easy to spot. Who would have thought that the underground of your pavement would actually be a tunnel entrance? They hadn't come across any sewer openings or anything like that for so long here. It was all dirt roads. Who wouldn't walk a few steps and dig up dirt? Right? Before, Mu Xiaoxiao only checked it occasionally, and most of her attention was on the other houses. And this tunnel entrance wasn't everywhere. The chances were very small, so they could only say that their luck was really too good. They continued to walk in the tunnels. That is, the air was a bit humid in the air, and the road on the ground was sandy. Walking up for a while, their clothes and shoes were stained with a lot of sand. There are 2 intersections ahead. Which one to go? Zhang Wang asked as he looked at the intersection in front of him. 2 intersections? They had encountered several intersections along the way. This way. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the intersection on the left. The crowd followed Lin Xiaojin towards the left intersection. Originally, the tunnel entrances were all only able to accommodate one person to pass through. But after walking to this side instead, they became more and more spacious. From only being able to accommodate one person, it turned into being able to stand 3 people in the same row. It's getting more and more spacious, Xianli said as he looked at the surroundings. There's someone fighting above us. Mu Xiaoyu pointed above their heads and said. Mu Xiaoyao would turn on her powers from time to check the situation around them. There were people fighting above them, and their pace stayed even lighter as the group walked forward cautiously. After walking for such a long time, we haven't seen the exit of the tunnel. Lin Xiaojin raised her eyebrows and said, as if she had thought of something. Yeah. We've been walking for a few hours now, and there's no exit at all for such a long tunnel. Zhou Yingying immediately added. If we want to go up, we'll have to punch through the top as well. Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the earth wall above her. Don't look at this as an earth wall. The hardness was also very strong. This was also Lin Xiaojin's bare hands just picking through it. If it was anyone else, it would definitely be with the help of tools in order to dig through it. Although the tunnel is safe, but there is no supplies. They also want to search for some weapons and equipment. The more they got to the back, the more important the weapons and equipment were. Let's go to the front and find a safe place. We'll go up and search for supplies, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. They could go up and search for supplies and then hide in the tunnels, which would be much safer. Lin Xiaojin had the instantaneous transmission skill, and it would be even better if he added an additional wall-penetrating skill. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaojin didn't have it. They first dodged the group of people that Mu Xiaozhuang had found fighting above earlier before passing by a house. Here's the house. In the living room, Mu Xiaoyu said as she pointed upwards. Lin Xiaojin nodded, signaling the others to get out of the way. She directly took the stone and earth wall above her head, smashed a hole, and slowly dug down the rest in a little bit, just leaving a position where a person could pass through. I'll go up and search for supplies, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo and Zhang Wang both followed up. The rest of the people were waiting in the passageway. They had the team members' mutual location positioning system, and they were also able to see their images through the team members' entry devices. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo, and Zhang Zhanyuan quickly searched the house for supplies. But they were all basic supplies. While Lin Xiaojin was searching for supplies on the first floor, she looked up and saw a modern, decorative cabinet in the house across the street outside the window. Lin Xiaojin intuited that there was something different inside, so she instantly moved over. The house hadn't been searched yet, and this modern cabinet, Lin Xiaojin directly moved down. But there was actually a screen on it, and there was a hint on it that if you wanted to open the cabinet, you needed to pick the right answer. Pick the right box to open. Only one chance. When the opportunity was used up, the box would be automatically blocked and could no longer be opened. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, looking at the box in her hand. Only one chance? Lin Xiaojin directly pressed the screen, and 3 colored circles appeared inside the screen. Red, yellow, and blue, of which only one could open the cabinet. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin felt even more interesting. No wonder there is only one chance. 1/3 of the probability can open the cabinet. Lin Xiaojin looked at the 3 colors. For a moment, she didn't know which one to choose. Lin Xiaojin's sight switched back and forth between the 3 colors, and finally chose red directly. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that the pink mark that flashed across her brow was the lucky kiss given to her by Lucky Star. Ding. Opened, Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. 1/3 of the chance. Did not expect that she actually opened it. Lin Xiaojin was somewhat looking forward to what exactly was in this box. Opening the box, only a few things similar to grenades were placed inside. The silver ones, however, were smaller in size than the laser bullets she had found earlier, and this one was about the size of a quail's egg. Lin Xiaojin saw that indirectly it said that the power of this thing was mostly more powerful than a laser cannon. Lin Xiaojin swept a glance, and there were a total of 10 brothers, smaller in size and more powerful. The laser cannon was a good thing. This thing was even more powerful. Lin Xiaojin was very happy. After collecting this laser cannon, Lin Xiaojin closed the box and threw it to the side, and continued to search the house again. Generally speaking, it's good to have one good thing in the house. But Lin Xiaojin actually found another double knife here. Round moon style. Immediately Lin Xiaojin liked. This double knife is not long. Just about to the length of the small arm. The material was also very sharp. Lin Xiaojin used it for a while, and it was quite smooth. Her previous weapon had been damaged, and she was worried about not having a weapon. Who let her be a melee assassin? It wasn't like Xiao Nua or Zhang Quan who had long-range attacks. However, although she didn't have the ability to attack from a distance, but space, instantaneous movement, coupled with her physique and flight, her skills were multiple. Teams were supposed to cooperate with each other, and now that they were living together in this place, being a lone wolf wasn't a good choice, unless your force was particularly strong. But Lin Xiaojin preferred today's life. Lin Xiaojin's side collected a lot of supplies, and Xiao Nua and Zhang Wan also searched a lot of the surrounding houses. There's someone over there. When Lin Xiaojin instantly moved back to Xiao Nua's side, she found 3 people walking towards their direction. Zhang Wang and Xiao Nua were instantly on guard, both with sniper-mounted cannons in their hands. Apparently the other party did not discover them. Xiao Nua and Zhang Wan both aimed at one each. Bang bang. 2 shots directly hit the head. The remaining one saw this and immediately hid. Only one dead. Zhang Wish frowned. They had only added 1 point to their points, so one of them actually didn't die. As expected, that one's defensive suit was a high-level defensive suit, especially the helmet. So the well shot that Zhang Wish shot did not explode his head with a single shot. Zhang wished to hastily want to make up a shot when, in the blink of an eye, has instantly up a thick white fog cannot see anything. Fog system supernatural ability. Lin Xiaojin wrinkled his eyebrows. He had also seen fog-type powers before, which could instantly block a person's vision. I'm going to mend my sword, just in time to try out my newly acquired weapon, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight corner of her eye, her eyes sinking. In a moment, Lin Xiaojin had instantly moved in front of that person. How could the person who was already injured be able to dodge Lin Xiaojin's attack? The double knives were directly inserted into the middle of the defense suit, and there actually wasn't the slightest obstruction. This knife is really good. Although Lin Xiaojin praised in his heart, he didn't let his guard down. After all, there was another person hiding around. Bump! Both Aurora guns were smoothly dodged by Lin Xiaojin, and the dense fog around him grew deeper and deeper, almost filling the entire building. Even if Lin Xiaojin's eyesight was so good, he couldn't see more than a meter around him. Although she couldn't see clearly, Lin Xiaojin's hearing was still there. Behind Lin Xiaojin, a hidden woman. She was hiding in the thick fog. Her sight was not obstructed at all, as if she was dissolving in the fog. Bang bang. The woman kept firing cold shots behind Lin Xiaojin, but not a single shot hit Lin Xiaojin. The woman's face was tense as she observed the surroundings. But the next second, her chest was pierced by a barrel. As the woman died, the thick fog around her gradually dispersed. The woman's strength was actually not weak. In addition to the thick fog, she was like a ghost in the thick fog. But on the contrary, Lin Xiaojin was not affected. She could not see clearly, but her hearing was exceptionally clear. The defensive clothing on the woman's body was also just ordinary. So Lin Xiaojin very crisply and neatly took care of the person. 3 people had already died in such a short while. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put their backpacks away into space and went back to look for Xiao Nua and the others. South close. If we were the ones who were shrouded in the thick fog and couldn't see anything, we'd be blind with our eyes open. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say, let's hurry back. Lin Xiaojin was a bit uneasy about the people in the underground tunnel. They had been out for a while. Good. The 3 people hurriedly returned to the middle of the tunnel. Xiao Nua was the last one to come down, and didn't forget to cover the soil above and move the sofa to block the hole above. Lin Xiaojin divided all the search supplies, especially that quail egg-sized laser cannon. This is more powerful than a laser cannon, Lin Xiaojin said of those small laser cannons. The usage of this was similar to the laser cannon. As long as you pressed the red dot in the middle and throw it out, it would explode violently when it touched an object. Everyone took one, including Mu Xiaoyu. Mu Xiaoyao originally didn't have any attacking powers, so Lin Xiaojin would give Mu Xiaoyao the usual defensive weapons, including the use of the laser gun, as well as the laser cannon. And the use of the laser cannon, the scope of the circle of safety continued to shrink. Unknowingly, they had stayed in the tunnels for 8 whole days. During these 8 days, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo would go up intermittently to look for supplies. But there were more and more people up there. Lin Xiaojin and the others couldn't go up to make holes. But the supplies they had harvested over the past few days were quite good, and they had obtained quite a few laser cannons. The points had also quickly risen by 30 points, and now had 130 points. As time went on, more and more people were encountered. Not only that, this circle of safety shrinking location is really strange. Become more and more irregular. Completely rely on luck. These days a planet in the top 20 of the ranking list was rubbed off. Directly eliminated. One after another. There are also many points, or quite a lot, are inexplicably eliminated. Luck is also a part of strength, which later there are 2 times the range of the circle of safety is around them. Each time found is a thrill. The closest they came to one time. The thick fog markers of the safety circle were right under their feet. The faces of the crowd were very much in shock at the thought of that experience. I think we really do have a lucky star, that's why we're so lucky, Zhou Yingying said, as she looked at Lucky Star's little pink face. Their circle of safety was once again only 10 meters away from them yesterday. These 2 days every day had been nothing short of fearful. Not worrying about the other enemies, the dangers they encountered at any time, also worrying about the safety circle that broke through over at any time. The time is counting down again. Run! Zhou Yingying looked at the map display on the competition watch. Run! Instantly, a race of life and death took place on the ground path. And the safety circle behind them was like a hellish ghost chasing after them. Luckily, the ground path got wider and wider, and they were all running in the ground path. After 20 minutes, the security circle behind them stopped shrinking. It stopped, John Wish said with delight. Luckily, it was only 20 minutes of running, and the safety circle behind them was 500 meters away from them. They had occasionally staged such a scene in the past few days. Such days would only become more frequent in the future. There's actually no road in the underground tunnel ahead, Wang Han said with a frown. There was no road. Luckily, the safety circle had just stopped. Honey, look what's going on in front, Lin Xiaojin said, as she stroked the little boy's head. Mu Xiujiao nodded her head coquettishly, and then she turned on her penetrating vision ability. Normally it would only take Mu Xiujiu a few seconds to view. This time Mu Xiujiu took a full minute. It's all silver. Mu Xiujiu was also a little hesitant. I can't see it. Mu Xiaoyao shook his head, a little lost. It's okay. Lin Xiaoran comforted Mu Xiaozhuang and patted her small shoulder. It looks like there's something behind here, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. There wasn't much of a path around here either. Lin Xiaojin had Mu Xiaozhuang look around her again. And all around her, she could only see a cloud of silver. It looked like this end was wrapped in silver. Lin Xiaojin motioned for the others to get out of the way and started banging on the wall. There were a few loud booms, and the clumps of earth on top were blown off. Random clods of earth were then cleared behind by Lin Xiaojin and a few of them, revealing the silver-colored wall inside. What is this? Zhang Wang curiously said. Lin Xiaojin tried hammering it with his fist. This time he used 60% of his strength and actually only left a shallow small pit. Lin Xiaojin frowned. This thing is so hard? So Lin Xiaojin told the others to get out of the way and used a full-strength strike himself. Boom! It still didn't blast away, leaving only the imprint of a huge fist. John wished they all tried it as well. Apart from the pain, there was no mark left behind. Even John wished shooting at it with his pistol didn't leave a scorching mark from the bullet. So hard, Zhang Wan said in surprise. Everyone else also looked at the silver-colored wall in surprise that it could be so hard. Let's try the laser cannon then, Xian Li said as he took out the laser cannon from his backpack. Lin Xiaoran shook his head as he said, the movement of the laser cannon will be very loud. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. Xian Li nodded at Lin Xiaoran's words. So he put the laser cannon back. But this was so hard they couldn't even open it. Even Lin Xiaojin couldn't open it, let alone them. We return? Zhou Yingying said. If we can't open this road ahead, they'll have to return the same way. but a few hundred meters behind them is out of the range of the safety circle. Thinking about this, the faces of the crowd changed slightly, which equated to them being trapped here now. This should be metal. Right? Lin Xiaojin said as she thought of something. It should be metal. But I don't know what kind of metal. Xianli went up and touched the silver-colored material. This kind of material they had never seen before. Metal, and we have a way. Lin Xiaojin laughed. Saying that, Lin Xiaojin released Tuan Tuan from space. Tuan Tuan. Look at this metal, do you like it? Lin Xiaojin patted Tuanzi's fluffy head and said. When Tuanzi saw the metal wall in front of her, her big eyes lit up and her entire body instantly swelled up. The metal wall that Lin Xiaojin and the others couldn't break in any way was torn apart by Tuanzi. But even Tuanzi tearing apart this kind of metal was actually very laborious. Tuan Tuan bit down on the metal wall. And actually only bit down a little bit. Lin Xiaojin knew the level of Tuan Tuan's claws and teeth. Tuan Tuan's claws could easily tear apart even black gold. But with the white metal in front of him, Tuan Tuan was actually struggling so much. Although Tuan Tuan was struggling, it was still much better than them. Because even Lin Xiaojin could only whack a mark. After about 2 hours or so, Tuan Tuan cleared out the silver walls. Tuan Tuan only ate half of it, and couldn't eat any more. It could only put the rest away into space. And after eating most of it, Tuan Tuan suddenly became very sleepy. Lin Xiaojin noticed Tuan Tuan's abnormality, and touched Tuan Tuan. And suddenly felt the message that Tuan Tuan transmitted to her. This was also the first time Lin Xiaojin received a message from Tuan Tuan. To upgrade? Lin Xiaojin was surprised and happy. She didn't think that Tuan Tuan was actually going to be upgraded. Just eating a piece of silver metal was actually going to be upgraded. Tuan Tuan during the upgrade period needed sleep for digestion. So Tuan Tuan was very sleepy right now. Lin Xiaojin looked at the silver wall had been poked through a hole, and only then collected the troop back into the space to sleep. Mainly because if Tuan Tuan upgraded and fell asleep, they could be trapped here. However, a hole had already been opened. But it was a pity that the remaining silver metal couldn't be collected into the space. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo drilled in before and after the two of them, and Zhang Wanghan, and the rest of them followed one by one. It's so cold. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Why is it so cold here? As soon as Xianli came in, she felt an overwhelming cold air. Turn on the insulation of the defense suit, Lin Xiaojin said in a hurry. Only then did a few people turn on the insulation of their defensive suits. And now they couldn't feel the freezing cold. All around them were floating white cold air, some of which had condensed into small water droplets sticking to the walls. What kind of place is this? Zhou Yingying looked around and frowned. Not only Zhou Yingying, others were also curious about what this place was. There's an intersection over there. Lin Xiaojin pointed ahead to actually have a square intersection. Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to penetrate to see it, but realized that she couldn't see it with her supernatural ability. It actually malfunctioned. Mu Shijiao's expression was a little lost. Now that they had all come here, then there was no turning back. And now they could only go on with their heads. Xiao Nuo was the first to walk in, followed by Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran. The surroundings were still condensed with white mist. It looked like it was already very cold. This place would be so cold. The temperature outside was nearly around 30 degrees. And the temperature had always been constant. The temperature here could actually be this cold. The white mist around them blocked their vision. They passed through one hole after another. This peripheral silver metal Lin Xiaojin want to buckle out and put into the space. But tried a few times even if it is not the troop personally to get open. With them to get afraid for a long time cannot get down a piece. The white gas around here is getting more and more. It's already hard to see clearly. Zhou Yingying said with a frown. Everyone hold hands. Don't get separated, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. The surrounding because of the white cold air has not seen too clearly. In order to be afraid of getting separated, Lin Xiaojin proposed that everyone hold hands. Although it always felt weird for two men to hold hands. Not to mention that Wang Han only had one hand. So Lin Xiaoran materialized a rope and had everyone tied to their arms. Lucky Star was later held by Lin Xiaoran. The little guy fluttering his pink eyes seemed to be very curious about this place. They had walked here for more than an hour or so and still hadn't seen the end. It was just that the cold air around them was getting cooler and cooler. At first, it was just beads of water condensing around them. At the back it was all ice crystals. Finally, after 3 minutes, they boasted the last floor of the cave. This room was different from the others. Although it was cold, There was no white cold air. Xiao Nuo condensed lighting around them, and instantly became brighter. My god. What are those? Xian Li pointed at the densely packed small holes on the walls, all of which looked like a small transparent square house. The entire 4 walls were filled with this stuff. So densely packed that if one had a dense phobia, I'm afraid they would be scared. Lin Xiaojin went closer to look inside a gray egg. The size of an egg. Egg? Zhang Wang looked at this densely packed hole with an egg placed inside. Definitely not an ordinary egg. Zhou Yingying patted Zhang Wan's shoulder and said seriously, if it was an ordinary egg that could be frozen here? It was definitely not ordinary. Then what kind of egg is this? How come there are so many of these? Zhang Wan questioned. It wasn't just Zhang Wish who questioned. Everyone else was equally baffled. None of them knew what kind of egg it was. Why don't you take it out and take a look? Zhou Yingying said curiously as she looked at the gray egg. However, Zhou Yingying thought of the saying that curiosity killed the cat. Zhou Yingying immediately put her outstretched hand back. Lin Xiaojin looked at this egg. She didn't have this when she first read the introduction of Planet Camel. Lin Xiaojin also didn't know what exactly these eggs were. It was all over this wall. So it was probably tens of thousands of them. Let's just go out. There's no telling what kind of thing will float out of this thing. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, Right. Right. In case it's the bloodthirsty monsters outside, then we'll be in deep shit. Zhou Yingying followed suit. No one knew what would have surfaced from this inexplicable egg. For nowadays, it was best for them to pretend they didn't see it. All of them adhered to the principle that it was better to do more than less. Let's find the exit first, Lin Xiaojin said with a skimmed brow. This is surrounded by this egg. There is no exit around. Does this make us in return to go back? Xian Li said with a frown. Nowadays, it was impossible to return. So they could only go forwards. Let's first clear out a part of this egg, and find a way to smash the wall we go out, Lin Xiaojin said immediately. The crowd nodded. There wasn't any other good way now. They could only follow Lin Xiaojin's words. So several people carefully cleared the egg out of the small hole and gently placed it on the ground next to them. Everyone's movements were very light, afraid of accidentally breaking the egg. No one knew what would happen if the egg broke. No one knew what would happen if the eggs broke. At this juncture, no one wanted to have any accidents. It took 2 hours to clean up the eggs on one wall. And the top egg was still the one Lin Xiaojin flew up to get down. Fortunately, this wall was not the silver metal they had met before. Otherwise, they would have needed to wake up Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan is now in the middle of upgrading. Lin Xiaojin does not want to disturb Tuan Tuan for fear of delaying Tuan Tuan's upgrading. I also don't know what Tuan Tuan's strength will be this time. The crowd is a little nervous to watch Lin Xiaojin open the wall. Do not break awe. But this time it's okay. Lin Xiaojin easily breaks through the wall. The crowd who sees this is relieved. Let's go! It's going to shrink again in a few hours, Lin Xiaojin said with a hint of helplessness under her eyes. The crowd was more or less nervous when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Let's hope the goddess of fortune doesn't bless us here again, Zhou Yingying prayed and said. Although they had escaped the enemies above them in the tunnels, they seemed to be trapped here now. It really was a case of how safe they were in the early stages, and how tense they were in the later stages. It was true that every bargain wasn't taken for nothing. They went through the wall, thinking they'd be able to get out, only to find another wall egg. And so they continued to move for another hour or so. After going back and forth like this a total of 3 times, they were finally at the point where they couldn't see so many densely packed eggs anymore. It's gone, Zhou Yingying said excitedly. It had already been 3 times. It was too painful to see the densely packed eggs 3 times. Every time it was like opening a blind box. Only this time, although they didn't see the densely packed eggs, there was a huge egg in the middle. What is this again? Zhou Yingying was helpless. The huge egg in the middle was frozen by transparent ice. As this egg was bigger than any ostrich egg Lin Xiaojin had ever seen. The other eggs were all gray, but this one was silver white. What is this thing? Such a big egg. Could it be a hatching dinosaur? Zhang Wish couldn't help but spit out. Lin Xiaojin had seen dinosaur eggs before. She shook her head and said, No, dinosaur eggs aren't this big. Let's just go around, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Everyone was careful to go around the egg, because this room was very small, and such a big egg in the middle. Almost their bodies were sticking to the egg. Everyone was very nervous as they walked over, sounding afraid that touching this egg would trigger some kind of change. Lin Xiaojin was also holding Lucky Star tightly. Staying in the crowd immediately passed safely. Lucky Star suddenly reached out and touched the huge egg in front of him. Lin Xiaojin felt the air freeze. The time around him seemed to have stopped. And everyone looked at Lucky Star nervously. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly pulled Lucky Star's hand back. And looking at the giant egg in front of him, there didn't seem to be any movement. So everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Go! Lin Xiaojin mouthed. Only then did the crowd slowly come back to their senses. And then slowly pass from the side. Just scared to death. Zhou Yingying, who walked out, couldn't help but say. Zhou Yingying also glanced back at the giant egg. There was no change. And only then did she let out a sigh of relief. I don't know what kind of thing will hatch out of such a big egg. Zhang Wang spat out. Anyway, they hadn't seen a 2-meter giant egg before. This egg was at least 2 meters tall. There was no telling what would hatch out. And although they were curious, they weren't interested. What if some monster hatched out? They didn't want to deal with some unexpected situation in such a tense situation. They hurriedly left the place. And soon after they left, the 2-meter-plus egg inadvertently shook a little, and the silver eggshell vaguely cracked out under a slit. Lin Xiaojin and the others don't know about this episode. They are about to shrink the circle, but they are still in the tunnels without going out. Mu Xiujiao's visionary ability seems to have been inhibited by something here, and can't be brought into play. Lin Xiaojin looked at Mu Xiaozou's face slightly pale. She was distressed and said, Xiaozou, don't waste your psychic ability for nothing. Yeah. The walls in here are all a bit odd. There's probably some kind of device that can shield it. Xionli also said. But we don't know how to get out like this. Mu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and said with some loss. Her alien ability level was still not enough. She still needed to upgrade and get stronger so that she could help her brothers and sisters. Lin Xiaoran seemed to see Mu Xiaoxiao's thoughts. He lowered his head and gently whispered. Xiaoxiao is already very strong. Mu Xiaochan heard Lin Xiaoran's gentle voice, which made her mood a little better. But I'm still not strong enough. I'll work harder in the future. Mu Xiaozhuang said with firm eyes. Keep moving forward. Lin Xiaojin's gaze flickered slightly, and he said helplessly. There was no way back now. So they could only go forward. Finally they walked to a huge silver gate. This material was the same material Lin Xiaojin had seen before. Even she couldn't destroy it. Only Tuan Tuan could still. Just as Lin Xiaojin hesitated to wake Tuan Tuan up from the middle of the promotion, Xionli found the password device next to the gate. You guys look here. Xionli pointed to a black screen underneath the gate next to him. This is a password gate? Zhou Yingying said with some uncertainty. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua and the others all gathered together. How is this going to be opened? Zhou Yingying said curiously. It seemed to look like this screen should be the key to opening the password door. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua glanced at each other in silent agreement. And Xiao Nua gently touched his hand to the screen. The screen didn't light up. It was still black. Could it be that there's no electricity? Lin Xiaojin brimmed her eyes and lowered her eyebrows. Her brows locked tightly as she said. Xiao Nua was considering whether or not to charge the screen. A moment later the screen actually lit up. And there was a reminder of the switch on. The text on it the crowd couldn't read too well. But with the entry device translation software, they were able to understand it. This entry device could relay and translate the galactic prophecy text from various planets at the same time. For a moment, the crowd was a little confused. Then they all looked towards the screen. Welcome to the secret base of Planet Camo. The screen displayed a line like this in black font. Secret base? Lin Xiaojin silently pronounced it. Tick-tock. In a trance, their entry watches simultaneously made a sound. Congratulations. You have opened a colorful egg and gained 300 points. Opening this door will gain 500 points. Now their points directly became 460 points. If they open the door and add 500, that's 960 points. It's directly ranked in the top 50. This happiness came too suddenly. By opening it here, we directly gained 300 points. My God. Zhou Yingying gaped. This was simply too smooth. Smooth as if it was somewhat of a dream. What is this? You can get another 500 points for opening this door. Zhang Wang said with some excitement. Then we'll get 960 points. Xionli said. 960 ah. Zhang Wang couldn't help but repeat it again. Don't get excited first. We can only get 500 points if we open this door. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It seemed that this door should not be opened. And they were all unclear about what was behind opening this door. What if it was a bunch of bloodthirsty monsters inside? But they couldn't get out now, and there was no way back. Now they could only think of a way to open this door. So Lin Xiaojin and the others continued to turn their attention to the screen. After waiting for half a day, no information was appearing on their screen. Let's take a look from other places, Lin Xiaojin said. So a few people moved towards the surroundings and started to check if there were any other clues. It has the feeling that we're in an escape room together, Zhou Yingying, who was still in a pretty good frame of mind, said. It's still true. If we ignore the bloodthirsty monsters outside. Xian Li was also a bit nostalgic for the time when he used to go to college. That would be drinking and singing, playing games, and every day was peaceful. Thinking about tomorrow was all about what to eat and what to play. And now they were all here thinking about how to survive every day. Life used to be so good. Life is so exciting now. One day's experience is worth the past year's experience. There's nothing these past few years. It's all four walls, Zhou Yingying said as she surrounded the perimeter. Lin Xiaojin wanted to play with destroying the surrounding walls, but was immediately warned by the screen that if he chose to violently remove them, then the place would collapse. There's no hint of anything here. How does this let us open the door? Zhang Wish was somewhat speechless. Xiao Nuo, on the other hand, was carefully observing the surroundings, and both Wang Han and Lin Xiaoran were also carefully looking for clues. After about half an hour, everyone did not find anything. The high level of mental concentration made everyone more or less mentally exhausted. Lin Xiaojin took out a few apples from space and said, "Let's eat while we look for it." A few men didn't have the heart to eat, so it was just a few of them girls holding an apple each. Crunchy and sweet. Lucky Star was holding a big apple and eating it happily. Perhaps because the apple was too big. Lucky Star's hugging and nibbling was a bit inconvenient. Gulp. The apple fell to the ground. The whole smashed into an inconspicuous corner. Lucky Star cried with a wow when he saw that the big apple he was gnawing on actually fell on the ground. The apple fell, Lucky Star said accusingly as he pointed to the place. With a stream of tears in his eyes, Lin Xiaoran was observing the surroundings. This would hear Lucky Star's cries. And only then did he lower his head to see that Lucky Star's apple had fallen into the corner. Lin Xiaoran lowered his head and first touched Lucky Star's head, and then whispered in a low, soft voice and comforted, "I'll help you pick it back up." So Lin Xiaoran put Lucky Star down. It was surrounded by his own people, and was also very safe. Lin Xiaoran took a few steps and bent down to pick up the apple. But there was actually a strange mark where the apple had just been hit. "Look guys. What is this?" Lin Xiaoran said in surprise. Everyone gathered around when they heard their brother's voice. Lin Xiaojin saw that it was a mark, water droplet shaped. To the side, Lucky Star was suddenly surrounded. But the apple wasn't in his hands yet. The small face was slightly wrinkled and said with a beep, "My Guagua. Guagua." Only then did Lin Xiaoran hastily hand over the apple in her hand to Lucky Star. Lucky Star, who got the apple, then smiled happily. "Lucky Star is truly our Lucky Star," Lin Xiaoran said shallowly. Throwing a random apple just so happened to find a clue. "Let's go look in other places," Lin Xiaojin said. So the crowd knocked around in the corners and really found quite a few of these small water droplet imprints. What's the use of these imprints? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, being in the middle of pondering. Have you guys ever felt that these marks are a bit like the gray eggs we saw before? Xian Li wrinkled his brows and mused. Seems like it, Zhou Yingying responded. It can't be that we're going to put those gray eggs on this imprint. Right, Zhang Wish said without thinking. Won't we know if we try? There aren't any other clues nowadays, Lin Xiaojin said quietly. Looks like we have to go back, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Fetching an egg was just a matter of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. It was enough for the two of them to go, and the rest of the people would stay here. After all, if it was time to shrink the circle, Lin Xiaojin could also instantly take Xiao Nuo with her to escape. The two people went back to the road is still relatively smooth, did not encounter any danger. Only when passing by this huge egg, Lin Xiaojin pupils shrink. Xiao Nuo. When we first saw this egg there was no crack. Right? Lin Xiaojin felt a little chilled and said. Xiao Nuo's brows wrinkled deeper when he followed Lin Xiaojin's gaze and saw a crack on the 2-meter-tall egg. A touch of uneasiness also surfaced under his eyes. Let's go and return quickly, Xiao Nuo calmly said. Lin Xiaojin looked at the giant egg and thought about how they just needed to open that door. If they couldn't open that door, would this giant egg hatch some strange monster? It seemed like there was no time limit. But it was dangerous. Lin Xiaojin vaguely felt that something was wrong. But there was no time to think carefully now. Go! Xiao Nuo said. They went back and picked up 32 eggs in a row. And to avoid missing them, Lin Xiaojin got 2 more. Lin Xiaojin didn't know that these were eggs of the species, so she wouldn't throw them into the space when she ran out. Who knows what kind of thing will hatch out? When Lin Xiaojin returned, she once again came across the giant egg, and Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's eyes fell on the giant egg. There was clearly only one crack when they passed by just now, but now there was actually another one. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, vaguely feeling a little uneasy. Let's go back quickly, Lin Xiaojin said after a moment's pause. This time, Lin Xiaojin directly brought Xiao Nuo back by instantaneous transfer in order to save time. Lin Xiaojin also didn't have time to tell the crowd about the crack in the giant egg just now, and hurriedly took out those small eggs from space carefully. Let's grab them and put them on this water droplet seal. Lin Xiaojin's tone was a bit urgent. It was still calm when they just left, but the crowd didn't ask too many questions when they saw that Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo's faces both seemed to be a little less than normal. Everyone placed these eggs on the water droplet seal in a few minutes. Just as they had guessed, these water drop imprints were what placed these eggs. The water droplet seals on them emitted a warm glow that shone on these eggs. This isn't going to hatch these eggs, is it? Xionly guessed. She knew that there was usually a warm light shining when hatching eggs. Drip drip drip. The screen that hadn't appeared for a long time finally came out bright. Zhou Yingying excitedly looked at the font on the screen. But it wasn't a font but a countdown. 3 hours. After 3 hours the gate will open, and at the same time these eggs will be hatched. Right? 3 hours? That's alright then. Just wait for 3 hours. Zhou Yingying seemed relieved. But Lin Xiaojin thought of the gap in the giant egg from before, and vaguely felt that something was not good. Was it really that simple? These eggs won't hatch out anything. Right? Xionly wasn't as optimistic as Zhou Yingying. Instead, she was vaguely worried. It was a pity that Muxuxia's supernatural abilities seemed to be shielded here. These 3 hours were very long, and all of them did not dare to take it lightly. Time was counting down minute by minute, and in the tense atmosphere everyone was leaning against the door. No one speaking. Lin Xiaojin was in the middle of resting her eyes with her eyes closed. All of a sudden Lin Xiaojin snapped her eyes open. Everyone be careful. Lin Xiaojin's expression was serious, with a touch of nervousness under her eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Yingying suddenly heard Lin Xiaojin's tone change, instantly became a little nervous. But those eggs around them didn't seem to have changed much, although there seemed to be no danger around them. But seeing that Lin Xiaojin had already pulled out her weapon, everyone was also nervous and took out their weapons. As time passed bit by bit, Lin Xiaojin looked at the display screen. There was still 1 whole hour left from 3 hours. Prick. A thin piercing sound came out from far and near. What is this sound? Zhou Yingying whispered. The others didn't reply back to Zhou Yingying, but they all held their weapons very silently. Zhang Wish, Xiao Nuo, and Wang Han had also gathered their supernatural abilities. As the sound got closer and closer, the huge white object slowly appeared, little by little, in front of the crowd. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Yingying said with horror, her tone of voice all a little alarmed. This was even more strange than the bloodthirsty monster. It was even more terrifying because its entire body was snow white, and the pavement it walked on would form a layer of ice crystals. Not only that it had a human-like figure, but it was more than 2 meters tall, and instead of human hands, its arms were like blades that had been enlightened. A humanoid fighting machine. What hatched in that egg was actually this. Lin Xiaojin knew it wouldn't be so simple. The last level for an hour was to solve this guy. It didn't look like any animal at all. Instead it was more like an artificial weapon. A humanoid fighting machine. These 800 points were not this good. This less than 30 square meters of space. At most more than 20 square meters of range. There was no way to use the laser cannon. And if they hurt this guy they would also be hurt. Lin Xiaojin looked at the surrounding eggs and said, we can't break these eggs either. I'm afraid that the countdown would stop if they were broken. Lin Xiaojin at this time was incredibly glad that he had taken a few more eggs. Grass. Zhang Wang couldn't help but swear. Lin Xiaojin wanted to curse. Sometimes spitting and swearing was also a way to relieve stress. The crowd didn't know what the monster in front of them was, but it looked like the danger was definitely not low. After all, it was 500 points. Brother. Lucky star please. Lin Xiaojin did not turn around and instructed Lin Xiaoran. Don't worry. Lin Xiaoran nodded solemnly, then shielded Lucky Star behind him. Mu Xiaoxiao was also protected by Xian Li and Zhou Yingying. Right now the main force was Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nu was Zhang Xuanyuan, Wang Han, and the four of them, Zhou Yingying, Xian Li, and Lin Xiaoran were responsible for assisting. Lin Xiaoran first coalesced a dummy, first to probe the strength of the humanoid monster in front of him. The robot hadn't even come to the front when its entire body was frozen, only to see the monster gently raise its hand. And the dummy that Lin Xiaoran had coalesced was gone in an instant. So strong. Xian Li couldn't help but say. She was also a water-type psychic ability. But apparently the humanoid monster in front of her was so strong with ice psychic ability. Lin Xiaojin immediately summoned Red Dazzle, Blue Jean as well as Green Star, and Little Cloud from space. Master, the four said in unison. Protect these eggs. Don't let them be destroyed. Lin Xiaojin said sharply. The four people heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and saw the eggs placed in the corners around them. They would unconditionally obey Lin Xiaojin's commands. Good. As the humanoid monster got closer and closer, the air around them even condensed ice crystals. And the people turned up the temperature on their defensive suits. At this moment, the humanoid monster had already rushed towards them, seemingly to destroy those eggs. But how could Lin Xiaojin and the others let them destroy them? If they destroyed the countdown, they wouldn't be able to get in. So they could only intercept this monster. The fireball that Zhang Wish was condensing was getting closer and closer to the monster. Instead, the fireball was getting smaller and smaller, and finally turned into a flame. Zhang Wish's face darkened. This guy's whole body coalesced with low temperature. His fireball was actually extinguished without getting close to the body. My fireball temperature is still not high enough, Zhang Wish said with chagrin. It was still his level that was too low. Instead, at this low temperature, Xian Li's ice arrows had a great effect. But this humanoid monster actually possessed a superb recovery ability. When the ice arrows entered his body, he actually didn't have any problems at all. And the wounds that broke his skin froze almost instantly. What kind of monster is this? Xian Li said with a chill down his back. Xiao knew a condensed lightning to crackle at the monster. It did have some effect on the monster. But this guy's recovery power was amazing. The wounds quickly healed. This guy's genes should have superb recovery ability, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown of speculation. Lin Xiaojin guessed correctly that the monster's body possessed a super strong healing factor. But of course, it wasn't there for the long term. There was nothing that could be done now, but to stall the monster before the countdown ended. Lin Xiaojin went up to attack it in turn with Xiao Nuo and Wang Han. Zhang Zhu. This guy's attacks were also very strong. Especially its arms were incredibly sharp. And Zhang Wish's weapon was cut in half. So strong. Zhang Wish wrinkled his brows, and couldn't help but say. Not only on recovery, its strength was also very strong. Other than Lin Xiaojin who could resist its attacks, the others were simply unable to resist its power. Bump! Several people were flung aside. The consumption of the defensive suits kept wearing out. And in less than 10 minutes, the wear and tear of several people's defensive suits had already reached 50%. Too fast, Lin Xiaojin said in horror. It had only been 10 minutes that had passed. And their defensive suits were already dropping so fast. And what they were wearing were all high-level defensive suits. Lin Xiaojin glanced at the countdown on the screen, and there were still 40 minutes left. But at this rate, they were afraid that it wouldn't take long for their defensive suits to be scrapped. What to do? For the first time, Lin Xiaojin felt a sense of panic in her heart. The crowd was still fighting off this monster. Zhang Wang, Wang Han, Xiao Nuo, including Lin Xiaoran also rushed up. Zhou Yingying's eyebrows were covered in fine sweat. They were also all under Zhou Yingying's strength. Speed addition this did not lose the battle. However, as Zhou Yingying gave energy boost to so many people at the same time, her energy consumption was huge, and soon her face had turned slightly pale. Zhou Yingying hurriedly drank a bottle of energy liquid to replenish the energy in her body. But this also had a transition period of a few minutes. It was also this transition period that Zhang Wang, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaoran violently lost their support, and their entire bodies were sent flying by the monster. Poof! The huge impact caused several people to fall heavily on the wall, and then on the ground. The destruction of the defensive suit had no insulation. and the crowd instantly felt the cold air around them. Lin Xiaojin was still better. Her genetic system was here. This temperature didn't affect her much. However, Zhang Zhu, Wang Han and his brother Lin Xiaoran were not as relaxed as Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo's genetic level was a bit higher than the others, so he was able to resist a bit more than the others. The feeling of instantly going from summer to winter was not pleasant. They fell heavily to the ground apart from Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. Everyone else couldn't help but spit out blood at the same time. Zhang Wish, Brother Xiaoran, Lin Xiaoran, Zhou Yingying, Mu Xiaoxiao, and Xian Li couldn't help but shout as the three of them spat out blood at the same time. Wang Han, on the other hand, silently got up, a trace of blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. If Xu Jingjing was here, she would definitely be very concerned about him as well. Several people suffered internal injuries. This guy's strength was too great. Red Dazzle, Green Star and the others were in the four corners, tightly protecting the egg from being touched. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were suddenly left on the field. Where is this guy's weakness? Lin Xiaojin attacked the monster in front of him and gasped. This monster, whose eyes were also snow white, and whose entire body was snow white, with ice crystals covering its surroundings, didn't know what kind of monster it was. They didn't have any information at all. Their knowledge of the galaxy was too little understood. Nor did they know that such a monster would hatch in this giant egg. Lin Xiaojin fought the monster with great difficulty. And it was only at this time that the crowd realized that Lin Xiaojin's melee combat ability was really strong. Like Xian Li is afraid to be unable to defeat the monster's blow, even if you are in good hands. In front of the absolute power of the Buddha seemed to be unbeatable. Even Zhang Wang and Wang Han can't withstand the monster's continuous attacks. Now they could only desperately intercept the monster. Never before had they felt that time would pass so slowly. It was comparable to the pain they felt when they were surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters before. Zhang Wan, Wang Han, Lin Xiaoran, they were sent flying for the third time with multiple broken bones on their bodies. Zhang Wan, how are you doing? Zhou Yingying's face was pale, and her energy was overdrawn. Xiao Nuo's situation wasn't much better. The corners of his mouth similarly spilled blood, but it was quickly wiped away and didn't let the others notice. Too strong. This thing was too strong. Why is it so strong when it just hatched out? There were still 20 minutes to go before the countdown. As long as it held on for 20 minutes, it would be enough. But these 20 minutes were like days and years. Even Lin Xiaojin had wounds on his body from the monster's attack. The two of them were like wolverines attacking each other, getting punctured and recovering again. Unlike the monsters, Lin Xiaojin being stabbed was good for pain. But although the number of pains and aches were increasing, Lin Xiaojin actually became somewhat numb. Xiao Nuo on the sidelines from time to time to release the supernatural energy. The Thunder System supernatural energy is still harmful to him. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people, cooperate with each other for a time to hold the monster in check. Lin Xiaojin had the energy of the heart of grass and trees constantly delivering energy to her body. At first Lin Xiaojin was still a little tired, but the more she fought, the more energetic she became. Every tiny cell in her body was opening up, and every one of them was expanding. More and more expanding cells actually began to split. Non-stop splitting and expansion. And the speed of splitting is constantly accelerating. Lin Xiaojin only felt that her whole body was inexplicably hot. But at the moment her attention was not on her own body, but the monster in front of her. The monster seemed to have noticed Lin Xiaojin's unusualness as well, and began to attack towards Lin Xiaojin. Instead of attacking other people, it seemed to be targeting Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo, who was on the side, tried to gather his supernatural energy to block the monster, but it seemed to be to no avail. The monster didn't fear harm. It didn't fear pain. It attacked them as if it was unconscious. But at this moment, it suddenly turned its head, and its snow-white pupils seemed to have Lin Xiaojin's shadow in them. It's attacking Lin Xiaojin, Xian Li said silently. Before, the monster attacked indiscriminately, but at this moment it suddenly had a target, and that target was Lin Xiaojin. Those pistols in Xian Li's hand. The alien energy had long since been consumed, but the monster on the field was fighting Lin Xiaojin. Xian Li couldn't separate. If the shot accidentally attacked Lin Xiaojin, that would be troublesome. That wouldn't be helping. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin was also wondering in her heart. The pressure of the others instantly reduced, but Lin Xiaojin's pressure suddenly increased. But she had to continue to carry on hard. Xiaojin, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but worry as he watched his sister being constantly attacked by the monster. He stood up violently, but his center of gravity was unsteady, and he fell down for the second time. His head fell to the ground, and he fainted directly. Brother! Lin Xiaojin saw his brother fainted. His heart was anxious. The action in his hand violently struck out, and actually sent the monster flying with a palm. Lin Xiaojin and the monster's power has always been uneven. But at this moment Lin Xiaojin's heart and urgent power burst out. Touch! The monster was directly sent flying. And this was the first time in such a long time that the monster had been knocked down. Lin Xiaojin only felt filled with energy. What's going on? Lin Xiaojin felt puzzled. Lucky Star's little hand snapped and clapped. Grandma voice, saying, Mummy's awesome. My power has increased. Lin Xiaojin reacted at this time and said silently, not only was it enhanced, she also felt the energy in the monster's body seemingly being drawn from her. Lin Xiaojin felt the mark on her forehead. This. Lin Xiaojin was a little disbelieving. Then she reacted. It was the mark of the heart of grass, and with that had fused with her body, and could actually draw on the power of this monster, the power of the body's cells, and then transformed and directly strengthened to her cells. Generally ordinary people simply cannot withstand. But Lin Xiaojin's system was genetically strong, and in the constant change of splitting, it actually melted the energy cells in the monster's body. If other people couldn't absorb it even if they were able to draw on it, I'm afraid that their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, and would directly explode. This is also too incredible. Lin Xiaojin hadn't yet reacted from her self-imposed shock when the monster continued to charge over again. Lin Xiaojin tried her own method just now, and attacked towards the monster. Soon, the monster was sent flying by her, and a strand of transparent filamentary energy entered Lin Xiaojin's body as her hand stamp struck in the monster's body. Sure enough, this was the way. The monster was knocked away, and she looked down at her palm. The fusion of the grass elf seal kiss with the energy in her body had actually allowed her to mutate such a skill. Lin Xiaojin had some hidden excitement in her heart, but at the same time, she was a little uneasy. In that case, it was a little scary, and she didn't want people to know that she could just draw on other people's energy. Lin Xiaojin sank her heart. Xiao Nu on the side seemed to see that Lin Xiaojin was not right. Xiao Nu's eyes gently looked at her. Lin Xiaojin raised her head and met Xiao Nu's eyes. Somehow, Lin Xiaojin's uneasy heart smoothed out. She knew that there would always be someone behind her, and that was Xiao Nu. Unconsciously, Xiao Nu had become so important in her psyche, and the delicate feelings made their emotions even stronger. The next thing was completely Lin Xiaojin tyrannizing the monster. The energy in its body was constantly being drawn in by Lin Xiaojin, but drawn to a certain extent. Lin Xiaojin then felt that it was already saturated with the energy in every cell of her body. Even so, the monster hadn't died, and was still attacking Lin Xiaojin. Drip drip drip. It was the screen of the gate that rang. The gate is opening, Xian Li said excitedly. With one last punch, Lin Xiaojin sent the monster flying. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly went to help up his brother, and the two of them, Zhang Xuan and Wang Han, also got up with difficulty. All of them were injured, and the door had just opened when the small egg outside cracked up. It won't hatch a bunch of monsters too. Zhou Yingying's head was big. This big monster hadn't even been solved, and a bunch of small monsters had come out. The crowd all looked at the door nervously, hoping that the door would open quickly. But this door opened very slowly, and only one person could pass through it one by one. You guys go through first. I'll break the back, Lin Xiaojin said sharply before handing his brother over to Xiao Nu. Several people quickly rushed towards the doorway and went in. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu broke off at the back, those eggs one by one bursting hatching. Lin Xiaojin originally thought that inside will hatch out what monster, but let Lin Xiaojin accidentally, after the egg cracked inside actually warm yellow transparent meatballs, only to see the monster suddenly went forward to put the meatball into the mouth. Crunch crunch actually eat. This scene to Lin Xiaojin looked dumbfounded. Lin Xiaojin found that after this monster ate the meatball its figure became even more full. Just now, it was drawn a lot of energy by Lin Xiaojin. The wound didn't recover immediately, but at this moment after it devoured the meatball, the wound actually recovered immediately. Lin Xiaojin saw this egg. Could this be some kind of great tonic? Quickly go inside. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly called out to Xiao Nu and said. Lin Xiaojin put Red Dazzle, Green Star, and the others into the space in a hurry. After Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo went in, the door didn't close, but at this moment, their points were already as high as 960 points, ranking into the top 100 now, but also at any time may be squeezed out of the possibility. But suddenly rise so high as completely before dare not imagine things. It was only that nowadays, all of the people were seriously injured, except for Lin Xiaojin. We're finally out? Xianli couldn't help but say when she saw the long-lost sunlight. They came out of the underground tunnel. Lin Xiaojin looked behind her. That monster didn't follow her out. Lin Xiaojin breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaojin looked around at the surroundings and said, "Let's go. Let's find a safe place first." All of them had colors hanging from their bodies. Zhou Yingying's face was pale, and Xianli was also injured on her arm. Mu Xiaoxiao and Lucky Star, 2 people, were not injured, being well protected by the crowd. But Mu Shisha's face was a little pale. Although at a young age Mu Xiaoxiao has already experienced a lot. But in the face of alien monsters, there is still some fear in the psyche. Lucky Star is perhaps too small, but not very sensitive to these. Lin Xiaojin thought of her son in the space, and had always put her son in the space, which was very safe. But she couldn't do that to Lucky Star, letting Lucky Star follow her to face so many dangers. But it seems like it didn't affect Lucky Star whatsoever. Instead, Lucky Star helped them a lot along the way. It's really lucky to have Lucky Star. Lin Xiaojin rushed to find a nearby house. It was still safe. Mu Shijia's supernatural ability had also returned to normal. Checking around the area, she didn't find anyone else. There's still quite a lot of energy liquid. It's the recovery liquid that's gone, Xianli said. Recovery liquid was very hard to find, and they didn't have much, having used it long ago. Lin Xiaojin had to give everyone water from space first, possessing a certain healing effect. Not long after, Lin Xiaoren also slowed down. Seeing her sister safe and sound, this was a relief. The crowd drank Lin Xiaojin's space water, and only then did they slow down some. That monster is really strong, Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. So many of them had besieged it for so long, and it hadn't even died. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xiaojin seemed to have made a breakthrough in the end, they were afraid that their lives would be lost. These 500 points were really taken with their lives. We have 960 points, ranked 82, and we've risen straight up. So I'm afraid we'll attract a lot of attention, Xiao Nuo said with a hint of worry on his brows. Not bad. Their sudden score increase by so much would definitely attract the attention of others. Tick-tock. Their participation watches sent out a message, congratulating them for getting the hidden points. The monster's name was Number 1. What a common name. But it had a great killing power. Number 1 will lock us in 5 hours. What does this mean? Zhou Yingying asked weakly as she held back her pale face. A moment later, the competition equipment sent out a message. The crowd who saw the message turned blue. Even Xianli, Zhou Yingying, and Zhang Wang couldn't help but curse out. These 800 points really aren't good, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. This Number 1 monster would lock onto them at non-stop intervals of 5 hours and attack them until they eliminated this monster. In that case, we'll have to dodge other people's enemies and deal with this Number 1 monster again. Grass. Zhang Wang couldn't help but curse. And with such excitement, another mouthful of fishy sweetness gushed out of his mouth. Only that he didn't spit it out and swallowed it back down. Zhang Wang picked up the space water he was riding on and gulped it down. Only then did he suppress the pungent feeling that had just surged up. The crowd still only felt a vague pain in their chests. The current ranking of their points had already reached the top 100. So as long as they tried to keep it up, they would be fine. Only I'm afraid that they would have to live a life of hiding. Lin Xiaojin thought of that monster devouring that hatched egg, its energy recovering with the naked eye, and thought that there were 2 more in his space. Lin Xiaojin immediately took it out. This isn't that egg? Seeing this egg, Zhou Yingying was a little puzzled as to what Lin Xiaojin took this out for. The last thing I saw was that monster devouring this egg, and the wounds on his body recovered with the naked eye, Lin Xiaojin said, thinking of the scene she saw. Not bad. Xiao Nuo also saw that scene at the same time. This is replenishing energy? Zhou Yingying heard this and looked at this thing with excited eyes. Everyone else also brushed their eyes over, knowing that the monster was going to lock them in 5 hours. Now that they were injured and wounded, how could they resist that monster? Guessed. Let's try the specific one. Lin Xiaojin was also a little unsure. Although she had seen it with her own eyes, She had only seen that the monster could use this to replenish its energy. Whether they could or not was unknown. But Lin Xiaojin still hoped that they could. She had kept 2 eggs back then. And now she had taken them both out. How are we going to hatch them? Xianli couldn't help but ask. On the side, Zhang Xuanyuan and Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin could only lean to the side and watch them even though she had suffered internal injuries. Hatching? Lin Xiaojin had no intention of hatching it. Lin Xiaojin directly reached out and cracked the egg, then directly peeled the egg. The crowd was stunned to see Lin Xiaojin's operation. Lin Xiaojin's operation was similar to peeling an egg. But this thing at the moment wasn't an egg. It might hatch out some kind of monster. After Lin Xiaojin peeled it off, it was a warm yellow meatball. Kind of like a boiled egg. It's not a monster. But it's like a pineapple egg. Xianli said breathlessly. Originally thought that after peeling it off, it would be some kind of bloody monster. But found that it wasn't. Instead it was just like an egg. That monster is eating this to recover its energy. Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at this thing, which was soft and relatively elastic when held in her hands. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. I'll take a bite, Zhang Wang said atmospherically. It is not clear whether this thing has any effect. But the first one to try it is definitely in danger. After all, it is something unknown. Xiao Nuo, who was on the side, directly stopped Zhang Wang and said, There's no need for you. All of you don't get it. It's still me. Lin Xiaojin directly held the egg in her hand. No way. Brother and Xiao Nuo both said in unison. Hear me out. My genetic level should have improved again. Besides, I am basically invulnerable to all poisons. And my recovery ability you have all seen. And I'll only take a small bite to try the effect. Lin Xiaojin continued. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaoran both wrinkled their brows. Or else let blasted wine taste a bite? Xianli said somewhat unnaturally. Blast Wind was adopted by Lin Xiaojin. But Blast Wind seemed to be quite favored by Lin Xiaojin. What exactly was in front of them was still unclear to the crowd. Blast Wind? Lin Xiaojin heard Xinli's words, then thought of Blast Wind. Although there was some mental resistance. Although Blast Wind was a pet that she had raised. But letting Blast Wind try this thing, she was more or less intolerant. Lin Xiaojin thought about it. But still released Gale from the space. It put the egg in front of Gale. She wouldn't force Gale if he didn't want to. However, as soon as Blast Wind came out of space, it seemed to smell the egg in Lin Xiaojin's hand. Its red pupils lit up for a moment, and its entire tail wagged. You're interested? Lin Xiaojin said when she saw Gale's reaction. Lin Xiaojin took the egg out. And Gale went up and swallowed it in one bite. Lin Xiaojin froze for 2 seconds. She had wanted to give her a nibble, and then okay. She didn't expect to actually swallow it all in one bite. The people are nervous to look at the Gale. Lin Xiaojin hastily took out from the space of the foreign energy water. If the Gale is not right, immediately feed her space water. Gale swallowed a mouthful, stretched greatly, and then stared at Lin Xiaojin's hand again, seemingly still wanting to eat. Still want to eat? Lin Xiaojin seemed to have read Blast Wind's eyes. Just as Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, Gale curled up with his entire body in a moment. Gale, Lin Xiaojin said nervously, and hurriedly went to pick up Gale, wanting to feed it space water. But when her hand touched Gale, she found a strong energy running amok in its body. Lin Xiaojin immediately used her new skill, drawing and absorbing a portion of the energy in Gale's body, smoothing out the bad mess in its body. In a short while, Gale calmed down, and it opened its red eyes, which were even more radiant. Gale has upgraded. Lin Xiaojin was shocked. Gale was a gold system ability. It was level 4 before. Now it was upgraded to level 5. The gold system ability of Gale's claws had always been sharp. And now that it was promoted to level 5, Gale's gold system seemed to have an additional skill. This thing is really energy and tonic. Gale swallowed a whole one and had no way to digest it. So I just helped it smooth it out, Lin Xiaojin explained. The crowd was relieved to hear Lin Xiaojin's words. But now there was only one left. If she had known it was a good thing, she would have put it all in space. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regrets. Back then she didn't know what it was, and thought it would hatch out some strange animal. That's why she didn't put it into the space. Okay. Just one. Lin Xiaojin patted Blast Wind's fluffy head. Lin Xiaojin saw that Gale was fine, and had upgraded before she took Gale into space. There's only one left, Lin Xiaojin said with some regret. Everyone share some to try, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Good. Zhang Wish said with some impatience. Just now. Blizzard had upgraded after eating it. So this thing might actually be able to restore energy. So Lin Xiaojin divided the whole egg into several portions with a knife. It was just this big in total. And each person just divided the size of a finger. Although he had just seen that Blizzard was fine after eating it. Xian Li was still a bit unable to get down when she saw this strange thing. Bouncing like jelly. Not only Xian Li. Zhou Yingying and Lin Xiaojin, two people, are also. Maybe because they are girls. Eat this kind of strange things mental always feel a little strange. Zhang Wang and the boys are not slow. Several people almost at the same time to get their hands on it and put it in their mouths. However, Xiao Nu and Wang Han, Lin Xiaoran, three people are directly swallowed raw. Did not chew. Zhang Wang also chewed twice in his mouth. A fishy air directly filled his mouth. His expression was very painful, but still swallowed it with difficulty. After Zhang Wish finished chewing, he looked at the other people who didn't have any expression. If he had known that it was this flavor, he would have directly swallowed it raw. Too disgusting. After Zhang Wan finished swallowing, he slowed down for half a day before saying, although this thing was disgusting, they did feel a wave of energy constantly repairing their bodies after eating it. My internal injuries have actually healed by a large margin. Wang Han felt his body and immediately said, me too. Lin Xiaoran followed suit. This thing can really restore energy. It's almost as effective as the recovery liquid. Zhou Yingying said. Maybe the recovery liquid was extracted from this? The crowd was just guessing. Is it too late for us to go back and get a few more? Zhou Yingying said as her eyes lit up, thinking that the monster was still there right now. Zhou Yingying immediately paused her thoughts and said, better not. The crowd all ate a small piece, and their internal injuries were all almost recovered. Zhou Yingying didn't eat her own piece, and directly shoved it into Zhang Quan's mouth, saying, here you go. I'll be able to recover by drinking Xia Jin's alien water. Lin Xiaojin's piece wasn't eaten either, but gave this piece to her brother. Lin Xiaoran refused at first, but Lin Xiaojin told her that there was nothing at all right now, and that eating this wouldn't help. So Lin Xiaoran ate it. Xian Li also gave the rest to Wang Han. They girls were not as injured as the boys. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying are just energy overdraft. The minor injuries can be treated with Lin Xiaojin's supernatural water. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nu. Xiao Nu's face is okay, but Lin Xiaojin knows that Xiao Nu is also injured. However, after eating that fast energy egg, he had now recovered. Seeing that this thing was so effective, Lin Xiaojin really wanted to go back and get more. I'll go back and grab some. Lin Xiaojin made the decision. That's too dangerous, Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. The strength of that monster was very clear to everyone. Don't worry. I can deal with it now. Besides, I'm just instantly moving in to steal the eggs. I'll leave after that, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran seemed to think of the sudden increase in Lin Xiaojin's force at the end. If Lin Xiaojin wasn't elevated, I'm afraid they would all die there. Xiaojin, you upgraded your alien ability? Xian Li couldn't help but ask. Sort of. It just feels like the body has become stronger again. Lin Xiaojin laughed. She was now at genetic level 6. She shouldn't have broken through to level 7 yet. She should be at the middle to upper level 6. I'll go with you. Xiao Nu was uneasy with Lin Xiaojin, and still wanted to follow along. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, you stay here. You just consumed a lot of energy, and haven't recovered yet. I'm not going to fight this time. I'm going to rob. Stealing something and running away. This kind of thing was more convenient for her to do on her own, and still be able to handle it. I'll have the entry live stream on. You'll be able to see it. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the entry watch device and said. Xiao Nu knew that what Lin Xiaojin had decided would not be easily changed. He said, okay. I will meet you outside. Okay. Lin Xiaojin was not in a position to refuse this time, and said cheerfully. This is a good thing. Although it's dangerous, but if they get it, then it's a great tonic for them. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin found that eating this thing could upgrade her genetic level. Knowing that she was stuck at level 6, and the energy from the heart of grass, and didn't even have the energy to allow her to advance anymore. This thing could allow her to upgrade. Even if it was a risk, Lin Xiaojin felt it was worth it. Soon Lin Xiaojin returned to the place where she had just been. That gate was empty, and there was no sign of that monster around. Lin Xiaojin cautiously went in towards the door. She didn't enter the first time, but waited for a while at the door. She didn't hear any strange sounds before Lin Xiaojin dared to go in. Lin Xiaojin walked every step as very light. Always pay attention to the surrounding movements. After entering, the monster actually disappeared. Only scattered broken shells on the ground. Lin Xiaojin thought about the tip of the entry 5 hours before it would lock onto them. So where would it be now? What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that this thing would grow faster and faster with time. Lin Xiaojin didn't care to think about which thing had gone where, but instead grabbed the energy egg. Lin Xiaojin directly instantaneous transfer. Before they found which giant egg location is only a pile of debris left. Lin Xiaojin didn't take a closer look. She just wanted to collect the energy egg and leave. Soon she arrived at the previous piece of wall. There was still a pile of eggs on the ground that they had stacked outside earlier. Lin Xiaojin directly into the space. The rest are also hastily picked to the space loaded. Their own speed is too slow. Lin Xiaojin from the space to the red dazzle. Blue Jean. Green star. Small clouds are out. This way more people speed up a lot. Not long after the wall of energy eggs are piled into a pile. And then Lin Xiaojin quickly collected into the space. Lin Xiaojin had thought that something else would happen, but it didn't seem to be encountering that monster. So Lin Xiaojin relaxed quite a bit and collected so many energy eggs. Lin Xiaojin was in a good mood. Lin Xiaojin sent Red Dazzle and a few of them back into space and was about to retreat back when he vaguely heard a movement. Someone. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly retreated. The energy balls here were basically all empty for her to collect. In order to avoid any other conflicts, Lin Xiaojin still rushed to leave. Just as Lin Xiaojin left, 3 people appeared behind her. This secret mission has already been completed. The man's voice was extremely cold. He didn't expect that the secret mission that he had searched so hard for had actually been shortchanged. The team from a planet called Shin Blue Star that suddenly rose up in the top 100 recently is most likely them. Another man said with a frown of speculation. All 3 of them were in a very unhappy mood. It had been a long and arduous journey to get here, and they had even lost 2 of their team members. But the result was actually unsuccessful. Chinlanching is that planet that used to be the bottom one? How could they possibly complete such a mission? They had still heard of Shin Blue Star. After all, the bottom one of the entire participant group. More or less. It must be them. The man gasped. Lin Xiaojin left in a hurry after vaguely hearing some of it. It seemed that their sudden increase in points had indeed attracted attention. Lin Xiaojin had just teleported out when she saw a familiar figure waiting for her outside. This person was none other than Xiaonua, who was still uneasy to follow her out. Xiaonua. There's someone inside, let's go, Lin Xiaojin said in an urgent voice. Lin Xiaojin directly took Xiaonua and instantly returned. They couldn't stay here now. So the crowd urgently retreated. The crowd replenished the energy egg and now had recovered some of their physical strength. This whole energy egg was equivalent to the energy of 2 bottles of recovery liquid, and was even more refined to help them increase their strength. This is really good stuff. It just can't be chewed in the mouth. It has to be swallowed raw. Zhou Yingying had just foolishly chewed a mouthful as well. A fishy flavor filled her mouth, almost giving her vomit. This was an energy egg. She had to swallow it even if she endured it. Everyone else swallowed it raw. Zhou Yingying was worthy of being with Zhang Wang. Both of them were more tigerish. I've said that this thing can't be chewed. It's disgusting to eat it. Zhang Wang spat at Zhou Yingying and said. Zhou Yingying rolled her eyes greatly towards Zhang Wang and did not say anything further. The crowd left in a hurry and re-found a small building that was still safe. And the crowd all hid in one room. Right now, the crowd didn't dare to split up too much. It would be too big of a target. This thing is not only able to restore the wounds, it can also help us boost our energy, Lin Xiaojin said. Although it was able to help the crowd boost their energy, it needed to be within the tolerance range. Otherwise it would be like a blistering wind. And the energy that couldn't be absorbed would run amok in the body. The tyrannical energy would damage the nerves and cause serious injuries instead. So it was only fair to swallow as much energy at the limit. For safety reasons, the 2 people swallowed energy. The others were responsible for vigilance. Lin Xiaojin was responsible for watching them. If the absorbed energy was overloaded, Lin Xiaojin could draw on the energy to help them calm the overloaded energy in their bodies. The first 3 to be boosted were Wang Han, Zhang Xuan and Lin Xiaoran. The rest of them were in charge of guarding. Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoyao were too tired, both of them fell asleep in the corner. You guys swallow half and half. If you reach your limit, don't swallow, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Good. The 3 people answered at the same time. The three people began to swallow half of the energy egg. Zhang Zhu and Lin Xiaoran had already swallowed half to recover their bodies before. And now they had already reached their limit if they swallowed half. Wang Han's starting point alien energy was already higher than theirs. And he also swallowed one. But if he swallowed half of it again, he would reach the limit of his alien energy. Almost got upgraded, Wang Han said silently. Although the energy egg could boost their energy, they still needed to rely on themselves if they wanted to break through and upgrade. I feel like my breakthrough is just these 2 days away. Zhang Wish felt the surging energy in his body and had reached the bottleneck. Wang Han was still close as well. And Lin Xiaojin had also reached his bottleneck. So now they needed to break through on their own. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time. There were still 3 hours left before that monster would lock onto them. Although Lin Xiaojin didn't know what this locking meant yet. Xiao Nua had swallowed a whole 3 more energy than them. Xiao Nua chose to upgrade his second skill time. The energy consumed by the 2 powers would naturally be a lot. Promoted. Lin Xiaojin carried a smirk under her eyes. Xiao Nua had nothing to hide from Lin Xiaojin and said, "Well, it seems to be a little different. Before level 5 he could only pause time. But this would give him the feeling of controlling the flow of time. But of course, the energy consumed like this was incomparably terrifying." Lin Xiaojin also didn't ask any further. Everyone upgraded and progressed to be more certain of future battles. Although now they advanced to the top 100. But there are too many uncontrollable factors. Just like poor luck will also be shaved off. Lin Xiaojin was fine. She swallowed a few energy eggs and found that it could indeed enhance her body's cell quality. But there was a daily limit. She likewise couldn't swallow too much at once. Lin Xiaojin swallowed 5 and felt almost done. So she didn't continue to swallow. She was now full of energy. If the big monster continued to follow her, Lin Xiaojin was very confident that she could fight with it. This was the confidence that the abundant energy brought her. Before this, they were still very worried about the monster's lock. You guys, look at the message from the entry equipment. My goodness, it's really excessive. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but curse when she saw the entry message. This entry message device was too much of a dog. This rule. It felt like it was really playing with their lives. When the crowd heard Zhou Yingying's atmospheric voice, they also rushed to look at the entry equipment. Just now everyone was immersed in the feeling of their own strength enhancement, and didn't check the entry equipment information first. The circle of safety is shrinking for the last time. This is completely based on luck. Xi frowned and couldn't help but say. The final narrowing of the circle so weakly must be very large in scope. Whether they were rushing now was still too late or not. The last thing was the points overlap. Meaning that if you killed a whole group, then you could plunder all the points of the other team. That is to say, if there is another team to kill them all, then their 960 points will all belong to the other party. But if the team is still left with one person, then not. In that case, the team spreading out was the most correct choice. Do we have to split up? Xi frowned slightly. Although the danger would be magnified if they split up. This was indeed the best option. For a while the crowd wasn't speaking. There was a bit of silence in the air, as if they were all waiting for one person to speak. If this was the rule, the crowd knew that separating was the best option. Retaining strength and not having the team wiped out. Can't separate. After a long time, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. That's right. No separation. To win together, to die together. Zhou Yingying said with a grave face. Although the words were a bit gloomy. To Zhou Yingying they were a team. No separation. Wang Han also said silently. Even if they separated and couldn't be grouped together, everyone was a friend they couldn't part with. They weren't like the other teams. They were friends who had traveled all the way from Chen Blue Star. With family and friends. In the middle of this mutual friction. And separated. Their experience no one can say. From the beginning of suspicion. To the back sincere relative. Lin Xiaojin has always believed in the mutual bonding of feelings. Every experience of life and death. They have never thrown down each other. In front of interests in life and death, there is something more important. That side is feelings. Perhaps the initial Chenlaxing zombie crisis. So that people's interests. Selfishness wireless amplification. Those who abide by the affection. Became the first to die the group of people. On the contrary. Those moral collapse. Interests. Selfish people survived. But this living is not long. The human body is a herd animal. A single living is not long. Even if you are strong enough to survive in the end of the world. But also have to endure loneliness. But people usually can't endure loneliness. The decision of the crowd was not to separate. It was not easy for them to meet here. So how could they separate? Moreover, nowadays, they were getting stronger and stronger. Embracing the group might be the only way to win. Nowadays, we don't need to grab others' points. We just need to make sure we have what we have now, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. They were now ranked in the top 100. So as long as they secured the name they had nowadays, they didn't need to be further ahead. Although Lin Xiaojin remembered that there were special rewards for the top 3, and even the longevity of his teammates would be individually increased. It was fine for them to keep the status quo for now. With this entry information coming out, the entire team would definitely be even more frantic. Especially if they ran into the top 100 teams. Just by destroying one team in its entirety, they would have enough points to enter. The crowd seemed to be able to anticipate the madness of the upcoming time. It was feared that this would be the most terrifying period of time they had ever had. We all still have to return to Chenlan Star alive and re-establish our planet, Lin Xiaojin said in order to encourage everyone. Go back. A golden nest is better than one's own dog's nest. Although this analogy is not nice to hear, Chenlan Star will always be our home. Zhou Yingying followed suit. When the time comes for us to go back, all those zombies will be beaten down by us. Xian Li also followed. Their current strength was not what it was back then. Now they were afraid that one person could go back to most of the zombies. Not to mention that they had high-tech weapons. In the future, Chenlangsing might just be the few of us. Zhang Wang suddenly thought of the tragic situation of Chenlanqing. After eliminating the zombies, there might not be just a few of them left. That's not necessarily true. Maybe there will be other survivors? Xian Li said. I also don't know how Ding Yunxian is doing. And I don't know where he's been captured. Zhou Yingying thought of his senior brother. At first, Ding Yunxian and that girlfriend of his, Xiao Rui, were also captured. But the few of them were then exiled to the Black Iron Star. Although Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying as well as Lin Xiaoran were all senior brothers together, Lin Xiaojin still had a good feeling towards Ding Yunxian at first. But then after that ex-girlfriend of his, Xiao Rui, appeared, Lin Xiaojin hated it. I hope he can be good too, Zhou Yingying said silently. After all, Ding Yunxian was also her senior brother. Several people were also not talking and prepared to set off. They couldn't continue to stay here. Firstly, the monster's lockdown. Then the pressure of the shrinking circle. Not knowing where the circle would shrink to. It would be completely by luck at this point. But moving more towards the center, this would be correct. There's still an hour left. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time. Lin Xiaojin looked behind her and didn't find anyone else. And didn't know how that monster had locked onto them. Everyone was rushing nervously. And they also encountered another squad. But there was no firefight. Both sides just tested the waters and then quickly withdrew. Everyone was grasping at straws to narrow down the circle. Because this was the last time to narrow it down. And both sides would only lose out if they fought. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't want to engage either. But the reality was bone-chilling. The path in front of them suddenly bulged with a large bag. And half of its body crawled out of the ground. She's coming. Mu Xiaoxiao saw this monster and nervously hid behind Xian Li. This time when the monster crawled out from the ground and its entire body came out, it had clearly become stronger, with muscles visible to the naked eye. Such an obvious difference was not only discovered by Lin Xiaojin, but also by everyone else. Has this monster become stronger? Zhou Yingying said with a touch of panic under her eyes. It was getting stronger. Xian Li. Zhou Yingying, you protect the two children. Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. Good. Xian Li's psyche was flustered, but she had to calm down. Lin Xiaojin was even more. The more dangerous it was, the more she had to learn to be calm and collected. The monster's entire body crawled out from the ground, and without saying a word, began to attack Lin Xiaojin. The crowd hurriedly fought with the monster, but after a moment of fighting, they realized that something was wrong. What's going on? This monster seems to keep attacking Xiaojin, Xian Li said with a frown. The two of them, Xian Li and Zhou Yingying, were protecting the child from the side, and the two of them quickly found out that something was wrong. It wasn't just Lin Xiaojin. Everyone else also discovered it one after another. This monster is targeting Xiaojin, Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. Several people couldn't trap it with their supernatural abilities, and its recovery ability was even stronger than before. Everyone else was temporarily ignored by Lin Xiaojin. The monster had been attacking Lin Xiaojin non-stop, and the others' attacks on it didn't do any substantial damage to it. What kind of monster is this? John Wish couldn't help but curse. There were so many cosmic monsters that one really had to recognize them one by one. However, this monster suddenly became conscious. Before it had attacked indiscriminately. Now it seemed to be targeting only Lin Xiaojin. The others didn't know what the reason was, but vaguely understood that it was because she also had a thick energy in her body. It looked like she and the monster were attacking each other back and forth. But we were both plundering each other's energy. Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to be distracted. Once she was distracted, she would be plundered of her energy. Of course, she wasn't willing to show weakness. She would also plunder the energy of the monster in front of her. You guys get out of the way, Lin Xiaojin said to the others as she fought the monster. It's targeting me. Lin Xiaojin continued again. But how could the others get out of the way and let Lin Xiaojin face this monster alone? Lin Xiaojin frowned, knowing that the others wouldn't get out of the way. She had no choice but to say, "It's drawing on your energy. If you don't get out of the way, it'll get even stronger." "She can't draw on mine," Lin Xiaojin immediately added. The crowd heard Lin Xiaojin's words, then understood. No wonder when fighting with this guy. Their own supernormal abilities, as well as their physical strength, were depleted very quickly. This monster could actually have such a perverse ability? In fact, it wasn't just this monster. The last time Lin Xiaojin fought with this monster, she also accidentally stimulated the drawing cells in her body. You guys are here, and it keeps drawing on your energy to deal with me. Lin Xiaojin saw that the others hadn't stepped aside yet, and hurriedly said. Hearing this, Xiao Nua and Lin Xia ran. They listened down. They didn't surround the monster at the same time. They actually found that the monster's strength had dropped a bit. It seemed like it had just been absorbing their energy non-stop. We can't just sit back and let Lin Xiaojin deal with the monster alone. Right? Xian Li said with a frown. Let's listen to Zajin first. Lin Xiaoran said calmly, as he watched Lin Xiaojin fight with the monster. Two were not in a dangerous place, and even already had a vaguely suppressed aura. Despite this, Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nuo both looked at the battle on the field nervously, even though they were calm on the surface. Once anything went wrong, they would rush up without hesitation. It seems like the two people, this monster and Lin Xiaojin, are constantly pulling at each other. Xian Li couldn't help but say as she watched the battle, drawing on each other's energy. This monster boosted some. Lin Xiaojin similarly boosted some. And the two were pulling on each other. The circle of safety is about to shrink. Zhou Yingying's heart was about to be in her throat as she watched the alert from the entry equipment. They still had a distance to go to reach the center nowadays. The reality was that if they didn't solve this monster, they wouldn't be able to leave at all. So they could only wait in place nowadays. It was shrinking a little bit nowadays. And the only slight advantage was that they wouldn't encounter any other teams of enemies, as everyone was closing in like the center. If they didn't enter a safe range, they would be eliminated immediately. Elimination means death, which no one dares to bet on. The circle of safety was shrinking. But Lin Xiaojin's fight with the monster didn't stop in the slightest. The two were still pulling and pulling, drawing each other's energy. Lin Xiaojin realized that this wouldn't work. He had to get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Xiao Nua, trap it, Lin Xiaojin said in a young voice. Xiao Nua coalesced a huge lightning net, which could only temporarily trap this monster. The monster's flesh carried an odor of being burnt by the lightning, but the wounds quickly healed again. So repeatedly, it broke through Xiao Nua's condensed lightning net despite the damage. At the critical time, Xiao Nua opened his second skill. Time pause. Xiao Nua's time pause was only a few seconds. So Lin Xiaojin quickly attacked towards the monster. Taking advantage of the time pause, she crazily drew energy from the monster. The naked eye could see that the monster's body seemed to dry up some. But this was not enough. Not enough to kill it. A few seconds passed. The others didn't know what was happening. And by the time they reacted, they knew to see Lin Xiaojin's reddened face and the monster's slightly dry-fried body. The circle of safety is shrinking over, Zhou Yingying said silently. But everyone's attention was on the fight between Lin Xiaojin and the monster in front of them. Zhou Yingying closed her eyes nervously, as if she was already prepared to be eliminated. And everyone died together, so she wouldn't be too lonely. Mom, cheer up and fight the monster. Lucky Star, who had been sleeping, woke up at some point. At this moment, Lucky Star had been held in Xian Li's arms. Seeing Lin Xiaojin with the monster, everyone, grandmother's voice, in such a scene seemed a bit unexpected. Such an atmosphere full of tension and danger. As if because of the child's voice, that broke and became softer. Go to hell, Lin Xiaojin's gaze was firm. She was now not only red in the face. The skin on her body was also turning red a little bit. That was because all the cells in her body were in overload. Lin Xiaojin only felt as if a burning sensation all over her body was tormenting it. But she still kept on absorbing the monster's energy cells. If you wanted to kill it, you could only draw on its cells. And if you wanted to stab it to death, it would only keep repairing itself. I'm afraid that it didn't even die when you died of exhaustion. This time, the circle of safety narrowed down in front of them little by little. Xiaojin, behind you has to be the safety circle. Xiao Nua had a touch of nervousness under his eyes. But the tone he spoke was smooth and calm. Their luck was still heaven-defyingly good. And the safety circle stopped right under their feet. Outside the circle of safety was a gray, a sunny and a dark, divided into two weather. Lin Xiaojin understood Xiao Nua's meaning and directly grabbed the monster's arm, lifted the monster with force, and threw it out towards the dark circle of safety. Monster was thrown into the security circle. Suddenly don't know from there in all directions surrounded out bloodthirsty monsters suddenly came out. The monster has the bloodthirsty monsters block. They finally got rid of this guy. For a long time, the monster was not coming out. Just when everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Xiaojin fainted with a black eye. Xiaojin, sister. Xiao Nua and Lin Xia hurriedly ran over. And the crowd behind them all hurriedly followed. Xiao Nua's eyes were cold and chilled, fearing that something had gone wrong. A strong fear welled up in the bottom of his heart at this time. Xiao Nua's hand stopped in midair. Didn't even dare to touch Lin Xiaojin's nostrils. Lin Xiaojin's whole body was red as if on fire. Fainted. Lin Xia hurriedly helped Lin Xiaojin up. But her body was abnormally hot. At this moment, Lin Xiaojin's entire body's cells were in the midst of hyperactivity. Xiao Nua's entire heart seemed to come alive when he heard Lin Xiao's words. And he immediately picked up Lin Xiaojin. Let's find a safe place first. Now that the circle had been reduced for the last time, there would no longer be any danger in this area. But the crisis was still there. There would still be other people encountered. First find a hidden and safe place. Xiao Nua hugged the living and rolling Lin Xiaojin. It was like a hot stove. Even very hot. Mu Xiaoxiao used her perspective ability, and they finally found a house that was still hidden. I'll go stand guard outside, Wang Han said heavily. Zhang Wish also stood guard around the house with Wang Han, and monitored the surroundings in case any other enemies broke in. Lin Xiaoran wanted to touch Lin Xiaojin. But the temperature of Lin Xiaojin's body was so high that it directly scalded Lin Xiaoran. Why is the body temperature so high? Lin Xiaoran was nervous, and looked at Lin Xiaojin with worry. This was his only sister couldn't be in trouble. Xiaojin's body is so hot. Xianli stroked Lin Xiaojin's body, and a wave of heat spread out before he even touched it. Xiao Nua, who was holding Lin Xiaojin, needless to say, was scalded on his hands as well as on his chest. Sister Xiaojin's body has too much energy. Mu Xiaoxiao used her supernatural ability to check into Lin Xiaojin's body. The entire body was running on bursts of energy. There was no recovery liquid left now. And there was no way to enter Lin Xiaojin's space to fetch the alien energy water. Cool down first. The temperature of Lin Xiaojin's body is too high. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin's body temperature so high and calmed his mind. He couldn't panic now. I'll do it. Xianli heard Xiao Nua's words to cool down the temperature. Now the only way to help Lin Xiaojin cool down is to condense water into ice. Xiao Nua put Lin Xiaojin on the flat bed. Xianli hurriedly condensed water into ice and covered Lin Xiaojin's body. But Lin Xiaojin's body temperature is too high. Xianli condensed ice was instantly turned into water droplets. On the side, Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran, as well as Zhou Yinging, all kept helping Lin Xiaojin wipe the water. Mom, wake up. Lucky Star was also lying on the head of Lin Xiaojin's bed, obediently looking at Lin Xiaojin. Xianli kept condensing into ice. And after an hour, Xianli's face was pale. Xianli, your energy is overdrawn. Should you stop? Xiaojin's temperature has dropped quite a bit already. Zhou Yinging saw Xianli's face pale up. This was clearly an overdraft of energy. I'm okay. Xianli's voice was slightly weak, but her tone was very firm. She couldn't give up. Just like when Lin Xiaojin didn't give up on her. Xianli, thank you. Lin Xiaoran said thankfully from the bottom of her heart. Xianli didn't say anything, still overdrawing her energy to condense ice to help Lin Xiaojin cool down. It's coming down. It's coming down. Zhou Yingying mimeographed Lin Xiaojin's body. And at this moment, the body's temperature dropped down. Not only that, Lin Xiaojin's originally reddish body also gradually returned to normal. Only the body seemed to condense a layer of ice beads. Like a cocoon generally wrapped Lin Xiaojin's whole body. Xian Li overdrew his energy. At the moment, he was a bit dizzy and powerless. He could only sit on the edge of the bed to rest. What's going on here? Zhou Yingying saw that Lin Xiaojin's body was cocooned. Xia Jin's breathing is normal. And her body temperature is normal too. Xiao Nua's heart that had been taut seemed to be relaxing a bit. But his heart kept hanging in the air the day Lin Xiaojin didn't wake up. It's possible that it's upgrading? I remember in the past when I was in Chilan Star. Every time Lin Xiaojin fainted, it would be an emergency. Xian Li said somewhat weakly. Xiao Nua heard Xian Li's words and stared at Lin Xiaojin's face again. Although her body temperature had returned to normal, her face was still slightly red. Xiao Nua held Lin Xiaojin's hand. It was no longer so hot, but it was still higher than an ordinary person's temperature. It was estimated to be 38.39 degrees as well. Xian Li, you should rest first. Lin Xiaoran heard Xian Li's voice was a bit weak. Knowing that she had overdrawn a lot of energy to save her sister, her heart was very grateful. Xian Li also did not refuse. She had indeed overdrawn her energy, and her spirit was very tired and wanted to sleep. Xian Li went to rest. Zhou Yingying went to take care of the two little ones, leaving behind Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran. Both men were guarding Lin Xiaojin's face. The two men silently looked at Lin Xiaojin, did not say anything. But the expression of the two people are concerned and grave. Time passed nearly 2 hours. Lin Xiaojin's finger slightly moved. The two men instantly got up and looked at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran softly said, "Sister." Xiaojin. Xiao Nua also said gently. Both men didn't dare to be too loud. And both looked at Lin Xiaojin very nervously. Unlike the others, Lin Xiaojin only felt indescribably relieved. As if her whole body had been replaced with fresh blood. Lin Xiaojin's entire body cells from the inside to the outside are like a new general. Lin Xiaojin body up thin skin. Slowly become hard up. And then crackling with Lin Xiaojin get up. The whole began to fall down. Originally red skin of Lin Xiaojin. At this moment as if the baby's skin in general. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying heard the commotion both opened their eyes. And for a while, the room was silent as they looked at Lin Xiaojin. What's wrong with you guys? Lin Xiaojin frowned and looked at the crowd in confusion. Why were they all looking at her with shocked faces? Lin Xiaojin only felt soothed. There wasn't anything that wasn't dragging. She slowly stood up. Her body shaking with hard crystals. My God. How did I get so much of this on my body? Why is my skin peeling off clumps? Lin Xiaojin frowned and mumbled. Lin Xiaojin touched her face in horror and found that it was quite smooth. Your skin has become white and tender. Almost like a lucky star. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin, this was almost like breaking the cocoon into a butterfly and returning to her old age? Ah. Lin Xiaojin was a little puzzled. She didn't always have good skin. You can take a mirror from space to see. Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaojin with a look of disbelief and said. Lin Xiaojin fetched a mirror from space and realized that her skin had really become tender again. Xiaojin, do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Xiaoran asked with concern. Although looking at Lin Xiaojin is now very normal. But a few minutes ago, she was still in a comatose state. Lin Xiaojin shook her head as she said. No, I'm fine. Not only is she fine. Her genes have mutated. Her entire body cells collapsed by a large class. And now she doesn't know how to test it. It's possible that she's a class 7 gene, right? Because her cells were now all split and replaced from the inside out. A more fortified type of cell. Recovery was faster than ever. It could be said that her recovery was stronger than even Wolverine. Do you know you were scared to death? You passed out when your whole body rolled over. It took Xian Li condensing ice to help your body temperature come down. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect that she would faint and her body temperature was still so high. She only felt that she had slept and didn't feel anything. Xian Li. Thank you. Lin Xiaojin said with genuine gratitude. Do we still need to be so polite to each other? That would be meaningless. Xian Li said jokingly. But knew that what she said was true. Lin Xiaojin took out a few energy eggs from space and said. You guys quickly share them to replenish your energy. Today's energy eggs weren't much of a big deal for her. Lin Xiaojin turned around and saw that Xiao Nua's clothes had burn marks all over his body, as well as a scarlet patch on his hands. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin grabbed Xiao Nua's hand and asked with concern. Nothing, Xiao Nua said indifferently. Compared to Lin Xiaojin's safety, this injury of his was nothing. Although Xiao Nua what? But Lin Xiaojin still some heartache. From the space to take out the energy water. Let Xiao Nua cold compress. Immediately after, Lin Xiaojin took out a few sets of new clothes from space and said, all of us have damaged defensive clothing. Wear this first. The damaged defensive clothing did not have the effect of cooling down the temperature. And now this weather was very hot to wear on the body. The clothes on Lin Xiaojin's body were almost in pieces. Lin Xiaojin looked at her own clothes, and also hurriedly took out a few sets from space. Men and women all changed into clean clothes separately. Right now, except for Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoyu, who had defensive clothing. Their clothes were all ruined. Without defensive clothing, they would need to be more careful next. Now, they could only change into normal clothes first, and then see if they could still search for defensive clothing. Now that the circle of safety is shrinking for the last time, we don't need to avoid the circle of safety anymore, Xianli said. On the surface it seemed like it was going to be easier, but the reality looked completely different. This also meant that the final fight was going to start. In the future, everyone should always be careful when it comes to the final battle, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Not bad. I'm afraid that the next killings would be constant. They had just changed their clothes and hadn't said a couple of words when Zhang Wish hurriedly ran over. Zhang Wan didn't say anything, but only gestured to indicate that he had found the others. The crowd also instantly tensed up. The two children were sleeping. So, Lin Xiaojin, Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nua followed Zhang Wan out, leaving Zhou Ying and Xianli to stay behind to watch the children. Xiaojin, you just woke up. You stay too. Lin Xiaoran was a little uneasy with her sister and said. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, I'm full of energy now. Lin Xiaojin was telling the truth. She was feeling strong right now. It was just the right time to go out and test her strength. Lin Xiaoran saw his sister, who seemed to be in good shape, so he didn't say anything. What Zhang Wish and the others had found was a small team, and what was known to have been found was 3 people. The 3 of them went out to the living room. Wang Han and Zhang Wan both hid on both sides of the window. The curtains in the living room were closed, leaving only a small opening. There should be 3 people in the building diagonally opposite. They shouldn't have found us yet, Wang Han said in a small voice. He also only found out visually. After the security circle was narrowed down, it meant that they could run into enemies at any time. Lin Xiaojin looked at the range of the narrowed security circle. They were quite lucky. They were within the center nowadays. Most of the people were concentrated at the edge of the circle, or the westernmost part of it. You'd be wrong to think that the safety was circular. It was a rectangular range. 3 people? Should I wake up little boy to take a look? Lin Xiaojin hesitated. I'll call, Lin Xiaoran said. Wang Han was just eyeballing it. In case there were more than a few other people inside, and they didn't notice, that would increase the danger. Not long after Mu Xiaoyao's sleepy eyes came over, when she heard that she was asked to look at how many people there are to you. Mu Xiaoyao hastily used her powers. There are a total of 4 people. They are resting and eating. Mu Xiaoyao perspective alien energy directly saw the other side of the information. It turns out that there are 4 of them. Just now Wang Han and Zhang Zhanyuan still observed 1 less. Lin Xiaojin touched Mu Shijia's head and said softly, All right. Shiju, you go back and continue to sleep. Oh! Little Good answered in a daze and returned. The few of them were left to discuss. Do we settle it? Or are we taking a look? Zhang Wish said. Right now we have enough points to stay in the top 100. Let's just keep it, Wang Han said after a moment's pause and concentration. Right now, they had 960 points and were firmly ranked in the top 100. As long as they could maintain their current points, then they would be able to win the final victory. Now the top 100 are this kind of idea. Don't want to make trouble. Once the time comes they can win the victory. Lin Xiaojin and the others were naturally thinking the same way now, so they were prepared to observe at any time. Right now it was fairly safe here. Their building was a 2-story narrow building with only 1 door and 2 windows that were fairly hidden. Nowadays, if they weren't found out, it wouldn't be considered a change of place. And now most people were afraid that they had chosen places to hide. And if they went out instead, they would be found out. The crowd must have all sneakily hidden in the house. From time to time Lin Xiaojin could still hear gunshots and explosions in the distance. Look guys. The second-ranked 2,560 points are actually gone. Xinli had been paying attention to the changes in the leaderboards. And their points had been floating up and down in the middle of the pack. Really? It's this purple N stars that rushed to second. And it's only a few dozen points away from first. Zhou Yingying said. Looks like it was their group that settled for second place. The strength is very strong. Lin Xiaojin said. Nowadays, the top three were still relatively dazzling. The first place Tianqi planet, the second place Purple N planet, and the third place Yuan planet, which were three planets they didn't even know about. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought that she had collected quite a lot of information in the cold water star back then. There might be information from outside the galaxy. So Lin Xiaojin told Green Star to look up the information. But because the information was too big, Green Star only recovered half of it. Rather, most of it was recorded within the galaxy. There wasn't much recorded outside the galaxy. But Lin Xiaojin still asked Green Star to look it up. The top three only had information on the first place Tianqi Star. But it was only a brief sentence. Tianqi Star was born with its own feathered wings. Feathery wings? Those are wings. They can fly? Zhou Yingying couldn't help but envy Lin Xiaojin when she heard him speak. Birdman. Zhang Wan spat out. The universe has all kinds of people and all kinds of species. Just like their Qianlan star. There are hundreds of species on Qianlan star alone besides humans. Not to mention the entire planetary universe. That time we also saw snake-like people. There's still a sense of nausea when I think of that time. Zhou Yingying said with hair on her body. The serpentine human incarnation's lower body was a huge python stout. And its upper body was a human. And the path the serpentine walked through was covered in slime. The slime carried a strong, fishy odor, giving Zhou Yingying a quick nausea. Tianqi Xing must have other skills. Otherwise he can't be number one, Lin Xiaojin said. With so many planets competing, the top three must be very strong. Let's try to stay away from the ones with wings when we meet them. Lin Xiaojin continued. It was better for them to avoid such a strong strength. In fact, right now, Tianqi planet was also avoiding the front. They were now in first place. And it was very important to retain their original strength. As long as we survive 42 days we'll win, Xinli said with some excitement. It's only been over a month. But every day is like a year. The top 100 weren't panicking and were hiding everywhere. But the people at the back were becoming frantic. Because of the limited time, they had to get into the top 100. So they madly plundered the scores. Peng let out a violent explosion. This time everyone here heard it. The crowd was immediately alerted. And Mu Xiaoxiao used her supernatural ability to check. They're fighting, Mu Xiaoyao said, after using her alien energy to check. Someone on the opposite side noticed that both sides were fighting fiercely. The house they chose was really hidden. In the middle of two tall buildings. Relatively inconspicuous. Let's observe and see, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin looked outside through the gap. She would like to go out and pick up the pieces. They were all out of their defense suits nowadays. It would be right to gather more supplies. Xiao Nuo seemed to be able to see Lin Xiaojin's mind. He said, You want to go? Lin Xiaojin nodded. Although it wasn't very wise to go out at this time. She couldn't help but be moved by the sight of so many supplies. Now with her strength, she was completely able to take care of them. Besides, she had instantaneous transfer plus space. To do it completely unknowingly, and unknowingly take care of them. Stealing the supplies in an instant. Supplies were still very important to them. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't dare to do it. But Lin Xiaojin had the skills to do it, and still be able to retreat safely. Xiao Nuo. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo. She knew that Xiao Nuo would follow her. Because both of them had a restless heart. Supplies didn't fall from the sky. And to get something, taking risks was a certainty. Good. Xiao Nuo answered calmly. Lin Xiaoran, although a little worried, still urged. Pay attention to safety. Got it, brother, Lin Xiaojin said. They had gone out in the past. And they were not surprised. But the sound of the cannons outside was more intense. So they were still more or less a little worried. You guys have to be more careful here as well. If you're spotted, notify us immediately, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The participating watches all had an instant messaging function. So if there was a situation, they would immediately receive a message. And when the time came, Lin Xiaojin and the others would come back to rescue them very quickly. Outside the sound of artillery and all kinds of intensive gunfire. The crowd hiding here is also very uneasy. Maybe the next second the battlefield will reach them. Excitedly they are also mentioning the heart. Nervously observing the situation around this. Lin Xiaojin brought Xiao Nua to instantly move out. The two of them worked well together. Xiao Nua's paused time in addition to Lin Xiaojin's instantaneous movement. Almost no one could escape their sneak attack. The collected supplies were also collected into the space by Lin Xiaojin. And their points even went up a few dozen points as well. Now their points reached 980 points. They were almost godlike and killed with a single move. Such an assassination combination was considered awesome. As they killed 7 people in a row, they seemed to realize that something was wrong. Their teammates were not alone, but were all together, with a few of them coming together. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were not good enough to be in the middle of the fight. After getting almost all the supplies, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua naturally took what they could get. Just as the two of them were about to retreat, Lin Xiaojin's competition watch gave off a commotion. They're in danger. Lin Xiaojin saw the message and said nervously. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both hurriedly instantly returned to. Bang bang. Just after instantly moving into the doorway, they heard the sound of gunshots inside, as well as various fighting sounds. It turns out that there is a team of people also see this location hidden, so want to hide to this inside. Did not expect to just bump into Zhang Wish, Wang Han them. So they fought. Although there were only 3 people on the other side. All 3 were equipped with mechs. Although it was not a complete mecha, only mechanical arms. But the weapons were enough to suppress them. Not only the mechs. These 3 people's supernatural melee combat was also very strong. But Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, they still suppressed them. But tightly suppressed. The mechs on the arms of the 3 men were just too strong. And this was the first time they had seen such a thing. High-tech combat weapons. This kind of thing was very common amongst galaxies. But it was a scarce item for all of them. Zhang Wish. Several of them didn't have defensive suits. And against this kind of high-tech item, as long as they shot a shot, that was a shot. Basically, the 3 of them were all using supernatural attacks. And next to them, Xian Li was still condensing ice arrows. But this mechanical arm would also release shield energy to block their attacks. When Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua appeared in front of the crowd, Xian Li and Zhou Yingying breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yingying and Xian Li could only play a supporting role, and most of their energy was to protect the 2 children. Lin Xiaojin saw the mecha eyes light up. Seeing that Xiao Nua had already thundered, she hurriedly said, "Be careful. Don't damage the mech." Xiao Nua heard Lin Xiaojin's words, and the cohesive purple electricity in his hand turned into normal blue lightning. Zip zip zip. Xiao Nua's lightning was the nemesis of the mechs. Moreover, Xiao Nua could absorb the lightning in the mechs so that the mechs were scrapped and did not harm the mechs themselves. The mechs instantly lost their energy, and the 3 of them were naturally no match for Lin Xiaojin, even as their strength exploded. "Move!" one of the men shouted, while in his hand, he opened a laser cannon. "Not good!" Lin Xiaojin screamed in shock at the sight. With a loud bang, the entire room collapsed into a large chunk. The place just now was blown out one big pit. Fortunately, Xian Li saw Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua 2 people back. Then with Zhou Yingying 2 people first, with 2 people transferred out. At the moment, the 2 people are holding Lucky Star alone. Zhou Yingying pulls Mu Xiuya's hand and looks at the ruins in front of her. Sister Xiaojin. Brother Xia Ran. Mu Xizhuang's eyes instantly reddened when she saw this. "It's all right. They're fine." Xian Li's mind is still quite stable. Looking at the communication watch, they are still all there. They should be buried inside. Xian Li continued. Xian Li's guess was correct. A large hole was blown up in the ground. The entire house collapsed and they all fell in. Those 3 people, one of them was blown up and killed. 2 of them were blown up and injured. Lin Xiaojin was close to the cannonball because she was in close combat. Her entire back was blown up and her hair was lost. A sharp pain came. It was good that Lin Xiaojin didn't faint from the pain. But Lin Xiaojin also saw her strong restoration ability. The entire body recovered in a few seconds. But her hair didn't grow back. Lin Xiaojin didn't know why. Her body's ability to recover was fast. But her hair wasn't. A whole lot of speechlessness. But Lin Xiaojin didn't have time to appreciate her bald head. Because the 2 injured people hadn't been resolved yet. Zhang Zhu. Wang Han. They were affected by the waves. Zhang Zhu was the most serious. His entire back burned his skin. But this guy Hardy didn't scream a word. They fell down and smashed directly into the basement. The entire environment dark crowd could not see anything. Lin Xiaojin easily peeled off the collapsed place above. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying saw movement above, but did not go up to help first. The two people with their children still cautiously hid to the side. Its sister Xiaojin. Mu Xiaoyu used her supernatural ability and checked it out and said, "Should we go up and help?" Zhou Yingying asked. Xian Li looked at this small child in their hands and calmly shook her head, saying, "No need. Let's stay here first. Xiaojin's strength is fully capable of getting out of this ruin." Zhou Yingying nodded. This she had no opinion. When in Qinlangsing, they were buried underneath. When it was also Lin Xiaojin launched the train to open to save them. This point of debris in front of them is nothing. As Xian Li said, not a moment Lin Xiaojin to move away from the debris above. Xiao knew a light injury. The second climbed up. The next is Zhang Zhu and Wan Han. And Lin Xia ran. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but draw a breath when she saw a patch of gray mixed with blood on Zhang Wan's back. "Zhang Wan!" Zhou Yingying shouted nervously. Suddenly a laser red dot shone towards Zhou Yingying's forehead. Fortunately Lin Xiaojin reacted quickly, and directly instantly moved over to take away Zhou Yingying and Lucky Star. Touch. The wall behind Zhou Yingying where she had just been hiding was instantly shot through a large hole. "Go first," Lin Xiaojin said sharply, not caring about those who were buried on the ground and others who were injured. There were others hiding in the shadows. Lin Xiaojin and the others hurriedly evacuated. Mu Xiaozhuang hurriedly used her powers, and finally found a hut that was still hidden. There were still 2 injured in that squad, so it was expected that someone would make up for the gun, and the points that came to hand would be taken away, although his heart is not willing. But now safety is the most important. Zhang Wish and brother, they were injured. The threat of that shell exploding at close range was really big. Although Lin Xiaojin's wounds recovered as before, he could still feel the pain. Too painful. Lin Xiaojin is still quite afraid of pain. In the future, try to let yourself suffer less pain. Lin Xiaojin first used the space water to let Zhang Zhu, and their wounds were cleaned up a little bit. Simply recovered under the later. And then took out the energy egg, each person divided some. Lin Xiaojin also ate one to replenish the energy of the cells in her body. Now the energy egg is not very meaningful for her to improve. Lin Xiaojin also took out the bread. These were all made by Lan Zhan in the space. Now in this situation, it is impossible for them to sit here and eat properly. Everyone nibbled on the bread. So the bread made by Lan Zhan is very tasty. We want to hide? Should we make a hole in the ground again? Let's hide underground. Lin Xiaojin thought of the fact that they had just been blown underground and suddenly had this idea. Now that they had enough points for this. As long as they squatted safely until the end, they would be able to gain victory. Yes. Okay. We didn't encounter any danger when we hid in the underground waterway before, Zhou Yingying said. In the underground waterway, they often heard the sound of explosions and shelling from outside. And they had not encountered any fights. Except for the big monster they encountered in the back. We can play the spirit of the underground tunnels, Zhang Wish said. This place was just kinda hidden. So Lin Xiaojin planned to dig through the underground tunnels right here. And it had to be said that they still had the wisdom of the ancient people of Chan'an to draw on. They started digging. The soil could not be piled up outside to attract suspicion. So Lin Xiaojin piled up the soil into the space. It just so happened that the space was also short of soil. And Lan Zhan could still use the soil to plant something. In the space, the wood elves and the little buns seemed to have become very good friends. And the language of the wood elves was only understood by the little buns. A few people took turns to keep watch and dig. And in about only 2 hours, they had already dug out a large pit. The following digging almost. Lin Xiaojin also from the space out of a small electric excavator. This time, the green star has long been studied. Blue Zhan used to turn the soil. The space even had a few houses built by them. One for each person. Lin Xiaojin took the small excavator out. With the help of the machine, speed is very fast. Not long after the whole channel has been the first size. A few hours later, their entire underground establishment was like building a secret room. In order to be safe, they directly from the ground through another set of underground house. Established 2 exits. Just as eggs couldn't be put in one basket, they wouldn't set up just one exit either. The holes upstairs were all hidden. And the underground passages were all set up with table lamps. They were going to hide here next. Outside the fight was fierce. But they were playing hide-and-seek mode here. The first 100 and especially the last few rolled back and forth. So they knew how intense it was outside. I also don't know how long we can hide here, Exionly said. Of course we can hide for as long as we can, Zhou Yingying said with a smile. They were now to live until the end. Although they were still safe here, they could not take it lightly, and had to take turns to rest and keep watch. Although life in the underground tunnels was a bit stifling, and there were some inconveniences in life, it was much safer than outside. We just need to survive for more than 20 days before we can return to Qilan Star, Lin Xiaojin said. Not only will they be able to return to Qilan Star, the galaxy they will also be able to enter. And by then, their lifespan will be increased, and Wang Han will be able to find Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin never wished that time could pass faster. Now every minute and second was life and death. One more second here was one more second of danger. Now it is still quite quiet. Everyone speaks very quietly. Mu Xiubu from time to time with a foreign energy to check. In this way they too here safely hid for a few days. With 15 days left until the end. They hide here effect is not bad. Even Lin Xiaojin also expand the underground get area. But at the same time their points ranking also dropped to more than 80. But still in the top 100 teams. With 10 days left until the end. Suddenly the competition received a message that shocked everyone. That's so doggone bad. Zhang Wish cursed. 3 days before the end day, all the top 100 position points would be announced. And at that time, it was feared that it would lead to an attack from everyone. The last 3 days were a madness for everyone. Lin Xiaojin was surprised at first, and then expressed calmness. They seemed to have encountered this situation before. There would always be something messed up in the end. Then in the last 3 days, I'm afraid we'll encounter all sorts of attacks. Exionly was very worried. What if we team up with the others? Zhou Yingying whimsically said. The crowd was silent, all of them didn't say anything. Teaming up with the top 100 against the others? The chances of that were too low. I'm thinking a little too much. Seeing the crowd's expressions, Zhou Yingying thought for a moment, and seemed to understand. The points of the top 100 were all very high. So if one wanted to get first hunting, the top 100 would be fine. There are still 10 days to go before the last 3 days. Everyone get ready, Lin Xiaojin said heavily. Ever since this news was sent out, not only Lin Xiaojin and the others, but all the other teams were under extreme pressure. For a while, the battle suddenly came to an abrupt end. Lin Xiaojin and their underground would hear the sound of artillery bombardment from time to time. But lately, it was suddenly gone. It had stopped. In the last 3 days, Lin Xiaojin could envision what it would be like. The war was raging. And now it was nothing more than the calm before the storm. Lin Xiaojin and the rest of them were all desperately cultivating as well. And Zhang Wish and the rest of them were absorbing energy eggs. In a short span of 8 days, under the tremendous pressure and the energy egg, Zhang Ju had advanced from level 5 to level 6. Lin Xiaoren had also advanced from level 5 to level 6. Exionly and Zhou Yingying had entered level 5 at the same time. Wang Han also had a huge breakthrough, and was likely to break through to level 7. Almost all of the energy Xiao Nu has absorbed was used to enhance his second skill, which absorbed twice as much energy as the lightning system. Lin Xiaojin's space could actually have been upgraded a long time ago. Her space level had been stuck at level 3. If she wanted to upgrade, the accumulated energy was enough to allow her to upgrade 3 levels in a row. But she couldn't upgrade her space now. Lin Xiaojin was going to upgrade her space only after she returned to Qilan Star after this competition. She didn't know what the space would become when it was upgraded 3 times in a row. Lin Xiaojin was looking forward to it. Our position will be announced tomorrow, Exionly said nervously. Yeah. Will we be immediately besieged at that time? Zhou Yingying also said nervously. The siege will definitely happen. Lin Xiaojin thought of how he and Xiao Nu, Wang Han had once been besieged in Green Plant Star as well. We're taking stock of our preparations, Lin Xiaojin said. Everyone distributed energy eggs and other weapons and equipment. By the way, the tasks were done well. Several of them were not separated, and they had brought 2 children with them. The task of protecting the 2 children was also important, so they made the assignments. Zhou Yingying, Exionly, and Lin Xiaoran were the 3 people who assisted and were responsible for protecting the 2 children. Xiao Nu and Zhang Wang Han were responsible for the supernatural attacks, while Lin Xiaojin was responsible for the surprise attack and assassination. This is a land traveler. I'll put Mu Xiaozhuang and Lucky Star in it if necessary, Lin Xiaojin said. This was also the last resort. Little goody, if you enter the Landwalker, make sure you take care of your sister. Lin Xiaojin touched Mu Xiaozhuang and said solemnly, I will. Mu Xiaoyu nodded her head seriously. She turned her head to look down. Lucky Star was blinking at her. She was also Miss Sister. Before the storm came, it was all unusually calm. Lin Xiaojin and the others spent a few days peacefully hiding in the underground tunnels. Tomorrow our location will be exposed. Zhou Yingying's face was pale, and she was obviously a little nervous as she spoke. Although everyone had already done enough mental construction, the pressure the psyche was about to face was still very huge. We can't hide here today, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. If they continue to hide here, their position would be exposed once the time came tomorrow. And hiding underground would soon be discovered. They could only choose to roam as much as possible nowadays. They could only stay within the confines of the circle. So many people gathering in a city was the same as having an entire city of people killing each other. Tomorrow, this city would be covered in blood everywhere. Just like the end times of Qinlanqing. The equipment has all been packed, Xianli said. Everyone had also put on a new defensive suit. Except for the two children, who were of a higher level. Although their defensive suits were of average level. But having them was also better than not having them. We're outside the circle nowadays. The location is not bad. At least we won't be surrounded by the group. Lin Xiaojin wrinkled her eyebrows and said, This was also considered a blessing amongst misfortunes. We'll go up in an hour, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Good. The crowd all responded. After an hour, their geographical location would all be exposed to the eyes of the crowd. And hiding here would not help. They were already pretty good, hiding here for so long. But the last 3 days of the tournament wouldn't let you pass by hiding like that. An hour later, the crowd was fully prepared to go up through the passageway. And no one else had been found around yet. They also hid here for the time being as the time counted down. The hearts of the crowd lifted. The 3.2.1 countdown ended, and the geographic locations of the top 100 of their entry watch devices were all revealed. There are 3 close to us. One of them is 34th, only 3 kilometers away from us, Zhang Wish said as he looked at the entry screen. Sister Xiaojin, I can see someone over there coming in our direction. Mu Xiaoxiao used her supernatural ability and pointed at the house in front of her and said, So fast. Xianli couldn't help but frown and said, This was just after posting the location information. And there was already someone rushing towards them. Everyone be careful, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. It was unlikely that they would want to hide nowadays. The geographical location was exposed, and no matter where they hid, they would be discovered. Fortunately, the ones that came were all small shrimps. Lin Xiaojin and the others easily resolved them, and in the process captured quite a few points. If the back are all like these few people, it'll be fine. Just think of it as coming to give us points for nothing, Zhou Yingying said in a fairly relaxed tone. The strength of these few people was average, and their equipment was quite good. So in the last 3 days, everyone could only fight for their lives. Elimination was also death. So it was better to fight with all their might. On the first day, Lin Xiaojin and the others had encountered 70 waves of assassinations. And just 5 minutes ago, they had just solved a wave. Luckily, there were energy eggs to replenish them. Otherwise, they would have died from energy depletion even if they hadn't been killed after a wave of killing. These came to hunt them at the same time also allowed them to get a lot of supplies. At least now, there was no shortage of defense suits. When they first arrived at Sand City, it was still a city. Now there are explosions everywhere. A defense collapsed into a piece of rubble. Thick smoke could be seen almost everywhere. And a few of them were now traveling through it. Lin Xiaojin and the others didn't head towards the center of the city, but kept circling around the outer areas. The top 100 rankings had been constantly changing, and Qinlanqing was stable at around 60. The top 3 were really very strong. The first day hadn't made any changes to the 3 of them. Instead, the points were surging. This was enough to show how strong the top 3 were. The top 3 were all relatively far away from them, and Lin Xiaojin didn't want to encounter them. There are still 2 days left. If we hold on for 2 days, we'll be able to go back, Xianli said. That's right. Going back now was the goal that sustained them. They fought and fled along the way. The first day was more frantic. The second day, on the contrary, the people they encountered seemed to be much less. This was because almost a large portion of the participating group members were exterminated on the first day. Bang bang. The surroundings were either explosions or laser gunfire. All sorts of alien powers. High-tech weapons were up in every corner of this city. The defensive suits were changed at least 3 times by each of them in just 2 days. Even Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoyao's defensive suits had received varying degrees of damage. There are no more defensive suits. Everyone be careful, Lin Xiaojin said hurriedly. They had also faced crowds of people besieging them. But they had super powerful laser cannons, including the cybernetic arm Lin Xiaojin had later obtained. Only one was obtained, so it was given to Wang Han to use. He only had one arm left anyway, and the other vacant arm was just right to install the cybernetic arm. Third day. The last day. Lin Xiaojin even had some excitement. The last day they were about to make it out. They hadn't slept in the past 2 days, resting for 5 minutes at most. Luckily there was the stamina liquid and Lin Xiaojin's space water to keep their spirits up. But such high intensity and being attacked anytime, anywhere was still overwhelming. Xiaonua, Wang Han, Lin Xiaojin, and the 3 of them had experienced this before. But not for such a long time. Xianli and Zhou Ying, 2 people obviously some can't eat. Eye sockets black. Eyes are full of red blood color scary. I'm afraid that the only one in the best condition was Lucky Star. It didn't seem to affect her much. But her white and tender little face was also dirty. And her hair was in disarray. But Mu Xiaozhuang was not so good. After all, she was a small child. Although she had their protection. But the constant danger. Mu Xiaozhuang also continued to be mentally nervous. And continued to use her powers. A small face became waxy and yellow. When the others heard Lin Xiaojin's words, the fatigue on their faces also had some spirit. That was just the last day, which was 24 hours. But those 24 hours were the next craziest time. Something's not right, Xiaonua said with a gloomy face. Everyone looked toward Xiaonua and found him looking at the entry watch. There's a 5th place Tu Yaoxing coming towards us, Wang Han said with a cold voice. Coming towards us for what? Does it want to that us points? Xianli frowned and said, ranking the top 5 Tu Yaoxing. They didn't know where they could escape to if they wanted to escape the night right now. According to their speed, it is estimated that they will arrive in 15 minutes. Xiaonua said gruffly. The crowd was nervous for a moment. Ranking top 5. The strength must be very strong. There's no way to hide. Then go on, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, while the bottom of his eyes were ice cold. The crowd stayed here long ago, and there was no way back. Everyone had only one chance. The crowd quickly recovered their state. This time, it was a top 5 ranked Tu Yaoxing with strong strength. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that it would affect Mu Xiaozhuang and Lucky Star. Immediately took out the Land Traveler, which had been modified by Green Star to have a remote control system. Lin Xiaojin pulled Mu Xiaozhuang over and said with a serious face, take care of your sister and hide inside the Land Traveler. Sister Xiaojin. Mu Xiaoyao's eyes were slightly red. But she still picked up Lucky Star and nodded seriously. Mummy. Lucky Star was a little unhappy at the sight. His little face wrinkled. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly took out snacks from space and stuffed them into Lucky Star's arms. She said, little good sister will take you to a fun place. In a moment Mummy will come over to look for you. Lucky Star agreed and beamed. Lin Xiaojin gently comforted Lucky Star's little head and hurriedly let the 2 of them enter the Landwalker. Lin Xiaojin also put blast wind in. If they encountered a special situation, Gale would be able to protect them. Lin Xiaojin manipulated the land vehicle to leave this place and hide in a distant place. The land vehicle also had a protection system all upgraded by Green Star. Can scan the surrounding and then look for a safe place to hide. Soon the Landwalker looked for a piece of ruins to hide. Mom. Lucky Star aggravated tears of big drops fell. After all, it was still a child less than 2 years old. There was a display in the Landwalker with Green Star's upgraded L system. Soon the Landwalker's AI Green's voice emerged. Hearing Lucky Star's cries, purposely playing cartoons to attract Lucky Star's attention. Seeing the cartoon, Lucky Star was soon attracted. It is true that any cartoon is able to attract children. Mu Xiaoxiao also had memories of watching cartoons as a child. But she was completely out of the mood now. She was nervous and scared. If something happened to Sister Xiaojin and the others, what should they do? Mu Xiaoyao was worried and was not in the mood to watch cartoons. Instead, she used her supernatural powers to check the situation around her from time to time. but using them for a long period of time would also make her tired. It was very safe in the Land Rover. Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't slept much for 2 or 3 days. Lucky Star had always had someone to hold her at her young age. But Mu Xiaoxiao didn't. She was older after all. And being in constant danger was very stressful for her. The temperature of the Land Walker is the right temperature. She leaned on the plush body of Blast Wind. Only the soft sound of cartoons. Unconsciously, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyelids feel so heavy. So tired. Change in a comfortable environment. Mu Xiaoxiao cannot help but close her eyes and sleep. Compared to this side, Lin Xiaojin's side is very dangerous. The top 5 to Yao Xing had a total of 6 people. They also had Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaoran, Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, Zhou Yingying, Xi and Li, a total of 7 people. Although their number was 1 more. The other party's overall strength was much stronger than theirs. Soon the top 5 ranked individuals appeared in front of them. Compared to their woes, the top 5 ranked ones were no better. Just when Lin Xiaojin and the others thought a nasty fight was up, the other party suddenly voiced out. "We're not looking for a fight," a man said loudly. "We're here to cooperate. I'm sure you guys are also under siege. And there are quite a few people who have joined forces now. You are the closest to us. That's why we chose you." The men spoke very quickly, as if they were afraid that Lin Xiaojin would just make a move without stopping their words. Lin Xiaojin heard the other party's words, and although all of them didn't make an immediate move, their supernatural abilities, as well as their weapons, were ready at all times. Once there was a situation, war was imminent. "You want to find us cooperation?" Lin Xiaojin asked in a suspicious voice with some disbelief. "Not bad. The top 3 ranked planets have already cooperated, so their rankings can't fall, as you can see," the man said. "Otherwise, with so many people besieging them, they would have been overwhelmed long ago." It turned out that the top 3 in the rankings had already joined forces a long time ago. No wonder they were able to support themselves for so long. They were already under siege by so many people. So don't even think about how many people were in the top 3. We have no signs of planning to unite. Lin Xiaojin directly rejected it away. They were ranked 65. And they were cooperating with a ranked 5? We have enough points. As long as we hold steady for these few hours, we'll be able to enter the galaxy. And now that the madness is attacking us, it's best for us to join forces. The man obviously didn't quite want to give up and continued. "Don't you guys notice? Now that our 2 groups are here, there are already many less people coming to attack us," the man said undeterred. "That's right. With their 2 planetary crews here, there were indeed quite a few people who didn't come to attack them directly. It was still a deterrent. Let's think about it," Lin Xiaojin said after some thought. "Good." The man wasn't continuing to rush Lin Xiaojin either. Both sides were separated by a street, wary of each other. But no one made a move. "Cooperation?" Lin Xiaojin inquired to Xiao Nuo. "The other party's equipment is similar to theirs. Rather, their defense suits are all just normal level," Lin Xiaojin said. "Ordinary level defensive suits. The weapons and equipment consumed very quickly even after fighting until now. But Lin Xiaojin was different from them in that Lin Xiaojin could quickly collect supplies and could store them in space. But their strength is unknown," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin discussed with Xiao Nuo and the others and decided to cooperate for the time being. The 2 teams would not intrude or attack each other. Their 2 teams would live in peace on this street for the time being. And if someone came to attack them, they would work together to fight the enemy. Lin Xiaojin's final decision was told to the other party. And he didn't expect the other party to think the same way. The 2 teams wanted to trust each other. That was impossible. Now they had temporarily reached a truce. 2 streets, opposing each other, not attacking each other, and at the same time creating a deterrent to the others. Although it was agreed that we won't attack each other, we still need to be more careful. We can't let our guard down at the last second," Lin Xiaojin said heavily. Everyone nodded, while Zhou Yingying frowned and said, "Who knows if they will give me a stab in the end." This kind of thing they had experienced quite a bit in Chenlan Qing. "That's why we need to be more careful. Our biggest enemy right now might be them," Lin Xiaojin said in a cold voice. Lin Xiaojin counted the points. Ranked in the top 5 points. If they were hunting their points, it was likely that they would be ranked into the top 3. The difference in points between the 4th and 5th place was very small. Only a difference of 10 points. But now there were still 10 hours to go before the end. For the time being there was still a benefit to them not attacking each other for these few hours. At least there were indeed far fewer people attacking them. Lin Xiaojin was observing them. And all 6 of Tu Yaoxing's people were also observing Lin Xiaojin and the others. Almost all of the people who came to attack them were rushing towards them Qinlan Xing. And the people from Tu Yaoxing chose to stand by and watch. After experiencing 2 waves, Lin Xiaojin and the others realized that something was not normal. They aren't trying to cooperate with us at all. Instead, they are using us to draw fire. Lin Xiaojin gasped. A top 5 ranking and a top 60 ranking. Most of them would choose the latter to attack. As long as they made it into the top 100. It was a lot easier for them. Although they were used to draw fire, it was true that there were less people attacking them as well. It seems like our biggest enemy isn't these layers of people attacking us, but rather Tu Yaoxing Xiao Nuo hit the nail on the head. We can't go on like this. Otherwise we'll keep consuming until the last moment when they attack us. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "Should we get out of here?" Zhang Wish said. "That side is watching us at all times. I'm afraid that as soon as we make a move they will find out." Xian Li frowned and said, "As expected, any cooperation had a 2-sided sword. But now their disadvantage was even more obvious. There are still 5 hours left. Let's calm down first," Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, taking advantage of the fact that there were no other enemies yet. All of them calmed down. Wang Han, Xiao Nua, and Zhang Wan all nervously looked at Tu Yaoxing's people. Both sides were staring at each other closely. "If we don't leave here, I'm afraid they'll fight us if they want to get into the top 3, Lin Xiaojin analyzed. "They've been watching us from the side. Luckily we still have laser cannons that aren't even being used," Xian Li said. For a while the crowd fell into silence. The other party's intentions were too obvious. But there was no obvious good way now. If they escaped now, they were afraid that they would face more enemies. If they didn't escape then, there was a possibility that they would face off against the top 5 ranked Tu Yaoxing. "There is another way," Xiao Nuo, who hadn't said anything, said in a deep voice. "What?" Lin Xiaojin asked. The crowd also looked at Xiao Nuo nervously. The current situation was a dilemma for them. But they really couldn't afford to be consumed for a long time. "Let's attack Tu Yaoxing," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Xian Li and Zhou Yinging both grew their mouths in surprise. They couldn't even hide now. Xiao Nuo actually wanted to directly attack Tu Yaoxing. The 4 people, Wang Han, Zhang Wish, Lin Xiaojin, and Lin Xiaoran seemed to understand when they heard Xiao Nuo's words. "I see," Lin Xiaojin said. This was a solution. But it was risky. Zhou Yinging and Xian Li both looked at Lin Xiaojin in doubt. They attacked Tu Yaoxing. The other people who came to attack them would stop and wait until they had a lose-lose fight with Tu Yaoxing, taking advantage of their mentality of wanting to pick up a bargain. These 3 parties were enemies and didn't trust each other. So that they, Chun Bluestar, might be able to make a hole out of it. If the 3 parties attacked, Tu Yaoxing wouldn't want to stand by and do nothing. Wouldn't the last 5 hours be a desperate battle? Although the method is a bit risky. It's really our best option today, Wang Han said in a deep voice. Escaping is also a siege. Not escaping is also a siege. Then it can't be Tu Yaoxing to look good. Didn't he want to see them surrounded and then attack them well? Then they would favor a good fight to the death stop. Maybe if we destroy Tu Yaoxing, then we'll leap into the top 3, Lin Xiaojin said jokingly. Lin Xiaojin's tone spoke easily, but the tension under her eyes was not hidden from the crowd. Who wouldn't be nervous at this time? It's life or death. It's in the next few hours, Lin Xiaojin said heavily. The crowd, who had already made their decision, were ready to prepare for an attack towards the 6 people of Tu Yaoxing. Lin Xiaojin planned to directly take advantage of their defenses and charge them with a laser blast first. They had been watching the show for so long. It was time to give them a taste. They are strong. But we can't lose, Lin Xiaojin said in a solitary throw. They had traveled all the way. And although their strength might not be as strong as Tu Yaoxing, their level of tacit understanding and trust along the way was definitely not comparable to others. Can't lose, Xian Li said with tenacity in her eyes. Everyone knew that this was the last stop, and the one that would determine whether they would live or die. And having fought their way here, they absolutely could not lose. There was another wave of enemies leaning towards them, and Lin Xiaojin spotted them at the first opportunity. Lin Xiaojin had long ago released Red Dazzle in advance. Red Dazzle had no positional lock on them coming out. Lin Xiaojin nodded towards Red Dazzle, who sneaked out with a laser cannon in his hand, looking for the best position to attack. A minute later, with a loud explosion, the small two-story building that Tu Yaoxing was hiding in was directly blown to smithereens. The enemies that were going to come up to surround them all stopped temporarily, seemingly not expecting the two of them to fight. So those who were going to siege Lin Xiaojin, they all slowly stopped, instead looking at the place from a short distance away. Wait, they're fighting. Let's wait until the end before going over to put together a wave. A man hurriedly called out to his teammate and said, "We'll go after they spar both." Good. So there were a few people from the planetary group surrounding the area. None of them rushed up at the first opportunity, but were watching the fight between Chen Blue Star and Tu Yao Star. That one just now was a laser cannon attack. Right? You guys look at the map location. Not a single person from Tu Yao Star actually died. Then why aren't they out yet? Were they buried? This was a laser cannon. If they were hit by a single shot, without advanced defense suits, they would be directly blown up. Let's wait on it. I didn't expect Chen Langxing to actually get this kind of advanced weapon. This kind of laser cannon didn't even blow up the people from Tu Yao Star. It's true that the top 5 ranked planets are really strong. Lin Xiaojin vaguely heard those hidden people talking, but her attention was now in the ruins in front of her. The position in the contestants' watch. None of them were dead, and Lin Xiaojin knew that it was impossible to wipe out the entire opponent with a single laser cannon shot. The laser cannon's time was 10 minutes. Lin Xiaojin let Red Dazzle take the laser cannon and hide around. At the same time, there was also Blue Zhan. The Green Star trio took sniper rifles and hid in the shadows. This way they had 3 more people, and were still hidden. Lin Xiaojin's several people did not move towards the ruins at the first time. Lin Xiaojin's hand holding a double knife in the hand tightly gripped, nervously looking at the front. The dust and gray of the ruins gradually dispersed, gradually clearing up. What is this? Zhou Yingying's eyes with surprise looked at this kind of picture in front of her. Several people in front of the eyes, 6 people directly into a huge turtle image looming in front of the crowd. This is their supernatural ability. They Tu Yaoxing has joint supernatural ability. Supernatural energy is similar, can form a huge energy. The 6 of them were also handpicked. The combined ability of the 6 was to have a super strong defense, which was why they were able to enter the top 5. Turtle shell, Zhang Wish said with a frown, as it really was a huge turtle shell from its appearance. The few people from Tu Yaoxing were almost unharmed. No wonder they were wearing ordinary defensive suits. With such strong defense, even if they were wearing ordinary defensive suits, they were very difficult to attack. Chen Langxing, saying goodbye to cooperation, you guys actually sneak attacked us. How shameless. A woman from the Tu Yao Star cursed towards Lin Xiaojin and the others. Shameless? You're the one who's shameless. Saying goodbye to cooperation, you guys are watching the show, waiting for us to be consumed, and then coming over to attack us? Think we're fools? Zhou Yingying exasperatedly said, her voice rising. Zhou Yingying seemed to have hit the nail on the head. And Tu Yaoxing's woman, her face reddening, was just about to continue cursing with Zhou Yingying when she was pulled back by the man. Don't curse with them. Since they've torn their faces apart, there's nothing more to say, the man said indifferently. As long as we kill them, we will have enough points to enter the top 3. And then our lifespan will increase again. The man finished this sentence with a hint of excitement. That's right. Chen Blue Star was originally over 60. But after the killings just now, the points had accumulated quite a bit more, and they were now 55th in the rankings. Now the top 100 ranking points were only being rapidly replaced after the back 80. The ones in front of them almost didn't move much anymore. At the back was the difference in strength. The more ranked planets got more supplies and equipment than other planet groups. Should we work together to finish off these people around us before this? The man said with a slight frown as he looked around at the more than 10 people who were also spectating. Lin Xiaojin had a cold face, while Zhang Wish couldn't help but curse. Damn. You guys agreed to cooperate before, and I haven't seen you guys put up a fight. You guys don't want to see anyone around to pick up the slack, right? The man did not care about Zhang Wang's words, but continued. We don't mind at all, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. The man's face frowned slightly, but he didn't continue to say anything. If you can't talk, there's nothing to talk about. So just kill and be done with it. The other planetary groups surrounding the onlookers all tacitly stopped their hands and watched as Chen Blue Star fought with Tu Yao Star. Wind, fire, water, and thunder systems, all kinds of supernormal capabilities hit Tu Yaoxing's body, and still didn't break the turtle shell shrouded over their heads. How come there are so many different kinds of alien energy on Qinlingsing? Yes, there are actually so many kinds of alien energy gathered in one planet. In the middle of the galactic universe, a planet basically probably awakened one kind of alien ability. There were also several kinds, but they wouldn't participate in such an important competition. This was because the alien abilities were too mixed and chaotic, and it was felt that they simply couldn't work well together, where they knew that Qinlanqing was afraid that they were the only ones left alive. Yingying, add power, Lin Xiaojin said sharply. Good. Zhou Yingying answered, and immediately added the strength-based ability to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin rushed directly in front of him, holding the knife in his hand, and directly barreled down with force. Lin Xiaojin used 90% of his strength, in addition to Zhou Yingying's increase. This force was very terrifying. Touch. The turtle image actually shook a few points. A few of them couldn't help but take a few steps back like, what a strong power. The woman standing at the end of Tu Yaoxing couldn't help but say. The powerful impact caused their powers to fluctuate. And although their defenses were strong, such a powerful impact force made several of them somewhat unable to carry it. We can't just defend. Let them make us attack with great force, Tu Yaoxing's man standing at the front said in a cold voice. The woman in front of them looked petite, but her outburst of power was actually so strong. If they let her keep on impacting like this, it would be draining their energy all the time. Lin Xiaojin also seemed to have never thought that the defense of these few people combined was so strong. No wonder even the laser cannon's attack could be resisted. However, Lin Xiaojin wasn't like the laser cannon that needed time to replenish its energy. Lin Xiaojin attacked with force 2 at a time, even if it was strong. After her non-stop consumption, I'm afraid it wouldn't last long. As long as this defense was broken, they would have hope of victory. Tu Yaoxing's people suddenly withdrew their powers. The image of the turtle shell in the air disappeared, and several people instantly rushed up without any nonsense. Tu Yaoxing's people's body type should be robust. All of them were like bodybuilders. Even women's body type was more robust than Qinlanqing's men. Tu Yaoxing's physical fitness was very strong. Their resistance to blows was very strong. And their weapon was a mechanical grip that they carried on their hands, which could increase their strength. The scene became chaotic as the crowd twisted and fought together. Tu Yaoxing's supernatural ability was able to resist the attacks brought about by the supernatural ability. Tu Yaoxing can be ranked in the top 5. Their strength is not only strong. There are also equipment. Seemingly ordinary defensive clothing actually is a special grade defensive clothing is able to carry out camouflage. For a time except for Lin Xiaojin, the rest of Xiao Nua were in a disadvantageous position. Tu Yaoxing is completely a turtle shell, hitting them as if there is no use. But hitting us with a punch hurts, Zhang Wish said with a frown. Slowly we're out with them. After holding out for 3 hours. 3 hours, as long as it's over we'll win, Wang Han said with a frown. Nowadays, they could only consume them. The people of Tu Yaoxing did not expect that the woman who looked like Lin Xiaojin was weak actually possessed such a strong strength. Tu Yaoxing's captain was one-on-one with Lin Xiaojin, and even though he possessed the level of defense of a turtle shell, he could still feel the pain as long as he was hit by Lin Xiaojin's heavy punch. Lin Xiaojin chose to attack only one point, which was the man's chest. Yingying. Accelerate, Lin Xiaojin said in a sharp voice. Zhou Yingying heard Lin Xiaojin's voice, and immediately gave Lin Xiaojin another increase in speed. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved in front of the man one after the other. The speed of his punches was increased so fast that he could only see a trail of residual shadows around him. Lin Xiaojin quickly attacked a point on the man's chest. In just a few dozen seconds Lin Xiaojin attacked dozens of punches, almost 1 punch per second. Lin Xiaojin all attacked on a point. After dozens of punches, the man's body's advanced defense suit was instantly scrapped. Poof! The man instantly sprayed blood from his mouth. Captain! The people of Tu Yaoxing shouted nervously when they saw that their captain was injured. The man hurriedly stuffed a black pill into his mouth, which should be a pill to help restore his strength. Lin Xiaojin wouldn't let this almost go, and would only make a bang, instantly moving up to continue to fight the man against the man. The air bursts generated by the air around the bang were all made by Lin Xiaojin with her fists. The man's hand with the mechanical grasp and Lin Xiaojin fist is like mechanical grasp of the injury to Lin Xiaojin. But also just let the pain is just a little bit. Blood did not flow down to recover as before. Zhang Wang. Wang Han. Several of them also suffered different degrees of injuries. But they all have energy eggs. Will immediately replenish the body's energy. Nowadays, the competition is about their physical strength, as well as the reserves of energy liquid. And the strength of both sides is actually not very different. After all, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo are two people with strong strength and supernormal capabilities. Zhou Yingying, Xian Li, and Lin Xiaoran were mostly playing a supporting role. Lin Xiaoran's embodiment has a multifaceted assistance and can interfere with them at any time. There was still 1 hour left until the end, and both sides were not fighting too well. Tu Yaoxing's captain was seriously injured by Lin Xiaojin. The rest of them were also injured. And of course Lin Xiaojin and their side were all injured as well. Let's not fight. Time is almost over. They're coming. We'll lose both of us and cheapen the people from the other planets. The woman from planet Tu Yao said in a hurry. It was not bad. The other planetary groups around them had already begun to move stupidly towards them. If their two teams were attacking at this time, I'm afraid that it would really cheapen the group. Bump! Watch out! Lin Xiaojin shouted. Xiao Nu immediately used time pause, and Lin Xiaojin hurriedly kicked the laser cannon that had been thrown in their midst. Touch! The time pause ended, and a huge explosion occurred next to them. The group of planets had started throwing projectiles towards them, and for a while, there were explosions all around them. There were random gunshots all around. At this moment it was the last moment. No one was continuing to wait down. A chaotic and incomparable fight was on screen here. Not only here, but everywhere in the entire planet Camel. Sand City, which had been an entire city when they first came in, was now in ruins everywhere. At the last moment, everyone had reddened their eyes and fought for their lives, either dying here or being eliminated, fighting to the last just for a ray of hope. Life here is like a mole cricket. I don't know how many people die in a second. Surrounded by shells, machine gun fire, all kinds of supernatural ability to kill. In the last half hour, suddenly all the equipment cannot be used. This is the last rule of the competition egg. The last half an hour is a physical combat. The use of alien energy crazy battle. Xian Li was lucky to use her ice ability to block most of the bullets. Their defensive clothing would have been scrapped long ago. Zhang Wan also blocked a few bullets for Zhou Yingying. And if it wasn't for the energy egg, Zhang Wan was afraid that he would have died on the spot. Although Zhang Quan's life wasn't in danger, the bullets still remained in his body. Lin Xiaoran was also covered in blood. His back was blown up and bloody. The hot weapons were useless, so they could only live to fight hard. Plop plop plop. Lin Xiaojin used instantaneous transfer to keep weaving around. She could no longer see anyone. All around her was the smoke after the shells. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of smoke choked her throat. The chaos of the crowd kind of. Lin Xiaojin told Green Star and the others to hurry to find the Landwalker. Lucky Star and Mu Xiaoru are still inside. They can't be okay. Poof. Lin Xiaojin, a panic, her back was stabbed. Lin Xiaojin reversed over and kicked the man away. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. Although there is no wound, but it really hurts. She is not afraid of wounds, but she is afraid of pain. The smoke was blinding. I don't know how long it took. The people around them fell piece by piece. I don't know how many people died. Lin Xiaojin also can't remember how many people she killed. Just kept on killing. And other people didn't listen to stabbing her. Finally, it was over. Tick-tock. As the countdown ended, the surroundings were suddenly clear. All the planetary groups that made it into the top 100. And the competition watches gave out a congratulatory tick-tock sound. The surrounding smoke gradually dispersed. And Lin Xiaojin shouted in the middle of the ruins. Xiao Nuo. Brother. Lin Xiaojin shouted. She turned around and saw a few people from Tu Yaoxing. They lived up to their name with very strong defenses. Even with broken arms and legs, they survived. Lin Xiaojin and Tu Yaoxing, several people looked at each other and did not continue to fight on. The match had already ended. There was no need to fight to the death. Lin Xiaojin opened the location of the competition watch and hurriedly went to look for the others. Brother. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin looked at the two people excitedly. Everyone else also helped each other to come over from amongst the rubble. Their faces were covered in stained blood, and their defensive suits were tattered and torn. Xian Li's face was injured by a shell. Zhou Yingying's calf was smashed, and one of her brother's eyes was injured and bleeding. Xiao Nuo's back and arms were all injured as well. And Wang Han wasn't much better. missing an arm, not to mention his ear was also injured. "We're all alive," Lin Xiaojin said with a hoarse voice. "As long as we live. There is hope. As long as one lives, everything will be fine." The people stretched out their hands, which were covered in dirt and dirty blood, and they all clasped tightly together. "We can go back," Lin Xiaojin said in a hoarse voice. "We're all alive," Xianli said with red eyes, holding back her choked voice. Zhou Yingying's eyes had already been coaxed with tears. Zhang Wang had been seriously injured in order to save her. The last hour of the fight was so gruesome that there weren't enough energy eggs to go around. Surrounded by broken corpses, it was a miracle that they were able to survive such a dense bomb. The physical fight behind was even more desperate. Everyone was holding on to certain death in the fight. Green Star also retrieved the land vehicle. So the land vehicle is safe and sound. Land vehicle open. Inside the Lucky Star and Mu Xiaomao too, still on top of the sweet sleep. Around the placement of a variety of snack bags. Their quietness was in stark contrast to their surroundings, which was also due to the land vehicle's anti-disturbance device. And also because they were lucky not to be hit by the shells. Tick-tock. The participant watches sent out a message that they would be beamed back in 1 hour. They will be teleported to the galaxy for system entry. And 3 days later the planet they are on will enter the galaxy. At that time, they will be able to teleport directly back to the galaxy. Saying this, the participant watches of the crowd connected together, and a huge teleportation array appeared in the middle. Not only them. A total of 100 such teleportation light arrays rose up in the middle of Sand City. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly put the Landwalker and the Green Star into the space, and then picked up the Lucky Star. Mu Xiaoxiao also followed closely up. Everyone entered the teleportation array at the same time. "It's finally time to leave this place," Xianli couldn't help but say. The 3 months here had been intense stress for everyone. And looking at the corpses and ruins that littered the ground around them, they had almost become one of them. "We're finally going back," Lin Xiaojin said. The crowd was greatly relieved in their hearts. Even though they were all injured, they were all relieved at this moment. As the teleportation array counted down, they finally left this place. There was an intense glow that made the crowd feel dizzy, and they all passed out from the intense pressure of the teleportation. Only Lin Xiaojin, her body could clearly feel such pressure. Her body cells were resisting it. The flow of space around her. The energy of space made her resist opening her eyes. Colorful energy. Was this kind the secret of spatial teleportation? The crowd only felt that a long time had passed, as if they were waking up after anesthesia. But only Lin Xiaojin knew that they had teleported for but a moment. "This is here?" Xianli saw a silver space around them, and they were transported to an all-white house. Congratulations to Chen Lanqing for obtaining the qualification to enter the galaxy. In the white room, a huge screen appeared in the center, playing an image of their entire Chen Blue Star. "It's our planet," Zhou Yingying said with some excitement. But being so excited, the injuries on her feet wailed in pain. "It's our planet." Lin Xiaojin also carried excitement in the bottom of her eyes. From the big screen, they were able to see that their planet seemed to emit light, and was moving slowly. Chen Blue Star's final ranking was at 59th place. So their planet would enter the galaxy, but would also be in the middle. Chen Blue Star will officially enter the galaxy in 15 days. A line of text was displayed on the screen. After the planet entered the galaxy, the entire planet would be drastically upgraded, and the lifespan would increase overall. They would rest here for an hour, and then they would be transported to Chen Blue Star. The rest of the text was a few notes about Chen Star entering the galaxy, which had a common currency. "There's still an hour left before we can return to Chen Star. I'm not dreaming. Am I?" Xianli said excitedly. "It's true. It says we'll be teleported back in an hour." Zhou Yingying also said excitedly. They had been out for so long, and finally they were going back. And it felt like they were going home. Lin Xiaojin was also excited at first, but seeing the galactic code on the screen, the more Lin Xiaojin looked at it, the more gloomy her face became. But now that she was immediately able to return to Chen Lanqing, Lin Xiaojin didn't want to disturb everyone's positivity. Also seeing the galactic code was Xiao Nua. The two tacitly glanced at each other, a hint of worry hidden in the bottom of their eyes. But now it was already for the best. They would soon be able to return to Chen Blue Star, which was already unimaginable for them. With an hour left, Lin Xiaojin took out energy water from space and rushed to treat everyone's wounds. Wang Han's heart was even more excited. As their planet entered the galaxy, He was one step closer to finding Zhu Jingjing. And their child should be over a year old. Wang Han's heart was excited, thinking of Zhu Jingjing's lovely face. Soon. Soon. They will be able to meet soon. Their injuries had temporarily recovered some after the treatment of the space water, and the rest of them could only slowly recuperate. The teleportation was about to begin. They were all a little excited mentally. They would be able to return to their planet soon. By the time they returned to Qianlan planet, the entire planet would enter the galaxy. And because of the planet's size, the entire shuttle process would also take 15 days. I also don't know how they locate Qianlan star, being able to teleport such a large planet as a whole into the galaxy. Zhou Yingying said curiously. What kind of energy would be inside the galaxy? They didn't know any of this. But now that they were able to return to Qianlanqing, they were already content. With the countdown, the entire white rooms began to collapse. This time the spatial instantaneous transfer was obviously longer. The crowd was a little overwhelmed, waiting for Lin Xiaojin to open her eyes here again. The surroundings are gray and cloudy, and the familiar hissing sound in the distance makes Lin Xiaojin's heart excited. Never before had she felt that the hissing sound of a zombie would actually make her so excited. She got up in a hurry. The long-distance teleportation in space just now. Xiao Nu and the others were all lying on the ground. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly went to check on them, presumably too tired. The last 3 months everyone had not rested. The breathing of all of them was very even. It seemed that they were all asleep. Lin Xiaojin's physical strength was strong. Also only slept for an hour or two before she woke up. She looked around. They landed on the roof of a tall building. Looking up was gray weather. Should the whole planet move? Lin Xiaojin looked at the familiar city. The whole person breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Xiaojin looked around. This is not their country Z. The iconic Iron Tower in the distance. Here Europe. Teleportation actually teleported them here. Lin Xiaojin looked around. The circle around is still safe. They are now on the roof of a 20-story building. I also don't know that the zombies today have mutated into this. These zombies can be energy crystals that those people have specially cultivated. Since he entered Qianlanqing after the competition, this star is a master. Now she is still considered the nominal owner of this planet. Lin Xiaojin looked at the gray sky and the entire dead city. Lin Xiaojin actually felt somewhat safe. In this short period of more than a year, she had been to quite a few planets. But it seemed that at this moment, there was no such thing as this dead and familiar city to give her a sense of security. Suddenly thought of a saying. The golden nest is not as good as one's own doghouse. Although the words are coarse, but at this moment can fully express her mood, although they should be in Europe right now. But Lin Xiaojin's space has a spaceship. And I'm afraid that the speed of the spaceship can reach any place in Qianlan Star in a few minutes. But as long as she could be in Qianlan Star, being in that place was the same for her. After returning to Qianlan Star, she planned to start upgrading her space. But not now. First find a place to settle down. And the space upgrade did not know how much time it would take. She did not want to be putting the little bun in the space. He had already been living in the space for too long. If Lin Xiaojin was able to live a stable life, the little bun would still have to live outside and grow. The little bun would grow bigger and bigger. It was impossible for Lin Xiaojin to keep putting the little bun in the space to live. About 2 hours later, Xiao Nu woke up. Perhaps because of the migration of the entire planet. So the entire Qianlan Star sky had been in a gray state. You're the first one to wake up, Lin Xiaojin said softly when she saw Xiao Nu waking up. Xiao Nu listened to the familiar hissing of the zombies as he said, "We're back." "Well, back," Lin Xiaojin responded. Once thought that this Qianlan planet which was full of holes, this planet of crisis, never thought that one day it would actually make them miss it so much. Compared to the danger outside, the danger of Qianlan was nothing. I also don't know if the zombies have evolved yet today, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. However, Lin Xiaojin was not worried at all. Even if the zombies were evolving, nowadays their strength was crushing the existence of zombies. Evolution or not, the crystal beads can also be replenished with energy, although it seems to be less useful to them. Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaojin both stood on the rooftop. The hissing sound of zombies came from the ground. Lin Xiaojin looked at the zombies below. It seemed that they hadn't become too much. What's wrong? Xiao Nu asked as he saw Lin Xiaojin with a touch of surprise in her eyes. Where? I saw a bit of fire. Lin Xiaojin was a little unbelievable, pointing to the place in the distance. There was actually a fire. Could it be that there were still people alive here? This made Lin Xiaojin a little unbelievable. Likewise, Xiao Nua was also surprised. But Xiao Nua didn't have Lin Xiaojin's so good eyesight. He followed Lin Xiaojin's finger to look over. He could only see a gray cloudy piece. Lin Xiaojin thought that those Atlan's people had captured everyone in Qinlingsing as slaves in the beginning. Perhaps there were also really people who were able to escape? If these people could survive, they should really be thankful to Lin Xiaojin and the others. And after 15 days, their lifespan would follow suit. Lin Xiaojin listened to the hissing of the zombies. Not only will their lifespan increase, but I'm afraid these zombies will as well. Right? About 6 hours later, Wang Han and the others woke up one after another, leaving the two children still awake. The crowd has been hungry for so long. Lin Xiaojin took out a lot of food from the space. The crowd ate and lamented. A few people's injuries were also almost recovered. Lin Xiaojin still had one energy egg left to distribute to the crowd, which allowed the crowd's wounds to recover a little faster. We're finally back. I've never felt like the hissing of the zombies made us miss so much. Zhou Yingying said. Yeah. Outside the universe is really big. And compared to the dangers outside, the zombies are really nothing. Xian Li also said with a sigh, thinking about how terrified they looked when they faced a zombie, to now thinking that zombies were nothing. They had experienced too much in between. It had been a long time since they had a good meal. And now eating on this broken penthouse was the most comforting meal they had ever had. We need to find a place to land, Lin Xiaojin said with some fretfulness. They needed to find a stable place to live. Right now Qinlingsing was full of zombies. They needed to clear out a place within 15 days. After their planet entered the galaxy in 15 days, they needed to set up a star network and some other things. Even if their planet entered the galaxy, it was still a low-class planet. They don't need to buy the equipment to set up the star network for the time being. Fortunately, she got a lot of high-tech things from Coldwater City underneath Coldwater Planet at the beginning. Once they entered the galaxy, their planet was listed in the galaxy, and there were still a bunch of things waiting for them to establish. As the crowd listened to Lin Xiaojin's words, Xian Li sighed slightly. It seems like there's a lot more we need to do. But right now it's just a few of us. Which is, it's not like there's still a bunch of zombies, Zhou Yingying said jokingly. But it's only a short 15 days off. How can we find a suitable place? Now that Qinlingsing was on the move, there wasn't any satellite positioning system anymore. I also don't know if these zombies will follow the evolution when they enter the galaxy, Zhang Wan said. We have to slowly wipe out so many zombies around the globe anyway. Right? A single laser cannon can wipe out a large portion. But it's too many. Zhou Yingying sighed. The main reason was that there were too few of them nowadays. Eat and drink enough. Let's set off and find a place to land, Lin Xiaojin said. We're in Europe now. Should we find an uninhabited island? Xian Li said. There were quite a few large and small islands on this side of Europe. And there were also private islands. The kind of private islands that had been built by people, and might even be able to stay. Lin Xiaojin thought this was good. But there were still a lot of dense zombies down there. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the airship from space, although it was a bit of a big deal. But nowadays, this was the only way for them to get around. Sitting on the airship. The airship was of a very high class, and came with its own surrounding scanning system. A large number of lower-class creatures have been detected in the surrounding area. The airship's electronic voice gave out a red alert. And the airship also had an overall three-dimensional display of the surroundings. The speed of the airship was very fast, and it could also traverse wormholes. So Lin Xiaojin chose to manually float and pilot it. They also wanted to check out Qinlingsing's current situation. I remember there's a big private island in Europe. It's the private island of the royal family of country Y. Should we occupy it? Xian Li said with some excitement. Xian Li had read the news at first. This private island covered a wide area, and was built very luxuriously. Good. Then let's go there, Lin Xiaojin responded. Nowadays, they were just planning to find a good landing place, and build up the planet to prepare for the arrival of the galaxy. In the future, the Qin Blue Star will be ours, Lin Xiaojin said excitedly with a dark glow under her eyes. Entering the galaxy, they didn't just have to be strong. Qinlingsing had to become strong as well. After entering the galaxy, there was a 5-year quarantine period, during which humans from other planets were not allowed to enter Qinlingsing. This was also considered a protection period for newcomers to the planet. Right? However, Qinlingsing was so dilapidated and depressed nowadays. It was estimated that no one would come to Chinlanching. The specific problem of that private island was unclear to them, so they could only search for it through the airship. The speed of the airship was too fast, and they could only choose the floating mode. A plane ride in Chinlanxing would be enough. They didn't know the exact location of the private island that Xian Li had mentioned, and could only search roughly towards the island. There are still a lot of zombies, but Europe is not as dense as our country, Xian Li said. The overall population of Europe was not as large as their Asia. We don't have a country now either. There will only be us Chinlanching in the future. Xian Li suddenly realized something and continued. We will get better and better in the future. The days are still long. Plus 500 years of lifespan yet. Ha ha. Zhou Yingying was happy just thinking about it. It wouldn't be necessary to have children so early in the future. Right? It didn't seem too late to wait until 100 or 200 years old to have a child. However, what Zhou Yingying didn't know was that with the genetic enhancement, the increase in lifespan would also make it harder to have children. Thinking of this, the crowd's psyche was relaxed for a while. But thinking that these zombies would have to follow them in the same way, there was always some scalp numbness. However, they will enter the galaxy in the future. The weaponry will have more advanced. When the only time to spend more time to clean up the Earth zombies, but also can get a lot of crystal beads. Just think of these zombies as a reserve energy resource. It was better to think of it that way. Found it, Xian Li said happily. This private island was very recognizable, as the center was built with super luxurious buildings. So it was easy to see that the airship had the three-dimensional influence of teleporting around. Lin Xiaojin also saw the small island underneath. In the center was a 5-story high luxury building, and could also see the swimming pool inside. There are also zombies down there. The airship was able to scan out that there were lowly creatures down there. The airship slowly descended, and the people got off. The island was basically untouched, except that it was a bit depressed from not being tidied up for a long time. This is the castle. It is the castle that the Prince of Countrywide built for the royal consort. At that time, I also saw the video on the internet. The building is really too beautiful, Xian Li said with some sighs. But now for a long time no one took care of it. The whole appearance of overgrown weeds and greenery growing everywhere. When the city is deserted, it will slowly change the original state of the city, which is also the result of the planet's self-repair. Along the way did not find anything. This is originally a private manor. Originally few people. So produce mutated zombies are also very few. But before they could walk into the castle, they heard the hissing of the zombies inside. Roar. Several mutated zombies rushed over. And seeing the zombies, Lin Xiaojin actually had a feeling of having been gone for a long time. These zombies also experienced changes after a year. Lin Xiaojin directly took out the laser gun. 2 shots to the zombie's head. Although the zombies have evolved, they are still too weak. Lin Xiaojin walked forward, took out a lightsaber from space, stabbed the barrel in the zombie, and found blue crystal beads. Water type, Lin Xiaojin said, and threw the crystal bead to Xian Li. The one in the other zombie's head was an earth-type crystal bead, and Lin Xiaojin collected it into her space, just in time to expand the land in her space. Xian Li took the crystal bead and tried to absorb it. Now the energy of this crystal bead was too weak for her. Not much use, Xian Li said in a deep voice. It seemed that the level of the zombies hadn't risen too quickly. Several people entered the castle and rushed out. A few zombies were easily solved by them. Once faced with these zombies and daughter-in-law headache, now even if they face a city of zombies, they are not afraid. This may be the strength to bring people bottom. These zombies are estimated to be the servants in the castle. There are also some people who wear guns, but they have long been broken and cannot be used. Compared to Chinlanching's guns, the laser guns in their hands were many times better. The entire castle had been cleared by them. Let's choose our landing place here. We'll have to clean up this place in the next few days, Lin Xiaojin said. Everyone was energized in their hearts. They were all going to live here in the future, so of course they were in a good mood. But such a big place would also need manpower to clean it up. At this time Lin Xiaojin thought of the robots that Green Star had made with Cold Water City. Although there were only 2 of them, they could clean day and night without rest. Lin Xiaojin took the robots out and started cleaning the whole castle. Several of them also went to the castle to pick a room. There were 5 floors, and they all picked a room on the 5th floor. Each room was a suite, although the inside of the room was covered in layers and layers of black dust. The furniture was fine. These were all built by the royal family of the country of Y. So the furniture used was all top quality. It took them a full 2 days to pack up this big castle, during which time the robots were also included. Blue Jean, Red Dazzle, Green Star, and Little Cloud all came out to help. And Lin Xiaojin also released Little Bowsy. Little Bowsy was already almost over 3 years old, and was even happier now that he was in a new environment. In Camille Planet, to get the boundary device can still be used. Green Star used it to modify a little. The entire island set up a boundary. After 3 days of rest and arrangement, the entire castle also has electricity. Little Bun and Lucky Star is still small. Lin Xiaojin specially selected Sweet. 2 children have not seen for a long time. 2 play very happy. Here also have children's special play area. We need to set up a contact system for the entire planet to link to the star network later, Lin Xiaojin said with some fretfulness. Their planet cities today were all zombies, or empty cities. So it would be hard to set up a star network system. Clearing out all the zombies in a short period of time would be whimsical. Lin Xiaojin thought of the occasional fire she saw that day. And she said, maybe there are still living people on Chalon Star? It wasn't possible for that group of people from Atlanta to capture all the people on their planet in the first place. So maybe there were still some who had escaped. Let's set up a network first, and send out a signal to try, Lin Xiaojin said. In fact, Lin Xiaojin didn't hold much hope for the other surviving people on Chalon Planet. Even if Lin Xiaojin and the others set up a network, I'm afraid that the people on Chalon Star wouldn't be able to listen to the channel. After such a long time of fighting, it was not easy to have a quiet place. They naturally wanted to organize this island properly. Lin Xiaojin also planned to start upgrading the space. After all, it was still very safe here. Lin Xiaojin took out a large amount of food from the space, enough for them to eat for 2 months. Then Lin Xiaojin was ready to upgrade the space. This time, the space was upgraded 2 levels in a row. Lin Xiaojin started upgrading the space. Originally thought it would be 2 months, but I didn't think that upgrading the space for a month would be enough. And the time was shortened. The next thing is that they will be at ease and recuperate here. Waiting for the entire planet to enter the galaxy will be fine. The injuries they suffered before have not yet healed well. In the courtyard, Blast Wind was lying on the ground. Lucky Star, Little Bun and Mu Xiao 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 were playing with the 3 children. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were almost recovered. Only Zhou Yingying's leg had injured the bones, and had to recuperate for a while. In these few days, everyone's mindset was very smooth. Wang Han, on the other hand, had a somewhat preoccupied look. More than that, there was some excitement. After all, entering the galaxy would make it possible to find Anna. Have you guys noticed that the animals in the seawater outside have all mutated? Zhang Wish said, as he came back from outside. Staying in the castle alone for the past 2 days was also a bit boring. Zhang Wish would go to the seashore to take a look and found that the fish in the seawater had all mutated as well. Look guys, this is what I got out of a fish. Zhang Wish took out a transparent fingernail-sized bead. These fish are filled with transparent crystal beads that are too low in energy. Zhang Wish continued. However, this also showed that the fish beasts at the bottom of the sea had all mutated as well. And 80% of their Chalon Star was ocean. There were many more marine creatures than their humans. And the marine creatures would also mutate. After entering the galaxy, it will only increase the longevity gene. These creatures will probably mutate as well, Lin Xiaojin said. Then our planet will be lively in the future. Or just keep these things as energy, Xianli said. They couldn't just empty the entire planet at once. Could they? That wasn't too realistic either. In saying that, it was really a bit difficult with just a few of them. Plus, there were things to face when entering the galaxy. Anyway, there would be no mistake in improving their strength. Except that everyone had recently gone through a series of things. And having just recently returned to Chalon Star, everyone was a bit relaxed. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu. However, both of them did not let their guard down and practiced every day. In the evening, Lucky Star and Little Bowsy were stacking blocks. The 2 little ones were having a great time. From time to time, Xiao Baozi used his copying ability to copy blocks. And these piles of blocks became even more numerous. And Lin Xiaojin also discovered that the things Xiao Baozi copied existed permanently. Like his brother's figurative out of thin air things had a time limit. The 2 people's powers seemed to be somewhat similar, but very different. Little Bun ate energy vegetables and fruits every day in space. And the energy in his body naturally seemed to be a bit more abundant than a human. Lin Xiaojin looked out the window. If you only look at this surrounding, this huge castle is instead a paradise. Apart from this small island, the entire planet was some gray, dead silence. Xiao Nua. You saw it too, right? Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nua answered, knowing what Lin Xiaojin was talking about. Our planet is still the bottom of the existence even if we enter the galaxy. We are still very weak. Xiao Nua said. Yeah. Even if our strength is still pretty good. But the planet can't. Although we have protection in the galaxy, and we can't attack other planets at will. But if we are bullied, that's also very temperless. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Yes. They couldn't attack other planets at will. But what if someone from another planet entered their planet and provoked them at will? The only good thing is that our planet doesn't seem to have anything but zombies and mutated animals now. Lin Xiaojin smiled bitterly and said, don't forget that these zombies are the energy crystal beads that those people made whole. Xiao Nua said with a piece of worry under his eyes. The ship will naturally straighten out. Nowadays, they have no good way but to continuously improve their strength. I'm already having Green Star put what's in Cold Water City in research. When it enters the galactic networking, Green Star will be able to transform faster. Lin Xiaojin said. Fortunately, at first in the Cold Water City got a lot of high-tech things. Only the Green Star did not have the knowledge of the galaxy. Some things are not understood. After they entered the galaxy and understood the star network, they would be able to understand. Lin Xiaojin was discussing with Xiao Nua when he heard a knock on the door outside. Brother Xiao? Something urgent. Zhang Wish's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua exchanged a glance and went out of the room. Someone actually received our message and found this. It's Ding Yunxian. Lin Xiaojin was greatly surprised. It could actually be Ding Yunxian? Wasn't he captured in the first place? I'm also surprised. I remember him being taken away at that time as well. Zhang Wang was also greatly surprised. Not only did he find this place, he also brought a group of people with him. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua heard Zhang Wan's words and hurriedly followed him out as well, because the entire island had a boundary. Even they couldn't get in. Zhang Wish didn't open the boundary immediately, but first told Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua what happened. They are now right outside the boundary. There are a total of 2 searches for big ships, and there are probably 100 to 200 people, Zhang Wan said. He also didn't expect that Ding Yunxian had not only escaped, but also survived. Zhou Yingying saw that it was Ding Yunxian, who was already excited. After all, he was his senior brother. So Lin Xiaojin agreed to open the boundary mouth. Temporarily let Ding Yunxian in. Lin Xiaojin's space was now in a closed state. Their food could not supply so many people. Senior brother? It's really you. Zhou Yingying said excitedly when she saw that it was Ding Yunxian. Senior brother? Yingying. Ding Yunxuan's voice was hoarse and had changed. Although Ding Yunxian had survived, it was not a good time to be in the end times. The lack of food was coupled with the fact that plants could not be grown and animals mutated. Most of what they ate was expired food. I didn't expect it to be you guys. How did you guys escape? Ding Yunxian couldn't help but ask. And seeing as living on such a small island, he even sent out a message. Is the message you guys sent out true? We really will increase our lifespan after entering some galaxy? Ding Yunxian wanted to know this question the most. Of course. This is what we earned back by fighting to the death, Zhou Yingying said with certainty. Great. Ding Yunxuan's sad face finally brought a smile. It turned out that after she and Zhao Rui escaped, Zhao Rui became pregnant and gave birth to a child. And it was only through Zhao Rui's interference powers that he was able to escape in the first place. But unfortunately, he had recently fallen seriously ill, and the terror wouldn't survive for long. So if he could really hold out for 10 days, then his child would be saved. Ding Yunxian escaped. Has been living in this island wandering. The city is too many zombies. Evolution is too fast. Ding Yunxian is the strongest level 3 of their psychic ability. So it is also the boss nowadays. Tuo had only put together so many people. In fact, there were more than 300 people at the most. But now there were only about 100 people left. Ying, can we stay on this island of yours? Right now, the planet is left with just us people. Ding Yunxian spoke directly. Zhou Yingying didn't answer at first, but instead looked towards Lin Xiaojin, seemingly waiting for Lin Xiaojin's answer. You can, but the people on your boat can't. But there's an island next to us. You can arrange them there, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Ding Yunxian nodded, knowing that it was good enough for him to come in. Zhao Rui still has children. Just as Ding Yunxian said Zhao Rui's name, Lin Xiaojin's face instantly turned cold. Zhao Rui can't. Lin Xiaojin directly refused. Everyone knew in their hearts what Zhao Rui had done to them in the beginning. Ding Yunchuan's pleading eyes looked towards Zhou Yingying, who said that there was nothing he could do. And finally Ding Yunxian looked towards Lin Xiaoran again. Senior brother. Although Zhao Rui she did something to wrong everyone. But it's been so long. Zhao Rui, because of giving birth to a child, she is now paralyzed in the lower half of her body. Ding Yunxian said this with a hint of guilt as well. Then you can just live on the next island with Zhao Rui. I'll provide robots to help you build houses. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Ding Yunxian wanted to say something but was stopped by Lin Xiaoran. He knew that Lin Xiaojin made concessions, and knew that her character would not allow Zhao Rui to follow and live over. I know. Although Ding Yunxian was a little uncomfortable in his heart, he didn't argue in a forceful manner. However, when she was leaving, Lin Xiaoran still took quite a few things to give to Ding Yunxian. Thank you, senior brother. Ding Yunxian was truly grateful to Lin Xiaoran. Soon after Ding Yunxian returned to the ship. Brother Ding. Is it true? Just as Ding Yunxian arrived on the ship, a group of people gathered around him. It's true, Ding Yunxian said. Great. We've added another 500 years to our lifespan. Haha. Many people laughed happily. When are they going to let us in? How come we didn't see this nice castle before? That's right. Seeing that we can live inside. Let's see, they made this boundary cover. I tried, it can't be broken at all. I guess it's a high tech that came back whole from outside the galaxy. Ding Yunxian looked at the happy faces of the crowd. His mood was a little complicated, but he was able to understand. We can't go live there for the time being. There's a small island next to it. Let's go there. After Ding Yunxian finished speaking, the crowd started to get upset. The island next to that is deserted. All for us to live over there? A man said unhappily. We didn't come all the way here for that. Alright. Ding Yunxian interrupted the men with a frown. Aren't we here now to confirm the accuracy of this piece of information? It has now been confirmed. Ding Yunxian said in a deep voice. Yeah. Living there is the same. We came all the way here. We can't be going back. This encounter with the mutated sea beasts on the way here made us die quite a lot. Another man frowned and said. Floating in the sea all day long. Nausea and vomiting not to mention. There wasn't much food. The sea is so mutated nowadays with all the monsters that trying to catch fish is a very difficult task. I don't want to stay on the boat. Then go to the island next to us. They will come over and help build us a house. Ding Yunxian said in a deep voice. However, there were also people with sharp eyes who saw the large bag that Lin Xiaoran and the others had taken to Ding Yunxian. Brother Ding, what's in this bag of yours? A man saw the large bag in Ding Yunchuan's hand and said somewhat unsuspectingly. This is what my friend gave the child. Why do you want it? Ding Yunchuan's eyes instantly turned cold. After wiping and crawling for so long in Qinlanqing, Ding Yunxian was no longer the kid he was back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stand here now and have to protect the paralyzed Zhao Rui as well as the child. No. No. The man saw Ding Yunchuan's instantly cold face. The air pressure around him turned cold, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Sail the boat. Let's go to the nearby island. Ding Yunxian ordered and patted his bag towards the small private room. The small room was none other than Zhao Rui and their child, who was already over a year old but looked like he was only 6.7 months old. Zhao Rui's face was waxy and looked like she had been malnourished for a long time as well. Her psychic ability was stuck at the second level, and now she couldn't affect people at all, mainly because of the long-term malnourishment. And with the addition of feeding the child, her energy had been depleted. It could be said that Zhao Rui was already considered a half-invalid. Ding Yunxian didn't say anything more. He just took out the things in the cloth bag. This is from them, Ding Yunxian said in a deep voice. Zhao Rui unwrapped the things, all of which were the child's milk powder and food. Zhao Rui was overjoyed. Then asked, when can we go over? Zhao Rui knew that Lin Xiaojin had space. Following Lin Xiaojin, they wouldn't be in lack of food in the future. No. We live on the island next to us. Ding Yunxian shook his head and said, not telling Zhao Rui that Lin Xiaojin was not letting them go over because of her. What? Why? Aren't you and Lin Xiaoran senior brothers? They let you be outside like this? Zhao Rui instantly became upset when she heard Ding Yunchuan's words. But soon Zhao Rui realized that her tone wasn't very good. Ding Yunxian was also too lazy to argue with her. He was probably treating her nowadays because his heart ached for the child in front of him. Ding Yunxian carried the child over. His little face was waxy. He was heartbroken looking at it. and seeing the milk powder that Lin Xiaoran and the others had brought, he was ready to make some milk powder for the little one. Little Xiang, hold on for a few days. We'll be able to survive by then, Ding Yunxian said hopefully. Xiao Rui heard this and said, Is this true? It's not that they lied to us. Right. It's true, Ding Yunxian said indifferently. He no longer had any emotions towards Xiao Rui. Great. She wouldn't be paralyzed then. She would be able to stand up. However, Xiao Rui was overthinking it. Entering the galaxy overall genetics would increase your lifespan, but wouldn't change your paralysis. Just like Wang Han would only increase his lifespan, it wouldn't allow him to grow arms. Unless it is a high-level recovery system ability to do so. Xiao Rui was still a little upset, but she didn't dare to get tough with Ding Yunxian now despite her anxious temper. Although she was extremely dissatisfied mentally. It's because I didn't do a good job before, Xiao Rui said with a sigh. Who could have known that something like this would happen now? Ding Yunxian didn't say anything. He just fed little Xianger the milk powder. And it was very thoughtful to have a bottle inside. The little guy was malnourished. The first time he drank from a bottle, he was a little uncomfortable. But after a couple of mouthfuls, he started to gulp it down. And soon the bottle of milk was finished. These few cans of milk powder should be enough for little Xianger to drink for a few days, Ding Yunxian said. As long as she survived these few days, little Xianger's body would be fine. Put these away. Ding Yunxian looked at the several buckets of milk powder on the table and said solemnly. The people on the ship he knew too well. If he was still able to deter by force, these people would be able to do anything if they were able to survive. I know, Xiao Rui said silently. These were her child's things. She wouldn't let anyone else take them even if she died. Perhaps having given birth to a child. A mother is a mother. And for the sake of her child, she would have to persevere. Soon their boat heard the small island next to them. Although Lin Xiaojin said she would help them build a house. But with so many of them, they still mostly needed to build it themselves. This small island next to them was a subsidiary island. And there were also some houses on the island, which were used by the country of Wei to live in servants, or soldiers and so on. Although the houses are not as luxurious as the island, they can be lived in. After a little rest, Lin Xiaojin let the two robots go over to help them tidy up the house. In addition to Ding Yunxian, there were also other Earth system adepts in their team. Although the attack power of a first or second level Earth-type psychic was not good, it was still no problem to use Earth-type psychic energy to build some houses. These two robots are really too high-tech. It's not like the AI films we imagine. Sci-fi blockbusters only have them like this, a man said curiously. We're just a small planet. There are all sorts of things out there that we haven't seen before. So envious that those people have already been out there. The planets outside aren't like us here with so many zombies and mutated animals. Right? Another girl said with some longing. The unseen world outside is like a wonderful paradise for them. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and the others were planning to clean up these mutated beasts in the surrounding sea. Because they didn't know if these mutated beasts would follow the evolution after entering the galaxy. Or if their lifespan would just change. These hidden dangers in the periphery they still need to clean up in time. Nowadays their strength to deal with these peripheral monsters are easy things. It is Xi only have level 5 alien ability. Deal with these 1 or 2 level mutant monsters that are appetizers. But for those people on the island, that is panic. Those people are cleaning up the surrounding sea beasts. Their strength is too strong. Even Brother Ding's alien powers aren't as strong as theirs. I saw a woman instantly firing countless ice arrows from her hand. Those sea beasts poofed to death. So cool. The woman fantasized a little. She also wanted to be like that. Lin Xiaojin's side had just cleaned up all the sea beasts on the surrounding islands. And there were also some sea fish and the like that hadn't mutated. So it was just that the grilled fish could be added to the meal at night. The group of people from the small island next to them also followed, and picked up quite a few. They'd become so strong now. I remember back then that Xian Li's ability level wasn't as high as yours. Although Xiao Rui couldn't walk around with her lower body, her ears could still hear. Ding Yunxian's face was a little unsightly as he said, What are you trying to say? Yunxian, you need to stop being so defensive of me. After all we've been through? With me in this state nowadays, do you think I can still be using my supernatural abilities on you? Besides, if I hadn't fought to the death to give birth to our child in the first place, I wouldn't be paralyzed like this today. After saying this, Xiao Rui's eyes reddened, and even her voice was choked with sobs as she spoke. Ding Yunxian looked at the little Xianger in his arms. and his afterglow saw Zhao Rui's legs. Because she couldn't walk for a long time, her calf muscles had atrophied. Ding Yunquan's heart was still a bit intolerant, and his attitude eased up as he said, "They are still a bit haunted by what happened to you back then." Zhao Rui heard Ding Yunquan's words, and her face turned slightly pale. She knew that Ding Yunqian had a very good relationship with him. Especially that woman. That's right. It was Lin Xiaojin. She was the core of this team. Not just because she had space. Lin Xiaoran is her brother. Xiao Nua is the love of her life. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin are friends, who have grown up together again. This intermediate bond. But also because Lin Xiaojin also possesses enough strength. Zhao Rui's mood is a little despondent. Everyone awakened supernormal ability is different. Once she also think her supernormal ability is very powerful. But this world awakened a variety of supernormal ability. Zhao Rui looked at the child. She knew that if Ding Yunqian wanted to go, his relationship with Lin Xiaoran would definitely let him in, and now did not abandon her, more because of the child in front of her. After Lin Xiaojin cleared the surrounding sea beasts, because the planet had been moving, the sky had been a gray existence. "Mummy, look at the sky," Lucky Star said as she pulled Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin also followed Lucky Star's gaze to the sky. The sky that was originally gray and cloudy, at this moment, became colorless stars beautiful to the extreme. "We've entered the galaxy," Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Dazzling colored light in the sky penetrated the entire Chenlan star, and the entire planet was bathed in this starlight. Lin Xiaojin only felt a sense of relief as a strange energy entered her body. It was pure life while all the life on this planet received this intense life force. Although it is said that if you enter the galaxy, you will get 500 years of life. But the specifics will still be related to the person's physique. Like a person with a naturally fragile physique, I'm afraid that the vitality will not be able to improve so much. Lin Xiaojin's natural genes are strong. Life force was already high source, and now it has added a strong life force. It turns out that when you enter the galaxy, there is no daylight or moonlight, and the entire sky is filled with the bright starlight of the stars, like countless intertwined star rivers. The whole Chenlan star has undergone a radical change. Even the group of mutated zombies also get a life force boost as long as the planet on the seat is no difference. Suddenly looking at this wonderful sky, Mu Shibu seemed to be thinking of her father. She said, "Sister Xiaojin, my father, he turned into a zombie, is still alive now, right?" Lin Xiaojin paused and said, "Do you want to go back and take a look?" Mu Xiaoxiao had a momentary heartbeat. But she remembered that her father had turned into a zombie, and was afraid that he wouldn't remember her. She shook her head again with a lost feeling, not knowing what to do for a moment. Lin Xiaojin gently patted Mu Shiju's back and comforted her. "The galaxy can be so beautiful. No wonder so many people and countless planets want to come in," Xian Li exclaimed. "Not just the beauty, but also the increase in lifespan." The whole planet changed. The small island next to it. Entering the galaxy, they immediately felt the energy from their bodies, like they were infused with the power of youth. "Are we increasing our lifespan? Look at my hair has turned black," a man in his 50s said excitedly. Most of those who survived today were adults. Very few children survived. Ding Yunqian also felt the changes from his body. Xiao Xianger's physique was also slowly getting better. But she was born with a poor physique. Even if she increased her lifespan, it was still much less than others. Zhao Rui also felt that her body had recovered quite a bit. But her legs still couldn't stand up. "My legs. Why can't my legs still stand up? Why?" Zhao Rui said with some disbelief. Obviously, everyone could feel a surge of energy entering their bodies. But why couldn't her legs stand up? Ding Yunqian looked at Zhao Rui's legs, which had long been paralyzed and atrophied. "So how could she stand up? Your legs haven't stood for a long time. It won't be good for a while," Ding Yunqian said, as if he was somewhat unable to bear it. Right now, he was most happy that the child had recovered. A big part of his heart then fell. On the other hand, entering the galaxy, Green Star was about to set up a star network, so that they would be able to access the star network, and perhaps make contact with other planets as well. How to establish a star network in Chen Blue Star? "It seems like we still need to go out and take a look," Lin Xiaojin said. Nowadays the only thing that could go out of Chenlan Star was Lin Xiaojin's spaceship. No spaceship could not penetrate the atmosphere. "I'm going," Wang Han said when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. Lin Xiaojin nodded, and knew that Wang Han was going to find Jing Jing. although it was said that they were going to enter the galaxy. But Qinlanqing also needed to be transformed. The overall Qinlanqing people who still survived were not clear, but the known ones were now. Ding Yunxian brought over more than 100 people. So they discussed it. Part of them took the spaceship to follow Lin Xiaojin into the galaxy. First establish the star network. The rest of them need to look for other people in Qinlan Star. Gather together to unify and facilitate the management. Those who stayed behind will also need to check how the zombies in the city are evolving. Lin Xiaojin said. Ying and I will stay behind. Xionli said. Zhou Ying nodded her head. Zhang Wang saw that Zhou Ying stayed behind, although he also wanted to go to the galaxy to have a look. But he also decided to stay behind to accompany Ying. So everyone discussed it. Lin Xiaojin took Lucky Star, Wang Han and Xiao Nuo to go to the galaxy, and the rest of them stayed on the island. Lin Xiaojin also purposely stayed behind the land traveler, which was able to take 2 people inside. Although the land traveler was called a land traveler, it was also land and water, and it was very fast. We'll come back after we finish our business, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, Qinlanqing still had a whole lot of things to deal with. Don't worry about it. There's no one who's our match in Qinlan Star even today, Xionli said with a smile. What Xionli did say was also the truth. In Qin Blue Star nowadays their rank was the highest. Mu Xiaoxiao and Lucky Star also stayed behind. Lin Xiaojin actually wanted to take away Little Bozy, but the space is now closed, and going to the galaxy is unknown to them. It's more dangerous. Nowadays it's better to stay here to be the safest. So the 3 children were all left behind by Lin Xiaojin. The children, we will all be protected. Lin Xiaoran knew that his sister was relieved and said solemnly. Lin Xiaojin nodded. With his brother, he would definitely protect the children. Blast Wind was also left behind by Lin Xiaojin. Blast Wind's strength is also very powerful in Qinlanqing today. After all, Blast Wind already has a gold system 5th level alien ability. The space upgrade will end in a few more days. Lin Xiaojin could have waited, but thinking that the planet still has a protection period. By the time the planet's protection period is over, there is no telling what will happen to the planet. So it's better to go to the galaxy as soon as possible and find a way to link up to the interstellar network. Without the star network, they wouldn't know anything about the galaxy right now. So entering the galaxy was inevitable. When they went to play with the galaxy first to check out the situation, they would all have a chance to get out by then. Since they were entering the galaxy, they would have to learn to integrate into the general environment. Lin Xiaojin piloted the spaceship. Wanting to use the planet was required to wear a spacesuit, which was still available in the cabin of the spaceship. Lin Xiaojin kissed Little Bozy and Lucky Star, and urged them to listen to their uncle and sister-in-law. Lin Xiaojin, Wang Han, Xiao Nuo, and the 3 of them then entered the airship. Let's go straight through the atmosphere and take a look out of Qinlan Star first, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Xiao Nuo nodded. For the planet, they were still unknown. After all, in the past, they had all been teleported. Like this, sitting in a spaceship was still very nervous. Wang Han to have done airships, but that was outside the galaxy. There was no oxygen outside the stars. They needed oxygen to survive. Of course, there are also some special body qualities. A few days without oxygen is enough to survive. Like Lin Xiaojin, body oxygen cells enough to support her for a few months. Soon they set off in their spaceship towards the atmosphere of Qinlan Star. The spaceship quickly passed through the atmosphere without any bumps. Lin Xiaojin turned on the holographic simulation system of the spaceship's screen, and all around her was a colorful starry sky. It's so beautiful, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed. This was also the first time he had entered the galaxy. The air outside the galaxy was not this beautiful. Only an infinite black and blue. The ship received a message as soon as the 3 were immersed in the galaxy in outer space. The spaceship then received a message that it needed to register in order to walk in the middle of the galaxy. And soon the spaceship received a message to detect it. It registered directly and automatically and received a guide to the galaxy. As soon as they left their planet, they immediately received the message. And they had to say that this galaxy was too powerful. Lin Xiaojin opened the guide to the galaxy, and the 3 of them surrounded the screen to carefully examine it. And Lin Xiaojin roughly summarized a few items. There were only a few planets that were open that they were allowed to enter. Like planets above the 3-star level, they had no right to enter. Like Qinlanqing. Now a star level is not even a star level. A star level planet is open right. Although their planet had entered the galaxy, It was too ordinary now, and belonged to the primary stage. But the good thing was that the primary stage had a period of protection. Lin Xiaojin continued to read on. The standard of this star was based on the planet's strongest person. With a level 8 alien, the planet will be able to enter the first level, Lin Xiaojin said. Having a level 9 is 2 levels. Level 10 is 3 stars. The highest a planet could be was a 5-star level. And in the entire galaxy, there were only 100 planets that were 5-star planets. The galaxy is also too big. Even if they send blue star into the galaxy, as if it is like a drop of water into the sea. There was an organization in the middle of the galaxy that ran through the entire planet. And they were the only 6-star planetary organization. Sacred Star Organization. This was the only organization in the middle of the galaxy. They were in charge of everything in the galaxy. Lin Xiaojin also finally knew that this competition was also led by the Holy Star Organization. But this Holy Star Organization was very mysterious, and they had never been seen. No one had ever entered their Sacred Stars planet either. The only 6-star level planet. They controlled the entire star network. And they issued their orders all on the star network. This Holy Star Organization is so mysterious, Lin Xiaojin said with some curiosity. Controlling an entire galaxy. It's amazing that no one has ever seen it. To actually be able to control the entire galaxy, and keep the entire galaxy in order. What a terrifying organization. Controlling the entire star network. This Holy Star Organization could be said to be omniscient. The rest was the planets in this galaxy. Of course, amongst the galaxy, in addition to the Holy Star Organization, there were also the Star Police, the Galactic Escorts. They are under the representative of the Holy Star Organization, maintaining the entire galaxy internally. Galactic Guards are all the planets selected up. Into the lowest price is at least level 6 of the alien. Not only that, the guards also have very advanced high-tech weapons. Their ship then automatically connected to the star network. And then an app automatically appeared. Galaxy Guide. Look at this. If you want the whole planet to connect to the star network, you need to buy equipment, Lin Xiaojin said as she pointed to the words on it. Combined with the fact that it was enough for them to come out in a spaceship just to have the spaceship automatically connect to the star network. The rest would need to be purchased and then directly teleported over. The Star Network Guide also had various planets, including maps, that could also be directly teleported. But it was necessary to spend star coins. Their star coins today. 0. Without star coins, they couldn't go there nowadays. Lin Xiaojin had thought that the Starshine connection equipment needed to be purchased. After seeing the newbie guide, this Star Network connection equipment was a gift. The planets that enter the galaxy will all activate the Star Net connection. Only the main device needs them to manipulate it. The main equipment needs to be set up with an account password. And this Chen launching was registered by Lin Xiaojin at the beginning. So it directly defaulted to Lin Xiaojin being the account of the Chen launching main equipment. The password Lin Xiaojin then set the initials of several of their names as the account number. So simple? We went out for 2 minutes and solved the Star Network problem. Lin Xiaojin cried and laughed a little. After connecting to the Star Network. I'll see if I can tire to connect to Zhu Jingjing, Lin Xiaojin said. At first, Zhu Jingjing had contacted her. So she had left her contact information. Wang Han was very excited to hear Lin Xiaojin's words. They had already gone out of Chenlanxing. They couldn't just come out for 5 minutes and return. Right? Since they had come out, and the problem of the Star Network was solved. Then it was a big deal to find Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Anna and the child should be safe. Lin Xiaojin looked at Wang Han's excited heart and said, I'll try to log into StarNet first. Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin logged into the Star Network and connected to her account. The only friend in there was Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin sent a few messages one after another. A few minutes passed, and did not receive Zhu Jingjing's recovery. Wang Han looked a little anxious. Xiao Nua patted Wang Han's shoulder and said in a deep voice, We will meet. Wang Han looked at Xiao Nua and nodded. Now that he knew that Zhu Jingjing was safe, he was already quite relieved. This side was not in a hurry and had been waiting for Zhu Anna's recovery. The planet where Zhu Jingjing is located is a 2-star planet, Moon Sand Planet. Most of the people here with planetary psychic abilities are recovery system psychic abilities. But the recovery system of alien energy upgrade is difficult. Most people are also just ordinary 1 or 2 levels of alien energy. Moon Sand Planet is also known as the Healing Planet. Most of the injured people will want to enter here. Zhu Jingjing's ability level was suddenly upgraded during this period of time, becoming a 3-star recovery system ability, and also upgraded to attending doctor. But she was not a person from Moon Sand Planet's own planet. So she was still restricted in every way. Her memory has not been fully recovered. This is also the reason why she desperately want to fully recover her memory. The only way is to keep cultivating the supernormal ability. Use the supernormal ability to recover themselves. Unfortunately, it was still restricted everywhere here. Zhu Jingjing had been paying attention to Qilan Star, and since this planet was registered, her identity was also accessed. Her genes were from Qilan Star, which was her home planet. But she couldn't leave here. If she wanted to leave, she would need to pay 1 million interstellar coins. Thinking about this, Zhu Jingjing's face didn't look too good. She had a monthly salary commission of 3,000 interstellar coins. She knew that she must have been trafficked here. It wasn't just her AI Tao as well. After the recent upgrades, she was busy working again every day. And for their kind of healers, who weren't from this planet, every day, they would completely consume your alien energy before letting you off work. Pity her children, who were cared for by Nani bots every day. Damn! The more you raised your alien energy, the more you were able to feel that there was a difference between them and the lunar sand star people native to the planet. Just like racial discrimination, the Moon Sand Star people were also very discriminatory against other people. Zhu Jingjing was the only healer who had upgraded to the 3rd level of these trafficked people. Even so, Zhu Anna could not escape the fate of being squeezed. Zhu Anna's daily energy was depleted, and she was very tired when she came back. Mummy. Little Zhu was very happy to see. Zhu Jingjing would also all put away her body's exhaustion and greet Zhu. She was unable to cultivate with such frequent energy consumption every day. Although she had replenished the nutrients in her body every day, the recovery system ability was different from other abilities. Recovery department's prolonged healing was going to lose their bodies, and their lifespan would be affected. But how could these lunar sand stars care about them? The more this happened, the more she wanted to return to Qinlanqing. And now her home planet had entered the galaxy again. So there was still hope for her. If her planet was outside the galaxy, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to return in her lifetime. Zhu Jingjing was teasing her child. And not long after, AI Tao came over. AI Tao was still a 1st level healer. Although the level was low, it wasn't as hard as Zhu Jingjing's. But there was more hard work. I saw the end of the Star Shine competition. Your hometown Qinlanqing entered the galaxy. If you can contact your family, maybe you can take away from here. AI Tao said with some envy. Zhu Jingjing didn't say anything. She had sent a message before. And then she wasn't online anymore. She was busy all day now. And she came back all tired. You can't go on like this. Your talent is really good. But unfortunately that group of people just treat us as tools. If it's them. The Moon Sand Star people. The therapist who upgraded to the 3rd level in such a period of time, they would have long since been a treasure to offer up. AI Tao said angrily. They were all trafficked here without the slightest memory. So they naturally became friends. We can't resist, Zhu Jingjing said helplessly. At the beginning, she only needed to think that as she desperately repaired and improved her supernatural ability, she would be able to get the right to speak here. However, the reality gave her a cruel blow. She got not the right to speak, but discrimination and oppression. We're just bought and paid for therapists, Idamo said angrily. But you're better off. At least the star coins are much higher than mine. And there's something to look forward to, Idamo said. There is another way to leave. That is star coins 1 million, then you can get out of here. AI Tao has no hope. Her 500 star coins a month can only buy nutrient solutions. Although they are therapists. But treating others is also damage to their own nutrient cells. So most of the interstellar coins are used to maintain themselves. Including Zhu Jingjing also. Not to mention Zhu Jingjing also have to raise a child. At first, Zhu Jingjing thought she could send her child into the kindergarten. But she thought too much. Her child would only be rejected. The Moon Sand Star people's hair are all sandy teal natural wavy curls. And they have this kind of black hair that is disgusting. Like a low species of alien galaxy planets. It was only recently that it was better. That is, her planet entered the galaxy. But their planet was not even a star. Unregistered low-class planets would also be looked down upon. The more civilized a place was, the more strict the hierarchy was. Zhu Jingjing sighed. Anna, I won't bother you to rest. AI Tao saw that Zhu Jingjing was a bit tired. She was also psychologically uncomfortable and wanted to find someone to talk to. Everyone else here they discriminated against people. So she had always had a good relationship with Zhu Jingjing. You also rest early. Zhu Jingjing said. I won't be as stupid as you. The faster you improve your powers here, the faster you'll be squeezed. Ai Tao frowned and said. Zhu Jingjing knew that what Ai Tao said was the truth, so she didn't refute it. But there was no other way for her to leave this place other than boosting her strength. Was this a disgusting cycle? Zhu Jingjing smiled bitterly. After Ai Tao left, Zhu Jingjing had just coaxed Zhu to sleep. Thinking about Ai Tao's words, she hadn't opened the star network for a long time. Zhu Jingjing took a bottle of nutrient and drank it while opening the camp network. The flavor of the nutrient solution are all normal flavors. If you want some fruit flavors, you need to add money. Zhu Jingjing now star coins in addition to raising children. She also needs to save money. Just open the star network. Zhu Jingjing received a series of messages. Zhu Jingjing saw the message instantly. Heart was surprised. Anna, which planet are you on now? Send down the location. We'll go pick you up. Anna. In what? Anna. Wang Han also followed. He can miss you. Is your child okay? Anna. A series of messages were sent by Lin Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing's head was a little confused, especially when she saw Wang Han's name. Zhu Jingjing's head was even more blurry, putting on what was desperately taking root in her head. In a blur, Zhu Jingjing set over the location of the planet she was on. But her head hurt very much. Wang Han. Wang Han. This name kept stimulating her mind. And in the end, in a blur, she actually fainted. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and the others had waited for a few hours. But during that time, Lin Xiaojin had also checked some of the internal news of the galaxy through the star network. The entire vast universe was very large. There were countless planets outside. And there were also very many planets within the galaxy. Their Chen blue star was not conspicuous among them. But by the time the novice period was over, their planet could also become a one-star planet. After all, there was Xiao Nua, a level 7 alien in. It would be much harder for a level 7 to be promoted in. If the highest planet level died, then the planet level would follow suit and land. Lin Xiaojin was dazzled by what she was seeing. These things decided to let Green Star learn. She just needed to ask someone who could answer it, and it would be fine. We didn't know before that it would actually be this big. Lin Xiaojin sighed. It was true that she was too small before. There's a reply, Wang Han said excitedly. He had to keep his attention on the message box. And now that he got Zhu Jingjing's recovery, Wang Han was too excited to speak. Moon Sand Star. Wang Han exulted. Knowing Zhu Jingjing's location, they would soon be able to meet. Anna, Wang Han said silently. This girl who was weak at the beginning, the girl who grew up together, and their children, will soon be able to meet. Wang Han typed a bunch of messages with an excited hand. But none of them got a response. There's no reply, Wang Han said in frustration. It's fine. I guess there is something delayed. Moon Sand Star. We already know the location, Lin Xiaojin said. Knowing the location, we'll be able to go find Zhu Jingjing now. Lin Xiaojin immediately activated the star network to check the location information of Moon Sand Star. Moon Sand Planet was a level 2 planet, which meant that they had strong people with level 8 alien abilities. However, most of the alien abilities of the Moon Sand Planet were restorative. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin finally knew why Zhu Jingjing was sold here. Because Zhu Jingjing was a restorative alien. Selling here was always more fortunate than selling to other places. Before, she was worried that Zhu Jingjing's pregnancy would definitely be dangerous if she was sold to other places. Lin Xiaojin connected to the star network to check the location of the Moon Sand Star. There is a teleportation point there. But every teleportation requires 100 star coins. Lin Xiaojin looked at their accounts. All 0. Can only drive a spaceship to go. The driving route is still a distance away. After Lin Xiaojin dropped out, it will also take 5 days to arrive by flying a spaceship. Drive the airship need 5 days. Lin Xiaojin feel very far already. But in fact this is not far. Driving the airship nearest point distance is also at least 3 days to start. Lin Xiaojin's airship is still considered a medium airship. If it is an ordinary airship, I'm afraid it will take 10 days of traveling. The airship opened directly on autopilot. These 5 days is still considered easy. Is a little flat. Wang Han's whole mood is in the body of Zhu Jingjing. Since that day, Zhu Jingjing never returned the news, which makes Wang Han very worried. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, 2 people in the study of the star network. The past few days to see down. More and more feel that the star network is too powerful. To be precise, The entire galaxy. Outside the galaxy to be a little more chaotic. Also thankful that they entered the galaxy. There are star police. Like outside the galaxy. If a planet is found, there will be other planets to seize the resources. Simply summed up in 4 words. The weak are the strong. Entering the galaxy, although there was none of this plundering of planets. But good resources were easier for the strong to get, it was unquestionable. If our planet wants to develop, it definitely needs to connect with the outside. But today our planet is full of zombies. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Zombies are also a kind of wealth. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Nuo's words. Not bad, those people changed their planet into zombies. Wasn't it for the crystal beads? Now that their planet had entered the galaxy. After the whole mention was raised, the zombie energy crystal beads would follow. That's right. When we go back to put on the harvest wave, find a way to hold some interstellar coins. We are now, but no money at all. Lin Xiaojin said. They were all poor now. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were chatting, thinking about how to get enough to earn some interstellar coins. Suddenly, the entire ship shook and slowly stopped. What's going on here? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. It should be star pirates. Wang Han frowned and said. He had experienced these before. Star pirates? Aren't there star police in the galaxy? Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, thinking of their Chenlong star. Also on the police, but there were also crimes. Thinking about it this way, outside the galaxy was even more chaotic. After all, there wasn't any control. Within the galaxy, if you committed a crime and were caught by the star police, you would be sentenced to exile. Or a starfield. No matter where you were, there would be crime. This ship is newly registered. It must be one of those new planets coming in. We'll even rob it. They have no place to report it to the star police. On the other spaceship, a man covered in stark blue said. They were the ones who specialized in robbing the spaceships on those newly arrived planets. And after the planet protection period, those planets would also be robbed from time to time. Even though there were star police, the star police had a huge number of tasks. It was impossible to take care of them all one by one at a time. Scanning out, there are a total of 3 of them. The ship is actually a Class B ship. It can be more advanced than us. This time we have earned it. Another man also said excitedly. We can only cut off our supply to them for 15 minutes. Grab them within 15 minutes and settle them. We only grab the ship, don't hurt anyone. Got it, Brother Tian. Several junior brothers responded. Robbery caught by the star police would just be a warning and a fine. If they killed someone, then they would be sentenced to exile. Or imprisonment. Soon, Lin Xiaojin's ship was surrounded by 2 ships. People inside, listen up. As long as you get out of the spaceship, we won't hurt your lives. We only need money, not to kill. Lin Xiaojin looked at Wang Han, not expecting to really let Wang Han be right. Just came out and met a star pirate? The ship's energy was frozen, and there was no telling what means they used to get it. Let's put on the defense suit first, Wang Han said. If they didn't wear defensive suits, they would float in the void when they got out of the spaceship. And without oxygen for a long time, they were going to be hypoxic. Only those with body genes over level 5 could walk freely in the void. Of course, like Lin Xiaojin, whose body genes were already as high as level 7. I should have known that body genes can be more difficult to break through than psychic abilities. Psychic abilities can be enhanced, but the genes are inherited. Only a very few people have genetic mutations to enhance the genetic level. Lin Xiaojin was able to walk straight out of the cabin without wearing a defensive suit. But she still put on a defensive suit. The robbers' voices told them to grab their way out of the cabin. And it was the first time that Lin Xiaojin's 3 people had encountered such a situation. Go out of the cabin first and take a look, Xiao Nuo said. The 3 people went out of the cabin. A floating sensation made all 3 people a little uncomfortable. Floating in space. This was something they couldn't even dare to imagine before. And now they just did it. There's no way to control the body, Wang Han said with a frown. What they were wearing were ordinary defensive suits. If they wanted to walk in space, they would need specialized equipment to be able to do so. Unfortunately, none of them knew about it yet. But Lin Xiaojin was fine. She was already able to fly. She was able to block gravity on the planet. Now in space, she had no resistance. Instead, she became more flexible. Not only was she flexible, but her speed all along became much faster. The airship in front of them suddenly stretched out a huge suction cup. Was trying to suck in their airship. But how can Lin Xiaojin easily let these people snatch their airship away? This is now their only means of transport. Lin Xiaojin directly grabbed the suction cup with an instantaneous movement. Following the suction cup, she grabbed it vigorously. The entire airship was shaken by Lin Xiaojin's tugging. This woman is a power lineage aberration. The one who can grab the airship with her bare hands is at least a level 6 power lineage aberration. The airship man said nervously, as Lin Xiaojin yanked harder. The entire airship made a zipping sound. No. If this continues, the airship's fuselage will fail. What are Lao San and the others doing? Watching from the side? Tell them to fire their laser cannons. The man cursed. Laser cannons. Won't they kill people? Another man said cautiously. If we let her tug on it like that, our ship will be scrapped. Before the man could finish his words. Beep beep beep. The entire airship suddenly turned black. Zip. 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 And sparks started to come out from outside. The airship's power magnetic field has been interfered with. The star pirate, who was maneuvering the spaceship, said nervously. Outside it was Xiao Nuo who had directly released his lightning system supernatural energy to interfere with these airships. Outside, Lin Xiaojin had no intention of letting go of these two airships. If he wanted to rob them, he had to stay and pay a price. Lin Xiaojin was just short of transport. These two airships are good. The airships were interfered with. Lin Xiaojin instantly moved into the cabin, hard breaking open the cabin. Then the 4 people inside all rushed over. But they were all level 4. Level 5 aberrations. And were quickly cleaned up by the 3 of them. Lin Xiaojin, you can't kill us. Killing people in the galaxy will get you exiled by the Star Police. One of the men was hit by Lin Xiaojin's punch until he spat out blood. And said in horror. Because Lin Xiaojin and Xiao knew they showed no mercy. The 3 men were seriously injured by Lin Xiaojin. It seems like there is such a rule, but it's not illegal to kill someone in self-defense. Lin Xiaojin said with a smile. But it looked very scary to the Star Pirates. The Star Pirates in the 2 spaceships. A total of 7 people. 3 were seriously injured by Lin Xiaojin. 2 were electrocuted by Xiao Nuo, leaving only 1 who was still considered lightly injured. Lin Xiaojin didn't intend to kill them, so she just robbed them of their interstellar coins, as well as their entire body's weapons and equipment, and the interstellar coins in their accounts. With this 200,000 interstellar coins, you have the nerve to call yourself a star pirate? Lin Xiaojin looked at the account with such a small amount of money, and really shook his head. This kind of small robbers just dared to strong them people who just entered the galaxy. The alien ability are not even level 5. So little strength also dare to come out. They were able to rob a few times. That is, those who just entered the galaxy within the planet do not know anything. So they were robbed. However, these 2 spaceships, Lin Xiaojin's space had not been opened, and could not be taken away. It was a waste, so he could only give them the spaceships. However, with 200,000 star coins in her account instantly, Lin Xiaojin was also very happy. She laughed. If we had a few more of these star pirates on our way to rob us, wouldn't we have money? What star pirates? This is the one who came to give away money. Ha ha. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Although there was a bit of a delay in the middle. There was no delay in getting to Moon Sand Star. Lin Xiaojin was now just a little sad about those 2 airships, knowing that this was the only airship they had in Shinlan Star that could be used today. However, Lin Xiaojin calculated that by the time they got to Moon Sand Star, the space upgrade would probably be finished. This time, Lin Xiaojin's space had been upgraded twice in a row, and he didn't know what kind of changes would happen when he was promoted from level 3 to level 5. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaojin was more or less a little excited. After all, every time the space upgrades would bring her surprises. We won't be so lucky if we meet a powerful star pirate. Xiao Nuo still dealt a small blow to Lin Xiaojin. I know. If we meet a powerful star pirate, we'll just run. Lin Xiaojin laughed. She was in a good mood now. After all, she got 200,000 star coins for no reason. We are about to arrive at Moon Sand Star ahead. The spaceship sent out a prompt. The Moon Sand Star was surrounded by a star sand-colored galaxy. Entering the Moon Sand Star requires a payment of 2,000 interstellar coins. The spaceship received the message. Every 1-star planet required payment of interstellar coins to enter. And it was 1,000 interstellar coins for outsiders to enter a 1-star planet, and 2,000 interstellar coins to enter a 2-star. This Moon Sand planet was a 2-star planet. because Moon Sand Planet was very famous for its healing department. And most of the people who came to Moon Sand Planet were from other planets, who came to this one to seek medical treatment. Lin Xiaojin clicked to confirm the payment. And her account was wiped out with 6,000 star coins. Without that star thief, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to enter Moon Sand Star, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. 6,000 star coins for entering a 2-star planet was gone. Looks like we'll have to get more money in the future. Lin Xiaojin sighed. It was hard to move without money. Lin Xiaojin was aware of this. With so many people entering this Moon Sand Planet every day, one person would be able to collect 2,000 interstellar coins. Lin Xiaojin calculated that once their planet's protection period was over, with their alien ability level, it would be no problem for the planet to be promoted to a 1-star level. And by then, they could also collect 1,000 interstellar coins. But there was a big problem. Who would come to their planet? Just their planet was full of zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin had a bold idea in his heart. But they had to go back to see how the zombies had mutated. And they hoped that Zongwen and the others hadn't cleaned up all the zombies. After paying the interstellar coins, their spaceship entered Moon Sand Star. And soon a message popped up from the spaceship. The spaceship entered the designated area of Moon Sand Star. You can't use the spaceship in Moon Sand Star. This rule Lin Xiaojin understood. The entire exterior of Moon Sand Star was shrouded by a light curtain boundary, and the speed decelerated as it entered Moon Sand Star's atmosphere. The sky of the Moon Sand Star is yellow, like the color of a sunset. The airships all pull up to the airship parking place according to the designated queues. There are quite a lot of people coming to Moon Sand Star here. Lin Xiaojin saw quite a few airships parked, and knew that there were indeed quite a lot of people coming here. This Moon Sand Star healing department was famous, and was equivalent to a people's hospital. So quite a few people would come here. There's also a fee for airship parking. Lin Xiaojin's face was very bad when she saw the prompt on the airship screen. It's similar to our parking fee, Xiangdu said silently. Lin Xiaojin nodded. But the fee for parking the ship was not much more than 100 star coins. It seemed like they had to find a way to get money. I also don't know where Anna is. Moon Sand Star is also quite big. It's not a good idea for us to search so aimlessly, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight frown. Zhu Anna was trafficked here. The probability is that she is in the hospital, Xiangdu guessed and said. This Moon Sand Star healing department was famous, and Zhu Anna was in the recovery department. Where could she be sold here? It must be the hospital here as free labor. In fact, Zhu Anna is okay here. At least there is still a salary. Able to live. It was okay to buy and sell citizens without masters in the galaxy, which meant that slaves were sold by default to a certain extent. But if the sale of a 1-star planet citizens, that is not okay. This is an offense. Will be fined. But the galaxy is so big. There are only so many star police. They are very good at exploiting the loopholes of the law. This is a problem that will be encountered everywhere. Anna hasn't replied to the message yet. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly, not knowing what had happened to Zhu Anna. Wang Han answered silently, his entire brows knitted together, his eyes full of worry. We are now strolling around the Moon Sand Star, scouting and exploring. Wang Han, you don't worry too much. We have now arrived at the Moon Sand Star. It's only a matter of time before we find Anna, Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han nodded, but the worry was still hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Lin Xiaojin did not say anything further. The three of them had just prepared the summer airship. Lin Xiaojin's space actually finished upgrading, although Lin Xiaojin guessed that upgrading was just a matter of so many days. But he didn't think that it was actually ahead of schedule. Wait, my space upgrade is finished. I'll check it out first, Lin Xiaojin said with some impatience. After all, she was now very concerned about her space advancement. Having upgraded her space by 2 levels in a row, she couldn't wait to find out what a level 5 space would be like. After saying that, Lin Xiaojin entered the space. And the entire scope of the space was even bigger. Then between actually expanded by a whole 50 times. This was what Lin Xiaojin couldn't imagine. How could her space have expanded so much? Could it be due to 2 consecutive upgrades? Master, Little Cloud, Blue Jean, Green Star, and Red Dazzle all walked over, treating Lin Xiaojin with great respect. The range of space has increased, Little Cloudy said excitedly. The space increased, their range of movement would follow suit. I can feel it. Lin Xiaojin as the owner of the space. Anywhere in this space, she was able to easily sense it. It was like a part of her body. The space became larger, which also meant that the distance she could instantly move would follow suit. Not only that, the entire space actually vaguely flowed. The space didn't have any more other features. It just got bigger. This was the expanded range this time actually surprised Lin Xiaojin. In addition to their point of place, the rest of the place seems very empty. See this so big place? Lin Xiaojin want to go back to collect Earth system crystal beads. The wood elf is very happy. It can let itself extend and grow again. The entire space, because of the wood elf's existence, blows a strong breath of life force. Even in such a space, the wood elf extends out of the trees, will bear the heart of grass and trees. Lin Xiaojin came out of her space with a face of excitement. The size of her space nowadays could be comparable to a third-tier city. How could this make her not happy? The first thing she did when she came out of her space was to cover it with space and check the distance she could instantly move. Although the distance of instantaneous movement was far enough, but she couldn't see it. It was full of uncertainty. If the spatial coverage left her teleportation point around after, then she could switch freely. As long as she left traces in the spatial coverage, she could establish a teleportation point. This was what Lin Xiaojin had discovered only after experiencing teleportation so many times. In the future, when she returned to Qilan Star and established her teleportation points in various cities, then she would be able to freely teleport. Lin Xiaojin was very happy when she thought of this. This was very convenient. In the future, as her space increased, then the distance she could instantly move would get farther and farther. How could she allow other people to enter her teleportation point as well? It was like they could teleport to other planets. How did the Star Sage organization do this? Lin Xiaojin still needed to study it again. And if her teleportation point was able to allow other people to teleport as well, then she would be able to charge a fee. This would also be a good way to earn star coins. Lin Xiaojin was very happy just thinking about it. And Xiao Nu also knew that Lin Xiaojin's space promotion by 2 levels would actually be this big, and was really surprised. But he was also happy for Lin Xiaojin. After they came down from the airship, they were ready to take a normal land vehicle. A rented land vehicle was 100 interstellar coins a day. They didn't save any money. This moon sand star is also very big. Without a land vehicle, if they only rely on walking, they don't know how long it will take to get there. This moon sand star's land vehicle was equivalent to Qilan Star's small car. This moon sand star, there is only one mega hospital in Moon Sand City, also called Moon Sand Hospital. Lin Xiaojin said, seeing the information. This Moon Sand Hospital was very large and could be compared to a first-tier city. I think the odds are that it will be there. Lin Xiaojin continued. Xiao Nu responded and also felt that Lin Xiaojin had a point. However, if they wanted to go to the Moon Sand Hospital nowadays, piloting a land vehicle, they actually had to travel through half of the Moon Sand planet. This Moon Sand Star people didn't know what idea they had in mind. The spaceship docking place, actually with the Moon Sand Hospital, is opposite. Can come to the Moon Sand planet, most of them come to see the treatment. Actually will be so far away. So as to be able to drive consumption, they take a land vehicle to go there, all need 10 days of traveling. Then it is 1,000 interstellar coins. Lin Xiaojin also saw that there are also other people from other foreign planets come to the Moon Sand planet. Also rent a land vehicle. Of course there are also flying machines. 1,000 interstellar coins a day. It only takes 3 days to be able to arrive. In order to be able to reach Moon Sand Hospital as soon as possible, Lin Xiaojin still chose the flying machine. 3 days. 3,000 star coins. Lin Xiaojin said through gritted teeth. It was really expensive. But to be able to find Anna as early as possible, the money was also worth it. Anyway, making money is to spend it. The flying machines are all autopilot. As long as you enter the specified location on the flying machine after you finish renting it, it will turn on the autopilot mode. Lin Xiaojin, they rented just the most common flying machine. There are also some more spacious and comfortable, but the price is even higher. Looking at the interstellar coins little by little less, they are still frugal to choose the most common. The remaining tens of thousands of interstellar coins. They always have to find the person in the say. Then also have to come back to the road fee. Moon Sand Star's long big wavy curly hair. No matter men or women are ahead of big wavy curly hair. Even though Lin Xiaojin and his group had formed a flying machine, they could still feel that the Moon Sand Star people were in a state of looking down on people. However, entering the Moon Sand planet people would be ranked. Xiao Nu got level 7 psychic ability. Wang Han's level 6 psychic ability. including Lin Xiaojing got level 5 psychic ability, which made these people put away their contempt. Strong people were respected no matter where they were. When they first participated in the Star Shine competition, Lin Xiaojing's level of psychic ability was already good, but their equipment was just a bit worse. Sitting directly in the flying machine, Lin Xiaojing opened the screen holographic projection, so that the scenery outside the Moon Sand Star they were able to see. The entire Moon Sand Star's buildings are very high. Each building has dozens of floors, or even 100 floors. The appearance of the Moon Sand Star people is the same as their general appearance. Is the hair, no matter men and women. Big children and children are all wavy curls. Lin Xiaojing looked at the planet roughly introduction. This Moon Sand Star, although only 2-star planet, but the status of this planet is still very high, because the Moon Sand Star awakening to the recovery system is mainly. It is true that no matter where, doctors, police officers, this kind of occupation status is more noble. Lin Xiaojing also discovered a phenomenon. That is, it seems that every planet will have a common alien ability. That is to say, the majority of a planet's awakened psychic abilities are the same. For example, on Saturn, where she had stayed, most of the awakened powers had something to do with the Earth system, as well as the other planets they had encountered later on. This Moon Sand planet was also one where most of the alien abilities awakened were of the restoration lineage. And Lucky Star's home planet, Pink Planet, was also one where most of them were all awakened with equal alien abilities. But Lin Xiaojing's Chinlan Star, where they were, could it be that their planet had all turned into zombies? So most of the awakened alien abilities were different. In the case of the few of them, everyone had awakened different ones. Zhang Wang's fire, Xian Li's water, Wang Han's wind, Xiao Nua's thunder, her space, and her brother's even stranger embodiment, including her son who was now a replication system psychic ability. It seemed that they were all different. Could this also be the trait of their planet? Lin Xiaojing for the time being somewhat puzzled. Why is every planet different? Or is there something affecting it? One side of the water and soil raises one side of the people. They flew their craft directly over the Moon Sand planet, and also encountered other craft, most of which were heading towards the hospital in Moon Sand City. 5 days later, about to arrive at the Moon Sand Hospital, they could already see the entire city below. Let's go, Lin Xiaojing said. Wang Han's mood was a bit excited. After all, arriving at Moon Sand Hospital would enable him to find Zhu Jingjing. The craft slowly descended, and the three of them descended from the craft, which then proceeded to return. The entire Moon Sand City was a modern, high-tech city. Lin Xiaojing had once vaguely briefly been in the Cold Water City underneath the Cold Water Star, a city within the galaxy, but that would be dilapidated. This would be seen in person. Lin Xiaojing is still a little shocked. Surrounded by high-tech modern cities, they came down as if they were somewhat out of place. Lin Xiaojing looked up and looked at such a large Moon Sand hospital in front of her. Before she came, she thought it was just a very large hospital, although some psychological preparation. But Lin Xiaojing never thought that this Moon Sand hospital was comparable to a city so big. How are we going to find it? Lin Xiaojing said with a slight frown. Go into the hospital first, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojing nodded. The three of them walked towards the hospital. There were intelligent robot AIs at the entrance. Lin Xiaojing and the three of them followed the others towards the hospital gate. Just after entering the hospital, they needed to be scanned all over and pay a fee of 100 star coins per person. The three people were scanned by the intelligent small robot at the same time. Lin Xiaojing couldn't help but smile when she looked at this thing. This robot was just 1 meter, round and a bit like a big potato. Lin Xiaojing couldn't help but laugh a little. The robot design was really strange enough. Chin launching. Gender female. Age 21. Alien ability level 5. Higher genes. On the robot's display, it immediately gave Lin Xiaojing 5 stars. Lin Xiaojing didn't know what it meant. After entering the galaxy, the gene level scans as primary, medium, and higher. Primary genes, level 1 to 3, which was the vast majority of gene levels. Level 4 to 6 was medium, which was a very small number of genes. Level 7 to 10 were higher genes. And currently all known higher gene levels in the entire galaxy were from 5-star planets. Chun Blue Star. Gender male. Age 22. Alien ability level 7. Primary gene. Xiao Nua's display showed the grades of the 3 stars. Chun Blue Star. Gender male. Age 22. Alien ability level 6. Primary genes. Physical disability. Wang Han just displayed the rank of 2 stars. Lin Xiaojin casually asked the intelligent robot what this star level represented. The intelligent robot quickly replied to Lin Xiaojin. Star rating is based on the level of psychic ability. Physical condition. Must be genetically integrated assessment. The higher the star rating, the services enjoyed in the Moon Sand Hospital is fast service. Lin Xiaojin knew what it meant when she saw this. That is, the meaning of VIP. Lin Xiaojin saw that her star rating was 5 stars. And that level looked quite high. After the 3 people were scanned by the robot, they could enter the Moon Sand Hospital. After entering the Moon Sand Hospital, there were also quite a few aliens with all sorts of skin. And it looked like they all came to the Moon Sand Hospital to see a doctor. Lin Xiaojin looked at the Moon Sand Star Robot Guide. Wang Han. We're all here. Let's see if we can restore your arm. Lin Xiaojin said, as she looked at Wang Han's mutilated arm. Wang Han also had some heartfelt feelings when he heard this, and nodded his head. I'm afraid we don't have enough money. Xiao Nua pointed to the words on the intelligent robot. Lin Xiaojin followed Xiao Nua's gaze, and looked over. Like a normal recovery was 500 star coins. Like this kind of recovery of a crippled one, was at least 100,000 star coins or more. Fingers are 150,000. But also divided into parts. And the higher the level of alien ability, the greater the difficulty of recovery. The price will naturally be more expensive. Like Wang Han's level 6 alien ability. Restoring a mutilated arm would require at least 1 million interstellar coins. It's expensive, Lin Xiaojin said. What if she kind of wanted to go and rob the money now? Now Lin Xiaojin was kind of glad that at least someone was robbing them. No, that wasn't robbery. That was here to give away money. I hope there are a few more opportunities like this. But now they don't have enough money to support Wang Han to recover his arm well. But it's better not to spend money in vain. When they find Zhu Jingjing, I believe Zhu Jingjing will treat Wang Han well. This Moon Sand Hospital is as big as a city. They go there to find Zhu Jingjing. I should have known that it's better for us to buy a StarNet mobile device. Lin Xiaojin said helplessly. Star Network mobile device. The cheapest is also 2,000 interstellar coins. Equivalent to Chen Lanqing's mobile phone. There are glasses models. There are headphones models. Watch models and so on styles. Of course, the more convenient is the more expensive. It's for sale over there. Lin Xiaojin pointed straight to the shop next to the street. This hospital is huge. Not only is there only the hospital, both sides are also shops. There are also accommodations. The doctors over here are also all registered and booked from the internet. But here, as long as you are willing to spend money, then you can be seen. Of course, there are also ordinary and cheap. Such as the kind of drink potion is relatively cheap. Potion recovery is slow. Not as fast as the therapists and fast results. Of course, the therapist treatment is also need their own nutrition. So if the therapist treatment, then the price is very expensive. On the basis of treatment plus nutritional costs. Zhu Jingjing 3,000 star coins a month. Completely to supplement nutrition. Here the most ordinary a therapist. A month's income is also in more than 100,000 star coins. These Zhu Jingjing did not know. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua and Wang Han walked into a shop. And one person bought a StarNet mobile device. Lin Xiaojin chose the glasses model, which happened to cover her purple pupils. And Wang Han and Xiao Nua both chose the watch model. Only Lin Xiaojin's account had Zhu Jingjing inside it. And Wang Han had recreated an account. The doctors here are all by appointment. Let's see if we can see Zhu Jingjing from the appointment doctor, Lin Xiaojin said. This is a good method, Xiao Nua said. So the 3 of them connected directly to the network of Moon Sand Hospital on the mobile device they just bought. Which smart devices are all smart AI. The director of the Moon Sand Hospital was a 7 recovery therapist. The registration fee was up to 1 million. Not to mention the follow-up treatment fee. A level 7 therapist. There was only this one in Moon Sand Hospital. The rest is divided by level. When Zhu Jingjing was separated, the alien ability should be level 2. So they directly crossed the first level to look for her. And directly run to the therapist of level 2. In Moon Sand Star, there were very many level 1 and level 2 healers. At least thousands of them. Above level 3 there were fewer and fewer. But there were also 100 at level 3. Strange. How come there's no Anna? Could it be a name change? Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Wang Han and Xiao Nua both also looked carefully. Wang Han even looked several times, including level 4.5. But there was no name of Zhu Jingjing. It shouldn't be, right? Wang Han frowned slightly, also somewhat uncertain. You guys see and hear are all Moon Sand Star's local restorers. Zhu Jingjing as an alien planet might not be in here. It seems like we're really going to look for them one by one? Or hang up a general number and inquire? Lin Xiaojin said. Well, that's the only way. Wang Han nodded. Although he was eager to find Zhu Jingjing, he couldn't be in a hurry. Now that he had narrowed down to the hospital, it was only a matter of time before he found someone. The more critical the time, the less hasty he could be. Lin Xiaojin hung up a level 2 healer for 1,000 star coins. She looked back at Xiao Nuo and Wang Han and said, Which one of you will load the patient? Xiao Nuo looked at Wang Han, who looked at his empty arm, and said bitterly, No one fits better than me. Xiao Nuo patted Wang Han's shoulder and said, Sooner or later you can be cured. It's not the same as before. If it was once upon a time in Qinlan Xing's technology, I'm afraid that there was really no way to cure it. But in this advanced cosmic society, missing an arm or a leg is instead a mild disease. Even cancer is just a common treatment here. Lin Xiaojin casually hung up a number 1. It will be a day later. This is still an ordinary level 2 alien number. It was true that the problem of difficulty in seeing a doctor, no matter where it was strikingly similar. Looks like we'll have to stay here today, Lin Xiaojin said. Inside the Moon Sand Hospital, except for the inpatient department, there were private accommodations outside, all of which were family members living outside, because Moon Sand Star was not allowed to live except for the patient's family. But nowadays, the degree of medical development, to be able to live in the inpatient department that are very serious diseases. Xiao Nuo checked the surrounding accommodations. The cheapest was 1,000 star coins a night. Xiao Nuo, why do you think those star pirates only have 200,000 interstellar coins? They are really poor. Lin Xiaojin sighed. They wouldn't be thinking of robbing if they weren't broke. The key was that Lin Xiaojin and the others were also broke. In fact, 200,000 interstellar coins was not a bad way to live on a 1-star planet. But this was Lunar Sand Planet, a 2-star planet. Not to mention that they had come to a hospital. Hospital spending was always spending money like water, and still had to spend it. It was true that no matter which world dimension they were in, the cost of seeing a doctor was the same. But this also seems to be normal. In the galaxy of genetic quality improvement, people's body immunity is also enhanced. The average person is rarely sick. Of course, if they get sick, that's a bit more serious. Lin Xiaojin they walked and looked, found that there is not a pharmacy, medicine or hospitals hold. This hospital is also very large, so walk up cannot finish. After all, this Moon Sand Hospital is a whole city. The hospital also has a walker inside the car. The shape is very cute, which makes Lin Xiaojin think of a children's cartoon. Baby Bus, which is designed in the shape of the shape is very similar. Rent a walker car is 100 star coins. They cannot always so walk, so also had to rent a walker car. A trolley could only take 4 people. The 3 of them were just right. As long as you input the location you want to go to on the trolley's screen, the trolley would be able to automatically send you there. Let's find a place to stay now. And tomorrow we'll go to the doctor, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo then looked through the surrounding accommodations. There were a few large accommodations in total. The cheapest one was 500 star coins a night. But 500 star coins a night was only 1 bed. The space was very narrow. In the end, they still spent money to find a medium-sized hotel. 2,000 interstellar coins a night hotel. So they also live for 1 night. Tomorrow they find Zhu Jingjing will be able to leave here. The rooms here are very simple. All kinds of high technology. Intelligent AI. Downstairs there are restaurants. Looking at the food in these restaurants, the cheapest is also 100 interstellar coins. And the food is very monotonous. Most of them are synthetic food. This Moon Sand Star's land is not suitable for cultivation, so most of the food is transported from other planets. So the transport is more convenient, but it is still more expensive. Lin Xiaojin was not lacking in food, but seeing the local food of this Moon Sand Star was like coming on a trip, wanting to check out the specialties of this alien planet. Shall we order 3 kinds to try? Lin Xiaojin pointed at the sign and said, Just decide. Xiao Nuo spoke softly and smiled lightly. Wang Han's mind wasn't here. His face was full of thoughts at first glance. Lin Xiaojin then chose 3 kinds of food. The restaurant was pretty okay. Mostly people from other planets. The three of them sat in the corner and ordered a total of 3 kinds of food. And in 2 minutes, the intelligent robot delivered it. A total of 3 kinds of food. The size of a transparent glass bowl. And inside the gooey-like stuff. Lin Xiaojin ordered a total of 3 kinds. The first kind of moon salad. The second kind of nutritional meal. The third kind of vegetable and fruit souffle. These 3 kinds are different names. But why do they all look like slimy things? Like sticky porridge. Only the colors of these 3 kinds are different. Yellow, green, and white. 1 bowl for each person. Lin Xiaojin said and gave Xiao Nu, Wang Han and the 2 of them a bowl. She also seemingly chose the vegetable and fruit souffle that seemed to be thinner. Lin Xiaojin first went up and smelled it. A faint milky flavor. Although it doesn't look good and smells good, it should be delicious. After Lin Xiaojin finished speaking, she put a bite into her mouth and gave it up before she could swallow it. Holy shit. It's so unpalatable. Lin Xiaojin couldn't tell the weird taste. In short, it was the strangest thing she had ever eaten. Xiao Nu and Wang Han both tried it as well. And soon both of their faces revealed extremely painful expressions. There was a table next to them that seemed to be other pedestrians. That person is also wasting too much food. This food is rich in nutrients. The person next to him whispered. But he was just not used to seeing Lin Xiaojin wasting food. All of this food was high in nutritional value. But it didn't pursue deliciousness. Only nutrition. The price of this food for each serving was based on the nutritional value. Really can't eat it. Lin Xiaojin really couldn't take a second bite. Luckily she didn't have anything in her stomach. Otherwise it would all have to be vomited for her. Wang Han and Xiao Nu were able to hold it back at first. But later they couldn't help but vomit it out as well. This is even more disgusting than eating sure. Wang Han's twisted face couldn't help but say, it's better to forget about it. The food from other planets isn't suitable for us. Xiao Nu said, as he held back his pained expression. Lin Xiaojin took out 3 large apples from her space and said, it's better to eat this to ease the relief. Her space contained energy plus the spirit of grass and trees. The fruits contained energy and were sweet and tasty. An apple not only had nutritional value, but also contained energy. Lin Xiaojin did not know the value of the food in her space. Lin Xiaojin let Lan Zhan make some food in the space. In a while, it is better to go back to the hotel to open a small stove. The restaurant here, they are not blessed to enjoy. Lin Xiaojin nibbled on an apple while preparing to leave with Xiao Nu and the others. There were 3 portions of devil's food left on the table that had only moved a bite. Wait. A person suddenly barged in, blocking their way. It was none other than a girl who looked like she was 18.19 years old. But galaxies have long lifespans, so one can't tell their age through their appearance. But the person in front of her was not a lunar sand planetarian, because her hair was not wavy. But the woman was very tall, estimated to be 178, with short grayish-white hair, and the pupils of her eyes had 1 black and 1 white. Very strange, but has seen many planets of people. A variety of now Lin Xiaojin has long been able to accept. What's the matter? Lin Xiaojin looked at the woman in front of her, who suddenly stopped her, and said with a slight frown, in the moon sand planet, it was all about coming to see the doctor. There didn't seem to be much interaction between people. And for this person, who suddenly took the initiative to stop them, Lin Xiaojin was more or less on the defensive. I am Laniner from the White Star. Do you still have this kind of food in your hand? Laniner's gaze was fixed on the apple in Lin Xiaojin's hand. Apples? Lin Xiaojin was a bit incredulous. Stopping her for an apple? It turned out that the Laniner in front of her possessed the ability to sense objects. She was able to sense any object, sense their energy, nutrition, and a series of other elements. Lan Ninger was sitting next to Lin Xiaojin. When Lin Xiaojin took out the apple from space, Lan Ninger's perception ability immediately perceived that this kind of foods actually contains very strong energy. Nutritional value is also very rich. She came to Moon Sand Star is for her mother. By a very serious virus attack. Is now in the Moon Sand Hospital. Nutrients plus energy, although the mother can be supplemented. But these nutrients and energy liquid are purified. But there will be impurities. Long time to take these. These impurities will remain in the body. This is why nutrients are cheap and food is very expensive. And only those who can't afford to buy food will buy this kind of nutrients to replenish the body's most basic nutrition. Only this natural food can be better. Provide nutrients to the human body. and will not allow the human body to produce impurities. The more impurities a person's body produces, the more it will have an effect on the promotion of psychic abilities, as well as other aspects, including immunity and genetic problems. It's this one in your hand. It's called an apple, Ranil said. Their planet could also grow food, but this kind of food they hadn't seen before. Do you have any more? Can I buy some? Or where did you buy them from? Can you tell me? Ranil said in a kind tone. But it could be seen that she seemed to want the apples in Lin Xiaojin's hand. There were plenty of apples in her space, and they were all fresh. Lin Xiaojin thought that the daughter in front of her was also finding the food in here hard to eat, which was why she was looking at the apple in her hand. Forget it. Give 100 star coins if you want. Lin Xiaojin took out an apple from her space and gave it to the girl in front of her. This girl was kind looking. Besides, the food here was more than 100 star coins for anyone serving. So Lin Xiaojin asking for 100 star coins wasn't expensive. Huh? Ari Ninger was surprised for a moment and hurriedly got excited. How many do you want? Lin Xiaojin said. Laniner had wanted to say, as many as you want. But seeing as the woman had nothing with her, I guessed she didn't have many. 5? Ari Ninger said conservatively. Just as Laniner finished speaking, Lin Xiaojin directly took out 5 apples from space. Pay with one hand and deliver with the other, Lin Xiaojin said simply and clearly. When Lan Ninger saw the apples that came out of thin air, she was surprised. You're from the Purple Star? Lin Xiaojin shook her head. The Purple Star belonged to the higher planet, a 5-star planet, and the people of the Purple Star had purple eyes and purple hair. They possessed a very special ability. Spatial storage. The number of people on the Purple Star planet was very small, and only 30% of the people were able to awaken spatial storage, although other planets may also be awakened. But the chances are even smaller. Just to say that the Purple Star's high probability of awakening the spatial ability, like their planet, the high probability of awakening the ability to sense. Their planet also had awakened other sensory abilities, including to strength as well. Ari Ninger didn't continue to ask, but knowing that Lin Xiaojin had space, then she must still have this kind of food. Lin Xiaojin sold 5 apples to Lan Ninger, received 500 star coins. The girl asked for Lin Xiaojin's Star Network account again, wanting to purchase it later. Lin Xiaojin didn't refuse. She was really short of money right now. It was good to have a way to earn money. After Lin Xiaojin and the others left, Lan Ninger held 5 apples in her hands. Touching these apples so much, she was able to clearly sense the energy of these apples. So rich in nutrients, Lan Ninger said excitedly. Not long after, another man came through the door. Ninger. The man circled around the weak to see the giggling Raniner and shouted, Brother. Ari Ninger saw her father coming over to her. Brother. Look what I found. Laniner put an apple into the man's hand, as if she was offering it as a treasure. The man was Laninel's brother, Ramidro. His brother was also a Sense System Psychic ability, and was a level 6 Sense System Psychic ability, 2 levels higher than her. Not only was his brother's ability to sense things, he also possessed the ability to sense the human body. This food is high in nutrients and is rich. And the key thing is that it actually contains energy. Rami Table quickly sensed it, and looked at the apple in her hand with a surprised expression. Sister, where did you get this from? Rami Table asked in a hurry. Their family were all sensing abilities. Like him. Just on other planets, all a food chain shop, selling fine food. This kind of food was the highest quality he had ever seen. Ari Ninger told him what she had just met Lin Xiaojin. She bought this with the intention of replenishing her mother's body with nutrients. 100 star coins apiece? Rami Table said with some uncertainty. Lan Ninger nodded. Rami Table still wanted to turn back to Lin Xiaojin, but was stopped by Lan Ninger, saying that she had already left Lin Xiaojin's information, and that when she wanted to buy it at that time, she would be able to ask for it again. Let's go. Let's go see Mom, Ari Ninger said. She was here just to wait for Rami Table. Rami Table nodded, knowing that now is not the time to be anxious. After all, it's still important to see Mom, but still asked Lan Ninger for Lin Xiaojin's contact information just now. However, Lin Xiaojin looked at another additional stranger and was in no hurry to add it. Their mom was staying in the inpatient department because of a very serious virus infection. Every day she needed a therapist to restore her body functions and to remove the toxins from her body. It was a very slow process. This SJH virus had a very strong devouring nature. If it was an ordinary person, once infected, the body would decay into a puddle of slime in a short time. Raniner and Rami Table took the apples they brought from Lin Xiaojin and went to the inpatient department of Moon Sand Star. Her mother was staying in the special needs ward, where a day's consumption was tens of thousands of interstellar coins. But for their family, they could still afford it. Because her mother was infected with a virus, they would need to wear special clothes if they wanted to enter the ward in order to do so. Mom, try these. Ranil picked up an apple and handed it to a woman who was half lying on the hospital bed. The woman was also just a bit paler and looked very weak, but after so many days of treatment has almost removed the toxins in the body. But the body is still very weak. Every day need to enter a large number of nutrient solution. These are nutrient solution. But long-term large amounts of infusion on the body will produce impurities. Will affect the promotion, including the genetic lifespan. The woman on the hospital bed is also the first time to see these foods. A time some curiosity. The woman picked up the apple and put it down under her nose to smell it. A fresh fragrance drilled into her nostrils. She was now infected by the virus. And although her supernatural abilities were damaged, she could vaguely sense that this food seemed to be rich in nutritional value. This is a food with extremely high nutritional value that is also rich in energy. I tasted one. It's sweet and refreshing. R.A. Ninger laughed. She shared half of this food before she came with her brother. She forgot to ask the woman who sold her the food what this was called at the time. Rich in energy. The woman was surprised. She hadn't seen that food to be rich in energy yet. The woman stared curiously at the food in front of her and asked, "This is just eaten straight away?" Ranil nodded. She had also seen those few people eating it raw just like that. My brother tested it with a machine. It's about 10% rich in energy. Ranil said. That high? The woman was surprised. I didn't expect this kind of food to have such high energy. It looked like it should be expensive. Mom, try it, Laniner urged. Laniner's mother had been receiving nutritional fluids since she contracted the virus and hadn't eaten. And although the nutritional fluids were nutritious, but didn't have a sense of satiety, she could only starve herself. It wasn't like she could eat anything else. The woman heard her daughter's urging, so she took a small, tentative bite. Crunching, crisp, and a sweet smell filled her mouth. It's delicious. The woman couldn't help but praise it after taking a bite. Can this be bought in large quantities? Can it still be bought? If it's put in your brother's shop, it'll definitely be a big seller. The woman excitedly said a series of words, and ended up coughing several times in succession. All right. Don't worry about these. Rami Table saw the woman's face pale with excitement. The viral infection was very weak. You have a good rest. Ning, will come back to see you tomorrow, Rami Table said. He was afraid that his mother was in agitation and should be thinking too much. She should be resting at this time. Ranil put the rest of the food on the table. She said, Mom, you have a good rest. These are left here. After Laniner finished speaking, she was pulled away by the Rami Table. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin went back to the hotel with Xiao Nuo, and the three of them ate a meal made by Lan Zhan at the hotel. This is only rice. Those are just all sorts of paste. And I don't know why all the food in this moon sand planet has to be made whole into rice paste, Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly. Back when they were on Saturn, the food wasn't even this bad. That perhaps the more developed the planet was within the galaxy, the more primitive and simple things were forgotten. Every planet is different, Xiao Nuo said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. That's true. A planet's eating is still different. Like the difference between the north and south. Not to mention this entire planet. However, in general, the level of technological civilization outside the galaxy is different from inside the galaxy. For example, this ordinary hotel. Play the game or holographic panoramic game. Sense of the very real. Lin Xiaojin also played a little. Real simulation scenarios. Although not feel any pain. But the scene inside really seems to be in it. The room is a variety of robots. Intelligent AI. A room full of high tech is still good. Lin Xiaojin took a bath and came out. Xiao Nuo came over to dry Lin Xiaojin's hair. Lin Xiaojin thought of the past when Xiao Nuo would also blow her hair. The two people's feelings are so little by little accumulation. The next day, Lin Xiaojin's Star Network received a series of messages from the girl she met yesterday, who also wanted to buy her apples and asked how many she had. Lin Xiaojin didn't reply immediately. She came here to find Zhu Jingjing. This kind of business matter is better to talk about it later. But this also let Lin Xiaojin know. It seems that the quality of her space fruit is good. It can still be sold at a good price. Now that they are short of funds, selling some fruit is not bad. Now that her space has been upgraded and is comparable to a first-tier city, the place where she can plant can be big. Not only that, but her space also needs to hold some cars. Little Cloud can't be in space like her. A thought can go anywhere in space. The whole space she can feel. Now in space, Green Star they all need to drive a small crash car to be able to do so. The space place was bigger, and they were showing very sparse with just a few people, waiting for Lin Xiaojin to return to Qinlanxing to cut down a wave of zombies to look for colored crystal beads, so that the ones in her space would be able to condense more Ls. A few people in the space were going crazy. Only the little group nestled in one place and didn't move. Lin Xiaojin's spiritual consciousness looked over. The little group's body had already changed. Its size was even stronger. It looks like the little group is going to be promoted to silver-eating beasts. When in the black iron got a lot of purple gold. Black gold. So this guy has swallowed most of it. Wood Ls are also expanding with the expansion of Lin Xiaojin's space. But there is no earth crystal beads. So many places are not planted. After going back to the earth system, crystal beads also have to come more. So thought Lin Xiaojin still need a lot of things to do all. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua simply cleaned up and left the room. They had already made an appointment for this morning's number, so they still needed to go out early. The two just went out and saw Wang Han. This guy almost didn't sleep all night. Has been looking for news of Zhu Jingjing. Almost looking for a night without finding it. Like Zhu Jingjing. This kind of bot recovery division would not go on Moon Sand Hospital's information. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han was also very energetic even though he hadn't slept all night. Probably because Zhu Jingjing was supporting him. Wang Han had some similarities with Xiao Nua. That is, he was not good at talking, but would do things. And his relationship with Zhu Jingjing was more like a wolf and a white rabbit. The three of them took the baby bus and set off directly towards the hospital. The hospitals here are divided into several types. And they went to the general number section. The bus took them directly to the entrance of the hospital. And when they went straight in, the population would be scanned. But Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin blocked the outside. Because the only one who registered was Wang Han. So only he was able to enter. And of course, they could choose a person to accompany them. Then it can only be Xiao Nua escort. Lin Xiaojin can only wait outside. But Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin both have contact information. Cannot be lost. Lin Xiaojin transferred the rest of the money to Xiao Nua and kept 10,000 star coins for himself. Lin Xiaojin watched the two people enter the hospital while she waited at the entrance. But it was boring to wait like this, so she might as well look around. So, there was a row of shops next to the hospital, all of which were selling sources of nature. Seeing this, Lin Xiaojin was a little curious, so she directly entered the shop. As long as you enter here, Lin Xiaojin's identity information will be scanned directly. The shops here are all sold by intelligent robots, and you can barely see people. This is also a high-tech society. Machines have replaced humans. The more developed the planet, but the less the population. One person as people's genes improve. Wanting to have children is even more difficult.